After losing her job, SNGH turned to inherit her family's welfare home. To her dismay, the establishment was both impoverished and dilapidated, with the children appearing both gaunt and disheveled. Stunned, SNGH placed her hand upon the crumbling walls and vowed to nourish the children, ensuring they would thrive and flourish. From that moment on, she focused on earning money to support the children, while also inadvertently adopting a remarkably voracious young beauty. Life was vibrant and thriving until one day, the seemingly innocent children revealed their true forms: wolf tails, rabbit ears, and pig noses. SNGH was utterly bewildered. The children she had nurtured were not human at all. Unable to contain her curiosity, she turned to the beautiful youth. "Are you not human either?" The young man blinked innocently. "Huh?" Chapter 1. Inheriting the Welfare Home Lady. Saint. Welfare Home. Not long ago, SNGH received a letter from her grandfather, which spoke of the welfare home. He entrusted her with the care of the children, insisting she must not abandon the establishment. Without hesitation, SNGH hurried to the home. Upon entering, her gaze was immediately drawn to a grand tree directly facing the wooden door, its lush branches nearly obscuring half of the modest courtyard. Beneath it, a small dog, entirely black, barked incessantly at her, while three ragged, dirty children sat nearby. "Hei Shung, Xuan Li, Bai Shui." SNGH called tentatively. The three children, who had their backs to her, suddenly turned in unison, fixing their intense stares upon her. Startled, SNGH felt a shiver run down her spine as the girl with long black hair grasped her hand, saying, "Sister, do you know where Grandpa's gone?" SNGH took a breath. They were merely children, perhaps abandoned for a few days. It was not unusual for the children in a welfare home to exhibit peculiar behaviors. Thankfully, there was a gentle girl among them. "I'm sorry, sister does not know where Grandpa is. Are you Bai Shui? Can you introduce me to your friends?" Bai Shui's eyes dimmed slightly as she led SNGH to the other two children. "This is Xianli, my younger brother, and this is Hei Sun, my older brother." Upon seeing SNGH approach, Xianli quickly shrank behind Hei Sun, peeking out timidly at her. Hei Sun's dark eyes bore into SNGH, remaining silent. The intensity of his gaze sent chills down her spine, making her feel as if she were being scrutinized by a wild beast. Suppressing her unease, she knelt down and extended her hand with a warm smile. "I am SNGH. I will take care of you from now on." Hei Sun's eyes flickered, fixating on her outstretched left hand, where a small black mole stood out against her fair skin. In an instant, the previously aloof Hei Sun sprang to his feet, trembling, his lips devoid of color. He clenched his fists, as if desperately suppressing something, his gaze dark and tempestuous. SNGH felt a surge of anxiety. "What's wrong, Hei Sun?" Without a word, he turned and retreated into a room, while the barking black dog hurried to follow him. Without cover, Xianli was exposed, panic-stricken as he searched for something to hide behind. When he noticed SNGH approaching, he cried out in fear, "Don't come closer!" SNGH stood frozen, watching as the child scrambled to follow Hei Sun into the room. Two children had fled. Was she truly that frightening? Feeling bewildered, SNGH was relieved when Bai Shui grasped her hand tightly. Her eyes filled with shy anticipation, revealing a pair of adorable rabbit-like teeth. "Sister, Bai Shui likes you." SNGH's heart warmed as she held Bai Shui's cool little hand, finding some solace. "Good girl, sister likes Bai Shui too." After gently patting Bai Shui's head, SNGH began to explore the welfare home. Soon, dusk fell, enveloping the courtyard in darkness. SNGH settled into an empty room, unaware that several pairs of eyes were fixated on her door. Inside Hei Sun's room, Bai Shui perched at the lone window, gazing at the room across from her, where an orange light flickered on. "Do you like her?" Hei Sun inquired, his voice steady. Bai Shui nodded. "Sister is beautiful and very gentle with me." Having spent significant time near SNGH, Bai Shui felt at ease in her presence, appreciating the kindness she displayed. "Gentle." Hei Sun scoffed derisively. "Bai Shui, one can know a face but not a heart." Bai Shui responded, "But Grandpa said she is a good person. Regardless of how good she seems, she is still human." Hei Sun's expression tightened. Humans are fickle beings, many things can alter them. "But," Bai Shui hesitated, her resolve wavering. "Do you wish to drive sister away?" "But Grandpa said, without her, we would perish. Hae-sun stared at the faint silhouette visible through the window, his youthful brow betraying his annoyance, while a flicker of unnameable hatred lingered in his eyes. She does not belong here. I will make her leave. As night deepened, SNGH lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The dilapidated state of the welfare home, coupled with the children's aversion to her, left her feeling lost. At merely 22 years of age, she bore the weight of several children's futures upon her shoulders, a burden too heavy to bear. With a sigh, she glanced at the time. She needed rest, as she would rise early to prepare breakfast for the little ones. Closing her eyes, the darkness heightened her senses. The room was eerily silent, and she could even hear her own slightly accelerated heartbeat. Suddenly, an unexpected sound pierced the stillness, fleeting yet close, as if footsteps were crunching on leaves right outside her door. Thinking she had misheard, SNGH paid it no mind. However, the next moment, a peculiar low laugh echoed through the heavy wooden door, reaching her ears. Someone was outside her door. Her heart raced as she opened her eyes, straining to listen intently. Yet, silence ensued, as if the laugh had merely been a figment of her imagination. Yet, SNGH was certain she had not misheard. Quickly, she sat up, retrieving a small knife from her backpack. She stealthily approached the door, intending to listen carefully once more, when she was suddenly drawn to two faint green glimmers appearing at the window. As she leaned closer, the green light drew nearer. SNGH realized in a flash what it was. Eyes. A pair of glowing green eyes. In an instant, her blood ran cold, a chill spreading from her feet to her entire being. Before she could react, those eyes vanished in an instant. SNGH's limbs grew weak, her strength fading. What kind of being possessed such green, luminous eyes at night? Was the entity outside truly human? The surroundings fell silent, devoid of any further sounds. SNGH remained uncertain whether the entity had departed. It had clearly seen her, but had not entered her room. She could not discern whether it was unable to, or for some other reason. Gripping the small knife tightly, she flicked on the light. This is undoubtedly a perilous action. The sudden illumination may very well attract that entity once more. However, she has no other recourse at the moment. There's still a few young children residing in the courtyard. And what if that being shifts its focus onto them? They are so small, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. After a prolonged silence outside, Sang-Yi cautiously opened the door just a crack, allowing the warm orange light to spill out. Beyond the reach of the light, an abyss of darkness loomed, as if a colossal beast had unfurled its gaping maw, lying in wait for prey to unwittingly wander into its snare. After waiting for a while without any sign of danger, Sang-Yi fully opened the door. The orange glow dispelled some of the shadows, and she swiftly made her way to the doors of Baishui and Xianli, checking to ensure everything was well. It was only when she attempted to push open Hae-sun's door that it swung ajar. Chapter 2. The glowing green eyes. A cold sweat broke out on Sang-Yi, and without a moment's hesitation, she dashed inside and turned on the light. The small room revealed nothing out of the ordinary. After meticulously inspecting under the bed and confirming there was nothing amiss, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It must be that Hae-sun simply forgot to close the door. Glimpsing the little boy asleep on the bed, curled up tightly, he bore no resemblance to the sharpness he exhibited during the day. Sang-Yi felt a softening in her heart and tucked the blanket around him. After all, children naturally harbor a sense of wariness toward strangers. She had just arrived at the Welfare Institute and did not expect the children to be overly affectionate right away. It would take time, but things would surely improve. Sang-Yi spent the night mostly awake, keeping the light on until dawn and preparing breakfast in a daze. Although this Welfare Institute was small, it was relatively well equipped. Using a few ingredients from the kitchen, she prepared a few simple dishes and brought them to the stone table in the courtyard. As she raised her gaze, she met a pair of dark, glistening eyes. Xianli stood beneath a tree, having presumably just awakened, his eyes still slightly dazed. However, that daze quickly transformed into fear upon recognizing Sang-Yi. Before she could greet him, he turned and dashed behind a large tree. The stout trunk concealed his figure, yet Sang-Yi could easily imagine him trembling behind it. She felt a mix of helplessness and sympathy. Slowly, she approached the tree but did not walk directly in front of Xianli. Instead, she paused a meter away and softly said, "Xianli, Sister won't harm you, please do not be afraid. Her gentle voice reached Xian Li's ears, causing him to lift his head from his arms, his eyes wide with confusion. Sang Yi spoke for quite some time, yet Xian Li remained hidden behind the tree, and she eventually relented. Xian Li, I won't disturb you any longer, but please do come out soon. I have prepared breakfast for you. Once Bai Shui and He Sun wake up, we can all eat together. With that, she turned to leave. After a long silence, Xian Li cautiously peeked out from behind the tree. Just then, Bai Shui's door swung open, and Xian Li's eyes brightened as though he had found solace. He stammered, Bai Shui, Jia. Bai Shui, noticing him, looked puzzled. Xian Li, what are you doing here? Xian Li bit his lip, casting a timid glance towards Sang He in the kitchen. Bai Shui immediately understood. So, he was afraid of the sister. She observed Sang He bustling about in the kitchen, feeling both joy and increasing sorrow. According to what He Sun had said yesterday, the sister would likely leave the welfare institute soon. She was clearly such a good person. Why didn't He Sun like her? Bai Shui's expression fell as a small hand tugged at her clothing. Xian Li, with his bright, dark eyes, asked in a soft voice, Bai Shui, Jia, when will she leave? Do you want her to go? Bai Shui frowned. He Sun Ji wants her to leave. Bai Shui fell silent for a moment before suddenly taking Xian Li's hand and walking toward the kitchen. She would not argue with He Sun about sending away the sister, as she understood he was acting for their benefit. However, before she departed, she wished to draw closer to the sister with Xian Li. Surely, the sister desired more of the children to like her too. As Sang He stepped out of the kitchen, she was met by the sight of the two little ones approaching her. She smiled. What's the matter? Bai Shui shook Xian Li's small arm, her voice sweet and innocent. Sister, Xian Li just told me he really likes you and wants you to hug him. Sang He paused, noting that Xian Li trembled slightly upon hearing Bai Shui's words, his eyes reflecting a hint of terror. This was not liking, it was clearly fear. She chuckled softly, surmising that this must have been Bai Shui's unilateral idea. Yet she complied, squatting down and extending her arms toward Xian Li. Xian Li, may I hug you? I like you very much. Xian Li pouted, unwilling to approach. However, with Bai Shui present, he seemed to muster a bit more courage. Sang He cautiously moved a little closer, and Xian Li did not display the same level of resistance he had the day before. Perhaps she had genuinely frightened him. As she enveloped Xian Li in her embrace, a smile faltered on her lips. The child felt painfully thin, almost skeletal. She could hardly fathom how they had managed to survive all these years. Sang He exhaled, her resolve strengthening. She must take good care of these children, ensuring they have a safe and joyful childhood. The moment Xian Li found himself held by Sang He froze, feeling the warmth and comforting scent of her embrace, which instilled a sense of security within him. Xian Li bit his lip. Conflicted, it seemed he was not as afraid of his sister after all. When He Sun emerged from his room, he was met with this harmonious scene. His pupils constricted slightly, and his expression darkened. Bai Shui's affection for that human was one thing, but why was Xian Li also drawing close to her? Xian Li struggled free from Sang He's embrace and dashed toward He Sun, a slight smile forming on his lips. He Sun Ji. He wished to convey to He Sun that this human did not seem so terrifying after all, yet before he could finish, He Sun interrupted. Do not get close to that human, she will harm us. He Sun warned in a hushed tone. Xian Li tilted his head, wanting to argue that this human had not harmed him. He Sun discerned his thoughts. Just because she hasn't harmed you now does not mean she won't in the future. You must listen to your brother, understand? Xian Li nodded solemnly. I will listen to Ji. Meanwhile, Sang He did not stop Xian Li, as she had more pressing questions for Bai Shui. These children had been residing in the Welfare Institute for quite some time. Surely, they would know about the entity that appeared before her window last night. Bai Shui, is there anything green and glowing within the Welfare Institute? Green glowing? Bai Shui pondered, her gaze instinctively flickering toward He Sun. She recalled that He Sun seemed to be round. Like Sang, he carefully observed Bai Shui's expression as she delicately continued, like eyes. She dared not speak directly, fearing that if Bai Shui was unaware of what it was, her bluntness might frighten her. As Bai Shui's heart sank, did this not describe He Sun? Had He Sun already begun to act last night? Indeed, Bai Shui, have you ever seen anything similar? Chapter 3. The sudden arrival of a stranger. Bai Shui grasped Sang He's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, and concealed the guilt in her eyes. Bai Shui had never encountered anything like this before. She truly cherished this sister, yet she did not wish to betray her elder brother, Hei Sun. Thus, she had no choice but to deceive her sister. Sang He appeared contemplative, and Bai Shui, who had been there for quite a while, was oblivious to the meaning behind that thing. Did it signify that it was directed at her? What could it possibly be? For the moment, she had no inkling, and Sang He did not ponder it further. The priority was to serve breakfast to the little ones. If that thing was indeed targeting her, it wouldn't he appear just once, would it? Bai Shui, call Hei Sun and Xianli to wash their hands. I will serve the porridge, Sang He instructed. Bai Shui obediently replied, Okay, sister. As soon as Sang He entered the kitchen, she hurriedly ran over to Hei Sun and anxiously inquired, Brother Hei Sun, did you scare sister last night? Hei Sun leaned against the sturdy trunk of a tree, his expression devoid of emotion as he watched Sang He's retreating figure. His eyes filled with complexity. He had initially thought that scaring Sang He would prompt her to leave the orphanage on her own. To his surprise, she remained. It seemed he had underestimated her resolve. Must we drive sister away right now? Bai Shui's eyes reddened with reluctance. Can't we let her stay a little longer? Hei Sun frowned, visibly perplexed, his childish voice heavy. What is so special about her that after just one day, you cannot forget her? Bai Shui sniffled, tears welling in her eyes. She simply adored her sister. From her, she felt a warmth she had never experienced before. Yet, her sister would soon be sent away. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, her eyes turning crimson as large tears cascaded down her cheeks. Bisi de her, Wuan de huria de vipet hertius, Bai Shui, don't cry. Hei Sun's gaze darkened. Sang He's influence on Bai Shui exceeded his expectations. He needed to act swiftly. Before Bai Shui developed stronger feelings for Sang he must ensure she was expelled. In the kitchen, the fragrant aroma of lean meat porridge wafted through the air. The little black dog, which had been quietly sitting beside Hei Sun, perked up its nose, its bright black eyes quickly honing in on the source of the scent. It sprang to its feet and scampered towards the kitchen with its short legs. Sang He was busy ladling porridge into bowls when she felt a furry sensation at her feet. She looked down and saw the little black dog scratching at her pant leg, eagerly barking, with a clear liquid trickling from the corner of its mouth and falling to the ground. Sang He chuckled, You must be Hei Xiao Bai, what an amusing name. She couldn't help but laugh. Don't rush. We'll be ready soon. After ladling the porridge, Sang He called out, Little friends, come and eat. Bai Shui wiped her tear-streaked face and took Xianli's hand, leading him to the stone table. The dishes on the table were a feast for the senses. And Bai Shui swallowed hard, it smelled so good. Xianli was similarly captivated, his eyes fixed on the food. Only Hei Sun remained still, leaning against the tree trunk. Motionless, his expression one of irritation. As Sang He approached to take his hand, he glared at her fiercely, as if she were an intruder in his territory. Sang He gently said, Hei Sun, the little friends are waiting for you to eat together. Let us not keep them waiting too long, shall we? Hei Sun was about to retort, Go away, but his gaze shifted and met Bai Shui's pleading eyes. He pressed his lips together, his expression dark as he approached the stone table. Looking at the spread before him, he scoffed. No matter how delicious it was, he would not take a single bite. Little friends, please eat. Hei Xiao Bai stood by Sang He's feet, facing a small bowl filled with vegetables she had picked out for it. It munched eagerly, leaving a bit of grease on its head. Yet, the other children remained motionless. Bai Shui hesitated, torn between her desire to taste the food and her fear of Hei Sun's disapproval. Sang He noticed her indecision and was about to place the utensils in her hands when a loud bang echoed from the entrance of the orphanage. It sounded as if something had fallen from the sky. All eyes turned toward the door. Sang He's heart raced as she instinctively recalled last night's events. After a moment's pause, she stood up. I'll go take a look. You all eat first. Sister, I want to go with you. Bai Shui exclaimed, quickly jumping off the stone bench and running to grasp Sang He's hand. Soon, she might not see her sister again. Before that happened, she wanted to spend as much time with her as possible. Bai Shui tilted her head back, gazing at Sang He, who smiled gently at her. The warmth emanating from Sang He's palm was a sensation she would never feel again. Bai Shui's nose tinged with sadness, and she felt the urge to cry again. She lowered her head, trying to hide her emotions from Sang He, who was utterly absorbed by the sudden noise outside. Holding Bai Shui's hand, Sang He slowly opened the yard gate, revealing a cloud of dust stirred up in the air. As the dust settled, silence enveloped the outside world. The moment Sang-hee stepped outside, something unexpectedly reached out and seized her ankle. Chapter 4: A Kidnapper. Sang-hee's pupils dilated. A surge of electricity coursing through her spine. Her instinct was to shake it off. However, after a couple of attempts, the grip only tightened. She finally looked down to see a man lying on the ground, his clothing bearing large scorch marks, and his exposed skin stained with blood, clearly injured. 3 words flashed in her mind. Kidnapper. She warily glanced at the man before decisively pulling out her phone to call for help. It was not that she was heartless. Rather, this orphanage was nestled in the most secluded alley of Yuncheng, where apart from the children, there seemed to be no one else residing. The man's unexpected presence raised her suspicions. The fate of the young man was evident. As she assessed the situation, she pressed the buttons on her phone. But just as she was about to dial, the man at her feet murmured softly. Sang-hee halted, leaning closer. Hungry what? She leaned down further, finally deciphering his faint words. Hungry, so hungry, Sang-hee. He was indeed a kidnapper. Through the crack in the wooden door, Sang-hee saw the man lying motionless on the ground, seemingly unconscious. After observing for a short while, he showed no signs of movement. Logically, if he were a kidnapper, he should be reacting at this moment. However, he remained completely still, as if in a state of coma. Sang-hee felt uncertain, deciding to first ensure the safety of the children before addressing the situation. As she turned around, she noticed Hae-sun had somehow appeared behind her. His gaze fixed intently on the wooden door, his small face taut with tension and a heavy expression clouding his features. The once obedient Bai Shui had now shrunk behind Hae-sun, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. Not far away, Xianli was curled up at the base of a tree, clutching Hae Bai, trembling with fright. The unusual behavior of the children caught Sang-hee off guard. Hae-sun's gaze shifted slightly as he coldly questioned, "Who is out there?" Sang-hee, wishing to spare the children from fear, smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's just someone asking for food." Yet, the children remained unconvinced by her reassurances. Hae-sun bluntly stated, "You're lying." Sang-hee's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Children these days were not easily deceived. "How about this? I'll take you somewhere safe, okay?" As she spoke, she reached out to take Bai Shui's hand. Bai Shui shivered and extended her hand towards her. Yet, as she was touched, another small hand swiftly crossed over, forcefully swatting her hand away. Sang-hee inhaled sharply, the pain evident as a crimson mark blossomed upon her fair hand. A testament to the strength behind that small hand. Sang-hee, feeling helpless, questioned the child's motives for striking her. Hae-sun's dark, brooding eyes held no warmth as he separated Bai Shui from Sang-hee, declaring that their protection was unnecessary. Bai Shui looked at Sang-hee with a pitiful expression. Sang-hee felt increasingly exasperated. Every time this little creature spoke to her, it was akin to encountering a porcupine, with every word pricking at her. Yet, she could never comprehend what had provoked this child's ire. Given the urgency of the situation, Sang-hee resolved to acquiesce to this little porcupine's demands. "All right, I shall not protect you. First, you must come with me, understood?" Hae-sun's lips were pressed tightly together, ignoring her as his gaze fixated on the wooden door. His dark pupils filled with trepidation. Acknowledging the dire situation, Bai Shui wasted no time and turned to flee. Sang-hee felt utterly disregarded. She wanted to exclaim, "You little rascal," but that was not the end of it. Hae-sun took a few small steps forward, brushing past Sang-hee while remarking, "You may leave as well." Sang-hee pondered whether their roles had been reversed. Just as the little one approached the door, she hurriedly grasped his arm, and at that moment, she finally perceived how thin the child was. His bones nearly protruded, and her hand felt nothing but skin covering a mere skeleton, reminiscent of a desiccated corpse. This was a stark contrast to the visual impression, delivering a profound shock. Sang-hee's expression turned somber as her heart felt as though it were being gnawed upon by ants, a blend of ache and sorrow washing over her. Children of 3 or 4 years old in other families were chubby and cherished like treasures by their parents. Yet for Hae-sun and the others, even basic sustenance was a luxury. Why was the world so unjust? Unbeknownst to her, all Sang-hee desired was to treat these children with kindness, to provide them with a semblance of a normal life. Hae-sun was momentarily taken aback by her sudden grip, but he quickly began to struggle violently. Sang-hee, caught off guard, felt 3 deep scratches from his sharp nails on the back of her hand. She winced in pain, while Hae-sun glared at her fiercely, unabashedly displaying his disdain. "Let go of me." However, being so small, his strength was no match for Sang-hee. Instead of breaking free, he stumbled and fell into her embrace. Sang-hee seized the opportunity to hold him close, gently saying, "All right, although I don't understand why you dislike me. In this situation, you must listen to your sister, understood?" The taut string in Hae-sun's mind snapped, leaving him momentarily dazed. After several seconds in Sang-hee's arms, he finally reacted. As he pushed himself up, preparing to issue another warning, an ominous premonition surged within him. Just in time, he glimpsed the wooden door crashing down towards him, leaving no time for a response. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, bracing for the impending pain. In that critical moment, however, he heard a soft exclamation, and suddenly his entire being was enveloped in a warm embrace. The one who held him rolled across the cold ground, coming to a stop after several rotations. He emerged unscathed, but Sang-hee emitted a pained groan. Hae-sun stiffened, too frightened to move, nestled in the woman's arms. After a moment, Sang-hee released him, quickly sitting up, disregarding her own pain as her almond-shaped eyes locked onto the stone table. There sat a man. His face was obscured by a layer of dark soot, streaks resembling someone who had just fled from a fire, rendering his features indistinct. Yet his striking phoenix eyes were captivating, a light chestnut hue akin to translucent glass, sparkling with a myriad of stars. Though his face remained unclear, his attire indicated he was the same man who had previously lounged outside the courtyard door. Now, he sat upright on a stone bench, rapidly shoveling food into his mouth. His eating was swift, yet surprisingly graceful rather than crude. 1 bowl, 2 bowls, 3 bowls. Every morsel intended for Sang-hee and the other children vanished in the man's mouth, leaving scarcely a trace of food behind. Sang-hee stared in astonishment, taken aback by the man's voracious appetite. Soon, the meal was completely devoured, and the man, still holding the empty bowl, turned his exquisite phoenix eyes towards Sang-hee, earnestly declaring that he wished to eat more. His clear, resonant voice reached Sang-hee's ears, nearly causing her to choke on her own saliva. Who could tell her where this peculiar creature had come from? He had broken her door, barged in, consumed the meal she had meticulously prepared for the children, and now had the audacity to ask for more. Sang-hee rolled her eyes and replied curtly, "There's none left." Upon hearing this, the man furrowed his brow, his expression turning somewhat forlorn as he gazed at Sang-hee with unblinking eyes, pure and innocent, softly asking, "Why is there none left?" Sang-hee momentarily lost her train of thought under his intense gaze. She had never encountered such stunningly clear eyes, capable of revealing the depths of one's soul. Like a pristine sky, such purity in his gaze seemed implausible for a child trafficker to possess. So, whose foolish son was this, wandering into her life? Sang-hee attempted to push herself up, but her ankle was pinned beneath the door panel, rendering her powerless. The man's gaze shifted to the door panel, restraining her, and his expression softened with guilt. "I apologize. I shall remove it at once." With an apology offered, Sang-hee could hardly retort. She couldn't very well argue with a fool. As the man stood and took a step towards her, another figure swiftly approached the door panel, moving it aside. The man looked on in surprise at Hae-sun. "This child." Sang-hee widened her eyes, taken aback by Hae-sun's unexpected willingness to assist her despite his earlier disdain. Hae-sun shifted the door panel, turned around, and, maintaining a stoic expression, met Sang-hee's gaze, which radiated relief, as if acknowledging that the rebellious child had finally come to his senses. Caught off guard, he feigned indifference, his young voice betraying a hint of awkwardness as he insisted, "Don't think too much of it. I only helped because you saved me." Sang-hee smiled gently, replying, "I understand. Hae-sun is a child of gratitude, a kind-hearted little friend." Hae-sun's dark eyes flared with indignation. "I'm not kind at all." "Very well. You're not kind." Sang-hee's smile deepened, finding this contradictory child utterly endearing. Hae-sun, exasperated, turned his head, but his gaze fell upon Sang-hee's exposed ankle, where blood oozed from a fresh wound, likely from the earlier encounter with the door panel. He hesitated momentarily, the image of Sang-hee cradling him in her arms flashing in his mind. His hand, hanging by his side, tightened slightly, battling internal conflict. But the last image that lingered was that small black mole on the back of Sang-hee's left hand. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed that wavering feeling. Even if Sang-hee had saved him, so what? She was still a human. Above all, he must ensure she was driven away. Unbeknownst to Sang-hee, the seemingly innocent child had devised an elaborate plan solely to expel her from their lives. She glanced at the injury on her ankle and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Having been at the welfare home for less than half a day, she had already sustained 2 injuries. She wondered if perhaps this place was simply at odds with her. With a sigh, he leaned back to try standing again, feeling a sharp sting at her ankle, causing her to stumble forward uncontrollably. Hae-sun felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively exclaiming, "Be careful." Upon the conclusion of her words, a wave of regret washed over her as she realized what she had just uttered. The woman was of no consequence to him. He would not allow himself to develop any feelings for her. Absolutely not. Just as S.H. braced herself for yet another wound, a sturdy arm suddenly intervened, steadying her. Cold sweat trickled down her back as she exhaled deeply, turning to the man who had supported her and uttering, "Thank you." The man, with careful movements, continued to assist her, and upon hearing her gratitude, he smiled. His phoenix-like eyes shimmered with sincerity as he replied, "May I have another bowl of rice from you?" S.H.'s lips twitched slightly. It was now unequivocally confirmed that this individual was no human trafficker, merely a big, foolish man with an enormous appetite. Her gaze fell upon the fallen door panel, and she paused, adding another descriptor to her mental note. He possessed immense strength, proportional to his appetite. After calculating the remaining provisions in the kitchen along with the appetites of herself and several young children, S.H. waved her hand generously. "I shall give you 2 bowls of rice." The man's eyes brightened, and the pale curve of his lips formed a clean smile. "Thank you. Your cooking is delightful and somehow familiar. Were you my family as chef before?" S.H. was taken aback. Up until now, she had only served as a private chef once, and just recently, her employer had spent a hefty sum to dismiss her. That employer had been quite mysterious. Throughout the months she worked, she never even caught a glimpse of him, dealing solely with an assistant. S.H. scrutinized the man before her. His attire was tattered, large patches singed by flames. Though his features were handsome and his voice melodious, it did little to mask the fact that he resembled a beggar, far from someone who could afford a chef. Thus, the notion of hiring a chef was likely a figment of his imagination. Her gaze softened with pity for this unfortunate fool. S.H. chose to ignore his question, adopting a tone akin to soothing a child. "Please sit on that stone bench over there, all right? Wait for me while I serve you some rice." The man obediently nodded, but remained still, his gaze fixed on the injured area on her back. "You are hurt. Let me treat your wound." S.H. exclaimed, "Huh? How will you treat it?" In the next moment, without warning, S.H. found herself lifted into the air as the man effortlessly cradled her and walked towards the stone bench. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Hixn observed the man's retreating figure, hesitating as he thought, "Wait, what are you doing?" A primal sense of oppression emanated from deep within, rendering him weak and speechless as he watched helplessly as the man carried S.H. away. "What are you doing?" S.H. exclaimed in shock, delivering a solid kick to his chest, yet he remained unfazed. Instead, the pain from a sudden movement intensified her injury. The man knelt before her, one hand still cradling her foot, and looked up with a hint of confusion in his beautiful eyes. "I am treating your wound. Just a lick, and it will be healed." "Why did you kick me?" S.H. protested. "That is utterly unnecessary. Who taught you such a method of healing? Even if he is a fool, he should not deceive others in such a manner." Slowly, she withdrew her foot from his grasp, explaining, "Wounds are not treated this way. And this is not even a serious injury. It will heal shortly without any treatment." The brilliance in his phoenix-like eyes dimmed slightly. "But if I do not treat you, will you still give me food?" S.H. was momentarily at a loss for words, amused by this naive giant who understood the principle of not receiving a free meal. "I promise to give you 2 bowls of rice, and I will certainly keep my word. I will not deceive you." The man stood up, grinning like a simpleton. S.H. turned to Hixn, who stood beside the wooden door, lost in thought, his lips pressed tightly together, bearing a heavy expression. "Hixn, please call B.I. Sue and the others. It is safe now." Furrowing his brow, Hixn did not argue this time, but turned to enter the room. S.H. twisted her ankle slightly. Apart from the scraped area, there was little pain, and it did not significantly hinder her movement. Fortunately, she had not twisted her ankle, or she would be unable to care for the children. She rose, and the man instinctively reached out to support her. His palm was warm, sending a comforting heat through her thin clothing. S.H. raised her hand to evade his assistance. "No need to help. I can walk on my own." She regarded the man's comical appearance, his face resembling that of a painted cat. Such a visage, paired with those pure eyes, struck her as amusing. A chuckle threatened to escape her lips, and she coughed lightly. Shall I take you to wash your face? He blinked, sure. What's your name? S-H. She continued to inquire. L-U-Y-N-G-C. S-H was pleasantly surprised, finding his name rather appealing. After several exchanges, it became evident that he knew little about himself. He was aware only of his lack of parents and home. Observing the bewildered expression on L-U-Y-N-G-C's face, S-H surmised that perhaps due to cognitive impairments, he had been abandoned by his parents. Much like H-I-X-N and the others. Pitiful children indeed. Glancing at the vacant room adjacent to hers, she pondered for a moment but hesitated to make a decision. Taking L-U-Y-N-G-C in was no small matter. She needed to consider it carefully before proceeding. Entering the kitchen, she filled a basin with water for L-U-Y-N-G-C but did not watch him wash his face, instead turning to prepare a meal. She had cooked plenty of lean meat porridge, enough to share, but there were no vegetables left. S-H swiftly handled the remaining produce in the kitchen corner. After the sound of splashing water, L-U-Y-N-G-C's clear and melodious voice chimed in. I'm done washing. Good, you can go now. Just as S-H finished washing the vegetables and was about to suggest he play in the yard for a while, she looked up and was momentarily speechless. She had never imagined she would one day describe a boy as exquisite and delicate. Though he appeared disheveled, it did nothing to detract from his beauty. His light brown eyes were clear and unblemished. S-H took a deep breath, suppressing her astonishment. She had thought him to be at least 20, but now, seeing his youthful demeanor, he seemed no older than 17 or 18. The delicate and beautiful youth stood obediently before her, a single droplet of water gliding down his fair cheek. S-H instinctively softened her tone. How old are you? The boy blinked his long, dark lashes and replied softly, 650 years old. S-H was taken aback. 650? Are you joking? Her brow furrowed in disbelief. She did not take him seriously, assuming he had no concept of age. Given his appearance, he was likely around 18 or 19. Why don't you go play in the yard for a bit? The meal will be ready soon. S-H resumed her culinary tasks, but L-U-Y-N-G-C did not leave. Instead, he approached her side, intently watching her chop vegetables. S-H's knife skills were impressive. Having chosen a major related to food in college and possessing a long-standing interest in cooking, her years of experience made wielding a knife as effortless as twirling a pen. In no time, she had sliced a potato into even strands. L-U-Y-N-G-C's eyes lit up as he reached for the potato strips, eager to taste them. You cannot eat this. It is raw. She quickly interjected. He set the potato strips down, yet his gaze lingered upon them, clearly a food enthusiast. S-H rinsed the potato strips and, observing the boy's obedient demeanor, felt a twinge of concern. The situation regarding Luing-Tsi is indeed peculiar. He appears to be quite ignorant of basic life skills, and it is a mystery how he has managed to survive over the years. Should she choose not to take him in, he would be left to continue wandering aimlessly outside. The thought of such a handsome youth finding himself alone and destitute on the streets stirs a pang of sympathy in Sang-Hee. Why hesitate any longer? His fainting at the entrance of the welfare institution suggests a destined connection to this place. Perhaps it is a sign from the heavens urging her to take him under her wing. As she pours oil into the heated pan, she inquires, Would you like to stay here? Chapter 7. The powerful monster Luing-Tsi is intently focused on the bottom of the pan, where the flames dance. The flickering light mirrors the movement in his pupils, a strange hue crossing his gaze. Upon hearing Sang-Hee's question, he averts his eyes slightly, resting them on her delicate, fair profile. If I stay here, will there be food? He asks. Sang-Hee turns slightly, her smile radiant. Of course. Not only will there be food, but you will also be well fed. As Luing-Tsi gazes at the girl's smile, he feels an unusual thump in his chest. After a moment's pause, he replies, Then I shall stay here. What do you need? I can provide it. A twinge of tenderness arises in Sang-Hee for this youth. Despite his ignorance, he understands the concept of exchange. Not at the moment, she assures him, continuing to stir-fry as she adds chopped garlic to the sizzling oil. The aroma wafts into the air, causing Luing-Tsi to involuntarily draw closer, his nostrils flaring slightly. Step back a bit. The oil might splatter on you. Sang-Hee cautions him. Obediently, he takes a step back, his gaze returning to the oil, soon dropping to the flickering flames once more. After a brief moment, his fingers curl slightly, and an invisible current flows from the flames, wrapping around his index finger before vanishing into his body. Luingxi squints, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. It is too small. There is not enough to consume. Just then, Sanghe exclaims, "Why did the fire go out?" Luingxi, feeling guilty, turns his face away, unable to meet her gaze. Sanghe inspects the gas stove, finding nothing amiss. She does not delve deeper, merely adjusting the controls and reigniting the flames. As the fire blazes back to life, Luingxi glances over, a flicker of temptation rising within him, but he suppresses it, recalling the girl's earlier reaction. After adding shredded potatoes to the pan, Sanghe flips them a few times before recalling something. "Did you get into a fight?" she asks. Luingxi succinctly replies yes. Sanghe observes the numerous wounds covering his body, hesitating to speak. Such injuries suggest he has been on the receiving end of a brutal attack. "Once we finish eating, I will tend to your wounds," she promises. Having quickly prepared the remaining dishes, he carries them outside, only to find the children absent. "Children, it's time for dinner," she calls out, but there is no response. Not even from Bai Shui. He arranges the food and approaches the room where the children are hiding. A few of them huddle together, the cramped space cloaked in an eerie silence. He instinctively slows her breathing, bending down to their level. "Why aren't you coming out, little ones?" She gently probes. Bai Shui. The little girl clings to Sanghe, her body trembling slightly, her voice quivering with tears. "I'm scared." Sanghe embraces the girl, soothingly whispering, "Do not fear, he is not a bad person." Bai Shui's eyes are red-rimmed. Though he is not evil, he is indeed more frightening than many. Yet, she cannot voice this concern to her sister. "Why hasn't he left?" Sun inquires. The door stands ajar, revealing Luingxi sitting upright on a stone bench, his gaze cast downward, fixated on the meal before him. Just as Sun finishes speaking, Luingxi suddenly lifts his eyes, locking his light brown gaze on Sun, momentarily deepening with intensity. Sun shudders, a piercing pain coursing through him as if a needle has pierced his very bones, only to ebb away shortly after. In mere seconds, Sun is drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Sanghe's expression shifts to one of concern as she leans closer, feeling his forehead. "Vaiksun, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" Sun grits his teeth, brushing her hand away. "It's none of your business." He forgets that it's such a short distance. Luingxi can hear their every word. Sanghe adopts a serious tone. "Sun, you may act as you please, but if you feel unwell, you must tell me." This is the first time Sanghe has shown such authority, and Sun is taken aback, turning his head away. "I'm fine." He glances at the food on the table, fabricating an excuse. "I'm just hungry." Sanghe softens her demeanor. "We'll eat shortly." Observing Xianli curled up in the corner, she gazes at him with compassion. "Xianli, come here." Xianli glances at Sun and then at Bai Shui. Remaining still, a small, frail figure, he appears pitiful. It is only when Bai Shui reaches out to take his hand that he follows her to Sanghe. Sanghe takes his small hand, feeling him tremble, and comforts him gently. "Do not be afraid. Your sister will protect you." Looking at the children before her, Sanghe contemplates her words. Sun, Bai Shui, Xianli, I have something to tell you." At her feet, a fluffy creature suddenly scurries over, letting out a few yelps. Sanghe chuckles lightly. "I almost forgot about you, my little Bai." The children turn their gazes towards her. The boy outside is named Luingxi. He has no home or family and is quite unfortunate. "I thought we could offer him a place to stay with us. What do you think?" Sun can hardly believe his ears. "You want to keep him here?" The very notion sends shivers down his spine, fearing for their safety. One troublesome human is enough. The addition of a powerful, unknown monster is perilous. Sun's eyes darken as he contemplates voicing his dissent, but he meets Luingxi's gaze, sensing a dangerous signal emanating from him. Sanghe continues, "Yes, Ingxi is pitiable. Just look at the injuries he bears, all inflicted by others. So, Sun, let's take him in, shall we?" A flash of anger crosses Sun's expression. "Foolish woman, what do you mean by inflicted by others? Given that monster's capabilities, it is more likely he was the one doing the hitting. However, he cannot voice his thoughts. Revealing their identity is a risk he cannot take, and he knows that Luingxi possesses many ways to silence him before he can speak." Frustrated, Sun turns away, remaining silent. Sang He, uncertain of his stance, asks, "Hey Sun, do you agree?" Hey Sun feels a wave of rage wash over him. With that monster lurking, how could he possibly agree? "I agree," he concedes, exasperated. Sang He smiles warmly. "I knew Hey Sun was a kind-hearted child. Bai Shui, Xian Li, and Little Bai, do you all accept this new friend?" Sang He continues to seek the children's opinions. Bai Shui responds, "I am willing." Though still frightened, she believes if brother Hey Sun agrees, it should be all right. Seeing her brother and sister speak up, Xian Li timidly adds, "I am willing too." Little Bai barks excitedly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "All right, let us go have dinner and then meet our new friend." Sang He lifts Xian Li, who is small enough for her to carry with ease. Xian Li clings tightly to her neck, eyes shut tightly, too scared to look around. With her other hand, Sang He holds Bai Shui's, casting a teasing glance at Hey Sun's small frame. "Hey Sun, you don't need me to hold your hand, do you?" Chapter 8. The boy with two faces who needs you to hold my hand? Hey Sun replies dismissively, turning away in disdain. Hey Xiaobai incessantly scratched at her pant leg, whining as if yearning for her embrace. Sang He felt a twinge of awkwardness. Her hands were already full. At that moment, Hey Sun suddenly turned around, storming over to snatch up Hey Xiaobai, delivering a light smack to its rear. "Why are you so lacking in ambition?" Hey Xiaobai howled in despair in his grasp, its dark, luminous eyes gradually misting over. Sang He was somewhat perplexed, yet seeing that Hey Sun did not exhibit any excessive behavior, she chose to ignore it. Bai Shui stifled a laugh nearby, wishing to inform her sister of the earlier lamentations of Xiaobai, who had expressed a desire to be held. Hey Xiaobai was tired and craved affection. Given that Hey Sun already disliked his sister, hearing such words from Xiaobai would only serve to infuriate him further. Upon reaching the stone table, Sang He placed Xian Li upon the stone bench, beginning to tend to his meal. As the youngest child in the welfare institution, he possessed the most reserved and timid nature, requiring her careful attention more than the other two children. Sang He scooped up a spoonful of porridge, gently blowing on it before presenting it to Xian Li's lips. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and Xian Li swallowed hard. He truly longed to eat. Yet Hey Sun had instructed him not to approach this human. Sang He, with a tender expression, reassured him, "Xian Li, be good, eat your meal. And you want tea, feel hungry." Xian Li cast a furtive glance at Hey Sun, only to find him with his head bowed, diligently feeding himself. "Hey Sun is eating too," he noted, which instantly put him at ease. He eagerly devoured that spoonful of porridge, his eyes shining with delight. It was delicious. He yearned for another bite, but Sang He suddenly extended her hand toward him. Terrified, he assumed this human meant to harm him. To his surprise, Sang He merely brushed the corners of his mouth, her laughter gentle. "Eat slowly. You've almost got it to your lips." Xian Li stood frozen for a moment, slowly realizing that this human was merely helping him wipe his mouth. She meant him no harm. Sang He bent down to blow on a second spoonful of porridge. "Do not get close to her. She will hurt you." But could she truly inflict harm upon him? After tending to Xian Li, Sang He did not forget Bai Shui. As for Hey Sun, she noticed him already consuming a second bowl of porridge and smiled slightly. This little fellow momentarily required no care from her. Hey Sun, expressionless, continued to stuff vegetables into his mouth, muttering to himself that he did not like the food prepared by this woman. It was utterly unappetizing. After the meal, Sang He went to the kitchen to tidy up, leaving a few children with Luingxi. This was intentional on her part, although the children agreed. It was apparent they still harbored some resistance towards Luingxi. A period of adjustment was necessary between Luingxi and the children. Sang He believed they would come to appreciate the simplicity of that young man. Little did she know that the simple boy in her eyes was currently seated on a stone bench in the yard, curiously observing the three little ones before him, exclaiming, "I have not seen such peculiar little spirits before." Bai Shui and Xian Li's lips turned pale, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the youth before them, causing their bodies to tremble in fear. Hey Sun shielded his younger siblings behind him, his demeanor vigilant. Luingxi's gaze shifted, landing on Hey Xiaobai. His beautiful phoenix-like eyes sparkled with intrigue as he reached out to grasp the skin at Hey Xiaobai's neck, lifting it into the air. Hey Xiaobai clamped its tail tightly, whimpering in fright. "Oh, we have a little spirit who cannot transform." Luingxi twirled Hey Xiaobai in the air, occasionally lifting its chin or tugging at its tail, as if it were an amusing toy. Sun felt a surge of anxiety, his leg instinctively moving to rescue He Xiaobai. Yet, after taking a single step, he found himself immobilized, helplessly watching as Lu Yingxi toyed with He Xiaobai. What do you intend to do? He Sun growled. Lu Yingxi, however, responded with a question of his own. Is your true form like this? He Sun was bewildered by his implication. The young man disdainfully remarked, what an ugly sight. He Sun nearly exploded with rage. In the next moment, with a casual flick of his wrist, Lu Yingxi sent He Xiaobai soaring through the air in a graceful arc. He Sun's heart raced, suddenly realizing he could move again, and he hurried forward to catch He Xiaobai. Yet, he had no time to attend to it. He yearned to inquire about the spirit's purpose for being in the welfare institution, but before he could voice his question, Sang He emerged. Simultaneously, Lu Yingxi's previously mischievous aura dissipated entirely. The handsome youth blinked innocently, his gaze following Sang He with utmost obedience. He Sun's eye twitched, nearly prompting him to scoff at Lu Yingxi. Sang He noticed the children's expressions were less than cheerful, suspecting that the earlier adjustment had not gone smoothly. Perhaps it was due to insufficient time spent together. With this thought, Sang He's eyes brightened as a plan formed in her mind. Bai Shui and Xianli gazed at her in terror, with Bai Shui rushing over to cling to her leg, exclaiming, "Sister, I want to go too." She did not wish to remain with that great spirit. He was far too frightening. Xianli trembled, his small frame swaying precariously. Even He Sun awkwardly interjected, I want to go too. It was evident that these little ones were reluctant to be left in Lu Yingxi's company. Sang He felt a headache coming on, yet her heart ached for Lu Yingxi. Being so overtly disliked by the children must be painful, even for someone as naive as him. He Sun scoffed. What are you pretending for? Sang He felt even more sympathy for him. What a sensible young man he was. She could not possibly leave him behind. After some contemplation, she decided to bring them all along, as she intended to buy clothes for the children. Upon hearing her decision, He Sun turned pale. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have kept his mouth shut earlier. Now, he was at a loss for how to express that he did not wish to go. Sang He tidied up the children and hastily dressed Lu Yingxi's wounds. He bore numerous injuries, the gaping flesh causing Sang He to feel a pang of fear. However, Lu Yingxi remained stoic, even questioning her when she suggested taking him to a clinic. What is a clinic? Sang He gently patted his head, replying, it is a place that can heal your wounds. Lu Yingxi stared at her delicate hand, momentarily taken aback. This hand had just touched his head, and he felt no aversion. How strange. Chapter 9. Treated as a stepmother, the welfare institution was situated in a remote area, necessitating a 2-hour walk to the nearest shopping center. Taxis were difficult to hail, leaving Sang He no choice but to walk with the children. Along the way, they encountered no one. The location was indeed isolated. To be honest, if not for her grandfather's insistence that she remain at the welfare institution, Sang He would have considered relocating with the children. As they neared the shopping center, the crowd began to swell. Bai Shui and Xianli, seeing so many people for the first time, felt a wave of anxiety. Sang He took their hands, softly comforting them, while Lu Yingxi stayed closely by her side. He Sun lagged behind, watching their figures with discomfort. He clutched He Xiaobai tightly, letting out a soft grunt as he observed the scenery, striving to ignore his inner turmoil. Gradually, the distance between them widened. He Sun's heart grew heavy, his irritation reaching a peak. Suddenly, a voice rang out ahead. Yingxi, could you help me and take hold of He Sun? He Sun could not articulate his feelings at that moment. All the discomfort he had felt was swiftly replaced by a burgeoning sense of satisfaction. It was as though being remembered by Sang He was a source of joy. He Sun was startled, quickly suppressing that thought. How could he feel such a way towards this human? Could it be that this human possessed something capable of manipulating their emotions? He Xuan cast a glance at Sang He, only to find her gazing back at him. The gentle, water-like softness in her eyes made his heart skip a beat and sent him into a flurry. Before he could react, his hand was seized. A shiver ran down He Xuan's spine as he saw Lu Yingxi lower his head and flash him a teasing smile. Let us go, you ugly thing. His voice was barely above a whisper, deliberately keeping his lips hidden from Sang He. He Xuan felt a surge of anger. Lu Yingxi led him towards Sang He, his youthful eyes sparkling with delight as he chirped, Sang, I've got him. He Xuan's face stiffened, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a profound sense of despair in his eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Shui and Xianli exchanged sympathetic glances. Poor He Xuan, being dragged around by this monstrous boy. However, Sang He remained oblivious. Upon hearing the boy's address, she could only feel exasperated. "You should call me sister." Despite having previously asked him to do so, he had stubbornly refused and insisted on calling her Sang Sang after learning her name, no matter how she tried to correct him. Lu Yingxi tilted his head, his light brown eyes clear as he repeated, "Sang Sang." Sang He surrendered. It was merely a name, after all, so let him call her whatever he wished. As they traversed the street, numerous curious gazes were cast their way. Sang He kept her gaze straight ahead, pretending not to notice. Their appearance indeed attracted attention. The group of children, thin and raggedly dressed, looked as if they had suffered abuse. She wished she could tidy them up a bit, but alas, none had spare clothes to change into, so she resigned herself to the situation. At the intersection, waiting for the traffic light, two voices suddenly broke into hushed whispers behind them. "Look at that wretched stepmother, dressed so well and looking all clean, yet her heart is so dark. Just look at those children, they must be mistreated." Sang He thought to herself, "Could you speak a little softer? She can hear you. These children are so young. How could she bring herself to mistreat them?" TSK, it's true. If they're not one's own children, there is no compassion. When she turned around, the two women showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, they appraised her with disdainful eyes, as if she were a piece of refuse. Given their current situation, it was easy for misunderstandings to arise. They were free to say what they wished. She simply chose to ignore them. Yet, the two women assumed Sang He felt guilty and raised their volume. What kind of young girl would want to be someone else's stepmother? Isn't it obvious? Nowadays, girls will do anything for money. Just look at her. Rich old men love young, pretty girls like her. Such girls who sell their bodies are truly despicable. Sang He's expression turned icy as she halted in her tracks. While it was understandable for them to misinterpret her as a wicked stepmother, to jump to malicious conclusions and even resort to personal attacks was entirely wrong. The two women, unaccustomed to being spoken to in such a manner, especially by a girl much younger than themselves, felt their pride wounded. One of the women in a deep purple dress frowned and bluntly confronted Sang He. "Did I say anything wrong? At such a young age, you don't learn properly. All you know is to climb the social ladder and argue with your elders. I wonder how your parents taught you." The woman in the red dress nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Today's children are something else. They argue back at the slightest comment from their elders." Sang He chuckled coldly. "What makes you think you are elders? Just because you are older doesn't grant you the right to act superior. If you are so good at leveraging your age, why don't you try begging instead? I bet no one would give you a dime." "Oh, how can you speak like that, you little girl? Are you saying that abusing children is justified?" The woman in the deep purple dress feigned victimhood, shouting to passers-by, "Look everyone, this girl is abusing children. I said a few words to her, and she cursed me. Is there no justice left in this world?" At her words, those who had been drawn to the scene quickly gathered around. Sang He and the two women found themselves at the center of the crowd. The woman in the deep purple dress continued her baseless accusations. "Just look at those children, all dark and thin. They must have been abused. I was only concerned for them, and this girl reacted like this." The woman in the red dress chimed in. "Indeed. How can one be so heartless as a stepmother? She truly has no conscience. She should fear retribution." The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Sang He entrusted the children to Lu Yingxi. The boy squinted, a dark glimmer beginning to emerge in his eyes. The surrounding trees began to sway lightly as the wind picked up. Suddenly, the woman in the deep purple dress felt a chill wash over her. Grabbing her companion's arm, she was about to say something when a heavy drop fell from above. She touched it. It was a murky droplet with a hint of white. What could this be? The woman was momentarily perplexed but shrugged it off. She looked up and saw Sang He approaching them. The girl's exquisite face bore a smile, yet there was little warmth in it. "What do you want?" The woman in the deep purple dress stammered, her confidence wavering. "When did I ever say I was their stepmother?" Sang He's melodious voice rose above the cacophony, clear and resolute. The woman in the red dress straightened her back, brimming with indignation. "Isn't it obvious? I have eyes." "Oh, now I see." Sang He feigned realization. "Are you perhaps suffering from presbyopia? No wonder you are blind with open eyes." Her expression shifted to one of pity. "How old are you, dear lady? Is it that your children have neglected you, and your partner has found a new love, which is why you seek validation here?" The woman's face flushed with rage, her lips quivering, her deeply sunken eyes fixated on Sang He, yet she could not utter a word. Finally, she plopped down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "Oh, this is outrageous." Before she could finish, Sang-hee's clear voice interjected forcefully. "First, I have never claimed to be their stepmother. This is all your baseless assumption. Second, why do you have to comment on a stranger you know nothing about?" Sang-hee interrupted her once more, her words sharp and her stance commanding. A side of her never before revealed in front of the children. "You think you can pressure me with the crowd? You lie down, and you think you're justified?" She could remember kindness for a lifetime. Conversely, she could remember grievances just as well. Her patience and tenderness towards the children likely stem from her own childhood. Marked by a lack of affection, she did not want these pitiful children to experience the same absence of love and care. At this moment, the crowd fell utterly silent, all eyes fixed on Sang-hee. The tantrum-throwing woman was rendered speechless, astonished that such a seemingly delicate young girl could exude such formidable presence. Just then, a girl in the crowd timidly spoke up. "It was these two women who slandered the girl first. I was right behind them and heard everything clearly." One after another, voices of agreement began to rise. "Yes, how can two older women pick on a young girl? Truly shameless." The woman in the red dress, as complexion oscillated between green and white, shocked that the tides of public sentiment had turned against them. Her lips trembled in frustration as the mounting accusations from the crowd became increasingly unbearable. The woman in the deep purple dress felt a mix of anger and desperation. She had never been subjected to such public scorn before. The gaze fell upon Hae-sun and the others, and with a swift turn of her eyes, she exclaimed loudly, "What do you say about your mistreatment of children?" The crowd exchanged glances and fell silent once more. A woman in a deep purple dress looked at the children surrounding Gao, anxiously inquiring, "Little friend, please tell everyone, has this lady mistreated you?" Should the child admit to such, she believed it would be impossible for the girl to defend herself. The woman felt a surge of pride in her own cleverness. The woman in the red dress suddenly sprang up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, little one, do not be afraid. Tell us quickly. We will ensure justice for you." Both women were in unanimous agreement that Sang-hee must have mistreated the children. Otherwise, they would not appear as they did. All eyes turned to Hae-sun, for everyone understood that this child's words would determine the outcome of the situation. Hae-sun hesitated, caught in a moment of silence. It was a decidedly unfavorable situation for Sang-hee. If he merely nodded, she would be drowned in a tide of insults. Moreover, he could seize this opportunity to have Sang-hee expelled from the welfare institution. This was precisely the outcome he yearned to witness, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to voice it. Hae-sun could not resist glancing at Sang-hee, curious about her reaction. Did she wish for him to speak in her defense? However, Sang-hee merely gazed at him calmly, her eyes conveying no discernible message. It seemed she did not care about his words or the potential for him to wrongfully accuse her. "Little friend, speak up. How has this lady mistreated you?" The woman in the red dress urged. Chapter 11. A peculiar phenomenon. Hae-sun lowered his gaze and softly uttered, "No, she has not mistreated us." This was his choice. Even if he wished to have Sang-hee expelled from the welfare institution, he would not do so in this manner. His tender voice ignited a stir within the crowd. As both women gasped in disbelief, "How is that possible? Little friend, has this lady threatened you? Do not be afraid. We will protect you." The woman in the purple dress, in her desperation, attempted to seize Hae-sun, only to be blocked by Sang-hee. "That is enough." The young girl's beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with a chilling resolve, towering over the woman by nearly a head. Her commanding presence rendered the woman nearly speechless. The woman quivered slightly as she noted Sang-hee's smile, which was accompanied by a gentle lean towards her. The girl's alabaster fingertips brushed aside the woman's disheveled hair, a gesture that, while seemingly friendly, sent shivers down the woman's spine. There is a saying that kind words foster good relationships. Sang-hee lightly grazed the woman's cheek with her nails, her voice soft and sweet, yet laced with a hint of danger. "Do you understand?" The woman's expression turned pale with fear, and she stammered, I understand. Understand what, indeed?" Suddenly, a figure burst forth, and the woman in the red dress glared with hatred. "This child has surely been threatened. We cannot let her escape. We must call the police and have her arrested." As soon as she finished speaking, a tender cry pierced through the crowd. Sang-hee felt a jolt, as her cold demeanor melted away like a receding tide. She turned around to see Bai Shui, a small bundle of white, crying helplessly. Sang He's heart ached, filled with regret. She only wished to care for the children with a clear conscience. Why must she waste time entangled with these unrelated individuals? Sang He hurried towards Bai Shui, and before she could reach her, Bai Shui choked out, "No, you must not bully my sister. She has not mistreated us. She's so good to us. We are all unwanted children. It is my sister who takes care of us." An uproar ensued. Bai Shui's simple words conveyed a wealth of information, clarifying for all that Sang He was not a cruel girl who mistreated children. On the contrary, she was filled with compassion, nurturing several abandoned children. Children may lie, yet no one doubted Bai Shui's honesty. For within her few brief sentences, her demeanor and tone revealed her defense of Sang He and her fury towards the two women who had wronged her. The crowd's attitude shifted dramatically, their gazes towards Sang He turning friendly, their words dripping with disdain for the two women. Yet, Sang He was beyond caring about the opinions of others. Upon hearing Bai Shui's declaration that they were all unwanted children, she could no longer contain herself. Tears welled in her eyes as she stepped forward to embrace the children, her voice thick with emotion. "Do not say such things. You are not unwanted children. Your sister wants you. You will always have a family." Bai Shui sobbed uncontrollably, yet still patted Sang He's arm, her sweet little voice offering comfort. "Sister, do not cry." Sang He composed herself, wiping away her tears. This was her first outing with the children. She wished for their memories to be joyful, not filled with disputes and quarrels. "Let us go." Lu Yingxi observed the girl as slightly reddened eyes, feeling an unfamiliar sensation stir within him. He could not fully comprehend this feeling, yet it only deepened his disdain for the two women. It was her fault that Sang had cried. Not far away, the two women, looking pallid, prepared to flee while everyone's attention was focused on Sang He. Suddenly, the woman in the red dress felt a sharp pain on her forehead, as if something had pecked her. She looked up to see a small bird. But that was not the end. The sky darkened as a flock of birds surged towards them, diving directly at the women. Their sharp beaks incessantly pecked at the women's heads, quickly leaving them bloodied. They clutched their heads and fled, screaming in an attempt to shoo the birds away. Yet the birds seemed intent on pursuing them wherever they went. This extraordinary scene left many spectators in awe. These birds have become sentient. They can recognize evildoers. Someone jested. After pecking their heads, the birds did not disperse. Instead, they circled above the two women's heads. Just as the crowd was beginning to wonder, a series of white, murky objects fell from the birds, plummeting towards the women. The expressions of the onlookers turned peculiar, for those objects were none other than bird droppings. The two women found themselves drenched in bird droppings, ultimately fleeing in disgrace like rats scurrying from the street. What a peculiar situation. Sang He too felt astonished. The birds had arrived swiftly and left just as quickly, their target unmistakable, as if they had been orchestrated. Beside her, the handsome young man smiled at the corner of his eye. Because they bullied Sang, they must be punished. His slightly childish words brought a smile to Sang He's face. She could not deny that her spirits had lifted considerably due to this punishment. "Let's go. Sister will take you shopping." The farcical episode concluded with the exit of its protagonists. Sang He purchased numerous items for the children, clothes, snacks, and toys, leaving nothing behind. Perhaps it was their first encounter with such treasures, for the children were all filled with wonder. Even Hei Sun could not help but grasp a small wolf-shaped toy. With so many purchases, Sang He found herself unable to carry everything alone, and the children were too small to hold much. At that moment, Lu Yingxi's assistance became apparent. His strength allowed him to carry the items as if they were weightless, effortlessly. Sang He gazed at this obedient young man, increasingly fond of him, yet a tinge of regret lingered. He was so well-behaved and handsome, and throughout their journey, countless girls had stolen glances at him. Had it not been for his cognitive challenges, he would undoubtedly be a prominent figure in school. What a pity! After completing her shopping for the children and Lu Yingxi, Sang He led them to the nearest clinic. The clinic was devoid of patients, save for an elderly gentleman. Upon seeing Sang He and the children, the old man slowly donned his reading glasses and inquired in a slow, measured tone, "Who needs medical attention?" Sang He gently pushed Lu Yingxi out, noticing his wounds, and requested assistance in treating him. "This way," the old man said, leading them to a bed adorned with white sheets. "Lie down, let me take a look," he instructed Lu Yingxi. However, Lu Yingxi remained motionless, disdainfully glancing at the bed before turning to Sang He with a pout. Sang, I don't want to. Be good. He assumed he was afraid and patted the boy's arm. You need to treat your wounds for them to heal. After contemplating the boy's hearty appetite, she added, once your wounds are healed, I'll cook whatever you want. Tempted by the prospect of food, Lu Yingzi relented, sitting at the edge of the bed despite his inner reluctance. The old man asked him to remove his shirt for examination. Being a 17 or 18-year-old youth, he refrained from looking. After a while, the silence behind her prompted He to ask, how are his wounds? Have they worsened? The old man adjusted his glasses, his expression complex. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, the wounds would have begun to heal. Chapter 12. She wants to build a carrot house. He turned to the bedside in astonishment. The handsome boy lay bare-chested, his muscular physique smooth and robust, exuding strength. The surface of his fair skin bore several scars of varying sizes, a rosy hue evident. Yet the gory wounds she had seen that morning were nowhere to be found. How is this possible? She murmured in disbelief, instinctively tracing a scar on his shoulder with her finger. It wasn't like this morning. Lu Yingzi's gaze fell upon her hand resting on his shoulder, and he felt ripples of reaction course through his body. He tilted his head, puzzled by his own response. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp but she withdrew her hand in the next moment. I want to be touched again, he thought. He furrowed her brow and asked, Doctor, what is his current condition? The old man removed his glasses, his expression peculiar. Could it be that at such a young age, you too are developing presbyopia? His wounds are nearly healed. What more treatment is needed? Exiting the clinic, he continuously glanced at Lu Yingzi, her mind swirling with fantastical thoughts, yet arriving at no conclusive understanding. Sang, why are you staring at me? Lu Yingzi inquired. The severe wounds he had sustained would typically take at least 10 days to heal, yet merely hours had passed, and his injuries were almost fully mended. Such an extraordinary self-healing ability could only be described as bizarre. I've always been this way. Lu Yingzi blinked, his clear eyes curious. Is that remarkable? He felt her lips twitch in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. Is it remarkable? Of course. I've never encountered anyone with such formidable self-healing capabilities. Yet, she now understood why Lu Yingzi could survive alone for so many years. Though he may lack intelligence, his formidable physique compensated for that deficiency. Lu Yingzi's pupils constricted slightly, his fingers tightening around what he was holding. Even He Sun and the others held their breaths, gazing upward with a hint of tension in their eyes. Being a monster was an absolute taboo in the human world. In the eyes of humanity, they were an aberration, a species that should not exist. Thus, even Bai Shui, who had affections for He, had never entertained the notion of revealing his monstrous identity to her. The atmosphere grew oddly silent, and He, realizing her slip of the tongue, regrettably patted her head and clarified, I didn't mean to imply you're not human. I meant your physique is unusual. She carefully observed the boy's expression, sighing in relief when she confirmed there was no unusual reaction. His physique was indeed peculiar, yet she did not genuinely believe he was non-human. The world is vast, and having individuals with unique attributes is not entirely unheard of. He suddenly recalled someone she had once encountered. This person's blood was not the typical red, but instead a faintly glowing blue, translucent like bioluminescent algae on a seaside night. It was beautiful, yet extraordinarily unusual. Initially, she thought that person was an alien, but after their explanation, she realized many people possess strange physiques, traits that current science could not explain. However, such uniqueness often came with endless danger, as anomalies would ignite human curiosity, leading to their capture and cruel experimentation. Contemplating this, He's expression turned cold. If the boy's extraordinary self-healing ability were to be discovered, it would spell disaster. She met Lu Yingzi's clear, untainted gaze and earnestly advised, please do not disclose your physical condition to anyone, understand? Lu Yingzi obediently nodded, only tell Sang. Upon returning to the orphanage, he tidied an empty room for the boy's future residence. As night approached, she finally found a moment's respite, sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, a book in hand, narrating stories to the children beside her. Her melodious voice mingled with the gentle breeze, filling the courtyard. When she recounted the tale of the little white rabbit building a mushroom house, Bai Shui couldn't help but lift her head, gently tugging at He's clothing. Sister, why does this rabbit build a house? Is it a monster? He hesitated, struggling for a response, before finally saying, The animals in fairy tales are quite magical. Bai Shui, you'll understand when you grow up. When I grow up, I'll know these are just tales for children, she silently added. Yet, Bai Shui remained perplexed, her bright eyes sparkling with wonder. If fairy tale rabbits can build houses, does that mean we are in a fairy tale world now? Saying he found it amusing and patted the little girl's head. Of course not. Our rabbits do not build houses. Bai Shui's lips moved slightly, thinking that she could build a house, but not a mushroom house, rather a carrot house, as she adored carrots. A distance away, Hei Sun suddenly scoffed, Bai Shui. Don't listen to her nonsense. Everything in that book is a lie. Saying he felt unjustly implicated. As they emerged, the sky had darkened considerably. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Luing Tsi stood beneath a tree, one hand gently caressing its trunk while gazing upward, seemingly observing something. As Sang He approached, a leaf floated down, illuminated by the moonlight, its orange veins faintly visible. Sang He marveled. Why has this leaf turned yellow? It was midsummer, the season of lush growth for trees, yet this leaf appeared as if it had reached the end of its life, withering into a dull hue. Luing Tsi lowered his gaze, his palm resting against the trunk, clearly sensing the tree's life force dissipating at an alarming rate. Sang, this tree is dying. Sang He's expression froze, her face suddenly paling, her heart contracting sharply, causing a wave of near-spasmodic pain. She bent over, clutching her chest, nearly losing consciousness from the agony. Sang. Luing Tsi's expression shifted, swiftly scooping her up and carrying her toward the room. Behind them, under the moonlight, the once vibrant green leaves visibly yellowed at a rapid pace, cascading to the ground. The towering tree has lost its vitality, becoming withered and dark. Chapter 13. The Failure of Nirvana. The room was illuminated as Sang He was placed upon the bed. The girl's eyes were tightly shut, and glistening tears clung to her long, dark lashes. Beads of sweat dotted her pale forehead as she bit her lip, occasionally letting out a soft groan. Luing Tsi grasped her hand, a peculiar hue flickering in his gaze. He sensed a force within Sang He that mirrored that of the tree, a breath of life akin to a seed sprouting tender green shoots, refreshing and vibrant. Yet, she was undeniably human. Luing Tsi's eyes bore into the girl's face, filled with inquiry. Sang He curled her body, mumbling incoherently as she cried out in pain. Her delicate features devoid of color, invoking a heart-wrenching sight. A tremor coursed through Luing Tsi, an unsettling anxiety enveloping him. He tightened his grip on her hand, a crimson energy unfurling and entering her body through the point where their fingers intertwined. This fiery essence entwined and danced with the life force within Sang He, gradually soothing her fervent heart. Sang He's complexion began to calm, a faint blush rising on her alabaster cheeks as her breathing steadied. Luing Tsi's expression softened as he wiped the sweat from her brow. Lowering his gaze, he waved his hand over her right forearm, revealing a small, petal-like mark composed of 5 feather-like designs, blending seamlessly into her skin. The 5 feather marks symbolized 5 attempts at rebirth. Presently, 2 glimmered brightly, their vibrant red hue dazzling, while the third appeared as a dark, ominous shade, an indication of failed nirvana. Luing Tsi furrowed his brow, unable to recall anything regarding a third attempt at rebirth from his memories. How he had come to the human realm remained a mystery to him, as if a portion of his memory had been lost. He wondered if this was a consequence of his failed rebirth. Suddenly, the girl on the bed let out a soft whimper. Luing Tsi caressed the mark, causing the feather design to vanish. He lifted his gaze to her face. Under the warm yellow light, Sang He glowed with a lustrous sheen, her eyes closed and her expression serene in slumber. Luing Tsi's attention drifted from her cheeks to the hand resting upon her abdomen. After a moment's hesitation, he knelt beside the bed and gently took her hand, brushing it against his own cheek. Sang He's hand was soft and warm, reminiscent of the gentle touch she had given him at the clinic. He narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of comfort. Gradually, he drew her hand toward his neck. At that moment, she murmured once more, causing Luing Tsi to feel a sudden jolt of nervousness. Instinctively aware that what he was doing must remain concealed from Sang He, lest she expel him from the orphanage. Luing Tsi had too many unresolved questions and a persistent feeling that he had unfinished business in this place. His presence here was no mere coincidence. As he pondered, he guided Sang He's hand down until it brushed against his throat, pausing slightly. Her soft, warm hand lingered at his Adam's apple, igniting a wave of sensations that sent his blood racing. Lu Yingxi's breath became erratic, his enchanting eyes clouded with confusion. It seemed he had developed a fondness for Sang He's touch. Why was that? Abruptly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Lu Yingxi snapped back to reality, the dazed look in his eyes evaporating as he stepped outside, catching sight of a small figure slipping into the adjacent room. "Stop," he said softly. Hei Sun's body stiffened, sensing an invisible pressure pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, "Let me go." Lu Yingxi raised an eyebrow, leaning casually against the doorframe, arms crossed, a playful smile gracing his lips. "I haven't trapped you. Why should I let you go?" Hei Sun seethed, wanting to leap in frustration. Did this formidable creature not realize the predicament he was in? If not for Lu Yingxi, he would not be unable to move at all. Lu Yingxi approached. Hei Sun's face tightened, standing his ground, desperately resisting the urge to step forward. However, it was futile. Under Lu Yingxi's command, every part of him surrendered, his legs moving uncontrollably toward Lu Yingxi. Hei Sun halted before Lu Yingxi, his small head drooping, a sense of despair creeping in. He had never encountered such a bizarre power before. Every word from this creature compelled him to comply. "What are you doing lurking around Sang's door?" Lu Yingxi scrutinized the small figure. Hei Sun was undoubtedly there to execute his plan to drive Sang He away, but he had not anticipated this formidable creature's presence. "Hei Sun, you wretched creature, I want to obliterate this monstrous being before me." Lu Yingxi remained silent for 2 seconds before a smile broke out. "Just you?" The simplicity of his words felt like 1,000 blows to Hei Sun's pride. Surely this creature was mocking him? Hei Sun clenched his fists, trembling with rage, ready to retort when Lu Yingxi added, "You'd best behave around Sang. Hei Sun scoffed softly, wanting to retort, "So what if I don't?" In the next heartbeat, Lu Yingxi continued, "Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to turn you into dog meat soup." "Vaiksun, dog meat soup?" His mind momentarily stalled before erupting like a volcano. "I am a wolf." Hei Sun glared fiercely at Lu Yingxi, his dark pupils glowing with an emerald light, and suddenly, a pair of black, fluffy, pointed ears emerged atop his head. A bushy gray-black tail trailed behind him as he bared his sharp teeth, fury blazing in his green eyes. "See, I'm a wolf." Lu Yingxi surveyed him from above, a smirk tugging at his lips, devoid of any emotion. "What are you? I couldn't care less." Suddenly, 2 voices rang out simultaneously, causing Lu Yingxi to fall silent. Panic flickered his light brown eyes, but was quickly suppressed as he reverted to his obedient demeanor in front of Sang He. Sang, you finally woke up." Chapter 14. Oh no. The tail won't retract. Sang He rubbed her eyes as she stepped outside. As she approached, ready to discover him, Hei Sun broke into a cold sweat, retreating backward without turning around, seeking refuge in the darkness where the light could not reach. Returning to the room was not an option. Opening the door would create noise. He could only wait until Sang He passed before making his escape. Hei Sun clutched his tail, anxiously watching Sang He, his heart racing. Fortunately, she seemed oblivious to his presence. Lu Yingxi stood guard at the door, blocking much of her line of sight. When she awakened, she had only heard his voice, thus failing to notice the small figure hidden in the shadows. "Yingxi, what were you just saying?" Sang He asked, unable to hear clearly, her body aching all over and her senses dulled. Before waking, she had vaguely heard Lu Yingxi speaking. "Oh, I was just saying, Sang, please wake up quickly. I'm afraid." Lu Yingxi's voice was low, carrying a hint of genuine fear. "Huh, is that so?" Sang He replied, somewhat skeptical. Why did it feel like the boy had said something different just moments ago? Noticing her doubt, Lu Yingxi's eyes glimmered with a sense of grievance as he stepped closer, taking her hand. His lips pressed together in displeasure as he silently gazed at her. His heart softened instantly. She should not question this innocent youth. The scene of her fainting must have terrified him deeply. "It was my fault. I should not have spoken that way. Do not be afraid. I am fine." She had experienced such sudden, fainting spells before. Her grandfather had said it was normal, as he had the same affliction. After a visit to the hospital confirmed her robust health, they discovered these episodes were rare and did not affect her life, so she paid little heed. However, this time, the episode seemed more intense. It appeared she must find time to visit the hospital for a checkup. It was good that had awakened. Luyngc's previous displeasure vanished, his eyes sparkling with laughter, his pure smile radiant as the sun, dazzling and resplendent. Found herself momentarily entranced by his smile, involuntarily exclaiming how beautiful he was. It made one want to cherish him. No, how could she think such a thing? Realizing her thoughts, felt a wave of panic. How could she harbor such perverse ideas? Was she, perhaps, a hidden deviant? Could hardly believe her thoughts, while the youth before her joyfully exclaimed, "You are beautiful. I'm so happy." Swallowed hard. Do not be so pleased. You have caught the attention of a deviant. Nonsense. She was not a deviant, nor was she fixated on him. She ought to be a gentle, understanding elder sister. Yes, a gentle, understanding elder sister. Self-hypnotized, striving to forget her fleeting admiration for Luyngc. He was still a child. She must not crush the flower in its bloom. Meanwhile, Hixn, noticing had not spotted him, stealthily moved toward his room's doorway. The shadows were more profound there, and regardless of his movement, would remain oblivious. However, after a few steps, he stepped on something, producing a loud creak. Who was there? Shouted fiercely. Hixn froze, his mind blank, rooted in place. His fur bristling with fear, beads of sweat soaking his palms. He watched as approached, while the formidable creature behind her merely observed, seemingly amused, with no intention of intervening. Hixn panicked, calling out, "Stop!" Hesitated. Hixn, upon closer inspection, she discerned a small shadow several meters away from her. Hixn, why are you not asleep? In the darkness, Hixn's muffled voice replied, "I came out to use the restroom." Have you finished? Let me take you to bed, shall we? No, do not come near. His refusal did not surprise. Hixn was naturally averse to her proximity. Then hurry back to bed. So obedient? Felt a strange sensation, noticing Hixn's voice had taken on an odd tone. He seemed to be afraid of something. Hixn, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Let me take a look. Hixn clutched his bristling tail, backing away while shouting, "Do not come near me. Go away." After a few steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground, his fluffy tail limply dragging behind him. At this moment, if touched him, she would sense something amiss with his body. As he felt drawing closer, despair surged within Hixn. It was over. His identity as a monster would be revealed. What would do? Would she kill him? But he had yet to avenge himself and still needed to care for Isu and the others. He could not bear to die. Just as was about to reach him, Hixn steeled himself, his canine teeth elongating into sharp points. His dark eyes flashed with a fierce light as he prepared to strike first. In this critical moment, Luyngc's voice rang out nearby. "I'm so tired." Suddenly, Hixn understood. It was all the doing of that formidable creature. Hixn pouted, seizing the opportunity while was distracted, and dashed toward his room. He did not wish to thank that creature, especially after being called a dog. Was unable to call him back, only hearing a loud thud as Hixn forcefully closed the door. What was wrong with that child? She felt a wave of concern and yearned to check on him, but her hand was suddenly grasped by a large hand. The night concealed Luyngc's satisfied expression, his grip on's hand tightening slowly, as if he were clutching a precious gem. "He is fine. Let's go to sleep, shall we?" Go to sleep? Was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head vigorously to dispel the unmentionable thoughts. She must not dwell on such matters. He was still a child. Chapter 15. Dreaming of grandfather, Sue in L faints. That night, rarely dreamed of her grandfather. The dream was enveloped in a white haze, her grandfather appearing as the stern figure she remembered, yet calling her by an affectionate name she had never heard before. Felt both surprised and honored. In her memories, her grandfather had always seemed distant and not very close. Yet in the dream, he called her. The last time she had seen him was about a year ago. "You have grown. It is time to take on responsibilities." Thought he was referring to the orphanage, so she earnestly replied, "Grandfather, do not worry. I will take good care of these children." The elder shook his head, a resigned smile gracing his lips. His eyes filled with unspoken words that ultimately transformed into a sigh. "Take your time." He had no opportunity to say more. "In the future, you may encounter some incredible events, but remember to always hold a reverence for life and never trample upon it carelessly. This is my final admonition to you." As he spoke, his tone grew heavy with sorrow, his expression tinged with sadness, his figure gradually becoming ethereal, like smoke dissipating into the air, vanishing before it could fully grasp the situation. "Grandfather!" cried out, anxiously searching for the elder's form in the white expanse. What incredible events! What final admonition! What did it all mean? Felt a profound unease, suddenly sensing a tremor. The white space shattered into shards, becoming transparent. She found herself suspended high above the ground, surrounded by an endless expanse of verdant grasslands, where wild grasses grew wildly without restraint. At the center stood an ancient tree, its growth vigorous, emanating a continuous life force that spread to all living beings. Majestic, grand, and awe-inspiring, was left speechless, staring dazedly at the ancient tree, yet feeling an inexplicable familiarity wash over her. It felt so close, as if it were part of her very essence. But in the next moment, the towering ancient tree suddenly withered, its leaves rapidly yellowing and curling, its stout trunk slowly darkening and shriveling. The breath of life gradually faded, replaced by death, as heart twisted in pain, as if she too were dying alongside the ancient tree. "Grandfather," she mumbled unconsciously, her head spinning as the sensation of weightlessness struck her, and she plummeted from heights. The following morning, a piercing scream shattered the calm. Jolted awake, startled. Outside, a sorrowful wailing echoed, accompanied by urgent calls. "Sue NL, Sue NL, what is wrong?" As heart raced as she recognized Sue's voice. She rushed outside, only to be met with a shocking sight. The tree had withered. Centered around it, golden, curled leaves blanketed the ground, while the tree itself stood bare, devoid of any foliage. Its trunk had turned black and shriveled, appearing utterly lifeless. Beneath the tree, Sue NL lay amidst the golden leaves, eyes tightly shut, seemingly having fainted. Sue trembled, her small body quaking with fear as she called out, tears streaking her delicate face. A pang of anxiety gripped His heart as she hastened over, relieved to find Xianli still breathing. Sue grasped her hand, her voice choked with tears. "Sister, when I just came out, Xianli was lying here. What has happened to him?" He gently touched Xianli's body, her expression grave. He felt too cold, devoid of any warmth, as if frozen solid. Yet, it was summer, and although the orphanage's temperature was slightly cooler than elsewhere, it should not have rendered anyone entirely stiff with cold. Sue remained closely at her side, her large eyes shimmering with tears. He softly reassured her. "We are still uncertain about his condition, but do not worry. Xianli will be fine." She cradled Xianli tightly in her arms, wrapping him in an additional layer of blankets. He needed to be taken to the hospital. Reaching into her pocket, she realized she had forgotten her phone. "Sue, could you please fetch my phone from the table in my room?" "Okay." He held Xianli, attempting to transfer her body heat to warm him up. Xianli's entire face was nestled against her chest, and even he did not notice that this child, cold and unresponsive, had slightly fluttered his eyelashes, and the pallor of his lips was gradually returning to a healthier hue. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and he assumed Sue had returned with the phone. Turning her head, she was surprised to find Sun standing in the doorway, his gaze heavy and silent, fixated on Xianli in her arms. "Sun." He managed to call out, but he turned and dashed away. Shortly thereafter, Sue arrived with the phone in hand. He encircled Xianli with one arm while preparing to dial 120 with the other. The orphanage was too remote, and hailing a cab might prove futile. Calling 120 seemed the quickest option. Just as she pressed the first two digits, Sun reappeared like a gust of wind, clutching something in his hand. "Put him down," Sun commanded. He was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" Sun cast her an impatient glance, reiterating, "Put him down." He closed her eyes, slightly irritated by this child, yet she maintained her composure. Sun, let me call 120 first. We need to take Xianli to the hospital. Whatever you have to say can wait, all right?" She pressed the final 0, ready to make the call, when she heard Sun scoff coldly. "Going to the hospital 1T save him." He was bewildered. Sue, noticing the object in Sun's hand, suddenly brightened. "Sister, please put Xianli down. Brother Sun has a way to save him." Chapter 16. His neglect displeases him. He furrowed her brow, meeting Sun's cold and somber gaze. This child, no more than 3 or 4 years old, exhibited a maturity beyond his years. He laid Xianli down on the bed, and, unbeknownst to anyone, once released from her embrace, The previously rosy hue of Xian Li's lips faded back to pallor, his body temperature plummeting once more. "Hey son, what do you propose?" Hey Sun revealed the object in his hand. It was a fruit the size of a thumb, resembling a cherry, vibrant and exuding an extraordinary fragrance. Sang he gazed at the peculiar fruit, mentally rummaging through various fruits but failing to match it with any. "What is this?" Hey Sun pressed his lips together, unwilling to explain, while Bai Shui grasped her hand, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sister, this is the fruit that can save Xian Li." Sang he regarded her words with skepticism. Beyond its oddity, the fruit seemed unremarkable. Could it genuinely revive Xian Li, who had fainted for unknown reasons? Sang he observed as He Sun placed the fruit into Xian Li's mouth, her grip on her phone tightening discreetly. If Xian Li exhibited any adverse reactions, she would immediately call 120 for an ambulance. After a few seconds, realization struck Sang he. "Hey Sun, Xian Li is unconscious. How can he swallow the fruit?" As soon as she spoke, she caught the disdainful look from He Sun. Having never been looked down upon by a child before, Sang he found it a curious experience. She silently examined Xian Li's small face, pondering whether the fruit was meant to dissolve in his mouth. Bai Shui chimed in, explaining in her innocent voice, "Sister, this fruit melts in your mouth. It was left to us by Grandpa." "Grandpa?" Sang he paused, recalling the dream she had the previous night. Dreams are often ethereal, and everything that transpired within them feels unreal. Sang he had always believed this until she saw the large tree outside wilting at an alarming rate this morning, reminiscent of the ancient tree from her dream, and Xian Li fainting without explanation. She began to entertain the notion that perhaps her dream was indeed a message from her grandfather. He had warned her of encountering extraordinary events. Could this be what he meant? But why did he choose to convey this through a dream? Why had she never heard him mention this orphanage? Sang he felt ensnared in a vast enigma, one that required her to unravel it piece by piece, with no one to provide the answers. "Sister, sister, look." Xian Li's lips have turned red. The small child lay on the bed, still unconscious, yet his lips displayed a healthy hue, and his complexion seemed improved. She could faintly see his eyelashes quivering. It appeared he was on the verge of awakening. Sang he was astonished. Is this fruit truly so miraculous? He Sun's expression shifted to one of wariness, regarding Sang he is one what a thief about to steal. He warned her fiercely, "Do not even think about taking it." If it weren't for Xian Li's dire condition, he would not have revealed the fudu fruit to her. The fudu fruit was a sacred object that could save them, and it was also a secret share between their grandfather and them. Young creatures of the demon race are born with chaotic meridians, exceedingly fragile, requiring soothing and regulation to thrive. Since He Sun became conscious, he had endured endless torment and suffering from the chaos within his meridians. He was unaware of how other young demons resolve this issue, as he had no opportunity to engage with the outside world. It was only when their grandfather rescued him and brought him to the human realm that the pain of chaotic meridians ceased. Their grandfather had told him that the fudu fruit could suppress the chaos, and during his absence, if they were in pain, consuming one would alleviate it. He Sun's gaze remained fixed on Sang he, contemplating whether to relocate the remaining fudu fruits for safekeeping. After all, the current location was not very discreet. If Sang he truly harbored ulterior motives, she could easily discover them. Opposite him, Sang he wore an expression of helplessness. She did not resemble a thief. Why did this little fellow always regard her with such suspicion? Rest assured, I have no interest in that fruit. I merely found it fascinating and inquired out of curiosity. Had she known her question would provoke so many thoughts in He Sun, she would have refrained from asking. He Sun's vigilance remained unyielding, and he snorted coldly. It better be that way. He did not trust that this human had no ulterior motives, even if she did not have them now. It did not guarantee she wouldn't in the future. His blatant distrust was difficult for Sang he to overlook. She twitched her lips, momentarily at a loss for words, wondering why her grandfather had not left her a manual on caring for young creatures. Sang he chose to ignore He Sun. After spending a couple of days together, she had begun to discern how to interact with him. This little fellow had an exceptionally strong sense of caution, particularly towards her as a stranger. Thus, she needed to avoid being overly warm or engaging in excessive conversation, for the more she spoke, the more he would suspect her intentions. It was best to maintain a certain distance, limited to necessary exchanges. Sang he tucked the blanket around him and fell silent. He Sun, however, felt quite uncomfortable all over. And Sang He's silence made him feel neglected. Unable to suppress his irritation, he retorted, "Are you silent because you have something to hide?" Sang He decided to ignore him, turning to Bai Shui to give her a few instructions before exiting the room. As she left, Kei Sun's expression darkened. His gaze fixed intently on her retreating figure, his frustration reaching its peak. He vaguely sensed that his current demeanor towards Sang He was somewhat amiss, but overwhelmed by irritation. He dismissed it, attributing it to an increasing disdain for her. Bai Shui pouted, her tone discontented. "Gidge, don't speak about my sister like that. If she says she's not interested, then she's not interested." Kei Sun cast her a cold glance, but chose to remain silent. He had not yet lost his composure to the extent of directing his resentment towards Bai Shui. After leaving the room, he left Bai Shui alone to keep watch over the still unconscious Xianli. Bai Shui moved a stool to sit beside the bed, her expression vacant, lost, and uncertain. What should she do? The longer she spent with her sister, the more reluctant she felt to part with her. If only her sister could stay here forever. Bai Shui rested her chin in her hand, furrowing her brows in distress. After a moment, her eyes brightened, and she jumped up, muttering to herself, "If only Kei Sun Gidge liked my sister too." Chapter 17. You actually fed it dog food? Sang He was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. The clay pot on the stove bubbling with steam, the unique aroma of millet pumpkin porridge wafting through the air. While simmering the porridge, she also pan-fried 10 scallion pancakes. The golden brown pancakes were arranged on a plate, their fragrant scent enveloping the entire kitchen. Suddenly, there was a series of yelps at the door, and Sang He turned to see He Xiao by wagging its tail, its eyes bright and eager as it gazed at her. Sang He smiled, "You little glutton. You're always the first one here." He Xiao by scampered over, darting around her feet, its fluffy tail wagging enthusiastically. However, Sang He shrugged regretfully and waved her hand at the little black dog. "But unfortunately, you can't eat this." She had researched that puppies should not consume too many fried foods, and human food with strong flavors and spices was also unsuitable for them. A little was acceptable, but over time, it could upset their stomachs. Since He Xiao Bai had eaten with them all day yesterday, she decided to switch to dog food that was appropriate for it. Sang He took out a bag of unopened dog food and waved it in front of He Xiao Bai. "You will eat this from now on." He Xiao Bai tilted its dark head, sniffing without detecting any appealing scent. It looked at her with a hint of disdain, barking a few times before turning its gaze toward the plate of fragrant scallion pancakes. Sang He rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was mistaken. Had this little dog developed a sense of superiority? It seemed to disdain the dog food. Upon closer inspection, she noticed He Xiao Bai drooling while staring at the pancakes, its shiny black eyes devoid of any disdain. Oh, she had indeed misjudged. The little dog was probably rejecting the dog food simply because it was enticed by the aroma of the pancakes. Sang He fetched a bowl, poured the dog food into it, added some treats, and topped it off with a bit of special milk for pets. She placed He Xiao Bai next to the bowl and patted its head. "Go ahead and eat. It's beef-flavored and really delicious." He Xiao Bai lowered its head, leaning closer to the bowl and sniffing. Its keen sense of smell detected a peculiar meat scent. Not particularly pleasant, it was not to its liking. He Xiao Bai wiggled its rear, unwilling to eat this strange concoction. Hesitant, it extended its tongue and took a small lick. The rich taste of milk immediately filled its mouth. It seemed not so bad after all. He Xiao Bai licked a few more times, mixing in some dog food, and concluded that this sister wasn't lying. It was indeed quite tasty. He Xiao Bai surrendered to the bowl of dog food, munching away eagerly. Sang He smiled, stroking its head. "Good boy." She knew that no puppy could resist the allure of dog food. Just then, Kei Sun entered and caught sight of Sang He's rather peculiar smile, while He Xiao Bai was happily eating. This made his expression change instantly. As he feared Sang, he was feeding He Xiao Bai something harmful. "What are you feeding it?" he questioned coldly, striding over her. His gaze shifted from the chaotic bowl to the open bag at Sang He's feet, which bore the name of a certain brand of dog food. Kei Sun immediately froze, his expression akin to being struck by lightning. He had seen Sang He purchase a lot of things yesterday, but hadn't bothered to check. So he was unaware that she had also bought dog food. "It was hungry, so I'm feeding it," Sang He said, smiling. "It should have never tasted dog food before. Look how much it enjoys it." "Enjoying it?" Another bolt of lightning struck Kei Sun. "You actually fed it dog food?" His suppressed voice trembled with disbelief. Sang He looked at him quizzically. "Isn't it normal for a puppy to eat dog food?" After saying that, She gently stroked He Xiao Bai's fur, softly asking if it liked the dog food. Whether He Xiao Bai understood her or not, it lifted its head, wagging its tail and responding with a few barks. Kaysen clearly heard its words. Delicious, delicious. A wolf with royal lineage, praising dog food. His pupils quivered, a mix of anger and frustration flushing his lean face with a hint of red. He Xiao Bai, he enunciated slowly, gritting his teeth as he scooped up the happily munching puppy and swatted its rear a couple of times. He Xiao Bai whimpered, tears welling in its black eyes. Sang he frowned, feeling heartbroken. Kaysun, what are you doing? Don't bully Xiao Bai. Kaysun clenched his teeth, glaring at her with resentment. It was evident that this woman was in cahoots with that great monster. One spoke of turning him into dog meat soup, while the other fed his brother dog food. How infuriating! Sang he, perplexed, wondered how she had provoked this little creature. She felt gloomy as she warmed the scallion pancakes and exited the kitchen, making her way to Lu Yingxi's door, gently knocking. Moments later, the door swung open from the inside. The young man leaned against the doorframe, his phoenix eyes half squinted, his hair slightly disheveled, appearing languid as if he had just woken. Sang. He murmured her name, his voice a bit husky. There was something alluring and tender about it. Sang he paused, suddenly grasping the feeling from fairy tales when Sleeping Beauty awakens and the prince appears. It was utterly mesmerizing. She struggled to maintain her composure, replying flatly, "It's time to eat." After saying that, she intended to check on Xianli's condition, but just as she turned, she heard some movement behind her. The young man's refreshing aura enveloped her, and before she knew it, she was pulled into a warm embrace. His head rested on her shoulder, his arms loosely encircling her, his body pressing against hers without applying any weight. Sang, I'm sleepy, he murmured, his warm breath tickling her ear like a feather, sending shivers down her spine. Sang-He's pupils constricted sharply, her mind going blank as she stood frozen for several seconds. Only when a young man nuzzled closer to her neck, resembling a fluffy dog awaiting a response from its owner, did she snap back to reality, instinctively breaking free from his hold and distancing herself by a few meters. Chapter 18. Sang, can you turn into a boy? Lu Yingxi instantly awakened, his clear phoenix eyes fixed on the person who had moved slightly away. A look of confusion and grievance crossing his face. Sang, what are you doing? Under his intense gaze, Sang-He felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. And without needing to look, she knew her face was likely as red as a beet. With a feigned cough, Sang-H maintained a serious demeanor as she admonished. Do you realize that your recent actions were inappropriate? Luyngc blinked innocently and shook his head in earnest confusion. He did not comprehend the fault in his behavior. He merely wished to embrace Sing. The previous night, he had dreamt not only of holding her hand, but of enveloping her entirely in his arms. Soft and fragrant, the embrace was undeniably comforting. The moment he laid eyes on her, the memory of that dream resurfaced, prompting him to act accordingly. As expected, the sensation mirrored that of his dream, evoking a sense of comfort that made him reluctant to let go. Unaware of the boy's thoughts, Sing-H assumed he had never received proper education regarding such boundaries, thus rendering him oblivious to their significance. Alongside these thoughts surged a profound sense of responsibility. Living together, the boy could be considered her ward, and it was her duty to impart such lessons. You must not embrace others so casually, especially girls. Such behavior is quite offensive. Do you understand? Luyngc appeared bewildered, his exquisite features radiating innocence as he replied, but I only hugged Sing. She is not just anyone. Sing-H's breath hitched, and she struggled to suppress an internal scream. Despite recognizing that the boy meant no harm and intended no deeper implications, her heart raced uncontrollably. How could she harbor such feelings toward a child? Sing-H chastised herself internally. She turned her head, avoiding the sight of his alluring face. I am a girl, so you must not treat me in that manner either. Luyngc's gaze fell momentarily, but in an instant, his eyes sparkled again. Could you perhaps transform into a boy? Sing-H? She replied, let me tell you, that thought is quite perilous. With a humorless smile, she shattered his unrealistic fantasy. Impossible, it can never happen. Unsure of how to instruct him further, she hastily uttered a final admonition against hugging others, particularly girls, and fled the scene, The boy's startling remarks left her apprehensive. She feared that prolonged exposure would only lead her teachings astray. She scarcely remembered how she arrived at Sue N.L.'s room, her limbs stiff and unyielding. Behind her, a gaze filled with sorrow pursued her, openly revealing his discontent. S.H. swiftly closed the door, cutting off that gaze and startling the small child within the room. Sue rushed over. A hint of panic in her voice. "Sister, what happened outside? Why did you close the door?" S.H. flickered her eyes momentarily, fabricating a response. "It's rather noisy outside. I fear it might wake Sue N.L." "Huh?" Sue scratched her head and cautiously pointed toward the bed with her little finger, speaking softly. "But sister, it seems that Sue N.L. has already awakened from the sound of you closing the door." S.H. turned her head and found Sue N.L.'s wide-open eyes, filled with confusion and lingering sleepiness. She pressed her forehead to his, noting his temperature was normal. Sue N.L., still processing, tilted his head to gaze at S.H. as she touched his forehead. Her hand felt slightly warmer than his skin, offering a comforting sensation. This feeling was both strange and familiar. He pondered where he had encountered such warmth before, but could not recall. He watched as S.H. poured him some water, helped him sit up, and offered the cup to his lips. Sue N.L. sipped slowly, his eyes fixated on S.H., who wore a worried expression, her actions gentle and caring. Suddenly, he realized why S.H. felt familiar. She reminded him of his grandfather. The yearning that had accumulated within him surged forth, and tears welled in his eyes, spilling over as he began to sob. "Grandpa, I want Grandpa." S.H. set the cup aside and enveloped Sue N.L. tightly in her embrace. "Don't cry, Grandpa." Her voice trailed off, her heart aching as words stuck in her throat. What could she possibly say? She did not even know where his grandfather was. Sue sat at the edge of the bed, her eyes reddening as Sue N.L.'s words stirred her own longings for their grandfather. Yet, she understood that her sister needed to comfort Sue N.L. and had no time to attend to her own feelings. So, she silently wiped her tears, striving to remain composed. The little one in her arms cried loudly, venting his emotions. S.H. wiped his tears and managed to free one hand to retrieve her phone. "Let us take a look at Grandpa's photos." Though she could not bring him before Sue N.L. immediately, showing him photographs was the only consolation she could offer. Sue N.L. choked back tears as he lifted his head from her embrace, his tear-filled eyes glistening as they met the illuminated screen of her phone. Sue, come here." S.H. noticed the girl's reddened eyes. Sue moved a small stool to sit beside S.H., joining her to gaze at the phone. In a photograph, an elderly man was captured, holding a hoe and tilling the earth. It was a candid shot, his face slightly obscured. S.H. distinctly recalled taking that photo when she was 4 years old. At that time, they lived in a remote countryside, relying on farming for sustenance. After her memories began to form, her grandfather would often leave for 2 or 3 days, so he gifted her a phone. After she turned 4, he enrolled her in a full-time kindergarten, leading to a lifestyle where she would only see him once every few days, months, or even a year. As S.H. flipped through her phone, she realized she had about a dozen images of her grandfather. With each photo, she recounted the stories behind them to the 2 children. Sue listened intently, while Sue N.L. gradually ceased his crying, leaning against S.H., engrossed in her tales. Chapter 19. An unexpected message. Sue approached the door and opened it to reveal HIXN, his face marked with impatience and annoyance. His gaze swept across the room, and upon seeing Sue N.L. peacefully nestled in S.H.'s embrace, his expression shifted. "What are you doing in here?" "Sister is telling us stories about Grandpa," Sue responded, still caught up in the moment. HIXN. "Would you like to join us?" HIXN seized upon the underlying implication. "You? We?" When did he become the excluded one? His lips pressed together tightly, his dark eyes dimming with a mix of anger and an inexplicable emotion, a bittersweet sensation that made him feel as though he might cry. Of course, HIXN would not shed tears in front of his younger siblings, especially not in front of S.H., whom he despised. Instead, he directed a look of disdain at her, the source of his exclusion. S.H. met his gaze calmly, and after a moment, she sighed softly, helping Sue N.L. into his shoes before lifting him from the bed. "Let us leave it at this for today. We shall go have breakfast." She took Sue N.L.'s hand and approached the 2 children, saying nothing to HIXN, but gently addressing Bai Su. Next time, why don't all three of you come and share your stories about Grandpa with me? We three together. Bai Su glanced cautiously at Exen. She suspected her older brother might not want to join in telling stories for their sister. Her thoughts were plainly evident on her face. But H did not acknowledge it, simply nodding and smiling, yes, together. Bai Su hesitated, then quietly suggested, Sister, let me tell you. I know all about it. She feared the darkness, and when Hei Sun declined her request, it saddened her sister. The gloom in Hei Sun's eyes dissipated with saying his words, and the uncomfortable emotions that had no outlet vanished as well. He let out a soft huff, raised his chin defiantly, his tone no longer confrontational, but rather infused with an unconscious arrogance. Who wants to tell you a story? The tales between us and Grandpa are not meant for you. With that, he turned and walked away. Bai Shui felt both anxious and distressed. As she had anticipated, Hei Sun had indeed rejected her sister, and her sister would surely be heartbroken. However, when she glanced at Sang-He, she was surprised to see a smile in her eyes, devoid of any sorrow. Bai Shui was perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. As silence enveloped the group, Xianli tugged at Sang-He's hand, his large eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness, speaking softly, 4 of us. He added in Xiaobai. Sang-He chuckled and ruffled his hair. It was my oversight. It should be the stories of you 4 little friends and Grandpa. Xianli's lips curled into a bashful smile. After clearing the fallen leaves from the courtyard, Sang-He took the children to breakfast. Perhaps due to her cheerful mood, the children ate more than usual, while Lu Yingxi consumed very little. Sang-He had initially prepared 5 scallion pancakes for him, but he only ate 2, leaving the rest for the younger children. After breakfast, Sang-He helplessly led him into the kitchen. Why did you eat so little? The youth cast a resentful glance. Remaining silent and turning his back to her, Sang-He was nearly driven to madness. During the meal, his gaze had made her question whether she had wronged him in some way. She approached him, insisting he face her. She patiently asked, Do you think what I said this morning was wrong? Lu Yingxi immediately retorted, It's wrong. What exactly is wrong? You can't hug others. But you can hug Sang-Sang, he replied. Sang-He inquired further, Why must you hug me? Because hugging you feels comfortable, he answered. Sang-He chuckled at his remark. Have you hugged anyone else? What if hugging someone else feels good too? Would you then want to hug them? He had indeed never hugged anyone else. Nor did he wish to. He only wanted to hug Sang-Sang. Yet if what Sang-Sang said were true, what if hugging someone else felt good too? Lu Yingxi's gaze deepened, drifting to the courtyard, landing on Hei Sun. Let's try hugging that little puppy first. In the courtyard, Hei Sun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a foreboding sensation rising within him. He glanced around, but noticed nothing amiss. In the kitchen, seeing Lu Yingxi silence, Sang-He assumed he was absorbing her words, and continued, You must understand that it is important to be polite. We cannot hug others indiscriminately. It is impolite. Do you understand? Lu Yingxi grasped her words. To be a person, one must understand etiquette. However, he was a demon and thus not bound by such rules. He could hug Sang-Sang. Lu Yingxi smiled, his eyes sparkling with delight. I understand, Sang-Sang. Sang-He felt a sense of relief. Entirely unaware that she was speaking to a wall, Lu Yingxi helped her clear the dishes, and as they exited the kitchen, her phone chimed. She glanced at it casually, and her expression shifted dramatically. Lu Yingxi noticed something was off and stole a glance. It was a message from an unknown sender. Mi-Sung, your grandfather has left some things for you. Please come retrieve them at your convenience. An address was attached. Sang-He immediately texted back. Who are you? I am your grandfather's attorney. Attorney? Sang-He pondered for a moment and then saw another message. By the way, regarding the transfer of the orphanage, there are some procedures that also require Miss Sang's discussion. Upon hearing the mention of the orphanage, Sang-He was convinced. She had been puzzled about why there were no procedures for taking over the orphanage, but it seemed that the process was still ongoing. Her grandfather had simply sent her to the orphanage to care for a few children. After scheduling a meeting for the afternoon, Sang-He put her phone away and prepared to tidy up the orphanage. Looking around, the place felt desolate and lifeless. With little for the children to play with, such an environment was detrimental to their physical and mental development. Sang-He decided to procure some toys for the children, such as swings. She had bought various items the previous day, including components for making simple swings. Although these simple swings lacked the weight-bearing capacity of traditional ones, they were easy to assemble, and soon, with Lu Yingxi's help, she completed the construction. Who wants to give it a try first? Chapter 20. Hey son. The one who speaks harshly yet is honest in heart sang. I'll go. To Sang He's surprise, the first to speak was actually Luingzi. She paused, her gaze shifting between the petite swing and the towering figure of the youth. If he sat down, the swing might collapse under his weight. Imagining that scenario caused her lips to twitch, and she quickly pulled the boy away from the swing. This is for your younger siblings to play on. Luingzi was displeased. Those little brats can play, but I cannot. So, Sang prefers those little ones, right? His gaze turned cold, landing on the children, exuding an unmistakable displeasure. The little ones froze by Shui and Xianli instinctively retreating behind He Sun, their small frames trembling. Among the demon clan, there was an undeniable force of suppression. This unknown, powerful demon was overwhelming. Even the mere aura he exuded left them gasping for breath. Since she was facing away from the children, Sang He did not notice their unease. She gazed at the swing, pondering for a moment. This was indeed her oversight. In her eagerness to provide playthings for the younger children, she had neglected the needs of the older child. Luingzi was clearly displeased now, and if she did not find a solution, he might feel slighted, further complicating his interactions with the other children, something Sang He desperately wished to avoid. She wanted Luingzi to integrate into the orphanage, not merely to be accepted by the younger children, but to genuinely cherish each one of them. Ingzi, she said. The youth was exceptionally tall, likely over 6 feet. She tugged at him to lower his head. Although Luingzi was not particularly happy, he complied and leaned closer to Sang He. She whispered in his ear, the younger siblings have one swing. You'll have a swing too, just for you. She wanted him to understand that his place in her heart was no less significant than that of the younger children. At the moment she uttered her first word, Luingzi had already stiffened. The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, sending ripples of tingling sensations through his body, softening his heart while igniting a slight itch, as if he had been gently scratched, fleeting yet leaving a mark. His throat felt dry and ticklish. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and an uncontrollable feeling of shyness surged within him, causing his handsome face to gradually flush. Sang He suddenly distanced herself, winking at him as if to say it was a secret meant solely for the two of them. Luingzi's heart fluttered, the feeling of shyness intensifying. What a curious sensation. He could hardly bring himself to look at Sang He. Huh, Ingzi, why is your face so red? The girl in front of him gently asked, then placed a soft hand on his forehead. He heard her say, Are you running a fever? No, he stammered, his heart racing, as if struck by electricity. He took a few steps back, struggling to articulate his words. Seeing that she seemed to want to say more, Luingzi hurriedly stuttered, Sang, let us make the swing. All right, let us do it now. Observed that he exhibited no other discomforting symptoms and did not dwell on it further. She turned to the children, offering a few gentle reminders before allowing them to play on their own. The children, presently in a relaxed state due to Luingzi's diverted attention, felt the pressure dissipate. Bi Su, brimming with excitement, eagerly tugged Xian El towards the swings, her round eyes sparkling with curiosity for the new experience. She helped Xian El onto the swing, then gently pushed him from behind. The swing swayed gracefully in the air, and Xian El, gripping the ropes tightly, initially struggled with the sensation of not having his feet on the ground, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the thought of falling. Gradually, realizing that holding on would prevent him from plummeting, he became bolder, even whispering to Bi Su to push a bit harder. The two children adapted swiftly, exchanging turns and filling the air with laughter that reached Hixn's ears. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, restraining himself from glancing over. This was something crafted by H, and he had no intention of engaging with it. He harbored a disdain for H and a greater aversion to her creations. Bi Su approached him, her eyes gleaming with unspent excitement. Hixn, come play with us. The swing is truly delightful. I shall not, Hixn replied, remaining immobile and brushing aside her hand. His tone cool and disinterested in the swing, though his peripheral vision betrayed a glance in that direction. Bi Su, oblivious to his subtle movements, persisted. Hixn, it's really fun. Just look at Xian El. Look at him. Hixn cast a fleeting glance her way, his voice flat. Just a glance? Bi Su blinked rapidly, nodding vigorously, yes, just a glance. This was not his desire to see, but rather her insistence. With this realization, Hin felt a sense of justification. Very well, I shall take a look. He turned his gaze towards the swings, where Xian sat, seemingly enjoying himself, even daring to push off the ground with his feet to swing higher. Hin, accustomed to Xian quiet and timid demeanor, found this display quite unusual. So, is the swing truly that enjoyable? Hin felt a stir of interest, yet his words remained laced with disdain. It's merely passable. Not just passable, Su retorted, shifting from pulling to pushing in towards the swings. Engage, you must try it. It's genuinely delightful. In moved with her, offering no resistance, though he muttered reluctantly, honestly, who wishes to play? Upon seeing him approach, Xian promptly hopped off the swing, circling around to steady it by grasping the ropes. Hoi Engage, seat. His bright black eyes sparkled with anticipation. Both siblings gazed at him, their expressions filled with eagerness. And coughed lightly into his fist, feigning reluctance as he furrowed his brow. Since you have invited me, he began, lowering himself to sit, but before his backside had even touched the swing, he caught sight of S.H. emerging from the room. N's body stiffened, a sense of guilt washing over him. As S.H. was about to glance in their direction, he abruptly straightened, his expression taut, and declared loudly, I will not touch her creations. S.H., within earshot, registered his words. Su and Xian exchanged puzzled glances, each reading the other's confusion. Engage, you were just about to sit down, Su stated directly. N, caught off guard, felt embarrassment surge within him, raising his voice in protest. I was not. I will not touch anything crafted by S.H. S.H., holding materials for the swing, had just stepped out when N's words reached her. She glanced over but paid it no mind, continuing her stroll towards the large tree. Though the tree appeared withered, its trunk remained sturdy. She sought a robust, forked branch to hang 2 ropes and craft a swing for Luyngc to enjoy. As she passed a few children, Su's voice drifted over, but Sister S cooking, you ate it quite eagerly, did you not? Et nahat pauset momentia. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment on his behalf, she endeavored to maintain her composure, continuing forward, primarily concerned that any hint of her unease might upset the little one. However, her worries proved unfounded, for after a brief moment of awkwardness, N regained his composure. If I do not eat, do you believe she will let me off the hook? Indeed, his reasoning was quite sound, clearly portraying that he was compelled to eat due to circumstances beyond his control. S.H. silently commended him, choosing not to expose his facade. After all, preserving a child's dignity is of utmost importance, particularly for a proud child like Hin. Su, caught off guard by the question, furrowed her little brow in contemplation, finding his logic quite compelling. If Engage does not eat, Sister will surely pester him. Thus, to avoid her nagging, he obediently consumes her meals. He ate heartily and swiftly, showing no signs of reluctance. Chapter 21. The proxy lawyer of blue blood at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. S.H. arrived at the CAF where she was to meet the proxy lawyer. This time, she came alone, feeling it inappropriate to bring several children while discussing serious matters. She had instructed Luyngc to take good care of the little ones. Reflecting on their forlorn expressions as she departed brought a smile to her face. Luyngc was hardly a monster. It perplexed her why the children feared him so. As the clock struck 2 the CAF door swung open. A tall, statuesque figure entered. The man, clad in a well-tailored black suit, exuded an aura of warmth, yet his delicate features contrasted sharply with his demeanor. His distinct facial structure, adorned with a pair of captivating, light azure eyes, added to his charm. His gaze swept across the CAF before finally settling on S.H. At that moment, she turned and their eyes met. Upon recognizing him, a flicker of astonishment crossed her face. It's you, she exclaimed, recalling the man with the translucent blue blood, possessing a unique constitution. He was, in fact, her grandfather's proxy lawyer. The man took a seat across from her, offering a polite smile as he extended a hand. Miss Essing, it's a pleasure. We did not have the opportunity to introduce ourselves during our last encounter. My name is P.I., as in to meet. S.H. nodded and shook his hand lightly. I am S.H. The moment their hands met, she discreetly furrowed her brow. His touch was chilling, as though he had been submerged in water, penetrating to her very bones. He withdrew his hand gracefully, displaying impeccable manners. From his briefcase, he extracted a neatly bound stack of papers and handed them to S.H. Your grandfather has arranged everything. This is the transfer agreement. You need only sign your name. P.I. explained calmly. Very well, I shall review it first. S.H. was no fool. She would not sign without scrutiny. As she opened the first page, she was momentarily taken aback by the name of the welfare institution stated within. QSH Ing Welfare Institute. Had the institution undergone a name change? She briefly pondered this, yet did not dwell on it further, continuing to read through the agreement with careful attention, occasionally pausing as if contemplating something. I maintained his smile, refraining from interrupting her. After 5 minutes, she picked up the pen and signed her name. The agreement was in duplicate. She handed one copy back to P.I. and subsequently posed a question she had long wished to ask. Do you have any news regarding my grandfather? P.I. shook his head apologetically. I'm afraid not, Miss Essing. Without waiting for further queries, he elaborated. Your grandfather contacted me a month ago, entrusting me with matters regarding the welfare institution, and then he ceased all communication. I see. S.H. felt a pang of disappointment, recalling the first message I had sent her. In the message, you mentioned that my grandfather left me something. May I retrieve it now? However, Peiyu shook his head apologetically. Miss Sang, it appears my wording in the message was somewhat unclear. Your grandfather did indeed leave you something, but the time to collect it is not now. How mysterious. What could it be? Sang he pondered fruitlessly, raising her gaze to see Peiyu reviewing the information about the orphanage. As if sensing her attention, Peiyu looked up and gently inquired, Miss Sang, there are currently 3 children at the orphanage, correct? Yes, that is correct. May I meet these 3 children? Sang he hesitated, feeling a bit puzzled. Why do you wish to see them? Peiyu explained. Grandfather Sang asked me to convey a few words to the children. Sang he nodded. Since her grandfather had not directly instructed her to pass on the message, he likely did not wish for her to know. So it would not be appropriate for her to relay it. She glanced at the time. It was 2:30, and their conversation had lasted only 20 minutes. She proposed, why not do it today? Mr. Pei, accompany me to the orphanage to meet the children. Peiyu stood, very well, I will drive, and take Miss Sang along. As they walked outside, many girls stole glances at Peiyu. His appearance was indeed striking, and Sang he faintly heard someone exclaim, is there a man more handsome than this in the world? Well, that description does not quite fit. He is charming, but not in a way that belongs to her. Unlike Peiyu's delicate beauty, the youth was breathtakingly handsome at a mere glance. To this day, Sang Yi still remembers the drop of water that fell from Liu Yingxi's profile, as if it had dripped into her heart, leaving an indelible mark. On the way to the orphanage, Peiyu occasionally asked about the 3 children, but the conversation remained superficial, consisting of common inquiries. Peiyu was very tactful and refrained from asking any inappropriate questions. The vehicle halted at the entrance of a narrow alley that could barely accommodate 4 people side by side, making it difficult to drive further. The 2 exited the car, and Sang he took the lead a few steps ahead. Upon stepping into the alley, she noticed that the man behind her had fallen silent. She turned around to see Peiyu standing a few steps away, motionless at the entrance of the alley. Mr. Pei? She asked, perplexed. Peiyu's azure eyes deepened as he smiled apologetically. I just remembered I have an urgent matter to attend to. I shall not impose any longer. Perhaps I can visit again when I have the time. Sang he? Peiyu nodded slightly to her before turning to leave. Sang he made no attempt to retain him. Next time will be next time. After all, the orphanage was right there and would not be moving. Yet, he was indeed rather peculiar, having arrived at the doorstep only to retreat. Sang he continued deeper into the alley, unaware that Peiyu had returned. His light azure eyes were contemplative as he gazed towards the entrance of the alley. Indeed, he still could not enter. Chapter 22. Slay the sea demon and make soup. From a distance, Sang he spotted 2 small figures squatting at the entrance of the orphanage. As she approached, she recognized them as Bai Shui and Xianli. The little ones sat on the raised threshold, resting their chins on their small hands, eagerly awaiting her arrival. The moment they saw her, their dark eyes sparkled with excitement. Why are you sitting here? Sang he asked as she took Xianli's hand and pulled him up. Xianli did not resist, tilting his head back, his lips moving shyly as he called out, sister. Bai Shui bounced with joy, her 2 little braids swaying with her movements as she clutched Sang He's hand, wishing to stick close to her. We missed you, sister. You've been gone for so long. She pouted with a hint of complaint. And you didn't take us with you. The lively little girl was adorable, and saying he felt more at ease talking with her. She hoped these children would see her as a safe haven, feeling free to express themselves. They would be non-blood relatives and confidants. Saying he smiled gently. Don't be upset. I brought you some treats. She held up a bag hanging from her wrist, where she grasped Xian Li's hand. Bai Shui and Xian Li looked on with wide-eyed curiosity as she retrieved two bright red treats from the bag. They were round and connected, encased in a translucent, glistening shell. These are tong halu, sweet and sour. Saying he distributed them to the children. The two little ones held the long tong halu sticks, which were even longer than their heads, and Bai Shui sweetly said, "Thank you, sister." Xian Li mimicked her, quietly adding, "Thank you, sister. Now tell me, how have you been getting along with Brother Yingzi?" The two little bodies trembled simultaneously. Xian Li's eyes widened in shock, while Bai Shui fell silent, her complexion pale. Sang He? What is going on? Has there been discord? As Sang He entered the yard, she immediately spotted Lu Yingzi sitting on a stone bench, hunched over. Before him, the little black and white dog wagged its tail, happily eating from its bowl. Sang He felt her heart skip a beat and instinctively searched the yard for He Sun's figure. Only after confirming he was not present did she exhale in relief. Before leaving, she had instructed the youth to secretly feed the little black and white dog while ensuring that He Sun remained unaware, as He Sun seemed to dislike the little one eating dog food. To her surprise, the youth had been bold enough to feed the dog right there in the yard. Before she could even voice her thoughts, he had already approached her, wrapping his arms tightly around her. "Why are you hugging me again?" Sang He exclaimed in exasperation. Lu Yingzi squinted at her, burying his head in her neck. Indeed, there is nothing quite as comforting as being embraced by Sang Sang. Soft and fragrant. It's far more pleasant than holding those little ones. Sang He, unable to protest against his embrace, resorted to pushing against his face. Hey, no more hugging." Lu Yingzi reluctantly prepared to release her, but paused when her fingers brushed against his nose. Suddenly, he grasped her hand and leaned in to sniff. The briny scent of the sea was remarkably prominent. Lu Yingzi's eyes darkened. This was the scent of the sea demon. Such a strong odor. Had that creature touched Sang Sang's hand? Lu Yingzi's expression grew grave. When had Sang Sang come into contact with such a creature? Sang He, feeling bewildered, asked, "Why are you sniffing my hand? There's nothing strange about it." Lu Yingzi once again took her hand and gently squeezed it in his palm. Sang He could not help but admire how impeccably handsome he was. Yet, why must he be so hands-on? Noticing her attempt to withdraw her hand, Lu Yingzi slowly began to speak, subtly shifting her attention. Sang Sang, where have you been? I met someone and discussed a few matters, Sang He replied honestly. Lu Yingzi gazed intently at her. Sang He had not lied, meaning she was unaware that the person she met was actually a demon. The sea demons were known as a taboo clan, few in number but treacherous and cunning, thriving on causing chaos. They had been banished long ago after a great extermination thousands of years ago. To think he had encountered one in the human realm. Lu Yingzi lowered his gaze, concealing the cold glint in his eyes. He despised the scent of the sea, and now this sea demon had audaciously touched Sang Sang's hand, truly courting death. Lu Yingzi meticulously squeezed Sang He's hand, layering his own essence over the demon's scent. Having spent so much time with Sang He, they had shared physical contact. Yet he had always ensured that any trace of his essence remained absent from her. He did not know why the demon had come to the human realm, but if it were being pursued by enemies, then Sang He, tainted with his essence, could easily become a target. Thus, he had always been cautious and restrained, never leaving his mark on her. Yet that sea demon was so brazen. Lu Yingzi pressed his lips together, the fury in his eyes nearly bubbling to the surface. Tonight, he would slay that sea demon and prepare a soup for the little ones. Determined to make a decision, Lu Yingzi felt significantly more relaxed. Holding Sang He's small hand, he softly murmured, "What kind of person is this?" Sang Sang has been away for quite some time. His brow furrowed slightly. His beautiful phoenix-like eyes resembling moonstones submerged in water, radiant and pure, untouched by dust, akin to a petulant child expressing jealousy. Sang He, bemused, thought to herself that she had merely left the Welfare Institute, when had it turned into leaving him. Moreover, the implication of his statement was quite misleading, although she understood that the youth simply struggled with expression. Taking a deep breath, Sang He suddenly felt the weight of her responsibilities. The person before her appeared to be like a bundle of grievances. With a smile, she took out a Tonghulu to cheer him up. In the end, both the big and the small sat obediently on the stone bench, earnestly and quietly enjoying the Tonghulu, saying he couldn't help but smile. It turned out that little children were quite easy to appease. She approached Hey Sun's door with the last skewer of Tonghulu and knocked. The door opened slightly, and upon seeing her, Hey Sun's expression turned uncomfortable. The memory of that morning's incident made him feel awkward. "What do you want?" he asked curtly, saying he presented the Tonghulu to him. "I bought this for you." Hey Sun scoffed dismissively. "I don't want it," saying he raised an eyebrow. Such a proud little child. However, she smiled sweetly, resembling a devil with black horns. "Not going to eat?" "Not eating. I'd rather die than eat," saying he shot him a meaningful glance and countered with his earlier words, "If you don't eat, do you think I will let you off the hook?" Hey Sun hesitated for a brief moment, and then the Tonghulu in Sang He's hand was snatched away, followed by a loud thud as the door was forcefully shut. Sang He chuckled softly, "But I specialize in dealing with proud children." Chapter 23. Sang He witnessed his true form. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The door opened quietly and then gently closed, a figure vanishing in an instant within the courtyard. Hey Sun crouched by the window, his pitch-black eyes glimmering with green light in the darkness. Goosebumps rose across his body the moment the youth appeared, sending a shiver down his spine and making him feel unwell. Only after Lu Yingxi's figure disappeared did he pat his chest, still shaken. Gritting his teeth, he recalled Lu Yingxi's actions from the afternoon, inwardly cursing, "What a lunatic." He couldn't fathom what had possessed the great demon to embrace him after saying he left. After the embrace, he appeared quite disdainful. Bai Shui and Xianli were frightened to tears. And what infuriated him the most was that the great demon had shamelessly forced him to watch as Xiao Bai ate dog food. What a lunatic. Hey Sun was seething, taking several deep breaths to maintain his composure. He couldn't lose control. He had plans to execute that night. Hey Sun glanced at Sang He's closed door and let out a cold laugh, his sharp canine teeth gleaming with a chilling light against his lower lip. He was willing to wager that the great demon would leave that night. Fortunately, his wager paid off. The great demon indeed departed. That evening, no one would be able to protect Sang He. Without hesitation, Hey Sun knocked on Sang He's door. The moment his fingers touched the door, a faint tingling sensation spread through him. He recoiled slightly, excitement coursing through him, but paid no heed. After knocking, he quickly moved aside, watching the door intently. This time, he was determined to confront Sang He, making her understand that this welfare institute was no place to linger. In the dark, silent environment, every minute sound seemed amplified. Hey Sun heard rustling from Sang He's room. She had gotten out of bed. Unbeknownst to him, not only did he possess wolf ears and a wolf tail, but his entire being was undergoing a transformation into a beast. The sound of the doorknob turning reached his ears, and Hey Sun slightly crouched, his body tense. This was the prelude to an attack on prey. The door swung open completely, and a figure appeared in the doorway. Without hesitation, Hey Sun lunged forward. Suddenly, a strange sensation of constriction enveloped him, his body shrinking rapidly, hands and feet morphing into claws, fur erupting all over him, and his clothes falling away into the obscurity of the shadows. He had fully transformed into a beast. Hey Sun's pupils contracted, realizing he was in trouble. He had fallen into a trap. However, it was too late to stop. His entire body hurtled towards Sang He's embrace. She raised her hand, lifting the furry bundle into the air, glancing at it. "Xiao Bai." Upon hearing this, Hey Sun hastily mimicked Xiao Bai's sounds. Indeed, he was now Xiao Bai. "No. Wait, not Xiao Bai." Sang He scrutinized the little dog. Although it resembled Xiao Bai closely, it was considerably larger, clearly not Xiao Bai. Sang He brought Hey Sun into the room, placing him on a stool while she sat on another, staring at him intently. Hey Sun felt a pang of anxiety. Why was this woman looking at him like that? Did she suspect him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Sang He spoke up. "Are you Xiao Bai's father or mother?" "Hey Sun." Absurd. Before he could retort, Sang He quickly dismissed her own thought. "No, you don't look that old." Xiao Bai was only the size of a palm, and this dog was only slightly larger, hardly a candidate for parenthood. Sang He pondered aloud, "So, you must be Xiao Bai's brother or sister." Hey Sun thought she was quite accurate. He turned his head away, ignoring Sang He. his mind racing as he contemplated an escape plan. He had been careless, falling for the great demon's scheme, revealing his true form in front of Sang-hee. Now, he felt utterly drained, as if a barrier within him prevented his transformation back to human form, making even the slightest movement leave him dizzy. Hae-sun gritted his teeth, mentally berating Liu Ying-tze countless times. Just then, his body suddenly soared into the air, and Hae-sun's eyes widened in terror. What was this woman planning to do? Did she discover his identity and intend to kill him? As he trembled with anxiety, Sang-hee flipped him over, letting him rest on her lap while she examined his legs. Hae-sun was completely bewildered. What was happening? Sang-hee mused, "Oh, so you're the brother. Baeksun." His mind exploded in disbelief, lifting his head to stare at Sang-hee. This woman was actually looking at him in that manner. He was so furious that he trembled all over, even more so than when Liu Ying-tze had forced him to watch Xiao Bai eat dog food. A series of chaotic howls erupted from his mouth. Hae-sun cursed Sang-hee with the dirtiest words he had ever known. However, it was evident that his cursing was in vain. Sang-hee couldn't understand, only perceiving the little dog's spirited demeanor, brimming with energy. Since she couldn't fall asleep, she thought it would be fine to play with the little dog for a while. Let me guess. Why did you visit at this late hour? Hae-sun continued to curse her, even growling in a suppressed tone as Sang-hee reached to scratch his chin, baring his teeth in an attempt to bite her. Sang-hee smiled, dodging playfully. Good dogs don't bite. Every day, it was dog, dog, dog. But which dog looked as majestic and powerful as he did? Hae-sun was too angry to engage with her, and unable to devise an escape plan. He realized that Sang-hee likely had no intention of letting him go. He decided to wait until she fell asleep to see if an opportunity would arise. He turned around, lying down with his back to Sang-hee, closing his eyes to rest for a while and regain his energy. Ignoring me? Sang-hee poked his rear, feeling the soft, elastic texture, which was quite distinctive, reminiscent of her own child's character. Despite the same tone, for some reason, Hae-sun felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart at the phrase "my child," as if it had been uttered with extraordinary warmth. Feeling suddenly awkward, he squirmed, inching forward a few paces to evade Sang-hee's probing fingers. Suddenly remarked, "Are you missing Xiao Bai?" Hae-sun, this woman seems a bit unwell. Slowly shook her head, sighing, "The bond between you brothers must surely move the heavens." Hae-sun could only resent himself for not being a deaf wolf, having heard such ear-piercing words. Thus, behold, your good days are upon you. Chuckled as she lifted him into the air, swaying him gently. I have decided to adopt you, so you can reunite with Xiao Bai. Since you are so dark, I shall call you Hae Dabo. Do you know what that means? Double implies doble. Twice as black. So noisy. Hae-sun finally rolled his eyes and struggled to jump down, curling up in a corner of the room. You're quite excited. Little Dabo wanted to settle in with me. Hae-sun closed his eyes, a hint of despair flickering in his dark gaze. Who could tell him why this woman was so different at night? She was driving him to madness. Chapter 24. Tell me, is boiled fish delicious? Yawned, her apricot eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture. I'm not joking. If you wish to sleep there, then sleep. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to meet Xiao Bai. She turned off the light and climbed into bed. Soon the sound of even breathing filled the air. Hae-sun peeked at her, elated. His opportunity had come. Stepping quietly on his little paws, he approached the door and nudged it slightly. Hae-sun's joy grew. The door was not closed. However, before he could wriggle through the crack, a lazy voice emerged from behind. So, it's you? Hae-sun was startled, turning warily towards the source of the voice. With his ability to see in the dark, he could clearly make out, propped up on her bed, gazing at him with bright eyes, blinking unblinkingly. Was not asleep. She had tricked him. Hae-sun felt a surge of anger, but what truly alarmed him was words. So it's you. What did that mean? Did she recognize him? He nervously nudged the door crack wider, preparing to flee at any moment. The thing I saw on my first night at the orphanage, it was you, wasn't it? Observed the two glowing green orbs in the darkness. She had suspected this. After all, the way this little creature appeared was too similar to that night. Both instances began with a door knock. Only when she saw those luminous green eyes did she truly confirm her suspicion. Hae-sun let out a small sigh of relief. As long as she had not discovered his true identity as a monster, all was well. Got out of bed to catch him, wrapping him in her arms. Just as Hae-sun was about to struggle, she warned, "Don't move. I don't know my own strength, and if I were to break your little leg, it would be you who suffers." Hae-sun froze. Was this a threat? This woman was truly adept at masquerading. During the day, she feigned gentleness to deceive by Shui and Xianli, but at night, her true nature was revealed. He had warned Bai Shui that one could know a person's face but not their heart. This woman was a prime example. Feeling the little dog in her arms growing docile, smirked, "You are rather spirited." She stroked his fur, recalling how this little dog had once appeared at her window and once leaped directly into her arms. She sincerely praised him. "Your jumping ability is quite impressive. Otherwise, I might as well sign you up for a circus to earn some money for our orphanage." Hey Sun let out a weak grunt, cursing her in a language she couldn't understand. Found a piece of her clothing and placed it on the floor beside the bed. Setting Hey Sun down before lying on the bed herself, turning to her side, letting her hand dangle down, brushing lightly from his head downwards, her voice languid and weary. "I truly think you resemble my child. Could you possibly be my child transformed?" After a brief pause, she continued, "Little Debo, forgive me if I talk too much tonight. It's just that my child seems to despise me. I can hardly exchange a few words with him, so I must converse more with you." Gradually, her voice faded, and the hand that had been caressing him fell still. Hey Sun tilted his head back, staring at its dangling hand for quite some time before quietly leaving the room. Silence enveloped the space, leaving no sound behind. This was a bathroom that had undergone significant renovations, devoid of any clutter, with only a spacious bathtub suitable for leisurely bathing. At that moment, the tub was filled with water, yet not a hint of steam rose. Clearly, it was cold water. Near the edge of the bathtub, there was a distinctly curved area, comfortable enough for one to recline. A man swirled a wine glass in one hand while propping his head with the other. His delicate, beautiful face glistened with water, giving him an enchanting aura. Most of his body was exposed to the air, his fair skin revealing prominent muscular lines, with neatly arranged 8-pack abs. While his lower half was not human legs, but a shimmering azure fishtail. Peiyu leisurely sipped his red wine, his pale green eyes narrowing slightly, his crimson lips curving into a smile as his fishtail gently swayed in the water. Sea demons revel in water and cannot bear to be away from it. The weaker sea demons must spend most of their time submerged, where they will perish from thirst. Peiyu had long since freed himself from his dependence. After years of cultivation, even the moisture in the air sufficed for his needs. Nonetheless, he maintained the habit of soaking in water every night. As the last drop of red wine slipped into his mouth, a bit overflowed, trickling down his fair neck to his chest. Peiyu placed the wine glass at the edge of the tub, and his short black hair instantly transformed into long hair of the same color as his fishtail. His ears elongated, becoming sharp and gradually taking on a blue-green hue, lying flat against his side profile. He plunged into the tub, reveling in the water. There are many types of sea demons, and Peiyu belongs to the dominant race of mermen. The intimacy of being in the water dulled his perception of the outside world until a sudden wave of intense suffocation struck him. Peiyu's expression changed as he quickly surfaced from the water. A deep voice, not belonging to him, resonated in the bathroom, carrying a hint of amusement. The tone light, yet laced with malice. "Tell me, is boiled fish delicious?" Chapter 25. The disgusting and cruel sea demon. Peiyu barely caught a glimpse of a blurred figure before his entire field of vision was engulfed in flames. His pupils dilated sharply as he watched the fiery mass rush towards him with an unstoppable force. Just as the flames were about to make contact with his skin, he finally reacted, hastily channeling his demon power to create a light blue water barrier. Peiyu gritted his teeth, the firelight reflecting on his face, the searing heat enveloping him, parching his skin and making it difficult to breathe. "Who are you?" he managed a voice, trying to pierce through the fierce flames to see the figure standing at the tub's edge. Yet his efforts were in vain. The flames caused his eyes to itch and sting, shrouding his vision in a misty haze. Suddenly, that voice echoed again, murmuring in vexation, "Fish have hands. Isn't that strange?" In the next moment, the flames intensified, shattering the light blue water barrier into fragments. Peiyu was thrust towards the opposite bank by the force of the flames. The thunderous impact reverberated throughout the bathroom as fire met skin, producing a chilling, sizzling sound. A strong scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Amidst the flames, heart-wrenching screams pierced the silence. Lu Yingzi stood at the edge of the tub, looking down with indifference at the merman struggling desperately, a trace of coldness flickering in his phoenix eyes as he noticed the dark aura swirling around Peiyu. The sea demon delights in feasting on tender younglings, with the allure increasing proportionately to their youthfulness. Some sea demons even seek out unborn fetuses already formed within the womb. They capture pregnant female demons, ruthlessly slicing open their abdomens to extract the bloody, developed fetuses within, indulging in a grotesque banquet. This gruesome and cruel practice led to the disappearance of countless demon offspring and pregnant females thousands of years ago, prompting various clans to expend every effort in search. Ultimately, they discovered remnants of the younglings and the disemboweled bodies of the female demons within a sea demon's lair. Given the rarity of demon offspring, each one is a treasure to its family, yet that instance saw nearly all younglings fall victim to vile fates. It was then that the disparate clans united, collaborating to eradicate the sea demon lineage, causing their presence in the demon realm to fade away. This particular demon remains a potential survivor from that dark past. Regardless, Luingxi has no intention of sparing him. The dark aura surrounding this merman is testament to his past consumption of younglings. Such a sea demon, existing in this world, can only bring calamity. Luingxi raised his left hand, summoning a fireball akin to the sun, illuminating his light brown eyes with a fiery glow. The porcelain-white bathroom was engulfed in crimson light as the temperature soared, transforming the pool into a sea of flames that scorched Peiyu, who was pinned to the edge. Just as Peiyu neared death, Luingxi's expression shifted as he sensed a presence approaching, prompting him to retract his demonic power and vanish within the bathroom. The room returned to tranquility, the pool's clarity revealing the porcelain bottom, everything appearing as it had before. Peiyu lay on the edge, his body a gruesome sight, marred by burns and lacerations, with shredded flesh hanging from his arms and charred bones exposed. His fishtail had lost its vibrant sheen, drooping lifelessly in the water. Who could it be? A broken, hoarse growl escaped him as he gripped the edge of the pool, trembling in shock. He had never encountered such overwhelming demonic power before, so potent that he could not retaliate, forced to endure the assault. Having survived for centuries, this was Peiyu's first experience of such a circumstance. In the demon realm, he spent the majority of his time deep beneath the sea, cultivating his strength, ruling the waters as a member of the Merman clan, receiving offerings from other sea demons, rarely needing to hunt. After arriving in the human world, he had not encountered any formidable demons, as such beings were scarcely seen. He had never provoked any powerful entities. So who could dare to assault him in the dead of night? Peiyu clenched his teeth, his pale green eyes clouded with a light blue mist, his disfigured face appearing both fierce and terrifying. While contemplating, another presence locked onto the space around him, causing Peiyu to gasp, his injured body unable to withstand the pressure, as blue blood erupted from him, splattering against the bathroom walls. Crying out in pain, he glanced up to see two long legs clad in black trousers. The owner of those legs wore polished black shoes that glinted coldly under the bathroom's stark white light. Peiyu's scream was unmistakably loud. Anyone with functioning ears could hear it, yet the owner of those legs remained indifferent. Following the legs upward, Peiyu beheld a cultured and refined face, pale-skinned, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses perched on a straight nose, hair meticulously slicked back, exuding an air of elite sophistication. Sun Sheng surveyed the bathroom, and upon not spotting the familiar figure from his memory, suddenly pulled a pristine handkerchief from his sleeve. He then performed an action wholly contrary to his elite appearance, elegantly shaking the handkerchief before biting onto one corner, feigning sorrow. "Oh dear, my boss, why did you run away?" Apologizing politely, he turned his gaze to Peiyu and paused upon seeing the clearly burnt wounds on his body. "Did you provoke my boss? You must be seeking death," Sun Sheng coldly declared, not hesitating to unleash a pale beam of light that sent Peiyu crashing to the other side. The merman lost consciousness, sinking to the bottom of the bath. Sun Sheng pondered, believing that his boss's decision to spare the merman must have been for a reason, and thus refrained from further action, his figure vanishing in an instant. The bathroom returned to its serene state, and after an unknown duration, Peiyu finally regained consciousness. Swimming up from the pool's depths, leaning against the edge, he inadvertently glimpsed his reflection in the water's surface. Staring at his horrifying and grotesque visage, he erupted in fury. Gasping for breath, Even with the light blue mist obscuring his features, it could not conceal the malice in his eyes. Frantically, he struck the water's surface, shattering the reflected image into chaos. Eventually, he regained a semblance of composure, crawling from the pool, his merman tail transforming into legs as he hurried into the bedroom, rummaging through drawers until he unearthed a vial containing a red liquid. Peiyu hastily consumed the liquid, exhaling a sigh of relief before collapsing onto the floor. Before long, he felt as if his flesh was melting away, transforming into blood that flowed down, dripping onto the ground. Sensing this transformation, Peiyu closed his eyes, wanting to laugh. But the pain restrained him from doing so, forcing him to merely curl his lips into a semblance of enjoyment. Surrounded by a pool of blood, the scene was both eerie and distorted. 10 minutes later, a man sat before the mirror, gazing at his reflection, his face still as delicately beautiful as ever. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. He was bare, his skin fair and intact, with no sign of the previous burns. Peiyu opened a drawer, retrieving the last vial, shaking it gently to observe the red liquid within, then inhaling its scent, his expression revealing an almost obsessive delight. This blood was indeed potent, yet only the final vial remained. Chapter 26. The heart's knot of Hae-sun in the photograph, saying he stood defiantly against 2 women, surrounded by several children. The picture quality was commendable, with the children's features captured distinctly. Although they were thin and dark, Peiyu felt no aversion. No matter how dark or lean, they were still demon offspring, and the taste of demon flesh was exquisite. Since arriving in the human realm, he had primarily consumed human food, but the longing became unbearable, leading him to stealthily snatch human children from remote areas to satisfy his cravings. Yet, human children could not compare to demon offspring. The flavor of their flesh was altogether different. Having lingered in the human world for many years, he had encountered a demon offspring only on rare, fortunate occasions. It had been 5 years since he last savored such delicacies, and he was now consumed by hunger. Peiyu fixated on the photograph, his pale fingers caressing the images of the children, unable to suppress his salivation as he envisioned their flavors dancing on his tongue. Licking his lips, his fangs emerged, and his pale green eyes sparkled with a sticky fervor and an insatiable desire. If not for the need to conduct research, he would have seized them and devoured them immediately. However, there was no need for concern. He could consume them after the research was complete. With this thought, Peiyu couldn't help but smile slightly. Hae-sun had a restless night, plagued by dreams that were hazy, with only Sang-hee's hand and her voice ringing clear as day. "You enjoy it when I stroke your fur, don't you?" Sang-hee said. In the dream, Hae-sun was filled with a peculiar irritation, adamantly refusing to acknowledge his feelings. Yet, in the next moment, when Sang-hee withdrew her hand, he found himself instinctively chasing after her. His stubborn words belied the involuntary movements of his body, which revealed his true emotions. The final scene unfolded with Sang-hee gently grooming him, and he obediently accepted it, even emitting a contented purr. Sang-hee chuckled lightly, remarking, "Look, you don't actually dislike me at all. You don't wish to send me away." Suddenly, Hae-sun was jolted awake, sitting up in alarm, his body drenched in a cold sweat. The dawn was breaking, but the room remained shrouded in dim light. His chest heaved dramatically, and his small face wore a rigid expression, his gaze vacant and incredulous. He had dreamt of Sang-hee, even pursuing her and requesting her to groom him. How could this be? How could he have such a dream? With a mechanical motion, Hae-sun swung his legs off the bed and stood by the window, lost in thought. It was still early, and Sang-hee had yet to rise. The courtyard was silent and undisturbed. He stared blankly at the door of Sang-hee's room until a fluffy bundle nudged against his leg. Looking down, he beheld the drowsy figure of Hae Xiaobai. The little creature had been roused by his movements, letting out a few weak, plaintive howls, still heavy with sleep. With a tilt of its head, Hae Xiaobai gazed up at him with its dark, bewildered eyes. It nudged his hand with its head and let out a few more soft whines. "You're saying she hasn't sold us?" Hae-sun couldn't help but chuckle, though his mirth soon faded. "She hasn't sold us yet, but what about later? Even if she is a good person and has treated us well, it was before she knew our true identities." A shadow of sorrow darkened Hae-sun's eyes. They were monsters, beings that did not exist in the eyes of others, outcasts. Their grandfather had warned them that they must never allow their identities to be discovered. He did not indulge them simply because they were young. Rather, Due to their unique circumstances, he often admonished them to understand the dangers of their otherworldly existence, especially after the incident involving Xian Li's abduction. They could no longer step beyond the gates of the orphanage. Bai Shui and Xian Li were still quite young. They only understood that the world outside the orphanage was perilous and that humans were frightening. Yet, the specifics of that danger remained unclear to them. He Sun, however, was different. His youthful experiences had rendered him mature beyond his years, and he was inherently reserved. Their grandfather often shared more with him, tasking him with the protection of his younger siblings. He clearly understood the harm that could come from exposing their identities, which is why he remained vigilant and wary around Sang He, who appeared human. Of course, his disdain for her was not solely due to her human nature. A more significant reason lay in the small mole on the tiger's mouth of her left hand. He Sun himself was quite complex. Upon first seeing Sang He, aside from his wariness, he felt no other aversion, contemplating that as long as they concealed their identities, he could coexist peacefully with her, as it was their grandfather's arrangement. He trusted that his grandfather would not harm them. However, upon noticing the small mole on Sang He's hand, he was caught off guard. Perhaps during each instance of punishment, his gaze had fixated on that small black mark, becoming so ingrained in his memory that he could not forget, transforming into a nightly tormentor of his mind. Thus, when he saw that Sang He bore a mole identical to that of the female monster, his first emotion was fear. He dreaded that mole. It was his inner demon. Each glance at it intensified his discomfort. He Sun wished for things to be different. After all, it was not Sang He who harmed him, yet he found himself unable to control his feelings. The more he feared, the more he loathed. He despised Sang He entirely because of a single blemish. He Xiaobai whimpered anxiously, using its soft paws to scratch at his clothes. I'm fine, don't worry. He gently patted He Xiaobai's head, the suppressed turmoil within him bubbling to the surface. He forced a bitter smile, his youthful voice tinged with melancholy, as if questioning someone. Am I selfish for directing my anger at an innocent person because of my own issues? He Xiaobai, unable to comprehend, whimpered in confusion. He Sun gazed down at the small creature in his arms, his expression softening, yet he offered no explanation. Though both were the same age, He Xiaobai's mind had been affected, preventing it from taking human form and leaving it bewildered by the world around it. He Sun felt a pang of compassion for it, and often inquired with their grandfather about potential solutions, though the latter merely stated that the time had not yet come. But when would that time arrive? The room was enveloped in silence. He Xiaobai, still half asleep, began to nod off, its little head drooping. Just as He Sun prepared to lay it down, he noticed it suddenly perk up, its eyes bright and focused on the door. Chapter 27. Grandfather works hard collecting trash. Sang wants to save him money. He Sun was taken aback. What's wrong? Woo. Sang He's awake. He Sun glanced at the sky, estimating it to be around 6 in the morning, and muttered to himself, so early? Last night, when he had gone to Sang He's room, it was around 1 or 2 in the morning, and he had disturbed her for quite some time, not expecting her to wake so early. He Sun rose and approached the window, where he saw Sang He, looking drowsy, entering the kitchen. She was going to prepare breakfast for them. He Sun pressed his lips together, feeling an unexpected irritation, though he could not quite discern the source of his frustration. Meanwhile, He Xiaobai scratched at the door, wanting to go outside. He Sun did not stop it, and opened the door, watching as it scampered towards Sang He. After a moment's contemplation, he followed suit. As Sang He emerged from the kitchen, she spotted the little black creature rushing towards her. Xiaobai, you're up so early. He Sun, trailing behind, glanced at her, thinking, you're awake early too. However, he kept his thoughts to himself, standing silently to the side. Only then did Sang He notice him, her expression shifting to one of surprise, nearly convinced she was still dreaming. After all, this little fellow usually waited for Bai Shui and Xianli before leaving his room. Thus, she reasoned that it must be a mere coincidence. Sang He greeted him as was her custom. He Sun, good morning. Xiaobai, let me tell you, I encountered your brother last night. Xiaobai turned its head to look at He Sun, its eyes filled with confusion. I intended to adopt him, but I forgot to close the door, and he escaped. Sang He animatedly recounted her experiences from the previous night, when a soft voice interrupted her. Morning. Had she just imagined that? Sang He felt a twinge of disbelief, as this was too incredible to accept. It was as rare as rain flooding a desert. He Sun also questioned whether he had lost his senses. He had actually greeted Sang He with a morning. Outside, a stillness prevailed, and Sun perked up his ears, attentively listening to the sounds beyond. Before long, he resumed speaking. Your brother looks just like you. Oh, I even gave him a name. Hitabo. What do you think, Xiaobai? Sun thought it was nothing special. He continued, next time your brother comes to find you, tell him that there is plenty of dog food here, so he needn't worry about me not being able to take care of him. Sun thought, if she dares to feed him dog food, I'll flip that bowl over. After preparing breakfast for the children, he resumed her plans to renovate the orphanage. Early in the morning, she had placed several orders on her phone for the necessary tools, daily essentials, and items the orphanage was lacking. Since these items needed to be acquired anyway, she decided to purchase everything at once, opting for home delivery for convenience. For safety reasons, she only provided the address to the entrance of the alley. In one fell swoop, she spent 50,000 yuan, and as she gazed at her dwindling account balance, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain. She originally believed that the 50,000 would last her a long time, but she never anticipated inheriting a welfare institution and taking care of several children. He was filled with questions. Why had her grandfather established a welfare home? And how had it come to be? After all, she had done considerable research on welfare homes to prepare for this responsibility, understanding the basic requirements for establishing one. The conditions were not particularly challenging, yet she felt that this welfare home did not meet the standards of a legitimate institution. However, the transfer documents Pei provided were numerous, filled with various regulations, appearing quite official. After a brief moment of confusion, he set aside her questions, knowing that no one could provide her with answers. She resolved to treat this place as her home and the children as her own, as she was already homeless in the outside world. Having lived for 22 years, today was the first time she truly experienced the bittersweet heartache of motherhood. Raising children is costly, and she had lofty ambitions, vowing to nurture these little ones into exceptional individuals. Education was indispensable. Though the children were still young, and that concern could wait, she needed to prepare financially. Having attended school herself, she was acutely aware of the expenses involved. Despite earning several scholarships due to her talents, she still needed to spend some money. To be honest, he had never fully understood her grandfather's source of income. She only knew that he would provide her money whenever she required it. As a child, influenced by popular narratives, she secretly imagined that her grandfather was a wealthy elder, testing her resolve and cultivating her resilience by concealing his true wealth. It wasn't until she stumbled upon a news headline that her perception changed. Tearfully, she read about lonely elderly individuals sleeping on the streets to scavenge for cardboard, caring for abandoned children. Young he cried upon seeing a headline that seemed tailor-made for her and her grandfather. She had no parents. Perhaps she was one of those abandoned children her grandfather had rescued. Her grandfather was not a hidden rich man, but rather a lonely, impoverished elder. Her heart ached for him. She had heard that some elderly individuals suffered from illnesses but could not afford treatment, and her thoughts turned to her grandfather's weathered face, causing her to sob even more. In the days that followed, little he often skipped meals to save money for her grandfather. When her kindergarten teacher inquired about her well-being, he innocently explained that her grandfather worked hard collecting trash and was sick on the brink of death, and she wanted to help him save money. The teacher, moved to tears, praised her for being such a considerate child and bought her many treats. Later, when the teacher called her grandfather to ask if he needed assistance, it became clear that he had misunderstood. Her grandfather was not a garbage collector, but merely busy with work outside. Thus, instead of receiving praise from her grandfather for her frugality, she was met with a reprimand. He assessed her balance, and along with her savings, she found she now possessed approximately 50,000. While this sum appeared substantial, it vanished as quickly as water flowing through one's fingers. In short, it was utterly insufficient. Hence, she now had two tasks: the main mission of raising children and the secondary task of earning money. Chapter 28. The scales have already tilted in he's favor the items she purchased soon arrived. In he enlisted the help of Lu Yingzi and several children to move them. Once they had everything in hand, she used the oven to bake some cookies for the children. The cookies, shaped like various small animals, filled the air with a delightful aroma, causing Bai Shui and Xianli to eagerly watch, refusing to leave the oven side. It wasn't until he produced 3 envelopes that their attention was diverted. She handed 2 envelopes to Bai Shui and Xianli, who accepted them with joy, then waved the third envelope in front of Hae-sun, tentatively asking if he would like it. Initially, she had intended for Bai Shui to pass it to him. But the auditory hallucination she experienced that morning prompted her to change her mind. For some reason, she felt that Hae-sun seemed less resistant to her than before. Therefore, she decided to give it to him herself, curious to see if he would accept it. Hae-sun looked up, his gaze fixed on the envelope, and after a slow moment, he took it without a word. He neither expressed curiosity nor opened it, simply clutching it tightly in his hand. Sang-hee smiled silently, realizing that her earlier perception had not been a mere figment of her imagination. Although she was uncertain about the reason behind Hae-sun's change, it was nonetheless a development she welcomed with delight. Not far away, Bai Shui witnessed this scene and smiled, her round eyes sparkling with excitement, barely containing her urge to cheer. It was the first time she had seen such a harmonious atmosphere between Hae-sun and her sister. Did this mean that Hae-sun had begun to like her sister, just as she did? Bai Shui pondered, clenching her little fists, her expression resolute. She was determined to devise a plan to make Hae-sun like her sister even more. However, as she thought about it, Bai Shui scratched her head in frustration. She felt somewhat foolish. She had promised to think of a solution last time, yet had come up empty-handed. Unaware of her thoughts, Sang-hee, noticing her stillness, chuckled and encouraged her to take a look inside. Xianli leaned in to listen. Sang-hee, smiling mysteriously, replied that she would find out upon opening it. Bai Shui, filled with curiosity, opened the envelope and was taken aback by the contents. A stack of photographs lay inside, all featuring her grandfather, which Sang-hee had shown them previously. Xianli's eyes widened, and he quickly opened his envelope, discovering the same photographs within. Bai Shui's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed earnestly at Sang-hee, choking back her emotion and saying, "You truly are a good person." Their grandfather had not lied, saying he was indeed wonderful, truly wonderful. Without uttering a word, Xianli rushed forward to embrace Sang-hee's leg. The small child, barely taller than her thigh, clung to her like a little pendant. Sang-hee was momentarily taken aback by Xianli's enthusiastic response. It was the first time she had encountered such warmth from this child, leaving her feeling somewhat bashful. Clearing her throat, she gently patted the child's head and helped him up. Seeing the two children with tearful eyes on the verge of crying, Sang-hee quickly shifted their attention, exclaiming, "The cookies are ready. Can you smell the delicious aroma? How delightful." Meanwhile, Hae-sun silently observed the situation, glancing down at his own envelope, already knowing that it, too, contained photographs of their grandfather. Hae-sun's expression remained calm, his dark eyes devoid of emotion. However, the fingers gripping the envelope had turned white from the pressure. At that moment, he could no longer deny that, deep down, the scales had long tilted in favor of Sang-hee. Before long, the freshly baked cookies were ready. Once they had cooled slightly, Sang-hee placed them on a stone table for the children to enjoy. Bai Shui eagerly picked up a piece, but did not put it in her mouth. Instead, her bright eyes turned to Sang-hee as she held out the cookie, saying, "Sister, you eat the first piece." Sang-hee smiled and took a bite, only to be fed another piece by Xianli. After both children had fed her, they finally sat down, obediently nibbling on their cookies. "You two eat your cookies nicely. I need to get back to work," Sang-hee instructed, turning to retrieve a hoe from the large pile of items she had bought. She carried the hoe to the wall of the courtyard to turn the soil, which was one of her tasks for the day, to prepare the ground for planting flowers. Exerted herself, striking the earth with the hoe, yet the tool barely penetrated the soil. Instead, it was she who felt the jolt, her palms tingling, causing her to instinctively release her grip. Before she could retrieve it, a slender, fair hand reached from behind her, grasping the hose handle. "Sang, I'll take over." It was Lu Yingxi, standing remarkably close, prompting her to slightly shift, her shoulder brushing against his chest. Both were clad in thin short sleeves, making it effortlessly easy to sense each other's warmth. The heat was overwhelming. This was the sole thought racing through Sang-hee's mind. The boy's slightly elevated body temperature seemed to transfer to her, and she felt her own warmth rising, as if something had exploded in her mind. As she tilted her head back, her gaze fell upon the boy's elegantly defined jawline, his porcelain skin, and prominent Adam's apple, each feature seemingly sculpted by divine hands. Excessively perfect, their current posture was rather unique, akin to that of the protagonist in a romantic drama. She pressed against his chest, while he nearly enveloped her in an embrace, and an aura of pink bubbles seemed to surround them. It was a scene ripe for stirring unconventional feelings, and saying he found herself unable to resist, her heart racing, limbs growing weak. However, all this fluttering ceased abruptly when she witnessed Lu Yingxi's next move. He lifted the hoe with one hand, tentatively striking it against the ground, where the blade sank deeply into the soil. "Is this how it's done?" Sang sang. At that moment, the scene remained idyllic. Sang he mused that with Lu Yingxi's help, her plans to renovate the orphanage would become significantly easier. Yet, when he attempted to raise the hoe, it remained stubbornly lodged in the earth. Sang he was left dumbfounded. The hoe she had just purchased, still warm from her grip, had now split in two. Seeing her stunned silence, Lu Yingxi inquired once more, Sang sang. "Am I doing it right?" Sang he slowly turned to face him, her expression a complex blend of emotions. She wished to articulate her thoughts, but was captivated by his clear, innocent gaze, akin to a crystal spring, transparent to the very bottom. So pure, so unblemished. He merely wished to assist her, leaving her no room to admonish him further. All she could manage was to say, "What you're doing isn't quite right." Lu Yingxi lowered his head, earnestly seeking guidance. "Then how should it be used?" Saying he glanced at the host still ensnared in the earth, silently mourning this tool that had yet to fulfill its purpose. How unfortunate it was to have encountered Lu Yingxi. Fortunately, she had a habit of purchasing backups and had initially bought two hoes. When she retrieved the second hoe, she noticed Lu Yingxi instinctively reaching out to take it. Her reflexes overtook her thoughts, and she swatted his hand away, leaving the back of his fair hand flushed. Both were momentarily taken aback, but Lu Yingxi quickly recovered, his expression one of innocent grievance. "Sang sang, did you hit me?" "That wasn't hitting, I was just touching your hand, albeit a bit too firmly." Sang he maintained her composure, her heart untroubled, showing no signs of guilt for distorting the truth. A flicker of amusement danced in Lu Yingxi's eyes as he innocently asked, "Can I touch your hand like that?" Sang he glanced at the host still buried in the soil, its cold surface seemingly beckoning her to join it. She discreetly stepped aside, solemnly instructing him, "You mustn't. You're a boy, and you shouldn't touch girls casually." "All right," Lu Yingxi conceded, not pursuing the matter further, letting out a sigh tinged with regret, then looked at her earnestly. "Sang sang, you can continue to touch me." Sang he found herself pondering the kind-hearted boy who, regrettably, had a penchant for mischief. She chose to ignore his comment and shifted the conversation. "Let me teach you how to use the hoe." "Okay." In truth, it required little instruction. Sang he merely guided him on the appropriate strength to ensure the hoe wouldn't be damaged. Once she had imparted her knowledge to Lu Yingxi, she found herself considerably at ease. Seizing the opportunity while he turned the soil, she returned to the kitchen to prepare some milk tea. She simply brewed the tea and added milk, refraining from including any other ingredients. The children were still quite young, and she worried they might choke on such things if they weren't careful. When she brought the milk tea to the stone table, she heard Bai Shui curiously asking his son, "Why aren't you eating the cookies? They are really delicious." To which his son replied, "I don't want any." Bai Shui pressed for a reason, but he fell silent. Sang he placed the milk tea before Bai Shui and Xian Li, who gazed at it with curiosity. "Sister, what is this?" Bai Shui inquired, her nostrils flaring as she caught a whiff of the sweet milky aroma. "It's milk tea, but it's still hot, so be careful." She set the cups down for Bai Shui and Xian Li, took one for herself, and sat beside his son. She smiled and asked, "Milk tea with cookies is quite delicious. Want you try some?" He-sun glanced at her, his dark eyes brimming with complex emotions, yet showing little wariness. "I want to eat." He struggled with his own mental barriers, unable to convince himself to accept Sang He, harboring an instinctive aversion to the idea. He wished to avoid anything associated with her. Sang He did not press the matter, but turned her attention to the other two children, who were cautiously sipping their milk tea, their eyes sparkling as if adorned with stars, filled with delight at the drink. Sang He smiled contentedly. This was a recognition of her culinary skills. She cherished witnessing the momentary surprise in others' eyes as they savored the food she made. To her, this was more precious than any verbal praise. She gently patted the heads of the two children, softly assuring them, "Sister will make you more delicious food in the future." Bai Shui, cradling her milk tea cup with both hands, shook her head at this, her small braids bouncing with emotion. "No, that will make you very tired, sister." In a sweet voice, she added, "You already take care of us, and I don't want you to be more tired." Xian Li beside her nodded vigorously, echoing slowly, "I don't want sister to be tired." Sang He's heart softened, her affection and concern for these children reaching new heights. Don't worry, Sister Isn't tired. She enjoys making you delicious food. Bai Shui pondered for a moment and suggested, then next time, when you make something yummy, call us, and we will help you. All right, Sang he replied with a smile, unable to resist gently touching the girl's face. Although still slim, she had gained a bit of flesh, no longer resembling the sunken-cheeked child she had first seen. Sang he beamed, Bai Shui, you're becoming more and more beautiful and have grown quite a bit. It seems I need to make even more delicious food to nourish you. Bai Shui touched her face, somewhat puzzled. She was well aware of her changes. Not only had her appearance altered, but she had also grown a few centimeters taller. However, this was not due to a lack of nutrition, but rather a result of her chaotic meridians and congenital deficiencies. No matter how much she ate, she always appeared malnourished. When did these changes begin? Bai Shui mused, gazing thoughtfully at Sang He, as if her arrival had coincided with her growth and health. Their grandfather had previously cautioned them, saying Sang He could help them return to normal, instructing them never to stray too far from her. Bai Shui had always considered Sang He akin to the floating fruit, capable of alleviating their suffering from chaotic meridians, though she never understood why a mere human could have such an effect. Yet, it now seemed that this was not the case. She was gradually regaining her health, and her meridians were no longer as disordered as before. So, when grandfather spoke of returning to normal, did he mean completely freeing them from the pain of chaotic meridians? As she pondered this, Bai Shui felt a sudden chill. Her gaze at Sang He filled with perplexity. How could her sister possess such abilities? Was she not human? Upon meeting her gaze, Sang He inquired with concern. What is wrong? Bai Shui shook her head and lowered it, continuing to sip her milk tea. Regardless, her sister was still her sister. And whether or not she possessed such powers, Bai Shui adored her. Sang He turned her attention towards the courtyard wall. Lu Yingxi was indeed swift, having already scaled more than half the wall in a remarkably short time. The youth appeared to feel no fatigue, moving effortlessly without a bead of sweat in sight. As he raised his arm, the muscles in his bicep were clearly defined, exuding a palpable sense of strength. Sang He watched intently for a while until the youth seemed to sense her gaze and turned to meet her eyes. Their gazes locked, and Sang He's heart raced, akin to the sensation of being caught in the act of secret observation. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. She was looking openly, not stealthily. She smiled at Lu Yingxi, lifted her cup of milk tea, took a few cookies, and approached him. Have a bite, she offered. I'll take care of the rest. I'm not tired. Lu Yingxi looked at the cookies in her palm and said, Sang, feed me. Chapter 30. Crisis approaches. Sang He hesitated. That's not appropriate. You should eat by yourself. Lu Yingxi blinked, but my hands are dirty. Sang said one must wash their hands before eating. Sang He fell silent. That was indeed a lesson she had taught him. However, she thought, what of it? After all, feeding a child was not an issue, even if this child was taller than her. She brought the milk tea to his lips, urging, open up and drink. Lu Yingxi obediently took a sip, exclaiming, delicious. Sang, I want more. Sang He contemplated acquiring a feeding robot, wishing to purchase one. In the afternoon, she received a call, noted as Beiyu. Upon answering, a warm male voice greeted her. Miss Sang, are you free today? I have something to deliver and would like to meet the little ones. I'm free. Please come directly to our welfare center. Sang He explained, the location is somewhat remote, and it's inconvenient for me to take the children out. Of course, he replied. Although Sang He felt Bei, you should know the precise location. She elaborated, Mr. Bei, you know the location, right? At the entrance of that alley, just go straight, and the welfare center is at the end. After her words, silence fell on the line. Mr. Bei? She asked, puzzled. I apologize. I was looking for something. Mi-sang. Let us meet at the entrance of the alley instead. I can hand you the items and speak with the children briefly before leaving. That works, Sang He agreed, thanking him. After exchanging a few polite words, they ended the call. In a luxurious apartment in Yuncheng, Beiyu smiled faintly after hanging up, his pale blue eyes fixating on the photographs of the children, filled with fervor and excitement. Initially, he had intended to lure Sang He to his territory, allowing him to act more freely. Yet, it mattered not. He only needed the children to leave the welfare center. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, his gaze shifting back to the image of Sang He. This human was indeed a nuisance. Once he captured the children, how should he deal with her? He had no appetite for anything but children. Scanning Sang-hee's delicate and beautiful face, a plan formed in his mind. She was quite attractive. Capturing her as a pet would suffice. He delighted in training such exquisite beings. Sang-hee led the children to the alley entrance, waiting patiently. Before long, a car approached from a distance. Bayu, impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit, stepped out, immediately focusing on the children. Just as in the photographs, they were thin and frail, lacking in flesh. However, Bayu nearly lost control, his blood boiling with excitement. An insatiable desire urging him to pounce and tear the children apart, devouring them whole. Sang-hee moved a few steps closer to the children. Bayu inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of the little demons. He could barely contain himself. "Miss Sang," he said, standing still with a smile, "the items are in my car, and there are quite a few. Would you kindly accompany me to retrieve them?" Sang-hee, without hesitation, nodded, releasing the child's hand and walking towards the car. Bayu glanced at the children, kindly saying, "You all come too. Grandpa Sang has some words for you." He maintained a seemingly normal demeanor, his smile warm. Yet a hint of hunger lurked in his eyes, detected by Hae-sun's keen perception. Hae-sun frowned, noticing Bai Shui and Xianli preparing to step forward. He quickly grabbed them and nudged the small black and white creature beside him. Black and white tilted its head, its dark eyes glancing at its brother. The two siblings shared a silent understanding. A mere glance conveyed the message. This was to summon the great demon. When they emerged, the great demon was still asleep inside. So Sang-hee and T brought him along. Black and white let out a soft whine, darting into the alley. Bayu watched the little wolf cub flee, not attempting to stop it. He recognized it as a demon as well. In the past, he would not have spared such a morsel, but now, with a precious gem in sight, the little meat was of little consequence. He cast a surprised glance at Hae-sun. The little demon had shielded the other two behind it, its gaze wary and hostile. This little one was rather perceptive. However, he scoffed inwardly. In the face of absolute power, what did such minor awareness amount to? Hae-sun regarded him, his eyes as dark as ink, filled with vigilance and a chilling aura. "To speak plainly, we can't hear you." Sang-hee turned to glance at Hae-sun, aware that this little fellow was quite cautious of outsiders, and thought nothing more of it. Considering the children's shyness, she did not urge them to approach. "Mr. Bai, let us retrieve the items first. We can converse later." Bayu turned, his smile lingering. "Very well." He opened the car door, indicating several boxes in the back seat. "These are the items Grandpa Sang asked me to deliver. Could you please collect them?" Sang-hee acknowledged, leaning into the car to retrieve the boxes. Behind her, Bayu leaned against the car door, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A soft sound, akin to a droplet of water hitting a puddle, resonated sharply. Sang-hee paused, puzzled by the source of the sound, when ripples began to form before her, spiraling outwards like a swirling vortex of black and white, dizzying her senses. As she became ensnared in the whirlpool, her once bright eyes gradually dulled, losing their luster until they were completely devoid of life. Her body slackened, collapsing onto the back seat of the car. Bayu remained smiling, hearing a youthful scream from behind. "Sister." He turned leisurely to see the girl among the three children, her eyes wide with terror. His smile deepened as he relished the frightened gazes of the little demons, feeling a surge of pleasure within. Yes, let them fear him, tremble before him. The sight of prey on the brink of demise was their most beautiful moment, and he reveled in their fear, delighting in the fact that such emotions were incited by him. Bayu trembled uncontrollably, a low chuckle escaping his lips. How thrilling! What a predicament we found ourselves in. Now it's your turn. Chapter 31. Luing-Tsi arrives. Bayu approached slowly, his nails elongating into sharp points. A perilous message arrived, each word oppressive to the few children present. Bi-Su and Su-Nl, their faces pale and expressions filled with terror, appeared as though their pupils had lost focus, their legs weak and trembling. It seemed as if the very air around them had vanished, leaving them gasping for breath, suffocating under an unbearable weight. Hin was drenched in cold sweat, his body shackled by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at the man merely a few meters away, his expression one of fury and defiance, summoning the faint remnants of his demon energy to resist desperately, striving to break free from the shackles. Pi watched his struggle with keen interest, growing ever more exhilarated. The final struggle of a prey on the brink of death was so weak, so easily crushed. With a slight motion of his fingers, he loosened some of the restraints. He was suddenly curious to observe the prey's despair when hope flickered briefly, yet they found themselves unable to escape the pit of despair. That expression, he mused, must be exquisite. Hix sensed the weakening of his bonds and exerted all his strength to break free. Regardless of the man's intentions, he at least had been granted a sliver of opportunity to escape. Above all, he needed to protect B, Isu, and Su NL. Clenching his jaw, he compressed the meager demon energy within himself into a small orb, concentrating it at the weakest point of his restraints before unleashing it, breaking through the obstacles. He felt a sudden release, his body finally able to move. Run! Hix urged Bisu and Su NL forward. But he himself did not move. Instead, he crouched low, his fangs elongating, his black eyes dark and intent, poised to confront Pi. The two children stumbled towards the alley, their steps faltering. Bisu glanced back at Hixn, understanding that her elder brother was buying them time to escape, disregarding his own safety. Bisu bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she dared not hesitate, grasping Su NL's hand tightly and sprinting towards the alley without uttering a word. Her grandfather had mentioned that the Welfare Institute was protected by a barrier capable of safeguarding them. As long as they could reach the alley, that man would be unable to harm them. The short distance felt excruciatingly long. They ran with great difficulty, their legs weak and the air around them heavy, pressing down as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. Bisu moved step by step, her running slowing to a walk. Fearing that if she relaxed her grip on Su NL, she might lose him. She poured all her remaining strength into her hand, gripping him tightly. Despite the difficulty, she held no intention of surrendering. This was the time Hixn had fought for. They had no right to give up. Su NL, you must hold on to me, she urged, her voice strained. Su NL's little face was ashen, devoid of color, his small frame trembling violently. Being so young and frail, the overwhelming presence of Pi nearly knocked him unconscious. Yet he could not faint. He was a burden as it was, and if he succumbed now, the already slim chance of survival for his brother and sister would vanish entirely. Thus, he clung tightly to Bisu's hand, as if it were the last lifeline. Pi observed, a smile gracing his lips as he savored the sight of their desperate struggle for survival. As they drew nearer to the alley's entrance, he lifted his hand slightly, as if preparing to act. In that moment, Hixn surged forward, launching himself at Pi in a bold attempt to distract him. The audacity of such a small creature challenging him was utterly laughable. Pi scoffed lightly, making no grand movements, merely waving his hand gently. A pale blue barrier materialized before him. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, the entrance to the alley was within reach, and a flicker of joy blossomed in Bisu's heart. Their Welfare Institute housed a formidable demon. Although she was uncertain who was stronger, she felt compelled to try. She would plead with that great demon to save Hixn and her sister. Yet, before she could take another step, darkness enveloped her vision as a figure emerged, blocking their escape. Little ones, where do you think you're going? The soothing voice resonated like a demon's arrival. Bisu looked up in terror, locking eyes with a pair of pale green orbs. Su NL, unable to withstand the pressure, let his hands drop and fainted. From behind, Hixn's weak call reached Bisu's ears. As she watched Pi's raised hand, her pupils constricted, and an unprecedented surge of courage welled within her. Suddenly, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Pi's leg, shouting, Hixn, don't worry about us. Just run. Run? Do you really think you can escape? Pi's brow furrowed in irritation, finding the situation dull. He had anticipated witnessing the children scatter in the face of danger, for it was in the nature of demons to act in their own self-interest when peril loomed. Instead, these little creatures were desperately buying time for one another. How utterly tiresome. Pi reached down, intending to remove the child clinging to his leg. But before he could act, a powerful aura locked onto him. This presence was terrifying. It seemed to freeze not only his limbs, but even his blood in that instant, leaving him rigid and unable to move. Who? He struggled to utter, but the next moment, a sharp sound pierced the air as something penetrated him. A chill spread through his chest as wind rushed inside his body. It felt as if he could move again. Slowly lowering his head, he widened his eyes in confusion, seeing a gaping hole in his chest, a void that extended from his back to his front. His azure blood sprayed forth, splattering across his face, body, and the ground. His heart lay not far from him, beating feebly. "You're quite a resilient fish," came a nonchalant, amused voice from behind him, identical to the one he had heard during the previous attack. P.I. swayed and turned, finally catching sight of the figure before him. A stunningly beautiful youth stood there, an aura that was unfathomable. "It's you," P.I. exclaimed, disbelief filling his eyes, suddenly recalling the shadow he had overlooked in that photograph. A character he had deemed insignificant had ultimately become his greatest obstacle. Chapter 32. Return to the Demon Realm for Revenge. Luyngc wore a faint smile as he surveyed the children, whose appearances were pitiful. Upon spotting S.H. partially concealed within the car, the warmth in his gaze turned utterly frigid. "I suppose I let you off easy last time. Why do you insist on seeking your own demise?" The youthful voice, clear and melodious, now carried a chilling wrath. Luyngc slowly raised his hand, this time denying P.I. any chance of escape. A powerful surge of demon energy swept through, sending P.I. crashing to the ground. P.I. coughed violently, expelling blue blood, his body racked with pain, feeling both weightless and disoriented, as if ascending to the heavens. A white haze enveloped his vision, scattering before slowly refocusing, revealing a hint of blue. That blue heart lay not far away, pulsing weakly. "My heart." P.I.'s fingertips twitched, yearning to touch it, but a pair of long legs entered his line of sight. Luyngc raised one leg and, in the face of P.I.'s anguished expression, slowly brought it down, crushing the heart into a pulp beneath his foot. "I've gotten my shoes dirty. S.ing will certainly be displeased. If she is displeased, then I shall take it out on you." Luyngc's lips curled into a wicked smirk as he gazed at the figure writhing in flames. The last time he spared this fish was due to an unknown force pursuing him, leaving him uncertain of whether it was friend or foe. Coupled with his own injuries from a failed rebirth, he had decided to avoid confrontation. However, here, under the influence of the Welfare Institute's barrier, his aura was substantially concealed, alleviating his concerns about being pursued. The screams gradually faded, and the flames diminished until they vanished completely, leaving no trace of the figures within as they dissipated along with the fire. Only a patch of ashen remnants remained on the ground, which the wind swept away, erasing all evidence. Luyngc hurried towards the black sedan and gently lifted Sang-he from inside. The girl in his arms lay still, her eyes tightly shut, appearing as if she were peacefully asleep. Hae-sun, using his hands for support, managed to rise, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. He sensed that at least one of his ribs was likely fractured. He nodded silently, his voice hoarse. After speaking, he cradled Sang-he and moved toward the alley. After just a few steps, he paused, slightly turned to the side, and with a subtle flick of his fingers, the black car disintegrated in a fine dust. Scattering in the air, Hae-sun gazed at his silhouette, a complex expression of shock crossing his features. It is undeniable that as he lay on the ground, unable to move, helplessly watching Peiyu attacked by Shui, he felt despair and powerlessness, loathing his own weakness for being unable to protect by Shui and the others. It was only when Luyngc entered his line of sight that he exhaled in relief. He could not fathom where this confidence came from, but he felt that Luyngc was so powerful that the monster stood no chance against him. Luyngc did not disappoint, effortlessly vanquishing the creature without breaking a sweat. He was even stronger than Hae-sun had imagined. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hae-sun watched Luyngc's retreating figure, his gaze growing fervent. He yearned to possess such formidable strength. Only by becoming stronger could he protect what he cherished. This had always been a dream he had buried deep within, once thought unattainable, but now it seemed within reach. Hae-sun endured the pain and slowly approached Xianli, checking her condition. She had merely fainted and was not seriously injured. "Bai Shui, help me lift her." Bai Shui's expression was still somewhat bewildered. The preceding scene had been too shocking for her, and she bore traces of the pale blue blood that Peiyu had splattered on her face. He had been so close, so near, with his chest hollowed out. Bai Shui remembered the sensation of that blood splattering against her face, cold and devoid of warmth. The fear in her heart was not overwhelming. Rather, she felt a sense of confusion and helplessness. This area returned to tranquility as the wind swept through, erasing all traces. leaving only a pool of blue blood and some remnants of flesh, evidence of a brutal massacre that had just occurred. Suddenly, an unexpected change took place. The pool of blue blood slowly vanished as if absorbed by the ground, and the flesh began to twitch, gradually gathering and coalescing into a small, repulsive, viscous blue mass. Soon after, this mass slowly sank into the earth, disappearing without a trace. The final evidence of this slaughter vanished into thin air. Xianli lay on the bed, her small face pale and devoid of consciousness. Bai Shui turned to He Sun. Among the three of them, he was the most severely injured. His chest bore large patches of crimson blood, his forehead was swollen, and his clothes were tattered and covered in dust. As Bai Shui looked on, tears began to flow freely down her cheeks, washing away the blue blood on her face. He Sun Gij, you must be in so much pain. What will happen to your wounds? He Sun lowered his head, feeling at his chest, where the left ribcage had a slight indentation, causing him pain. Though it was not fatal, my injuries are nothing to worry about. He had previously suffered broken ribs without treatment, and after a few days, he had healed. The monsters possessed extraordinary resilience. Ordinary injuries were trivial to them. He Sun had endured far worse injuries, yet had remained strong. This minor wound was easily overlooked by him. Bai Shui bit her lip, guilt and self-reproach nearly overwhelming her. She choked out, "It's my fault. If I had run faster, then He Sun Gij wouldn't have been hurt." He Sun opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He was not adept at comforting others, despite having a myriad of words in his heart. His nature made it difficult to express them. Seeing Bai Shui so upset, he could only pat her shoulder and stiffly say, "Bai Shui, this is not your fault. Do not be sad. That monster never intended to spare us, like a cat toying with a mouse, releasing it only to catch it again, relishing the game of playing with its prey. No matter how fast Bai Shui ran, it would have made no difference. In the face of absolute power, all struggles are futile." This was the first time He Sun realized the true significance of strength. "It is my inadequacy that prevents me from protecting you." Bai Shui wiped her tears, clenching her small fists, her expression resolute. "He Sun Gij, I will also strive to become stronger." He Sun's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Good." The room fell into a quiet lull. Bai Shui glanced towards the door, hesitating before speaking. "He Sun Gij, I want to check on my sister. I wonder if she is hurt. What did that monster do to her that caused her to faint?" Bai Shui was deeply worried. He Sun also looked towards Sang He's room, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions, obscuring his thoughts. "Stay here and watch over Xianli. I will go check on her." Bai Shui's eyes widened slightly, hesitating before nodding. "All right." He Sun left the room, and Bai Shui watched his retreating figure, her heart racing. She wondered if He Sun Gij would confront that great monster. What if that great monster became enraged and harmed He Sun Gij? Bai Shui furrowed her brows, torn for a moment, yet ultimately chose not to follow. She needed to look after Xianli. If she woke up and did not see them, she would likely be frightened. Therefore, she could not leave. Hopefully, He Sun Gij would manage to keep his temper in check. Chapter 33. A stolen kiss in the room. Lu Yingxi gently placed Sang He on the bed. The girl appeared tranquil, as if in slumber, yet Lu Yingxi understood that she was not asleep but rather under hypnosis. The sea demon excels in the art of enchantment, particularly the Jiao Run, who surpass any other race in this regard, wielding their most natural weapon, voice. With a mere lapse in attention, one could be bewitched, willingly stepping into their territory, becoming their meal. They are adept at weaving beautiful illusions for their prey, ensnaring them until death, leaving them forever immersed in that dreamlike state. Fortunately, Sang He was not trapped in an illusion. It was merely a simple hypnosis. Lu Yingxi grasped her hand, a faint crimson demon energy coursing through the points of contact, entering Sang He's body. However, this time the process was not as smooth as before. As the demon energy barely entered her body, it encountered resistance, impeding its advance and attempting to expel it. This presence seemed to convey that it could assist Sang He in awakening. Fearing that forcibly channeling the demon energy would harm Sang He, Lu Yingxi prudently withdrew his force. Carefully observing her, once again, that gentle energy emerged, brimming with the essence of life, reminiscent of tender shoots breaking through the soil, a refreshing sensation. Inevitably, that energy mingled with his, and Lu Yingxi keenly sensed a change within himself. The fractured meridians appeared to have slightly healed. He had felt a faint trace of this during the last encounter, but it was too weak, like a droplet of water falling into an unfathomable ocean, failing to create even the slightest ripple. This time, however, the energy was significantly denser, enhancing its restorative effect on his fracture meridians, allowing him to distinctly feel the changes occurring there. Lu Yingzi contemplated thoughtfully. He had suffered severe injuries from his failed nirvana. A certain meridian within his body had ruptured, causing his demonic power to dissipate and preventing him from gathering it. For the past few days, he had ventured out at midnight, not only in search of an entrance to the demon realm, but also to see if there were any means in the human world to mend his meridians. Unfortunately, he found none. Everything in the human realm was utterly mundane, devoid of any such remedy. He had always believed that the injury to his meridian could only heal with the passage of time, perhaps taking years or even centuries. Yet, it appeared that Sang He might be able to assist him in this healing process. Lu Yingzi grasped Sang He's hand, gently rubbing it against his cheek. Sang, why is it like this? In truth, there was another matter he yearned to uncover. What is the sensation of mating? Lu Yingzi's gaze deepened as he focused intently on the girl's face, his fingertips tracing the contour of her profile before resting delicately upon her soft, rosy lips, caressing them gently. During his nighttime excursions, he often encountered scenes that were too explicit to describe. Some rooms had their curtains drawn aside, revealing couples entangled within, and he observed their actions with clarity. He understood what they were engaged in: mating. Demons produced offspring through mating, and humans did as well. Previously, he had never harbored curiosity about such matters, finding them rather uninteresting. After all, the anatomical structures were similar, comprising nearly the same organs. Yet, those men and women seemed to revel in the exploration of each other's bodies, oblivious to what made it so enjoyable. It was only upon meeting Sang He that he felt a surge of curiosity regarding mating. From the very beginning, he had not resisted her presence. In fact, when she touched him, his body had reacted slightly, suggesting he might indeed enjoy such sensations. However, he refrained from engaging in such acts while Sang He was awake, as she did not even allow him to embrace her. Driven by a spirit of exploration, Lu Yingzi gently kissed the back of Sang He's hand. The sensation was not particularly profound, so he shifted his focus back to her lips. The lips he had caressed were a deeper shade, rosy and tender, resembling the delicate center of a flower. They appeared somewhat delectable. When he observed others engaging in explicit acts, the most common interaction was lip-to-lip contact. However, those individuals often approached it with a certain ferocity, rendering the scene rather unappealing. Of course, those couples engaged in more intimate actions, but he dared not attempt such things with Sang He. His intuition warned him that should he proceed, she would likely become furious and expel him. Thus, he only dared to steal a kiss. Lu Yingzi leaned slightly closer to Sang He, inching nearer. The closer he got, the slower his movements became. When he was within a mere 10 centimeters of her lips, he suddenly halted, staring intently at her face, which was so close that his heart raced inexplicably, as if it were about to leap from his chest. He even hesitated to breathe, fearing that the exhaled breath might awaken her. His throat grew tight and dry, and thoughts of what he intended to do sent him into a dizzy spell, making him feel as though he were floating. His body temperature seemed to rise, engulfing him in a heated sensation with nowhere to vent. Sang Lu Yingzi murmured unconsciously, his clear, light brown eyes tinged with a hint of desire. Once he spoke, he became abruptly aware and cautiously observed the response of the person beneath him. Noticing that she remained still, he felt a slight sense of relief. He moved even closer, their breaths mingling, the distance between them shrinking to merely a centimeter. With the slightest movement they could touch, Sang He was in a deep slumber, leaving Lu Yingzi as the only one capable of motion. Yet he remained still. One hand gently rested on Sang He's waist while the other caressed her cheek, maintaining that precarious 1 centimeter distance. Suddenly, a wave of hesitation washed over him. Sang would not even permit him to hold her. If she were to discover that he had kissed her, she would surely be outraged. Yet, she was unconscious now and could not possibly know. So, should he kiss her or not? Lu Yingzi's mind was embroiled in conflict. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he could ask Sang for her consent before proceeding. But would she agree? Probably not. Lu Yingzi felt a wave of disheartenment wash over him, a hint of frustration clouding his beautiful phoenix-like eyes. Forget it, he thought. I shall simply kiss her hand. However, the girl merely tilted her head in his direction without waking. Yet, Lu Yingzi found himself frozen in place. He maintained his previous posture, but his mind was struck by a sudden realization. His gaze fell upon Sang He's soft lips, recalling the sensation from moments ago. The touch of her soft lips against his had sparked a faint electric thrill, sending shivers throughout his body. Sang, his voice trembled, and his long, dark lashes quivered with unease as he stammered, You kiss me first. Lu Yingzi's throat grew even drier, his deep-set eyes clouded with emotion, his throat tightening. It felt as though he were addressing Sang, while simultaneously reminding himself. Lu Yingzi closed his eyes and slowly leaned down. What are you doing? A youthful, cold voice suddenly pierced through the air. Chapter 34. Call Sang He's sister. Lu Yingzi sat upright, as if struck by lightning, a flush creeping onto his handsome face. His beautiful phoenix-like eyes glimmered with moisture and desire, the corners slightly reddened. He inhaled sharply, turning his gaze toward the small figure in the doorway, whose expression was far from pleasant, clearly disturbed by the interruption. What are you doing here? He asked coldly. Heishuan regarded him with suspicion, glancing between Sang He and Lu Yingzi. What are you doing leaning over her? Lu Yingzi scoffed lightly, uninterested in engaging with him. He tucked Sang He's hand beneath the covers and gently brushed a few disheveled strands of hair away from her face. The demoness who had imprisoned him used to take pleasure in such vile acts before him. The memories and the recent scene collided in his mind, causing Heishuan's expression to shift abruptly. Are you planning to do something untoward to her? His face darkened as he glared at Lu Yingzi, his voice filled with venom. I never expected you to be such a demon. You are utterly deranged. Before Lu Yingzi could respond, Heishuan hastily approached Sang He's side, glaring protectively at Lu Yingzi. As long as I'm here, you will not succeed. Lu Yingzi regarded the small creature with cold eyes, while Heishuan glared back defiantly. The tension between the two demons was palpable, as if ready to erupt. Are you itching for a fight? Lu Yingzi suppressed his anger, his brows knitting together in a dark expression. Heishuan felt a twinge of fear at the sight of Lu Yingzi's demeanor, speculating that if he said one more word, this formidable demon would swat him into the wall. However, Heishuan glanced at Sang He, biting his lip. He could not simply stand by and watch as this powerful demon harmed her. What if she died? He had witnessed the fate of those who had been forced into mating with the demoness that had imprisoned him. Every one of those male demons had met a grim end, their bodies drained of moisture, resembling desiccated corpses. He could not bear to see Sang He meet such a fate. Bai Shui would be heartbroken, Xianli would be saddened, and he too would feel a pang of compassion. With these thoughts in mind, Heishuan straightened his small frame, but the movement tugged at his injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. Oomph! Lu Yingzi let out a cold laugh, uttering two words, useless. Heishuan paused, falling silent. He could not refute this statement. He acknowledged that he indeed felt powerless, lacking the strength to protect those around him. I may be useless, but that does not mean I will allow you to harm Sang He. Lu Yingzi lifted an eyebrow, showing his irritation. When did I ever? He could not bring himself to finish the sentence. With a slight snort, he added, if you keep saying such things, be careful I don't turn you into dog meat soup. Heishuan fell silent, merely sitting quietly beside Sang He, casting his gaze downward to survey her. Her attire appeared intact, her sleeping visage normal. Nothing seemed amiss. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? The great demon sprawled across Sang. He might indeed be engaged in other activities. It was more accurate to say that only half of his body was resting upon her. Heishuan hesitantly glanced at Lu Yingzi. The great demon wore a languid expression, an air of discontent enveloping him. After all, he was considered the savior demon of Heishuan. After some contemplation, Heishuan inquired, you truly have not? Lu Yingzi cast him a sidelong glance, his tone irritable as he succinctly replied, get lost. Thus, it seemed to indicate a negative response. Silence once more enveloped the room. Heishuan recalled the purpose of his visit. He felt exceedingly weak and yearned for strength. Yet without a mentor, the prospect of becoming stronger seemed utterly fantastical. Therefore, he required a guide, and Lu Yingzi was undoubtedly his best option. However, having just angered him, it was highly unlikely that the great demon would acquiesce to his request at this moment. After pondering, Heishuan resolved to give it a try. He tentatively spoke, lowering his voice due to the nature of his request. I have something to ask of you. I hope you can assist me. Lu Yingxi raised an eyebrow, casting him a languid glance, indicating for him to continue. Sun felt a rare flush of embarrassment, his voice hesitant. Regarding the earlier matter, I misunderstood you. I apologize, I truly am sorry. Lu Yingxi remained impassive, responding, I accept. Sun sighed with relief and continued in a hushed tone, I wish to grow stronger, and thus I seek your assistance. Oh, Lu Yingxi's interest peaked, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded him. You wish for me to teach you? To become my disciple? Sun pressed his lips together, earnestly asking, is that permissible? Lu Yingxi's gaze lingered on Sang He's face, and for a moment, he fell silent. Sun patiently waited, though he held little hope. The room remained quiet for what felt like an eternity until a voice finally broke the stillness. It is not impossible for me to agree. Sun's heart leapt with joy as he immediately raised his eyes to meet Lu Yingxi's. What are your conditions? I shall comply. As long as he could gain strength, he would strive to meet any demands posed by the great demon, provided they did not contravene his principles. He waited in anticipation for Lu Yingxi to reveal his condition, only to see a mischievous smile spread across his lips. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Sun. The next moment, his fears were confirmed. Lu Yingxi muttered, You seem never to have called her Sang sister, have you? Sun's pupils quivered. Wait. Lu Yingxi continued, My condition is that you now call her sister Sang. Sun was taken aback. What? Lu Yingxi smiled slightly. Is this condition too excessive? Sun thought to himself, is there a condition more excessive than this? He envisioned himself calling Sang his sister, the thought alone sending shivers down his spine. Sun's expression darkened, and with reluctance, he retorted, I refuse. Calling Sang his sister was more intolerable than jumping into a river. Lu Yingxi shrugged, appearing indifferent. Do as you wish. My condition stands. Sun seethed with anger, realizing the great demon was merely seeking to amuse himself at his expense. However, he suppressed his frustration, for he was the one who sought help. Sun scrutinized Lu Yingxi for several seconds before softly suggesting, Could we perhaps exchange for another condition? He simply could not envision the image of himself calling Sang his sister. Not possible, Lu Yingxi replied without even glancing at him, his refusal firm. I have only this condition. Sun struggled internally, contemplating surrender. His brows furrowed as he tightened his fists. Ultimately, he spoke in a low voice, Very well, I accept. Lu Yingxi chuckled lightly. Then I shall reluctantly accept you as my inept disciple. Sun's lips twitched, yet he remained silent. Although the great demon's words were unflattering, they bore an element of truth. At that moment, Sang He, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, stirred and gradually opened her eyes. Lu Yingxi's smile deepened as he softly asked, Are you ready? Sun's expression transformed in an instant, shock coursing through him as he realized how swiftly the moment had arrived. Lu Yingxi assisted Sang He to sit up, a beaming smile on his face, silently urging him to call. Chapter 35. Are you unwell? Sun became rigid, struggling for an extended period. The word sister lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not utter it. During this time, he was under the oppressive gaze of the great demon, and soon his back began to dampen with cold sweat. Catching sight of a nearby cup, he suddenly had an idea. As Sang He regained consciousness, a cup of water was presented to her. In the ensuing silence, Sang He observed the scene before her, feeling as though she were dreaming. How else could this little rascal, Sun, be so respectfully offering her a cup of water with both hands, bending slightly as he said, Please drink? Sang He blinked, closing her eyes momentarily, then reopening them. Yet the scene remained unchanged. Thus, she concluded that this was not a dream. For a fleeting moment, her thoughts short-circuited, and without thinking, she blurted out, Did you poison the water? Otherwise, why would he be so eager to offer her a drink? Sun's face darkened, instinctively wanting to turn and flee. But upon meeting Lu Yingxi's gaze, he found it calm and unperturbed, as if saying, Do as you please. Yet, Sun sensed an inexplicable pressure. He had a gut feeling that leaving now would jeopardize his chances of becoming the great demon's disciple. Reluctantly, he explained to Sang He, There is no poison. It is merely a cup of ordinary cool boiled water. The emphasis on the word ordinary was pronounced. Sang He chuckled awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. She realized she had reacted impulsively and regretted questioning the young boy's intentions when he had merely expressed kindness. She worried that his gesture of warmth might lead to a misunderstanding, causing him to distance himself from her in the future. The thought made her want to slap herself. She hastily remedied the situation. Sister did not mean it that way. What I meant to say is that your ordinary cool boiled water must be the best in the world. Upon hearing this, Hae-sun stared at her in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you unwell? Saying he realized the absurdity of her words, fell silent for a moment, pushed away Lu Yingxi's supportive hand, and lay back down. My apologies, I am still not fully awake. She covered her face with the blanket, refusing to acknowledge that the foolish words had come from her own mouth. The mirth in Lu Yingxi's eyes was barely concealed as Sang He revealed only a small portion of her head, her hair disheveled and tousled, which made him itch to touch, embrace, and even kiss her. Lu Yingxi recalled the unfinished task from earlier, feeling a slight sense of frustration. Should he have kissed her? He wondered what it would have been like. After a short while, Sang He regained her composure. She lifted the blanket and sat up, her demeanor becoming serious. Earlier, sister was just joking. Please do not take offense. Hae-sun's expression was complex as he gazed at her head for a while. He suspected that the earlier demon had somehow affected her mind, making her act so strangely. In truth, Sang He did not perceive Hae-sun as a mere child. Despite his youthful appearance, his words and actions exuded a maturity akin to that of an adult, leading others to unconsciously overlook his age. Consequently, Sang He had decided to regard him as a capable young individual capable of independent thought. Yet, Hae-sun found himself at a loss for words. Remaining silent for quite some time, he was at a loss for words, burdened with too many secrets he could not share with Snh. Stripping away those thoughts left him with little to say. He was also unsure how to fabricate a lie. Hix instinctively glanced at Luyngc, seeking to gauge his reaction, but was met with Luyngc's averted gaze. This left Hix even more uncertain about his next move. Snh noticed his subtle actions and chuckled, asking, "What are you looking at Yngc for? Does he know something?" Hix's small face tightened. Remaining silent, Luyngc took over the conversation, stating that Snh had suddenly fainted, and when they entered, he had carried her in, and the other person had left. Snh still felt something was amiss. Just like that? Then why can't you explain? It wasn't that she was nitpicking. It was merely the impression Hix had left, suggesting that the situation was far from simple. This made it difficult for her not to harbor doubts. Snh was momentarily speechless. This little one was so full of personality, and she found this excuse very reasonable. She glanced at the cold-faced Hixn and then at the obediently beautiful youth beside her. The stark contrast made her realize once more how endearing and lovely her Yngc truly was. Turning to this cherished one, Snh offered a gentle smile, softly expressing her gratitude. Yngc, you've worked hard. Thank you for carrying me in. Luyngc smiled back, his phoenix eyes curving with delight, unabashedly declaring, "It wasn't hard. I enjoy carrying Snh." Snh felt her cheeks flush. His straightforwardness was a bit overwhelming. Clearing her throat, she chastised herself internally, realizing her thoughts were rather misguided. She firmly instructed Luyngc that such words should not be spoken carelessly. Not carelessly, only to Snh. Snh maintained a calm exterior, but internally, she was screaming like a gopher. As the only outsider in this gathering, Hix remained expressionless, unable to articulate his feelings. It felt as if he were eating, only to have someone kick over his bowl. It was quite frustrating. He felt that he ought not to remain there any longer and considered leaving swiftly. However, in the end, he didn't manage to depart. As Snh posed a direct question to him, "Hixn, where's the item P I asked me to retrieve? And did he mention anything that Grandpa wanted him to convey to you?" Both demons paused, having never contemplated this issue. After all, Snh was not asking him. Hixn pondered for a moment and vaguely replied that he had taken the item away. Taken away? Why? Snh inquired, surprised. How would I know? Hixn tried to feign impatience, although he was inwardly anxious. Fortunately, Snh did not press further, merely waving them out and stating that she needed to rest a while longer. After watching the two leave with a smile, her expression gradually turned somber. Hixn was deceiving her. Being young, despite his best efforts at disguise, he still revealed signs of his unease. He pretended to be impatient, yet his hands instinctively clenched the hem of his garment, and his gaze darted about. What was he anxious about? Was he afraid she would discover he was lying? S.H. mused, her fingers continuing to move as she called P.I. Whatever he was concealing would soon be revealed with a simple phone call. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is switched off. S.H. frowned and dialed again, but the result was the same. She could not reach him. After a moment's contemplation, she rose to rummage through the documents P.I. had previously given her. She recalled there was a contract signed by her grandfather and P.I.'s law firm, which included the address of that firm. Picking up a document, she focused on the bold black letters, a smile creeping onto her lips. Found it. In the courtyard. HIXN trail behind LUYNGC like a little tail, feeling anxious yet too timid to inquire further. He had not fulfilled the conditions LUYNGC had set, and he wondered if LUYNGC would retract his offer to take him as a disciple. This is your last chance, LUYNGC suddenly declared. HIXN's head snapped up, his heart racing slightly. I understand, he murmured. When she comes out, I will call. This was his final opportunity. Just 2 simple words, yet he felt he could manage to utter them. HIXN dashed to a corner of the courtyard, squatting facing the wall, his small face serious, as if partaking in a solemn ritual. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to whisper, "Sister." Upon finishing, his face flushed. The slight, dark visage bore 2 conspicuous patches of crimson. HIXN pressed his lips together, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In truth, grandfather and sister were merely titles. He could easily call his grandfather by name, but for some reason, the thought of addressing S.H. as sister rendered him speechless. HIXN sighed softly. The primary reason lay in his inner conflict. With unresolved feelings, he always felt a knot in his heart, making interactions with S.H. particularly awkward. Nevertheless, he decided it was futile to dwell on such matters. He might as well repeat the title a few more times to become accustomed to it. Sister. This time, it flowed much more smoothly. The worry in HIXN's brow eased a bit as he called out again toward the wall, "Sister." Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, HIXN assumed it was that large demon and paid no mind, continuing to call out "Sister" several more times. Once he felt confident enough to address S.H. directly, he turned around, only to be met with a pair of beautiful apricot eyes. In that instant, the courtyard fell silent, and HIX North stood frozen in place. S.H. met his gaze, her expression complex. She glanced at the wall corner, then back at HIXN, and after a moment's hesitation, she spoke slowly. "You." Upon hearing S.H. begin to speak, he immediately halted. S.H. looked again at the wall corner, and at that moment, an ant crawled by. S.H.'s feelings grew even more complicated. You wouldn't even call her sister, but would call an ant sister instead? In HIXN's eyes, was she truly less significant than an ant? S.H. felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. I didn't tea. HIXN wished he could dig a hole and bury his head in it. Embarrassed, he fidgeted with his toes, glancing around nervously until his gaze met LUYNGC's amused one. HIXN's expression shifted as he silently read LUYNGC's lips saying, "You did it." Had he known it would end this way, he would have forced himself to call out back in the room. It would have spared him this humiliating moment. HIXN thought with resentment. I didn't call the ant sister. His explanation was weak and unconvincing. S.H. didn't take it seriously either, her mind wandering to the thought of what kind of extraordinary ant could have captured HIXN's attention. Unable to fathom it, she decided to retreat. You continue. I want to disturb you. I really didn't HIXN exclaimed, his urgency growing. As he shifted his foot, he accidentally stepped on the ant that had scurried by. The ant met its demise instantly. S.H.'s heart skipped a beat, her lips twitching as she awkwardly reminded him, Your sister has been crushed. HIXN silently moved his foot, revealing the flattened ant beneath. The gruesome sight was too much to bear. By the way, where are Sue NL and B.I. Sue? S.H. skillfully diverted the topic. HIXN muttered, resting in the room. He kept his head down, still feeling the heat of embarrassment on his face, unwilling to let S.H. see it. Oh, well then, HIXN. S.H. glanced at the ant that had been stepped on, feeling hesitant to refer to herself as sister. I have something to attend to. You all stay safe at home. Hixn asked. Where are you going? Of course, to see what kind of little liar you are. Hixn nodded, not suspicious, and replied, All right, I'm heading out. Saying he was preparing to leave when Lu Yingxi suddenly approached and grasped her hand. Sang, I want to go too. Sang he gently coaxed. You stay at home and take good care of the younger siblings for me, all right? The boy's eyes dimmed, and he replied softly, I understand. Going out will trouble Sang, so I will stay at home. Sang he found his response both amusing and exasperating. She wanted to ruffle his hair, but couldn't reach him, so she settled for patting his shoulder instead. You're not a trouble at all. Then can Sang take me along? Lu Yingxi looked at her with hopeful eyes, raising his hand in assurance. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Sang he felt a twinge of headache. Her outing was for serious business, and bringing Lu Yingxi along would clearly be inconvenient. You still before she could finish. The hope in Lu Yingxi's eyes gradually faded, like a falling star losing its brilliance. Chapter 37. From now on. Call me ACI. He soon wanted to scoff at the absurdity of it all, but he couldn't help but think how good at pretending this freshly minted master was. However, Sang he seemed to be quite taken by it, and her demeanor softened immediately as she eagerly said, I'll take you with me. Come along. Lu Yingxi turned around and cheerfully tugged at her arm, exclaiming, Sang is the best. I like Sang the most. Sang he's heart fluttered, and she quickly admonished him not to say such things. Yet, her admonition proved futile. Lu Yingxi acknowledged her words, but remained resolute in calling her that next time. As they passed by the flower beds, Sang he casually glanced at the blossoms on either side. To her astonishment, she noticed that the soft soil was already sprouting a delicate green. Upon closer inspection, she discovered some tender shoots peeking through. Sang he was utterly amazed. The seeds had germinated far too quickly, considering they had only been planted that morning. Lu Yingxi followed her gaze, momentarily surprised, before quickly realizing the reason. It must be due to the vitality within Sang he. The seeds, having been sown by her, had absorbed a significant amount of her essence. The life force within her stimulated growth in all things, particularly benefiting plants. Thus, it was only natural for the flowers to flourish at an accelerated rate. At the Zhengding law firm, Sang he approached the front desk and inquired, Hello, may I ask if Lawyer Peiyu is available? Growing impatient, she added, Could you please help me contact him? I urgently need to see him, or perhaps provide me with his address so I can find him myself. The girl's expression turned peculiar as she smiled apologetically. I think I'll just contact him for you. We can't disclose personal addresses. Sang he dismissed the girl's strange look, feeling quite thick-skinned. How others perceived her was of no concern to her. After a while, the girl lowered the phone, looking somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, but Lawyer Peiyu's phone is unreachable. Sang he wasn't too surprised. Thank you. The girl, adhering to her customer service principles, asked, If this is urgent, I can connect you with another lawyer. No, thank you, Sang he replied, pulling Lu Yingxi along as she turned to leave. Take care. Once Sang he's figure completely vanished, the girl shook her head, remarking on Lawyer Pei's undeniable charm. Upon exiting the firm, Sang he felt a tinge of frustration. She neither knew Peiyu's address nor any other means to contact him, making it clear she wouldn't be seeing him today. Oh, what a wasted trip. But then, she suddenly remembered something, her spirits lifting. Yingxi, let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Sang he not only enjoyed cooking, but also relished tasting food. It could be said that wherever there was good food in Yuncheng, her presence would surely be found. Lu Yingxi lowered his gaze, watching her intently tapping on her phone, her serious demeanor softening his expression as he quietly replied, All right. However, this spontaneous outing was thwarted when Sang he received a phone call. Lu Yingxi's expression remained gentle until he heard a cheerful male voice from the other end. Sang he, It's been a while since we last spoke. The tone was familiar, indicating a close relationship. Lu Yingxi's eyes darkened slightly as he subtly moved closer. Sang he, oblivious to his small gesture, was smiling brightly into the phone, saying, Who would dare interrupt such a busy person? That busy person needs your help. Will you assist or not? Sang he became intrigued, retorting, You want my help? Are you sure? Come on, ancestor. When have I ever helped you without getting something in return? Remember when I asked you to grab something for me when we were kids, and you made me trade for an ice cream? The playful banter from the other end was filled with both amusement and a hint of indulgence, indicating a long-standing friendship. Lu Yingxi's expression darkened completely, a pang of bitterness filling his heart. Upon hanging up, saying he still wore a lingering smile. Clearly, conversing with that boy brought her great joy. This realization made Lu Yingxi feel even worse, his beautiful eyes dimming as he cast his gaze downward, his face losing its vibrancy and becoming somewhat despondent. Yingxi, we need to change our plans. I'll take you to the food market next time, okay? Saying he gently inquired, her expression full of regret, a stark contrast to her earlier playful demeanor. Lu Yingxi felt a pang of discomfort if the roles were reversed. Saying he would likely have dragged that boy along without a second thought, rather than asking him so gently from a distance. The thought deepened his sense of frustration. Sang had someone closer to her, and the realization was unbearable. However, he assumed he was upset due to the lack of food and attempted to comfort him. If there is time later, we can go to the food market. I promise you'll eat your fill. Lu Yingxi remained listless, feeling increasingly wronged. His lips pursed and eyes reddening, as if he were on the verge of tears. He panicked, disregarding all decorum, stepping forward to cup his face. What's wrong? Don't cry, don't cry. Our ACI is the bravest child. No tears. Her words were clearly meant to soothe the child. Yet they had a surprisingly effective impact on Lu Yingxi, especially the way she called him ACI, which struck a chord deep within him. In that moment, he felt a significant closeness to Sang-hee. Lu Yingxi seized the opportunity to embrace Sang-hee, resting his head on her shoulder and muttering, Sang, I'm here. Sang, I'm here. Sang-hee responded patiently, unfazed by his distress. Lu Yingxi quietly asked, Sang, can I always be called ACI from now on? Sang-hee suddenly felt a tickle in her ears, a tingling sensation coursing through her body. At that moment, she found herself lost in thought, realizing how melodious Lu Yingxi's voice was akin to the sound of a clear stream, pure as he was. Without thinking, Sang-hee replied, All right, I will call you ACI from now on. Chapter 38. The young master's late stay, really? That's wonderful. Lu Yingxi straightened up, his youthful face adorned with the purest and most sincere smile that disarmed all defenses, inviting one to bask in the warmth of the moment. Sang-hee at that instant truly understood what it meant to have a caring companion. His smile brought her joy, making all her fatigue melt away, leaving her feeling light and sweet. Sang-hee gazed at Lu Yingxi with affectionate eyes. ACI was truly her comforting little companion. Sang-hee led Lu Yingxi into an old-style residential building, and with practiced ease, climbed to the third floor, producing a key from her pocket and skillfully unlocking the door. Ahi, my treasure! A somewhat boisterous voice called out from inside before the door was fully opened. Immediately, a slender figure darted out from the door, rushing straight towards S.H. Luyngc's gaze sharpened, his fingertips twitching as he contemplated sending the intruder flying, only to witness S.H. with a resigned expression, embracing the figure. Luyngc was taken aback, his previously good mood plummeting. He fixated on the two individuals locked in a tight embrace, his lips pressed together in displeasure. Hesitant to disturb S.H., fearing she might find him bothersome. After a struggle, S.H. finally pried herself free, gasping for air as she exclaimed, Elling, could you please be a bit more dignified? Yet, her words bore little effect. She remained ensnared by the woman until a hand reached from behind, pulling her away, thus liberating her from the woman's grasp. Who is truly your biological child? The young man at the door tugged at his mother's collar, his expression filled with indignation. Clad in a hip-hop style of short sleeves and shorts, adorned with a red headset around his neck, he was handsome and radiant. Yet his starry gaze was fixated on S.H. I have concealed this for so long, yet you have uncovered it. The woman suddenly settled down, a tinge of sorrow washing over her face. In truth, I picked you from a trash bin. S.H. is my true child. The youth's lips twitched, well aware of his mother's dramatic tendencies. Fine, I shall make room for you two, mother and daughter. The woman smiled, understanding. S.H. gave him a thumbs up, praising, CHS, you are quite perceptive. CHS nearly burst into laughter, reaching out to tease her, only to feel a piercing gaze shift towards him. CHS halted, narrowing his starry eyes as he regarded the youth he had initially chosen to ignore. Their gazes locked, an unusual aura enveloping the two. Just as CHS finished appraising the young man from head to toe, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his mind, akin to a needle penetrating the cerebral cortex. He swayed, barely managing to steady himself against the doorframe. Hey, CHS, you haven't been burning the midnight oil to the point of exhaustion, have you? Why can't you stand straight? S-ing H teased, her eyes laden with meaning. M-L-ing covered her ears, signaling her lack of comprehension. CHS retorted, rest assured, even if you falter, I will remain steadfast. Once the pain in his mind subsided, he turned to regard the youth again, only to find his appearance transformed. His beauty remained striking, yet his gaze, once cold and sharp, was now clear, pure, and untainted. Surely, I did not misjudge him just now? M-L-ing also paused, lowering her hand, expressing regret. Ah, H, you have found a boyfriend. S-ing H nearly bit her tongue in disbelief. What on earth? A boyfriend? She cautiously glanced at the young man beside her, relieved to find no reaction, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. He surely could not comprehend the term boyfriend. Could he? S-ing H clarified to the two. No, this is my adopted younger brother. I brought him out to play today. CHS glanced at the youth's handsome face, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You certainly have a discerning eye. He does look quite good. S-ing H frowned. CHS, how do you speak? Do you want me to punch you? I was wrong. I shall never dare again. CHS said insincerely, turning and striding into the room. M-L-ing shot her son a disapproving glance before warmly taking S-ing H's hand. Let us not mind him. Come, let's go inside. All right. S-ing H replied, turning with a gentle tone. Ah, see, come over. Luyngc remained motionless, having descended into an inexplicable low mood upon hearing the word younger brother. He could not grasp the meaning of boyfriend, but from the reactions of the others, he could surmise a hint. A boyfriend likely referred to a partner, yet S-ing H had denied him as her partner, instead labeling him as her brother. A pang of hurt gripped his heart. Since the emergence of his desire to bond with S-ing H, he had always regarded her as his partner. He yearned to forge a lifelong bond with her, yet S-ing H merely considered him a brother. I see, what troubles you? S-ing H inquired, her gaze filled with confusion as she extended her hand towards him. Luyngc placed his hand upon hers, gradually tightening his grip until he enveloped her entire hand in his. With utmost seriousness, he declared, S-ing, I am older than you. Thus, I am not your brother. I could be your partner. However, S-ing H, oblivious to his inner thoughts, assumed he disliked being called younger. She chuckled, following his lead. All right, you are not my brother. Now come inside. CHS lounged on the sofa, his long legs crossed atop the coffee table, his demeanor irritable, his gaze incessantly darting towards the door. Upon seeing S-ing H holding hands with the youth, his annoyance deepened. Like a firecracker, he sprang up from the sofa, confronting the youth with derision. How old are you, that you still need someone to hold your hand? The blatant mockery irked S-ing H, who tugged Luyngc behind her, adopting an assertive protective stance before him. CHS, have you consumed gunpowder today? CHS stared at her in disbelief. S-ing H was actually shouting at him for some unknown boy. M-L-ing, sensing the tension, quickly urged S-ing H. Ah, H, please take a seat. I shall deal with this unruly boy. With that, she dragged the fuming CHS into the room. The door closed, blocking the two sides from view. Do not fear, Luyngc reassured, a smile gracing his lips. S-ing, I am not afraid. S-ing H felt a wave of relief wash over her as she retrieved 2 paper cups from the water dispenser. Luyngc inquired quietly, who are they? S-ing H paused in her actions, her almond eyes softening with warmth. They're my family. Chapter 39. Not acknowledging his affection for S-ing H. When S-ing H reached the age for kindergarten, she came to the city with her grandfather. Living next door were CHS and L-ing RN, a mother and son duo. L-ing RN, divorced, had a husband who was a complete scoundrel, indulging in alcohol and gambling. During the early days of their relationship, the man presented himself as a gentleman, only revealing his true nature after marrying L-ing RN and having CHS. Initially, L-ing RN endured for CHS's sake. But when the man stole the tuition she had saved for CHS to gamble, she finally erupted. The divorce and custody battle ensued, leading her to flee to another town to prevent her ex-husband from harassing them. L-ing RN moved multiple times before finally settling in YNCHing. At that time, little CHS only 4 years old, recognized that the pretty girl who hit hard was an orphan, relying solely on her grandfather. Perhaps due to a shared sense of pity, CHS never bullied S.H. again. Instead, he vowed to become her shield. He promised to tell her bedtime stories, to play with her, to buy her pretty clothes, and to attend parent-teacher meetings together. In essence, S.H's childhood and adolescence were inextricably linked to these two individuals. L.N. provided her with a maternal love she had never known, while CHS became her closest companion over the years. In S.H's heart, they, like her grandfather, were her family. In the room, L.N. poked her son's forehead, her expression one of exasperation. Tell me, with your emotional intelligence, if you don't end up alone, who will? CHS sat on the edge of the bed, brimming with pent-up frustration. Where did you learn such a term? What should I say then? CHS's gaze wandered to the door, seemingly peering through it to see what the two in the living room were doing. Would they hold hands? Would they embrace? Would they kiss? As she pondered, Chisua's expression darkened, unable to contain his agitation. Why did you bring him in here? Saying he's still outside with that guy. However, Lingran remained unruffled, her face displaying disdain. After all these years, you still haven T one over Ahi. How'd I end up with such a worthless son? Mom, what are you saying? Chisua turned his face away awkwardly, his fair earlobes turning crimson as he muttered softly. Who likes Sanghi? I only see her as a sister. Lingran was somewhat speechless, with a decisive flourish. She retrieved her phone and activated the front camera to point it at him. Look at this. Who is the one being infatuated? Chisua glanced at the screen, his face reddening further, stammering for a long while before stubbornly insisting. I really only see her as a sister. Lingran rolled her eyes, feeling utterly despondent over her son's lack of emotional intelligence. Mom, Chisua protested, what is so great about that guy? He looks like a pretty boy. Can he even protect Sanghi? If he can't protect her, can you? Lingran retorted. Chisua fell silent, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, unwilling to admit his feelings for Sanghi. Anyway, just leave alone, Chisua murmured. Lingran, genuinely concerned, thought to herself, if she doesn't intervene, how will this foolish son ever win a wife? In the living room, Lu Yingxi, sipping water, overheard the entire conversation from the room. He was not surprised that the male human was fond of Sang. The moment they exchanged glances, he had detected hostility in that boy's eyes. However, Lu Yingxi did not dwell on it. He was more concerned about Sanghi's feelings. Sanghi had mentioned that those two humans were her relatives, which encompassed various categories, including partners. It remained unclear which category that boy belonged to in Sanghi's heart. Lu Yingxi looked at Sanghi, who was sprawled comfortably on the sofa. He noticed that she was in a relaxed state, carefree and unrestrained. Sang, he called gently. Sanghi raised her eyes. What is it, ACI? It seems that boy doesn't like me very much, Lu Yingxi replied, his gaze lowered, concealing the dejection within. Sanghi immediately straightened, her demeanor serious. That's not true, ACI. Don't think too much about it. Chisua is just like that. He has tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Didn't T Sang just have a quarrel with him? I'm sorry for causing you trouble. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out. Lu Yingxi murmured, his voice diminishing with guilt. Don't think like that. ACI, Sanghi grasped his arm, unconsciously tightening her grip. Our interactions have always been like this. It's just playful banter. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Yingxi feigned surprise, raising his head. Do you always argue with Sang? He paused momentarily. Well, not always. Chisua mostly jokes around, just a bit of bickering. It's rare for him to show real anger like today. But to soothe Lu Yingxi, she nodded. Yes, he always argues with me. Even small squabbles count as arguing. Right? Sanghi thought to herself, feeling a bit guilty. If Sang were to live with him in the future, wouldn't they always be bickering? Lu Yingxi furrowed his brow, his beautiful face etched with worry. I don't want Sang to be argued with. She would be unhappy. Sanghi was taken aback, but then laughed. Who said I would live with him? He will eventually have his own family. We will meet. But we want to live together. Lu Yingxi's expression softened, his eyes sparkling with joy. Then Sang should live with me. I want to argue with her. I want to let her be unhappy. Just as Chisua stepped out the door, he overheard, causing him to halt in his tracks, his heart constricting violently, his expression darkening. Lingran displayed a hint of regret, but accepted the reality. Though she desired for Sanghi to become her daughter-in-law, she understood that such matters could not be forced. After all these years, there had been no indication of Sanghi he harboring any romantic feelings for her son, and the likelihood of that changing seemed even slimmer in the future. While she felt regretful, she was genuinely pleased if saying he could find her own happiness. Lu Yingxi's eyes brightened, like stars falling into a tranquil lake, shimmering with light. He unabashedly expressed his delight, his brows lifting in a smile. Sang, you're wonderful. Will we always be together? Sang he was once again struck by his radiant charm. The boy's fervent emotions enveloped her like the sun, making her feel flushed and dizzy. Unable to resist, she blurted out, of course. Chisua's heart took another blow, a wave of bitterness washing over him as he stood there in a daze. Confusion clouding his expression. Wasn't he supposed to be my brother? How could they possibly live together? Lingran sighed, shaking her head. Lu Yingxi caught sight of Chisua's reaction, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Sang He, her casual remarks had stirred a tempest of emotions in several hearts. Upon seeing Chisua and Lingran emerge, she waved at them. Ling Mama, Chisua, come here. Coming. Lingran replied with a beaming smile, pulling her dazed son to sit beside Sang He. Ahi, let's not beat around the bush. I actually called you here today to ask for your help with something. Ling Mama, you're too polite. Just tell me what it is. Do you think I would refuse you? Sang He wrapped her arms around Lingran's arm, affectionately nuzzling her shoulder. Am I not part of the family? You are definitely part of our family. Whoever says otherwise will have to answer to me, Lingran proclaimed, her aura towering at 6 feet. After saying this, her confidence waned as her voice trailed off, appearing quite embarrassed. Sang He, concerned, asked, what's wrong? Is it something complicated? Lingran remained silent. Chisua scoffed lightly, casually interjecting, it's not complicated. She just wants you to cook a meal for someone else. Lingran replied, well, it's somewhat along those lines. Sang He felt a sense of foreboding. Somewhat? How far off is that? Lingran raised a hand, the distance between her thumb and index finger measuring merely a centimeter. It's just about this much. Chisua elaborated. The neighbor's child seems to have developed an eating disorder. That family is desperate and has sought medical help without success. Then my mom recalled your cooking skills and, in a moment of excitement, boasted that you were an expert in this area and could surely cure the child's condition. He gestured toward the corner of the living room. They were extremely grateful and immediately brought over gifts. Now, Mom is in a bit of a predicament. Sang He was taken aback. Eating disorder? Expert? She gazed at Lingran, whose head was bowed almost to her chest, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ling Mama, you think too highly of me, don't you? Anorexia is a serious illness. I can merely cook, not practice medicine. Initially filled with trepidation, Lingran suddenly straightened her back upon hearing this, exuding a formidable presence. Our dear He is undeniably exceptional, and that is something everyone must acknowledge. Chi Su, silently retreating to the opposite end of the sofa, distanced himself from the exuberant praise of Sang He. It was unclear what kind of enchantment Sang He had cast upon her mother, but she had always enjoyed extolling her virtues. Compliments were showered upon her upon completing homework, after finishing a bowl of rice, and for even the minutest of achievements. Under the relentless, mindless adulation of her mother, Sang He had somehow not gone astray, which Chi Su found remarkable in retrospect. What, he pondered, made Sang He so captivating that her mother would laud her so? His curiosity led him to glance at Sang He. A light, resigned smile graced her face, her delicate profile exuding an exquisite softness, each feature perfectly harmonious. Even when her mother acted somewhat irksome, she remained unperturbed, her eyes brimming with compassion. As Chi Su observed her, his cheeks suddenly flushed, and he averted his gaze. How could someone be so beautiful? He mused. He had known Sang He was lovely since childhood. Upon their first encounter, he had yearned to befriend this enchanting little girl, only to receive a punch in return for tugging at her braid. Back then, he was too young to feel humiliated and retaliated, only to be bested and reduced to tears by little Sang He. It was truly a shameful memory. He blinked, momentarily dazed, and looked towards the 3 standing nearby. Silly boy, what are you thinking? Chi Su was asked. Where are you going? To cook for the neighbor's child, Lingran replied, observing her son with increasing concern, feeling he lacked even half the intelligence of a he. Stung by her gaze, which seemed to regard him as foolish, Chi Su rose silently and followed the others outside. Lingran chatted with Sang He as they approached the neighbor's door. The neighbors moved in 3 months ago. We often exchange food. She knocked gently, A young woman opened the door, her appearance charming and gentle, radiating warmth, though dark circles under her eyes suggested fatigue. Aran, you're here. Her voice was soft and soothing, instantly easing any apprehension. Sang He, noticing the woman's warm smile, began to understand why Ling Ran was so fond of the neighbor she had only recently met. This woman possessed an innate ability to attract others with her gentle presence. Devoid of any sharpness that might induce discomfort, Ling Ran clearly cherished her, warmly grasping her hand as they entered the home. Sang Yi followed, surveying her surroundings, familiar yet foreign. Subsequently, the landlord faced difficulties, prompting a move and the listing of the house for sale. She often heard Ling Ran lament that the property would likely remain unsold. The house was old, situated in a remote area with inconvenient transport, yet the landlord had set a price that was hardly reasonable. Who would be foolish enough to buy it? Yet, astonishingly, someone did. Sang He appraised the woman, dressed in a modest pale green gown, adorned with a jade bracelet that complemented her elegant and tranquil demeanor. She seemed utterly out of place in the dilapidated house. This is my daughter. She cooks exceptionally well. Ling Ran introduced. Sang He suppressed her curiosity, offering a gentle smile as she extended her hand. Hello, I am Sang He. The woman softly replied. Hello, I am Wen Yu. Their hands met lightly, but suddenly Wen Yu paused, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked at Sang He. You are. Her voice barely above a whisper, laced with cautious inquiry. Sang He was perplexed. Had she not just stated her name? Did she not hear her? She reiterated, I am Sang He, Sang from Sang Yi, He from He Miao. Wen Yu's surprise shifted to uncertainty as she scrutinized Sang He, then said, Please, make yourselves comfortable. I will fetch my husband and child. She stepped into another room. Ling Ran took the opportunity to explain the child's situation to Sang He. Luo Yingzi, standing nearby, focused on a cluster of vibrant alfalfa plants in the corner. The greenery was thriving, filling the pots to capacity, yet some leaves bore bite marks, as if nibbled by some creature. The house's owners were evidently not ordinary. Luo Yingzi sensed this even before entering the room. 2 adult creatures and a feeble, near-death offspring. The potted plants were their sustenance. Luo Yingzi shifted his gaze to the room where Wen Yu had just entered. Sounds filtered through the door, clear to his ears. Husband, a girl has come, it seems. Wen Yu's words trailed off. A joyful male voice responded, Really? Then Moo will be saved. It cannot be mistaken. Her aura is identical to what I felt in my childhood, even more potent. Wen Yu hesitated, but weren't they all eliminated? How could there be one here? And she seems unaware of my identity. The man dismissed her concerns, eager to ascertain whether this girl could indeed save Moo. He stepped out, his urgency palpable. Through their conversation, Luo Yingzi discerned that these two were familiar with Sang He, not her as a person, but her true nature. The door creaked open, revealing 3 figures. Creatures discern the world through their essence, effortlessly distinguishing between humans and their kind. If he wasn't mistaken, this young lad appeared human, though his aura was peculiar. The man scrutinized Luo Yingzi, who remained unfazed. Having left the orphanage, he always concealed his essence. Only those of the same kind or those stronger would perceive him as anything but human. The man, however, sought confirmation of his wife's claim. He directed his attention to Sang He, releasing an essence undetectable to humans, tentatively approaching her. Luo Yingzi felt no malice in this essence, so he refrained from intervening. He too was curious about Sang He's true identity. Perhaps today would unveil all mysteries. Upon contact with Sang He, the man's eyes widened in ecstatic recognition. This revelation was understood only by him and his wife. Wen Yu's gentle eyes also widened, glistening with tears of joy. Sang He observed their increasingly exaggerated expressions and the openly longing gazes exchanged between the couple, prompting her to instinctively step back. Why did it feel as if she had come to prepare a meal, only to become the dish herself? Luo Yingzi moved a few steps forward, shielding Sang He from the couple's intense gaze. Chi Su, too, wore a wary expression, his eyes fixed on the pair. In the midst of it all, only the oblivious Ling Ran remained unaware of the unusual atmosphere, cheerfully proclaiming, Indeed, this is my remarkable daughter, Sang He. Chi Su thought, yes, that is indeed his mother, a woman who would cheerfully assist those who exploit her. Wen Yu subdued her excitement, introducing Sang He to her husband. This is my husband, Zhou Yuan. Wen Yu's husband was tall and appeared quite handsome. Yet at this moment, for reasons unknown, tears welled up in his eyes. After introducing her husband, Wen Yu brought forth a small child from behind her. The child, slender and timid, clung tightly to Wen Yu's thigh, refusing to let go. Wen Yu gently patted the child's head, her tones softening further. "This is my son, Zhou Mu." Saying he glanced down at the little one. He was indeed frail, his bony frame suggesting he had not eaten in quite some time. The sight of this child reminded Sang He of his son and the others. When she first encountered them, they bore a similar heart-wrenching appearance. Chapter 42. The truth must be revealed. When Yu led the child forward to Sang He. "Mumu, go greet your sister." Zhou Mu, with a timid demeanor and sunken cheeks, looked up with his large round eyes. "Hello, sister." His shyness caused him to retreat back behind Wen Yu after speaking. Sang He felt a pang of sympathy as he resembled Xian Li, her heart softening. "Hello, Mumu." Wen Yu gently encouraged Zhou Mu toward Sang He. "Mumu, go give your sister a hug." Zhou Mu shook his head in reluctance, nervously glancing around at the gathering. Wen Yu, feeling anxious, coaxed him softly, "Mumu, please hug your sister." Yet the little boy remained hesitant. Wen Yu turned to Zhou Yuan with a pleading look, silently asking for guidance. Zhou Yuan shook his head gently, signaling her to remain patient. Sang He, smiling, suggested, "If the little one is unwilling, let us not force him. Instead, could you please tell me if there are any foods that Mumu cannot eat?" "Of course." Sang He wished to temper their expectations. "I must apologize, as my mother may have overstated things. I am not a doctor and have little expertise regarding anorexia. I merely know how to cook, so I cannot guarantee that I can cure Mumu. It is all right if you cannot cure him. It suffices if Mumu can eat something." Wen Yu replied with a warm smile. In truth, Zhou Mu's so-called anorexia was merely a response to external inquiries. The real reason for his condition stemmed from the inherent disarray of the meridians in demon offspring. Sang He, upon hearing this, offered an apologetic smile. "I cannot guarantee that either. After all, anorexia is a condition that cannot simply be resolved by delicious food." Wen Yu's smile deepened, a glimmer of profound understanding in her eyes. "It is all right. Let's give it a try." No one knew better than her the immense energy contained within the young girl before her. The aura surrounding Sang He was the finest remedy for regulating the meridians of demon younglings. Wen Yu had experienced this power during her own childhood, as the life-giving energy coursed through every corner of her being, gradually restoring her disordered meridians. It was the most comforting sensation she had ever felt. The vitality within Sang He surpassed even what Wen Yu had felt in her youth. Merely touching hands had alleviated her fatigue accumulated over the past few months, leaving her rejuvenated and invigorated. Thus, she dared to assert that if this young girl could not heal Mumu, then no one else could. Sang He entered the kitchen, her hands deftly preparing the ingredients. While cooking, she easily slipped into a state of complete immersion, allowing her full attention to blend with the process to create the best dishes. Wen Yu intentionally drew Zhou Mu closer, wishing for him to be nearer to her. As time passed, Sang He began to wrap things up, and Zhou Mu seemed to exhibit a subtle change, though he still appeared thin and unchanged in visage. As a mother, Wen Yu noticed the slightest alteration in her child's spirit. Zhou Mu's vitality had improved somewhat, compared to his listlessness over the past few months. A flicker of light began to emerge in his once dull eyes. Wen Yu was overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears. "This is wonderful, truly wonderful." Sang He, startled by the sudden exclamation, snapped out of her trance and looked at Wen Yu, whose eyes were nearly brimming with tears. "What's wrong?" Sang He, "Thank you. Truly, thank you." Wen Yu bowed deeply 3 times, her eyes red and her expression filled with gratitude. Sang He, taken aback, nearly dropped her beloved spatula, jumping aside to avoid Wen Yu's blows. "What are you doing?" she stammered, glancing at the food still cooking in the pan. They hadn't even served the dish yet, and the child hadn't eaten anything. Why was she thanking her? Wen Yu was so overwhelmed with emotion that words escaped her. If it weren't for the fear of startling Sang He, she might have even knelt in gratitude. Who could understand the heartache of a mother? When a child is ill, their suffering becomes the mother's own. Day after day, she watched Zhou Mu's body grow frailier, consumed by worry that robbed her of sleep and appetite. In recent days, Zhou Mu had been unable to eat anything, not even his favorite alfalfa, often suffering from seizures and fainting spells that left her terrified. She knew he was nearing the end of his life. She had witnessed similar cases in the demon realm, where younglings with unregulated meridians exhibited the same symptoms before their demise. Unable to eat, seizing, bleeding profusely, despairing and feeling trapped, she thought that if Zhou Mu were to die, she would follow him, never allowing him to be alone. Yet to her astonishment, after reaching her lowest point, she found a glimmer of hope. When Ling Ran had told her that someone could save Zhou Mu, she had dismissed it with a smile, skeptical of any human's ability to help her child. But perhaps it was her deep-seated unwillingness to accept defeat that drove her to grasp this lifeline. She agreed to it, never anticipating that it would truly become a saving grace. Sang He, bewildered, observed the emotional woman crying and asked, "What is the matter?" Zhou Mu anxiously tugged at his mother-esque garment, whispering, "Mama, don't cry." Zhou Yuan suddenly appeared, supporting his wife's arm gently, speaking softly, "I apologize. My wife is just very worried about Mumu." "I understand," Sang He replied, hastening to finish cooking the dishes in the pan before serving them. The dishes were relatively simple: steamed shrimp with eggs, cucumber salad, sweet and sour ribs, and a shrimp medley soup. The flavors were mild, but the colors were vibrant and appetizing. Once the dishes were served, Ling Ran's eyes lit up, and she appeared somewhat envious. She approached Sang He, whispering, "I want to eat too." Upon receiving her promise, Ling Ran beamed and walked away. Chi Su happened to overhear this and leaned over to Sang He, asking, "What about me? I want sweet and sour ribs, braised chicken wings, lemon shrimp, and stir-fried clams." He rattled off a list of dishes without a moment's thought. Turning around, he met the cold, warning gaze of Ing Si. Chi Su was unafraid, even raising an eyebrow in defiance, his expression clearly conveying, "What can you do about it?" After observing the situation, he realized that Sang He's so-called brother behaved obediently in her presence, but displayed an entirely different demeanor with others. Two-faced and hypocritical. He felt a twinge of shame. Sang He likely cherished this obedient facade of her brother, which was why she treated him so gently, holding his hand and soothing him in whispers. But what would happen if Sang He discovered her brother's true nature? Chapter 43. You can eat shit suddenly. Chi Suo felt a sharp pain in his head, more intense than the previous needle-like ache, accompanied by ringing in his ears and blurred vision, causing the world to spin around him. His body swayed, nearly leading him to faint. Yet, within moments, this pain receded swiftly. Chi Suo's expression turned solemn as he began to suspect he might be afflicted with some terminal illness. Just as he contemplated when to visit the hospital for an examination, Sang He spoke beside him. "Order more dishes? You might as well eat dung." Chi Suo was taken aback. How could he appear so eager to fulfill every demand, yet treat him in such a contemptuous manner? Ridiculous. A double standard indeed. No wonder Sang He was attracted to that pretty boy. It seems that double standards attract more double standards. Frustrated, Chi Suo distanced himself from Sang He and observed Lu Yingzi approach, affectionately calling out to Sang He, "Sang Sang, I want to eat too." Chi Suo crossed his arms, still fuming, thinking, "You might as well eat dung." Once again, he was incensed by the double standards displayed by that double standard dog. He felt a mix of jealousy and anger as he watched Sang He exhibit such tenderness, realizing he had experienced so little of it in their long acquaintance, while this unknown younger brother could bask in her affection at all times. He pondered if it was merely because this younger brother could act coy, but he could do that too. After some contemplation, he resolved to find an opportunity to act spoiled and catch Sang He's attention. Unbeknownst to her, Sang He was oblivious to the undercurrents between the two boys, her full attention devoted to the little friend, Zhou Mu. She hoped more than anyone that Zhou Mu would consume the dishes, for that would affirm her efforts. Meanwhile, Wen Yu and her husband anxiously observed their son's reactions. Seeing Zhou Mu remain still, Wen Yu could no longer contain herself and gently placed a spoon in his hand. "Erjin, Mumu, eat up." Zhou Mu slowly grasped the spoon, his eyes fixed on the array of dishes before him, his little nose twitching. The various aromas wafted into his nostrils, and he suddenly felt a sense of lightness, a hunger stirring in his previously unresponsive stomach. He swallowed hard, scooped up some shrimp and steamed egg, and after a few chews, swallowed it down. The delightful taste mingled with a peculiar essence, coursing through his limbs. And Zhou Mu's eyes brightened. This time, he needed no prompting from Wen Yu and eagerly dug into a piece of sweet and sour pork rib. Eating with a spoon proved cumbersome, and he rushed a bit. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yuan, who had initially maintained composure, could no longer hold back. His eyes reddening with emotion, fingers gripping the edge of the table tightly. Wenyu's tears fell uncontrollably once more. Moo, let mommy help you remove the bones. Take your time. Don't choke. She hurried to the kitchen for chopsticks, sitting beside Zhou Mu to deb one the sweet and sour ribs. Although she initially held little hope, she couldn't help but wish for this little friend to truly enjoy her cooking. Fortunately, the outcome was as she had hoped. Amidst this harmonious and joyous atmosphere, Ling Ran suddenly burst forth with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "My daughter is indeed exceptional. She can even cure anorexia," saying he couldn't help but twitch her lips. Try to calm her down. Ling Mama, could you please be quiet? Ling Ran chuckled awkwardly. All right, I'll be quiet. Each dish saying he prepared was not overly abundant. Yet for a 5 or 6-year-old child, finishing it all in one sitting would be quite a challenge, especially for one suffering from anorexia. However, to Sang He's astonishment, Zhou Mu truly finished all the food, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Initially, she harbored concerns. Children who had long struggled with eating often possessed weak stomachs, and consuming too much at once could be burdensome. But since when you assured her that there would be no issues, Sang He decided not to voice her concerns further. Quietly observing Zhou Mu, as he finished without any adverse reactions, she finally felt relieved. After Zhou Mu finished eating, Sang He planned to depart. Having spent an extended time out, worrying about the few children left at home. Before she left, Wenyu handed her a white, plush fabric pouch, its texture akin to wool, filled with something that emitted a faint rustling sound, reminiscent of thin metal sheets colliding. Additionally, Sang He felt some smooth, round beads within. Puzzled, she looked at Wenyu, her eyes inquiring. Wenyu smiled and explained, "Ahi, you helped our family immensely today, so this is a token of appreciation." "No, there's no need. I merely prepared a meal for the child," Sang He insisted, attempting to return the pouch, but Wenyu refused to accept it. "Ahi, please keep it, otherwise I would feel indebted to you." Wenyu's voice was soft and gentle, her gaze sincere as she looked at Sang He. "Moreover, I have one more request to trouble Ahi with." "Go on," Sang He prompted. Wenyu exchanged a glance with her husband before sharing their joint decision. "I would like to invite Ahi to come to our home once a week to cook for Moo. Would that be acceptable? We will provide compensation." "I can manage that, but there's no need for compensation," Sang He readily agreed. Having already planned to take Hisun and the others out for excursions every week to experience the beauty of the world. After a moment's thought, she added, "However, cooking at your home might not always be convenient. How about I prepare the meals at home and bring them to Moo?" Wenyu eagerly nodded, "Of course. Whatever is convenient for Ahi." After saying this, she glanced at the fabric pouch Sang He offered, chuckling softly, her smile carrying a deeper meaning that momentarily caught Sang He off guard. "As for this token of appreciation, Ahi, please accept it. Inside are items you will find useful." Chapter 44. The word poor written on one's face that night. Sang He lay in bed, staring at the dazzling golden leaves in her hand, lost in thought. Could it be that the word poor was written all over her face? Otherwise, how would Wenyu know she was in need of money? Sang He sat up, shaking out the contents of the fabric pouch. The golden leaves cascaded down like a waterfall, piling up on the bed to form a small mountain of gold, with a few jade-like green beads falling last. The golden leaves appeared quite substantial, not flimsy like gossamer. Sang He counted them, exactly 100 leaves. She couldn't help but gasp, astonished by the wealth of Wenyu's family. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of confusion. With such affluence, why would they choose to buy such a dilapidated house? Unable to comprehend this, Sang He decided to dismiss it. The thoughts of the wealthy were beyond her understanding as a struggling worker. She picked up the green beads, finding them smooth and pleasantly warm to the touch. Each bead was roughly the same size, round and plump. Although the color was green, it was bright and translucent, not the dull, heavy shade of old jade, but rather a vibrant green brimming with life. At first glance, the beads reminded Sang He of lush, uninhabited forests where the vitality of life flourished, and every breath resonated with pure energy. After examining them closely, she speculated they might indeed be jade. There were 12 in total. After some thought, Sang He rummaged through her backpack for a few red strings. Noticing the beads lacked holes, she searched for some fine copper wire. Soon, she crafted 6 red string bracelets. Each golden copper wire was bent into delicate hollow spheres encasing the green beads. The golden curves contrasting beautifully with the vibrant green, adding a touch of opulence to the creation. Each bracelet is adorned with 2 copper wire balls, a crimson string, turquoise beads, and golden copper wires, creating a striking and vivid contrast. Sang-hee gazes at the 6 bracelets, a smile curling at her lips. 5 individuals plus Xiao Bai. 6 bracelets, perfectly fitting. She plans to simply place Xiao Bai's bracelet around its neck, ensuring it remains secure while enhancing its beauty. Sang-hee carefully puts away the golden leaves and places the 6 bracelets beside her pillow, turning off the light in preparation for sleep. Before long, a gentle, pale green glow emanates from beside her pillow. It is soft, devoid of any harshness, reminiscent of fireflies gently fluttering in the darkness, twinkling beautifully. Moments latte. One of the red string bracelets unexpectedly floats into the air, the pale green glowing turquoise beads suddenly shattering in the light, transforming into particles that scatter in the air. The green specks seem to be summoned, drifting directly towards Sang-hee, touching her skin before merging into her body. Throughout the entire process, Sang-hee remains completely unaware, exhibiting no reaction. Only after the green light is fully absorbed does the red string and hollow ball bracelet fall to the side of her pillow with a soft thud. The room returns to tranquility. In the dead of night, Lu Yingzi ventures out as usual, but this time accompanied by Hae-sun. "Where are we going?" Hae-sun inquires, rubbing his eyes, feeling both sleepy and somewhat irritable. After all, being abruptly awakened from a deep slumber by a kick is hardly a pleasant experience. Lu Yingzi retorts, "Do you think being my disciple is so easy?" Hae-sun is well aware of the challenges ahead and has mentally prepared himself for Lu Yingzi's rigorous training. However, he never anticipated that the ordeal would commence with such an unceremonious awakening. To avoid being kicked out of bed every night, Hae-sun timidly suggests, "You can call me next time. I won't linger in bed." Lu Yingzi casts a sidelong glance at him, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "As your master, I shall establish your first rule today." Hae-sun feels a sense of foreboding, eyeing Lu Yingzi warily. "What rule?" "You have no right to question any actions of your master." Hae-sun finds this rule absurdly tyrannical. "What if I don't comply?" he inquires cautiously. Lu Yingzi chuckles lightly. "You may try." Hae-sun decides against it, sensing that the outcome would not be favorable. "Very well, tonight your first training task is to keep up with me." Hae-sun expresses confusion, feeling that this task presents little challenge. However, in the next moment, Lu Yingzi's figure vanishes from sight. Hae-sun stares in astonishment, scanning his surroundings, but only sees an expanse of night. Just then, Lu Yingzi's voice comes from an indeterminate direction. "I recall your sense of smell is quite keen. Follow my scent." Hae-sun's expression darkens, feeling as though he has been likened to a dog. "You have 5 minutes. If you fail to find the right direction, you shall face punishment." Hae-sun's gaze sharpens, and disregarding any hesitation, he inhales deeply, detecting the myriad scents in the air. The scent of dust, of humanity, and various industrial fumes. He meticulously discerns each odor. After 3 minutes, he finally catches a faint trace of demonic energy. It is Lu Yingzi's scent. Southeast. His eyes brighten as he heads in that direction. "Did I find it?" he asks. Following the trail of energy, Hae-sun runs for an indeterminate length of time. His small figure weaves through the city, ultimately arriving before a shadowy grove. Lu Yingzi's scent dissipates here. Breathless, Hae-sun leans on his knees, panting heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat. He hesitates before the grove, contemplating whether to enter. "Why not come in?" Lu Yingzi's voice resonates from deep within the woods, echoing as if from afar. Hae-sun's breath gradually steadies, and he straightens, a faint smile gracing his face. Initially uncertain of Lu Yingzi's presence, he now feels assured. "You are not inside," Hae-sun asserts confidently. "Well, you're not entirely foolish." Lu Yingzi materializes behind him. Hae-sun turns, his eyes sparkling with delight and a hint of pride. Despite his typically serious demeanor, he is, after all, still a child. Praise serves as both recognition and encouragement for him, even if the words are not particularly flattering. He stands tall, exuding confidence, with a glimmer of a beastly sharpness in his dark eyes. "I am the firstborn of the Wolf King, naturally not foolish." "Wolf King? I have not heard of such a figure. I have only encountered the hound wolf. This creature bears the name wolf, but bears no resemblance to you," Lu Yingzi remarks. "Impossible," Hae-sun exclaims. Disbelief etched across his face. My father commands the entire demonic realm. Every being within it, from the grand to the minute, knows him. How could you not have heard of him? Where on earth have you emerged from? Chapter 45. The Gift of the Red String. Lu Yingzi narrows his phoenix-like eyes, scoffing lightly, as if mocking the notion of commanding the demonic realm as mere folly. The factions of the demonic realm have been established for millennia. Who could disrupt this balance? Millennia? He-sun stares in astonishment. Lu Yingzi, realizing the implications, pauses before bursting into laughter. Two demonic realms? How intriguing. He mutters softly, I do not know. I was taken to the human realm by my grandfather long ago. Lu Yingzi's eyes flicker with indifference as he coolly remarks, liar. He-sun is still contemplating whether to elaborate when Lu Yingzi's figure vanishes once more. Continue, he instructs. Shortly after they leave the orphanage, a figure appears at the entrance of the alley. This figure is tall and upright, clad in a meticulously tailored suit, exuding an air of refinement. Sun Sheng stands still, scanning the area for Lu Yingzi, frustration causing him to stomp his foot. Damn it, why am I always just a step behind? He cries out, startling a flock of slumbering birds into flight. After his outburst, Sun Sheng prepares to leave, but upon turning, he is taken aback. Oh, this alley. Sun Sheng inspects the surroundings closely, confirming that a barrier indeed obstructs the path. Is there something within? Could my employer be inside? This fleeting thought is quickly dismissed. Though the barrier possesses considerable strength, it is not one set by his employer. It must belong to some reclusive great demon. Best not to disturb them. As dawn breaks, Sang he awakens, instinctively reaching for the red string bracelets. Still groggy, she can only perceive the texture before her. 1, 2, 5, upon grasping the sixth bracelet. Her hand halts, instantly waking her fully. Where are my beads? She exclaims, realizing that the meticulously braided red string bracelet is now devoid of beads, leaving only the string with two solitary copper wire balls dangling. Could they have fallen out? She muses aloud. Yet, the copper wire hollow balls show no signs of damage or deformation. After searching the bedside and under the bed, she finds no trace of the missing beads. How peculiar. Did the beads grow legs and run away? And before departing, they restored the hollow balls to their original shape? Sang he envisions the scenario, shivering at the strange and eerie thought. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts her reverie. Sang, it is Lu Yingzi. Wait a moment. Tidied herself up, tucked the bracelet into her pocket, and opened the door. ACI, you are up so early today? She said as she walked towards the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. Sang, I made breakfast today. Lu Yingzi followed closely behind her, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as if seeking praise. A smile escaped from Sang he. Of course, ACI is amazing. How could I have such a wonderful child? Lu Yingzi focused on the key point, slightly displeased. I am not a child. All right. Our ACI is an adult now. She replied in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Noticing he was still unhappy, Sang he pulled out a red string bracelet from her pocket. Initially, she planned to wait until the little ones were awake to give it to them together, but since Lu Yingzi was upset, she decided to present it to him first. ACI, guess what this is? She said mysteriously, waving the bracelet in front of him. Lu Yingzi's gaze deepened as he looked at the red string bracelet. Is this a gift from Sang? Very clever. Sang he held the ends of the red string and extended her hand. Lu Yingzi obediently followed suit. Watching as Sang he tied the red string around his wrist, feeling as though his heart was enveloped in honey, sweet and delightful. He murmured the words red string, recalling the meaning of a woman gifting a red string, and his lips curved into a smile. So beautiful. Sang he was about to ask him what he made for breakfast when her phone rang. Looking at the screen, she saw it was Chi-Su. Lu Yingzi's smile faded and his expression turned serious. She answered the call, and Chi-Su's loud voice boomed through. Hey, Sang he, are you awake? Not yet. It's a ghost talking to you now, she replied. Then, Ghost Sang, could you please call Sang Shaohua for me? Just tell her brother is looking for her. Sang he's eyelids twitched, as she coldly uttered a single word, get lost. Chi-Su chuckled and cleared his throat, finally becoming serious. Sang he, I'm here to deliver something. Come out and meet me. Come out to meet you? Where are you? Sang he frowned. On the other end, Chi-Su looked around the old alley, scratching his head in frustration. I don't know. I'm standing in open space, surrounded by old houses with some pathways leading who knows where. Why is there not a single person around? I wanted to ask for directions. Sang he roughly understood his location. All right, wait there, don't wander off. She hung up and greeted Lu Yingxi, preparing to head out. Lu Yingxi's expression darkened. Sang, who are you going to meet? How about I go with you? I'll go by myself. You stay at home obediently, she replied. Just as Lu Yingxi was about to suggest accompanying her, his peripheral vision caught sight of He Sun coming out of the room. In an instant, a light bulb went off in his mind, and he pointed at He Sun. Sang, he looking for you. Still half asleep and merely stepping out to use the restroom. He Sun paused, then looked up to see Sang, he turning to him, and Lu Yingxi signaling with his eyes. After a brief moment, He Sun imagined the consequences of not heeding his master's words. Well, those consequences might be more than he could bear. Thus, He Sun nodded in agreement. Yes, I need to talk to you. Saying he hesitated, glancing at Lu Yingxi, softly suggesting, do you remember that brother from yesterday? He should be waiting in the open space outside the alley. Go and bring him in. Okay, Lu Yingxi replied as he left. A large question mark appeared above He Sun's head. Brother? Is there anyone older than the big monster? However, He Sun currently had no energy to ponder these thoughts, as Sang he was already approaching him. He Sun's eyes darted nervously, feeling the weight of the moment. He rarely spoke to Sang he, much less initiated a conversation. The big monster clearly wanted to keep Sang he from going out. So, what excuse should he come up with? Chapter 46. The red string turns out to be wholesale. Sang he squatted down in front of him. He Sun, do you have something to say? He Sun's gaze flitted around restlessly, and when he accidentally met Sang he's eyes, his face flushed with anxiety. Sang he quietly waited, and seeing him genuinely nervous, she diverted her gaze elsewhere. After a moment of stammering, He Sun's right hand slipped into his pocket and unexpectedly touched something soft and fluffy. Without thinking, he blurted out, I have something to give you. Sang he eagerly extended her hands, looking at him with anticipation. It seemed the heavens were about to shower down a red rain. This little fellow was actually gifting her a present. He Sun pulled out the fluffy item from his pocket and thrust it into Sang he's hands. He turned his head away, Sang here. Meanwhile, Sang he lowered her gaze and froze upon seeing what lay in her palm. She awkwardly chuckled twice. This gift is quite unique. I like it. An odd scent wafted from the fur, reminiscent of medicine. Sang he sniffed it and added, this scent is also quite peculiar. He Sun found her reaction strange and turned to see what she held, a large tuft of black fur. The straight black hair stood up, looking somewhat familiar. Just then, He Xiaobai bounded out from the room behind him, approaching the two and howling, brother, look at my head. It feels so cool. He Sun translated the situation in his mind, staring at the top of Xiaobai's little head, falling into silence. There, on the top of its round head, a 2-centimeter diameter circle of fur was completely gone, revealing a hint of pink skin beneath. A once fluffy and adorable little wolf had transformed into a bald-headed one. The medicinal ointment was indeed unpleasant, and he had been utterly exhausted at the time. So he just thought to make it easier and snipped off the fur atop its head, casually pocketing it. He Sun gazed at Xiaobai, who looked up at him with trust and dependence, and his emotions became complicated. Xiaobai hesitated, his lips quivering, but ultimately said nothing. What could he say? Xiaobai, you're bald, and yes, I did it. Saying he also noticed Xiaobai's bald head and couldn't help but laugh. Xiaobai, that hairstyle is quite unique. He Xiaobai tilted his head, puzzled. Suddenly, Sang he seemed to realize something, and her laughter ceased. She looked at the fur in her hand, and then at the bald-headed He Xiaobai, falling silent. Xiaobai, have you ever heard the saying, fur doesn't vanish. It merely transfers from one place to another. He Xiaobai didn't quite understand. Saying he lowered her hand a bit, for example. Your fur has moved from your head to my hand. Xiaobai's expression turned bewildered, and for the first time, it reacted quickly. How can my fur be here? It recalled the cool sensation on the top of its head. A chill ran down its spine, and its already round eyes widened even more. I'm bald. Who did this? Saying he gently patted its back, comforting. Have you heard another saying? When you lose one thing, you will gain another. She produced the red string bracelet, adorned with translucent green beads. So look, your other thing has arrived. She placed it around its neck, admiring it. It looks lovely. He Sun remarked, it's like a dog collar. In the next moment, Sang he, with a smile, held up the red string bracelet and looked at him. You have one too. Lu Yingxi, under the telephone pole, waited anxiously, yet he saw no sign of Sang he appearing. He impatiently kicked the telephone pole, pulled out his phone, and was about to call S-ing H again when a shadow suddenly appeared on the ground nearby. With no one else around, he did not conceal his expression, which darkened, and his eyes glinted with palpable hostility. "What are you doing here? Where is S-ing H?" Luyngc smiled and replied, Essing didn't he want to come pick you up, so I came instead." CHS glared at him. "Do you think I will fall for your schemes? You must have used some trick to keep her from coming." "Believe it or not, the truth remains unchanged," Luyngc said, his demeanor unchanged, calm, and composed. This unruffled attitude only deepened S's suspicions. Though he claimed disbelief, it was merely a fa. Deep down, he believed it. It was indeed very likely that S-ing H would do something like this, especially when the person in question was him. Heartless little, white-eyed wolf. CHS muttered in frustration. He had even made a special trip to bring her a gift. "Follow me," Luyngc said softly, with the air of a host leading the way. CHS rolled his eyes at his back, thinking, "What are you pretending for? I've known her for over 10 years. You, who have only spent a few days with her, cannot compare. Is that so?" Luyngc remained unfazed, slowing his pace to walk parallel to CHS, his right hand casually revealing a red string bracelet on his left wrist. He lowered his gaze, smiling gently. "Isn't this beautiful? It was specially made for me by S-ing. A massage pillow," he said. "She thought my old bones needed some relaxation. A toilet sieve," he added. "She thought my foul mouth needed to be silenced." There were all sorts of peculiar items, yet nothing romantic like a red string or a necklace. Damn it, he had unexpectedly lost this silent battle. The longer Luyngc reveled in his triumph, the more dejected S became. As they entered the welfare home, S-ing H came out to greet them with a few children. The little ones were all in short sleeves, their bare arms adorned with beautiful red string bracelets, making them strikingly conspicuous. Even a black and white dog around their neck had one. CHS leaned closer to the boy's ear, maliciously mimicking his earlier tone. "Isn't this beautiful? It was specially made for me by S-ing. CHS sneered. "Oh, so it's mass-produced?" Chapter 47. Are we really going to live with these burdens? S-ing H approached, looking perplexed. "What do you mean by mass-produced?" "It's nothing," CHS replied cheerfully, shaking off his earlier gloom. He looked up at the sky and smiled. "Look, how blue it is today." "You seem a bit unwell," she remarked, then turned her attention to Luyngc, her demeanor transforming as she smiled warmly. "AC, thank you for your hard work. Let us go in for breakfast." Luyngc felt instantly uplifted, casting a fleeting glance at CHS as he passed by, leaving behind a whisper, "I have it, but you don't." It was barely audible, only the two of them could hear. Once again, CHS was infuriated, his gaze fixed on Luyngc's retreating figure, his heart feeling as if it were bound and suffocated by a thick rope. This man always managed to strike at his heart, making him angry yet unable to deny the truth. As he watched everyone enter the building, he felt ignored, and with no other choice, he begrudgingly followed them inside. In the courtyard, he stood with his hands behind his back, pretentiously spinning around before approaching S-ing H with a question. "Is this what you call a Michelin 5-star restaurant?" He scanned the peeling walls, speaking in an odd tone. I said, "How could there be a Michelin 5-star restaurant here in the south of the city? Turns out you made this up yourself." "Stop being so sarcastic," S-ing H said, sipping her porridge. Unfazed by his revelation, she replied, "You know very well I said that just to reassure." S pouted, eyeing her bowl of porridge. "I want some too. I didn't even have breakfast because I was busy bringing you something. There's some in the kitchen. Help yourself. But there are only a few spots, so you'll have to stand to eat," she said. "Is this your way of treating guests?" CHS exclaimed in indignation, feeling a mix of grievance and anger, especially when he saw Luyngc smirking. S-ing H paid him no mind, even making him lose face in front of his rival. This realization left CHS feeling powerless and distressed, standing silently to the side like a sculpture cracked after years of wear. He observed the happy family gathering at the table, feeling like an outsider. Just as S-ing H was about to say, "Who treated you like a guest?" she noticed Luyngc standing up with his bowl. S-ing, "I'm full. I'll give up my seat for him." "You've only had one bowl," S-ing H said, looking worriedly at him. Based on his usual appetite, he would typically have at least 3 bowls of such light porridge. "I'm really full," he insisted, then stood up to help tidy the kitchen, even bringing a bowl of porridge to CHS. H observed all his actions, feeling both gratified and secretly proud. AC is truly wonderful, she praised without hesitation. Is he mocking him? CHS thought. Black X and glanced at this human with a look of pity, shaking his head. Being targeted by a major demon is truly unfortunate for this human. After breakfast, everyone got busy. The children, following H's instructions, were drawing on white paper with crayons. Luyngc was stacking bricks to create a border for the flowers planted along the edge of the courtyard, while H was directing the efforts. Only CHS sat leisurely like a carefree lord, lounging under a tree, playing with his phone while sipping on some WNGZ milk that H had bought for the children. H disapproved and walked over, kicking him lightly. What are you doing here? CHS set down the milk. I initially wanted to see how luxurious your Michelin 5-star restaurant is, but now I'm more interested in how you plan to live with these burdens. Who are you calling a burden? You're the burden, H retorted, pouring herself some WNGZ milk as she glanced at the children gathered around the stone table, her eyes softening. They are very well behaved, she said quietly. CHS scoffed, putting away his phone, and seriously said, I really don't understand why your grandfather left you with such a mess. H fell silent. CHS straightened up, continuing, You're only 22. This is prime youth. Why not enjoy it? I remember you said no one could hold you back, that you wanted to travel all over the country. So what is happening now? Are you trapping yourself here for a few burdens? Having a different thought every day is quite normal. ISNT it? H replied nonchalantly. Besides, I can still travel across the country, just with a few more companions. Perhaps I'll be even happier with them around. CHS suddenly felt a wave of powerlessness, as if he had punched into a pile of cotton, his face filled with helplessness. H, you should understand what I mean, right? This place, while nicely termed a welfare home, looks more like you're funding these children yourself given the environment and conditions. H lowered her head, staring at the ground, sipping her milk absently, offering no response. I suspect you still don't have a job, do you? You might have some savings now, but money will eventually run out. What will you do then? As the children grow, their needs will increase. When you can't provide for them, what will you do? Will you all starve together? Or will you beg on the streets? CHS paused, lowering his voice, and if you marry someone in the future, will they accept you bringing these children along? The prolonged silence nearly brought Chi-Su to the brink of laughter. Sang-hee, could you please speak? What exactly do you mean right now? Sang-hee sipped her milk leisurely, and under the increasingly intense gaze of Chi-Su, she suddenly chuckled softly and replied, Chi-Su, we have known each other since childhood. Chi-Su was taken aback, not comprehending her meaning. So, you must have a clear understanding of what kind of person I am, right? Sang-hee raised her head, a radiant smile illuminating her face. The girl was slender and beautiful, basking in the dazzling sunlight, her hair glistening with a golden halo. Without even glancing, she casually tossed the milk carton, which landed perfectly in the trash bin. Simultaneously, her resolute voice rang out, I will take responsibility for my future, and I will participate in theirs as well. Chapter 48. A bracelet is not as good as a dishwasher. After saying, he finished speaking, she continued to assist Luingxi. Chi-Su sat in a lounge chair, repeatedly murmuring her words until, suddenly, he laughed. Indeed, he had known her since childhood, and he understood Sang-hee's character well. One word, stubborn. Moreover, her stubbornness was not mindless. She thoroughly contemplated her decisions from multiple angles, ensuring the path she chose would lead to her desired destination. She was rational and strong, open to others' opinions, yet not easily swayed in her beliefs. This was who she was, Sang-hee in his heart. He admired her and had feelings for her. Reflecting on what he had just said to her, Chi-Su's ears flushed crimson, feeling somewhat bashful. He glanced at Sang-hee's busy silhouette and murmured awkwardly to himself, if you want to take care of them, then continue to do so. After all, I could support you all. Once he clarified his thoughts, Chi-Su felt much lighter and happily made his way towards Sang-hee. Sang-hee, I'm here to help you. Luingxi, who had been observing the situation, paused momentarily while bending down to pick up a brick, catching sight of Chi-Su. His movements halted, and a sharp coldness flickered in his eyes. As his fingers twitched slightly, a sudden cry of distress erupted. Sang-hee was startled by the scream and turned to see Chi-Su sprawled on the ground. Chi-Su, why are you playing the dirt? Don't you dare pull a scam on me. saying he rushed over to help him up. Chi Su had scraped his elbows on the ground, causing him pain that brought tears to his eyes. Who is scamming you? He rubbed his elbows gingerly, wincing as the ache gradually subsided. Sang-hee, I'm serious. Is this orphanage not clean? I was walking just fine when suddenly something tripped me up. Sang-hee, who had been supporting him, instantly let go upon hearing this. Responding sharply, you're the one who's not clean. I suggest you don't stay here. You're clashing with this place. Without any support, Chi Su stumbled and nearly fell again. No, I'm being serious. Why don't you believe me? He hurriedly explained, looking up to find Lu Yingzi watching him with a mocking glint in his eyes. Chi Su exploded, saying he look at him. Saying he followed his gaze and saw Lu Yingzi laboring diligently. What are you staring at? Isn't my ACI obedient and sensible? Chi Su was left speechless, taken aback. The speed of her response was astonishing. Just a second ago, she had been mocking him. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Chi Su forced himself to remain calm. Let us not discuss that for now. I came to bring you a gift. Sang-hee's interest peaked. With confidence, Chi Su pulled out a small blue velvet box and slowly opened it, revealing a bracelet inside. The brilliant blue gemstone had been cut and polished into a teardrop shape, reflecting beautiful rays of light under the sun. The blue droplet contrasting elegantly with the silver chain, breathtaking and captivating. Sang-hee couldn't help but exclaim, it's beautiful. Chi Su presented it to her, saying, this is a gift for you. Is it expensive? Sang-hee inquired. Not expensive. It was certainly not true. This bracelet had been carefully selected by him during a business trip abroad, a new design by a renowned foreign master, symbolizing the fulfillment of wishes. Sang-hee declined. You should keep it for your future girlfriend. She had always refrained from accepting such expensive gifts from Chi Su, regardless of her feelings. Chi Su choked. You don't want it? Sang-hee shot him a glance. Think carefully. When have I ever wanted it? After a moment's reflection, Chi Su realized she had never expressed a desire for such items. Sang-hee maintained a very measured grasp on their relationship. Others perceived them as inseparable childhood friends, possibly destined to be together. But only Chi Su understood that Sang-hee had never harbored such feelings for him. Their playful bickering never bore romantic undertones. This thought made Chi Su feel disheartened. He recalled how Sang-hee referred to that pretty boy as ACI, yet she had never called him by his name, Asu. Regardless, he would keep this for her. Once she became his girlfriend, he would see how she would refuse. You'd be better off buying me a dishwasher, Sang-hee remarked. Chi Su pondered seriously and thought it was a reasonable suggestion. Sang-hee's hands were meant for cooking, and washing dishes shouldn't be her responsibility. Just as he was about to say he would bring one next time, he heard Sang-hee continue, ACI has been washing dishes every day. His hands are all red. Chi Su was adamant, no way. Buy a dishwasher for my rival? I out of my mind? Sang-hee shrugged. I was just kidding anyway. I didn't really plan on making you buy one. In truth, she could really use a dishwasher. Lu Yingzi had been eager to wash dishes and had been diligently helping her clean the orphanage. His once fair and beautiful hands had become wrinkled and pale from prolonged exposure to water, with some even chafed. Sang-hee felt a pang of sympathy for him. Let us buy it then, Sang-hee said, picking up her phone to place an order without hesitation. Chi Su watched the entire process, feeling a twinge of jealousy. You're really good to him. Of course, ACI is my only family. If I don't treat him well, who will? An orphan? Chi Su glanced at the hard-working youth. Although he had suspected it, learning the truth was still surprising. The boy, with his appearance and demeanor, seemed like a privileged youth. Had he always stayed at this orphanage? At his age, he should be striving for independence. Chi Su scrutinized Lu Yingzi again. He had a good physique and looks, but his background was lacking, and at this age, he had no job, relying entirely on Sang-hee. In summary, Lu Yingzi had nothing to offer beyond his physical presence. This realization brought Chi Su a sense of satisfaction. In truth, Chi Su never treated people differently based on their backgrounds. He valued feelings in friendships and abilities in professional settings. However, facing a rival, especially one as formidable as Lu Yingzi, he couldn't help but be a little critical. Sang-hee was oblivious to his amusement. After a moment's hesitation, she chose not to disclose Lu Yingzi's specific circumstances to Chi Su, offering only vague remarks. For some reason, she was reluctant to share the boy's situation with others, perhaps not wanting them to cast him in a different light. In summary, she wishes for Lu Yingzi to be perceived as an ordinary individual by others. Chapter 49. Unable to move bricks as others do. The bricks in question are the hefty border stones that Sang He specifically purchased, not insignificant in size or weight. As Chi Su counted the bricks and noticed that Lu Yingxi had only stacked 3 before bringing them over, he couldn't help but scoff, thinking how feeble that was. Thus, Chi Su puffed out his chest and confidently dashed over to start stacking bricks himself. He managed to stack 5 bricks in one go, yet still felt it insufficient. So he added 2 more, creating an impressive tower of 7. With his wrists flexed and confidence soaring, he was determined to demonstrate to Sang He that a man who could only lift 3 bricks was incapable of protecting her. After warming up, he grasped the edges of the bricks and lifted with all his might. However, to his embarrassment, the bricks remained unmoved. A faint sound of ridicule reached his ears, and Chi Su glared over, infuriated that someone who could only lift 3 bricks had the audacity to laugh at him. Lu Yingxi ignored him, bending down to continue stacking bricks. With a serious expression, he attempted another lift, only to find it still unyielding, forcing him to remove 1 brick. 6 bricks should be manageable, right? Chi Su exerted all his strength, managing to lift them just off the ground. The sight of his struggle was both awkward and humiliating. Reluctantly, he removed another brick, leaving him with 5. This time, he could lift them, albeit with some effort. The thought of earning Sang He's admiration invigorated him, rendering the exertion trivial. 5 bricks, 2 more than Lu Yingxi. He felt superior even in the realm of brick lifting. He couldn't resist casting a triumphant glance at Lu Yingxi, only to be struck dumb in disbelief. Before him stood a towering stack of bricks that entirely obscured Lu Yingxi's upper body. Quietly counting, Chi Su realized there were a full 10 bricks, a staggering 5 more than his own stack. Suddenly, the bricks in his hands felt like scalding hot potatoes, making him wish to dispose of them immediately. He glanced around. Lu Yingxi's view was blocked by the bricks, while Sang He was crouched by the flower bed, oblivious to his predicament. The children were engrossed in their drawings, and only a small black puppy, tilting its head, observed him. Disregarding the dog, Chi Su prepared to drop the bricks, but just then, Lu Yingxi peeked his head out, his sharp gaze scanning the bricks in Chi Su's hand from top to bottom. Though he displayed no emotion, Chi Su suddenly felt a flush of heat in his face, just as he was about to stubbornly explain himself. Lu Yingxi calmly asked if they should head over together. Was this a provocation? Chi Su tossed the bricks aside, feigning composure as he replied that he merely wanted to test the weight of the bricks. Lu Yingxi nodded, said nothing further, and strode confidently towards the flower bed, his steps steady and unhurried, effortlessly handling the 10 bricks as if they were mere feathers. Chi Su felt utterly vexed, kicking at the bricks in frustration, unable to comprehend why he couldn't even lift a few measly bricks. After completing the border, Chi Su lingered. As Sang He prepared lunch, she inquired if he was not leaving yet. "Are you rushing me?" Chi Su retorted, feeling particularly sensitive after his recent embarrassment. "No, I meant, isn't today a work day? Aren't you going to the office?" Chi Su, with his exceptional talent in the computer field, had received numerous accolades during university and secured a position at a multinational corporation right after graduation, where he was often quite busy. Upon hearing her words, Chi Su felt even more disheartened, and in a fit of indignation, he exclaimed, "Sang He, were you even paying attention? I mentioned yesterday that I'm on vacation this week." Sang He wiped away a bead of cold sweat, awkwardly laughing as she attempted to change the subject. "How about staying here for lunch?" Chi Su pressed further. "I still want to stay a few more days." To which she replied, "Dream on. There's no room for you. I can share a bed with him." He pointed at Lu Yingxi. "In your dreams." Sang He firmly disagreed. Each room had a small single bed that could hardly accommodate 2 large men, and most importantly, she recalled that Chi Su sometimes snored at night. When she had lived in their home, their rooms were separated only by a wall, and his snoring was a cacophony that kept her awake. She didn't want Lu Yingxi to face such a situation at night. The matter was left unresolved, and after lunch, Chi Su insisted on taking a nap. He had intended to lie down in Sang He's room, and she was about to agree when Lu Yingxi interjected with a lecture on the differences between men and women. This was advice Sang He had given him, and now he was using it against her. Consequently, to impart a practical lesson to the boy, Sang He had no choice but to refuse Chi Su and gently suggested that she could lay down a mat for him to sleep in the yard. This infuriated Chi Su, who accused her of being heartless. Ultimately, it was Lu Yingxi who generously offered his room. allowing Chi Su to finally have a proper bed to sleep in. The children, too, went off to take their afternoon naps, while Sang-hee returned to the flower bed to observe the plants within. It was the second day since she had sown the seeds. The afternoon before, after planting, tender sprouts had emerged, and today, astonishingly, they had already reached around 4 centimeters. Sang-hee measured them, and, upon comparing the data from the morning, gasped in astonishment. They had grown a full centimeter in just one morning. Such a growth rate was astounding. She had chosen relatively easy-to-cultivate sunflowers, which typically sprout within 210 days under suitable temperatures. Yet now, within less than 2 days, they not only sprouted but had also grown significantly taller. Pondering the reason, Sang-hee absent-mindedly touched one of the little flower sprouts. Then, a miraculous event occurred. The tips of the previously tightly clasped tender sprouts began to unfurl at a visibly rapid pace. Sang-hee rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Had she just imagined that? With a sense of wonder, she widened her eyes, scrutinizing the flower seedlings closely. Yet the scene remained unchanged, with no sign of alteration. How peculiar. Had she truly just been seeing things? Setting aside that bewildering incident, Sang-hee shifted her focus to another matter. Chapter 50. The Regeneration of the Broken Seedling. The receptionist at the law firm informed her that Pei Yu was at work today. However, despite her attempts to call earlier that morning, the line remained unreachable. Unable to reach him by phone, she decided to visit the firm in person. Her call was quickly connected, and after explaining her purpose, there was a brief pause before the voice on the other end expressed regret. "I'm sorry. Lawyer Pei has left the firm." Sang-hee maintained a neutral expression, feeling no surprise. After her failed call that morning, she had a premonition that Pei Yu was likely no longer with the firm. "May I ask if you resigned in person?" "I'm not sure of the specifics, but in any case, Lawyer Pei is not here today and will not be returning." Sang-hee fell silent for a moment before asking if she could have Pei Yu's address. The receptionist hesitated before responding. "I can only give you a general location. He lives in Rongjing Building." "Thank you." After hanging up, Sang-hee fell into deep contemplation, unable to locate Pei Yu, and with Hei Sun unwilling to divulge any information. She had tentatively probed by Shui and Xianli, but the two children had responded vaguely, their expressions not particularly pleasant. Could she really just let this matter into her? Sang-hee felt a sense of dissatisfaction. That day, something significant had undoubtedly transpired, yet she had fainted, leaving her entirely oblivious. Her last recollection of the encounter with Pei Yu was merely a few cardboard boxes and a faint, yet distinctly audible, dripping sound. Moreover, she could not shake the feeling that the timing of her fainting was too coincidental. Sang-hee's gaze darkened as she contemplated other possibilities. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. As she attempted to rise, her legs, having gone numb from squatting too long, faltered, causing her to stumble forward uncontrollably. "Sang-sang!" Behind her, Luing-si called out urgently. Reacting swiftly, Sang-hee managed to brace herself against a gap in the flower bed, ensuring she did not crush the tender sprouts. However, her knee still collided with the ground, eliciting a pained cry. Luing-si hurried to assist her, asking, "Sang-sang, where does it hurt?" She waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she was fine. Looking towards the flower bed, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only one seedling had been trampled. That seedling had broken in half, its stem severed, leaving a small piece attached, while the upper part hung limply, as if accusing Sang-hee of a recent misdeed. Feeling a pang of regret, Sang-hee reached out to the damaged seedling, contemplating pulling it out entirely. But in the next moment, a miraculous change occurred. The seemingly lifeless seedling stirred upon her touch, its stem appearing to regenerate gradually, lifting the fractured portion until it stood upright once more, vibrant and thriving as before. This extraordinary process lasted for approximately 5 minutes, during which Sang-hee remained silent, absorbing the spectacle. "It moved," she stated calmly, as if remarking on having finished her meal. Luing-si, his gaze reflecting complexity, responded with a soft, "It moved." Sang-hee queried, "You saw it too, right?" Luing-si affirmed, "Sang-sang, the flower has grown." She murmured, "So it wasn't just my imagination." Taking a deep breath, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Staggering back a couple of steps, her expression hinted at a near breakdown. "I must still be dreaming," she murmured. "No, I'm not hallucinating. I'm merely dreaming." Luing-si silently supported her, aware of the truth, yet choosing to remain silent. He had yet to unravel her identity and had planned a visit when Yu's family that evening. unaware of the unfolding events. Her current reaction clearly indicated that this phenomenon exceeded her comprehension, a revelation she found difficult to accept. If she were to learn of his true nature as a creature, would she react similarly, perhaps even more intensely? Fearing him, wanting to distance herself? Lu Yingxi's fingers curled slightly, as he grappled with the implications of such outcomes. Should he continue to conceal the truth from her? ACI, Sang he suddenly called out, with a tone of concern. Lu Yingxi replied, Sang, do you also feel as if you're dreaming? Her eyes glimmered with hope, seeking confirmation that the startling scene had not been real. Sang, he began, but she interrupted. No, let me feel for myself. She raised her hands and grasped his shoulders. Lu Yingxi, unsure of her intentions, bent down to accommodate her. Suddenly, Sang he slapped her hand against his face. It did not hurt, but it was particularly loud. Not stopping there, she proceeded to rub her hands across his face, pinching here and poking there, her expression earnest as her gaze fixated on him. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that her beautiful, watery almond eyes lacked focus, appearing somewhat vacant. Warm, so smooth, so comforting, she commented while exploring, inquiring, what do you think? Does it hurt? It indeed did not hurt. He even found it rather pleasant. Aligning with Sang He's sensations, he felt her hands were equally smooth and comforting. Really? It doesn't hurt? Sang He questioned skeptically. Forget it, I'll pinch myself instead. Her youthful voice, clear as a mountain spring, now bore a hint of hoarseness, adding a layer of allure. Sang He's heart raced, caught in a liminal space between fantasy and reality. She realized her current state of dizziness was not solely due to the regenerative seedling, but stemmed from another source. Unable to articulate it, she felt a twinge of fear. Reluctant to delve deeper, maintaining a calm demeanor, she brushed aside Lu Yingxi's supportive hand. I wish to be alone, she stated. Lu Yingxi allowed her the space she sought, his phoenix-like eyes reflecting a mix of concern and astonishment. Sang, he exclaimed, rushing towards her. 5 minutes later, he sat on a stone bench, tears welling in her eyes as she whimpered in pain. Lu Yingxi, cradling a cloth-wrapped ice pack, gingerly placed it against her forehead. As he removed the ice pack, her swollen forehead revealed itself, a broad red area nearly encompassing it, her delicate skin marred by the rough bark of the tree, leading to small lacerations from which beads of blood emerged. She had indeed collided forcefully with that tree, causing Lu Yingxi to feel both anger and concern. He wanted to admonish her, but hesitated, mindful of the persona he had maintained in front of Sang He. Ultimately, he could only utter in a somewhat harsh tone, Sang, are you foolish? Sang He retorted, of course not. She shot a glance at Lu Yingxi, silently adding that it was he who was foolish. Lu Yingxi chose not to respond further, wary of revealing too much. As her forehead pain subsided, Sang He took out her phone for a quick selfie, exclaiming tearfully, am I going to be disfigured? Just then, she noticed Lu Yingxi's gaze resting on her forehead. In an instant, he leaned closer, drawing nearer. Startled, Sang He recoiled. What are you doing? You're worried about your appearance, right? Lu Yingxi explained, I'll lick it, and the wound will heal. The familiar phrase transported Sang He back to their first encounter, where he had said the same. Back then, it had struck her as amusing and exasperating. But now, hearing it again a few days later, she felt a flush of embarrassment. No, she protested, turning her head away, her fair, slightly reddened earlobe now exposed to Lu Yingxi's view. Who taught you that? That is not right. Lu Yingxi's gaze deepened, and rather than refuting her, he slowly straightened up. It was fine if she was unwilling now. He could wait until nightfall to discreetly tend to her wound. After a few moments, the bizarre atmosphere finally dissipated. Sang He regained her composure, turning her attention to the earlier phenomenon with the seedlings. She first scrolled through the reviews of the seed shop. There were both positive and negative comments, yet none referred to the miraculous regeneration of broken seedlings. This suggested that the seeds themselves were not the issue. Rather, it must lie elsewhere. Sang He examined the nutrient soil in the flower bed, which appeared dark with white specks. After sifting through the existing soil, she added a layer of specially formulated nutrient soil purchased from the same shop. Thus, the problem must lie with the original soil in the yard. Sang He dug a bit of soil from the side, placing it in a transparent square container for observation. It appeared to be ordinary brown dirt, showing no abnormalities. She beckoned Lu Yingxi over, pointing at the soil. ACI, do you think this soil is special? Different individuals perceive things from varied perspectives. And she was eager to hear Lu Yingxi's thoughts. He shook his head. Nothing special. He fixed his gaze on her intently. What is special is you, saying he, having explored thoroughly with no findings, crouched by the flower bed to observe the seedlings. The flower seedlings are thriving splendidly, and saying he has measured their growth, discovering they have increased by approximately 2 millimeters. A gasp escapes her lips, and she is struck with astonishment. At this rate of daily growth, estimated at 3 to 4 centimeters, it won't be long before the flowers bloom. What could possibly be the cause of this? She stumbles, inadvertently crushing a seedling, and prepares to uproot it and discard it. Just as she touches the seedling, it stirs. Wait, the movement only occurred after her touch. It feels as if a thunderbolt has struck her. So, the issue lies with her? Sang-hee's mind becomes a whirlwind as she gazes at her hands. They are fair and delicate, with clear, clean lines across her palms, devoid of any chaos. Yet, there is nothing particularly remarkable about them. Her thoughts are muddled. Suddenly, a long, slender, fair hand appears before her. Sang, look at my hand, he says with a smile. She glances at Asi's hand. It is indeed beautiful. No, Sang, look, I have only one line, while you have 3. Upon hearing this, Sang-hee inspects closely. Indeed, as he stated, his palm bears a single line traversing its expanse, while the rest of the patterns are faint and indistinct. Your palm print is quite peculiar. Sang-hee's attention is wholly captured by his hand, and she gently grasps it to examine further. Reflecting on past events, she adds 2 more words to her assessment of him. Asi, you are truly extraordinary, with the ability to heal wounds rapidly, innate strength, and unique palm prints. He resembles an individual endowed with special abilities. Alas, none of this marvel compensates for the shortcomings of his intellect. Perhaps this is what they call talent being thwarted by fate. After Asi's interruption, Sang-hee finds her chaotic emotions have eased considerably. She has always been adaptable. Regardless of how unbelievable or bizarre the situation may be, she can accept it swiftly. She optimistically muses that this might even be a good thing, right? The ability to stimulate plant growth sounds rather impressive. Once she has adjusted, her thoughts begin to wander. She gazes at the large tree, now barren and darkened, reduced to mere branches. The leaves have all fallen overnight. Could this be related to her newfound ability? Approaching the tree, she examines it closely. To her astonishment, the tree has come back to life. In just a few short days, she has encountered more peculiarities than in the previous 20 years. Everything seems to have begun occurring since she took over this welfare institute. Is this truly just an ordinary welfare institute? Chapter 52. Xiaobai regains consciousness. Hey, Xiaobai nudges her ankle, softly whimpering, its glossy eyes round and adorable. Sang-hee relaxes her tense thoughts a little, smiling as she picks up Hey Xiaobai. Xiaobai, you're quite clingy today. Why do you keep snuggling against me? Lu Yingqi, who is tidying up the yard, glances up at the little creature upon hearing her words. The tiny creature wags its tail and pushes eagerly into Sang-hee's embrace. Its previously bewildered eyes now clearer. Lu Yingxi's expression shifts slightly as he tosses aside the broom and approaches, pulling the little creature away from Sang-hee. Asi? Sang-hee queries, puzzled. Lu Yingxi firmly holds the restless Hey Xiaobai and tells Sang-hee, Sang, Xiaobai seems hungry. I will take it to eat. Sang-hee has no doubts, as feeding Xiaobai has always been a shared responsibility between her and Lu Yingxi. However, she's often busy, so she entrusts this task to Lu Yingxi. He diligently fulfills her request, feeding Xiaobai on time and caring for it well. Within a few days, Xiaobai has become noticeably rounder. Overall, she feels reassured leaving Xiaobai in Lu Yingxi's care. You can take it to eat. I'll prepare some food for you both, Sang-hee says. Lu Yingxi obediently agrees, but once Sang-hee heads to the kitchen, his demeanor turns cold. Gripping the loose skin on Hey Xiaobai's neck, he lifts it up, narrowing his phoenix eyes as he scrutinizes it. Hey Xiaobai gazes longingly at Sang-hee as she walks away, but upon turning its head, it meets Lu Yingxi's icy stare. The formidable figure regards it as one would an insignificant ant. Hey Xiaobai shivers, its fur bristling wide, watery eyes filled with trepidation as it nervously watches Lu Yingxi, fearing he might crush it at any moment. It lets out a small whimper, its gaze reflecting a hint of appeasement. Unlike before, when it understood nothing, it now possesses an unusual clarity. Lu Yingci suppresses the urge to eliminate this little creature that has taken advantage of Sang He and asks, "Have you regained your senses?" He Xiaobai responds with a whimper and nods its head. Suddenly, it emits a heart-wrenching scream. Its instincts are correct. This formidable figure truly intends to end its life. "CI, what is wrong?" Sang He's head pops in unexpectedly. Lu Yingci, quick on his feet, shifts from lifting to cradling, gently enfolding He Xiaobai in his arms. "Xiaobai must be starving. I will take it to eat now." He Xiaobai struggles fiercely, its misty eyes pleading with Sang He, hoping she can see through this formidable creature's deception. However, Sang He fails to perceive its signal. He Xiaobai is plunged into despair. Lu Yingci carries it to He Sun's door, and without regard for whether He Sun is asleep, he simply pushes the door open. The moment He Sun senses Lu Yingci's entrance, he opens his eyes, and, upon seeing Lu Yingci holding He Xiaobai with a less-than-pleasant expression, his demeanor tightens. "Master, what is wrong with Xiaobai?" Lu Yingci shuts the door and casually tosses the little creature into He Sun's arms. He Sun quickly catches it. It has regained its senses. Lu Yingci states directly. He Sun is momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend. "It will probably take form in a few days. Keep an eye on it. If it happens to reveal its true identity in front of Sang, don't blame me for eliminating it." After finishing his sentence, Lu Yingci departs. He Sun stands in place for several seconds, a wave of delayed joy surging within him. "Xiaobai, you've regained your senses?" His voice trembles with barely contained excitement. He Xiaobai nods, gleefully frolicking in its brother's embrace. However, He Sun stands rooted, feeling as if a long-held wish has just materialized, creating an almost surreal sensation. After regaining its consciousness, He Xiaobai's perception of the world sharpens, and it naturally notices its brother's unease. It whimpers in inquiry, asking what is wrong with him. He Sun strokes its fur, smiling as he replies, "I am very happy. Xiaobai has finally regained its senses." Of course, he is overjoyed. For many years, he has felt both guilty and self-reproachful, resenting his inadequacy in protecting his brother well, especially since Xiaobai's cognitive impairment is linked to him. If he had not been so playful and taken Xiaobai to sneak out of the Yaowang Palace, they would not have encountered that female demon, and Xiaobai would not have suffered such a mental breakdown. They were simply too weak, lacking the power to support the opening of the barrier gate. And he did not even know where this so-called barrier gate was or how to activate it. His grandfather had only mentioned it in passing, without elaboration. He Sun intends to first strengthen himself, and in the process he will seek out the barrier gate and uncover the method to open it. A fierce determination ignites within him. He wishes to seek out Lu Yingci immediately and request training. He Xiaobai gazes up at the jubilant expression on He Sun's face, and its body instinctively stiffens, its gaze dimming. Images flood its mind, blood, war, and its mother fleeing with it, only to be unable to escape, forcing her to hide it while becoming entrapped by the enemy forces. These images, once incomprehensible, now resonate with clarity. Its mother is gone, its father missing. The Yaowang Palace has been invaded, and their home is lost. The demon realm is in utter chaos. It intends not to convey this news to Hixn. Knowing a day later means enduring pain for an additional day. The elder brother has already suffered enough. It does not wish for him to endure more. Chapter 53 PEI, with only a head remaining in the evening, after finishing dinner. CHS dawdled for quite a while, until there was no longer any reason to linger. Only then did he slowly take his leave. This time, S.H. accompanied him, without bringing Luyngc and the others. As he departed, CHS cast a smug glance at Luyngc, his pride evident. The result, of course, was yet another bout of excruciating headache. CHS had driven here, and his car was parked not far from the entrance of the alley. He got into the vehicle, settled into the driver's seat, and looked out at S.H. S.H., remember to prepare breakfast for me tomorrow morning. I want sweet and sour ribs. Before he could finish his sentence, an object came hurtling toward him. CHS caught it and exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "If I end up disfigured, I will hold you accountable." "Fine, I'll help you find a wife, whether pig or dog." "Don't be picky." "Damn it, S.H." CHS was so furious he nearly jumped. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed her expression had turned serious. This demeanor usually indicated she had something important to discuss. He involuntarily became more solemn and inquired, "What is it?" "CHS, I need your help to investigate someone." What kind of person? The contract I just gave you was signed between my grandfather and a law firm. I would like you to look into one of the lawyers mentioned, P.I. Upon hearing this, CHS opened the contract, and the first page contained P.I.'s basic information along with a photograph. Seeing the delicate yet exquisite features in the picture, CHS paused, immediately becoming agitated. Don't tell me you have a crush on this lawyer. I do not. Are you certain? CHS expressed his skepticism. CHS huffed a couple of times, still somewhat doubtful. He is so handsome. You truly have no ulterior motives? S.H. was so close to swearing an oath. I genuinely do not. CHS's fingertips traced the photograph, remaining silent. S.H. understood that this was the moment to shower him with compliments. Do you know why I sought your assistance? Because no one else would suffice. You are unparalleled in the realm of computers. Simply put, you are extraordinary. The barrage of flattery made CHS feel as if he were ascending to the heavens. S.H. smiled. I will await your response. Remember to come early tomorrow. I will prepare something delicious for you. In the desolate outskirts, the night enveloped the ground in tranquil serenity. However, 300 meters beneath the surface lay not soil or rock, but a vast underground laboratory. This laboratory, buried deep below, utilized an ultra-pure unknown metal as a shielding material, blocking most electromagnetic radiation. The metallic walls reflected a silvery glow, and special light bulbs illuminated every corner of the laboratory with clarity. Only the lowest level remained untouched, shrouded in darkness, save for a faint glow in the center. There stood a colossal glass cylinder, filled with a pale, blue, unknown liquid. The base of the cylinder emitted a gentle light, casting a dreamlike glow upon the liquid within, obscuring the view of its contents. Vaguely, a blurred, spherical object bobbed within. Suddenly, with a click, the lights turned on, illuminating the third level of the laboratory. Here, countless rectangular transparent containers piled up. Each container was filled with a colorless, transparent solution, within which floated disfigured corpses that had undergone dissection. The number of containers matched the number of bodies. The third level of this underground laboratory was, in fact, a vast repository for corpses. Most striking was the enormous glass cylinder in the center, its pale blue liquid standing out starkly in this predominantly silvery space. Under the illumination, the spherical object within the liquid revealed its true form. It was a head, devoid of any other body parts, with three-dimensional, delicate features and azure hair undulating in the pale blue liquid like a swaying jellyfish. It was a hauntingly beautiful yet terrifying sight. At that moment, the door to the third level slowly opened, and a man clad in a white lab coat hurriedly entered, stopping before the glass cylinder and bowing respectfully. Your Highness, we have captured 3 monsters. Shall we commence the experiments? Within the glass cylinder, the head suddenly opened its eyes. The pale azure orbs remained unaffected by the liquid. Wide open. In my current state, how can I conduct an experiment? The ethereal, magnetic voice seemed to emanate from all directions, calm and devoid of emotion. The man in the white coat realized his faux pas, his complexion turning ashen. He fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Your Highness, what I meant was, shall we make the necessary preparations so that once you are ready, we can proceed with the experiment? After a prolonged silence, the man mustered the courage to glance up, only to discover that the head had inexplicably moved to the edge of the glass cylinder, its cheek almost touching the surface. Those pale, azure eyes fixed upon him, akin to a snake ready to strike. The man gasped, his breath catching in his throat, his lips trembling. Your Highness, please spare me. A cold smile crept upon P.I.'s lips as the pale, azure gaze gradually shifted to a green hue. The man felt all strength drain from his body, collapsing to the ground as his pupils began to dilate. In an instant, another voice breached the silence of the space. Can I begin the dissection of those 3 monsters? The voice was frigid and devoid of warmth, yet carried an undercurrent of fervor and impatience. The green light in P.I.'s eyes vanished as he directed a curt command to the man on the floor. Get lost. Thank you, Your Highness. The man scrambled to his feet, rushing toward the exit. As he brushed past another figure, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, and he instinctively quickened his pace. This was a man dressed similarly to him, with striking features, dark eyes, and hair, yet his expression was devoid of emotion, as if the world around him held no significance. His name was Shi Qyn, responsible for the dissection tasks within their laboratory. Having witnessed Shi Qyn seemingly glance in his direction, the man felt a jolt of panic and hastened his steps, eager to escape the gaze of this dissecting fanatic. The door closed automatically behind him, leaving Shi Qyn North standing in place, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. He had indeed wanted to dissect such a sea monster for examination, but alas, I had forbidden it. Approaching the glass cylinder, Shi Qyn scrutinized the head within, his curiosity piqued regarding how this structure was powered. I furrowed his brow in discomfort and coldly remarked, "Do you wish to lose your eyes?" Shi Qyn shrugged, an expression of indifference upon his face. "Do as you please, but if I go blind, I can no longer assist you with dissections. Do you think I cannot find someone else?" Pi's expression turned fierce as he lowered his voice in a threatening manner. You must believe that, in this world, no one understands dissection better than I do. The things you wish to extract from the monsters' bodies can only be procured by me. Chapter 54. The Blood of the Phoenix, the Separation of Souls. I found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, there was no disputing this assertion. Over the years, he had sought numerous doctors skilled in dissection, yet only Shi Qyn could meet his stringent requirements. Shi Qyn's hands were, without a doubt, more precise than the most sophisticated instruments. Instruments could falter or require maintenance, but Shi Qyn executed his tasks flawlessly. This was also the reason why he not only could not afford to offend Shi Qyn, but instead felt compelled to treat him as a distinguished guest. Pei had indeed attempted to dominate Xie Qiyun's mind, for he preferred a puppet that obeyed his every command over a human who held no reverence for him. However, Xie Qiyun possessed an unexpectedly formidable will. To achieve complete control over him would require time, yet upon sensing Pei's intentions, Xie Qiyun unhesitatingly harmed his own hand as a means of intimidation. Aware that he still needed those hands, Pei refrained from making any rash moves. Subsequently, they reached an agreement. One would focus solely on the dissection and extraction of substances from the monsters, while the other would be responsible for providing the monsters for dissection, along with compensation. You may dissect those 3 monsters, but do remember to extract what lies within them, Xie Qiyun said with a slight smile, reassuring Pei. By the way, what is the formula for the reagent that possesses regenerative powers? If you don't mind, could you show it to me? Pei's laboratory primarily extracted relevant substances from monsters to create potions that enhanced various human capabilities, which were then sold at a high price in the black market. Such potions were highly coveted in the upper echelons of society, as those with wealth and power invariably sought to possess more, such as a robust physique. The wealthier individuals became, the more they valued their health, leading to an increased demand for these potions. What? Do you also desire the power of regeneration? Pei remarked with a hint of mockery. I assume someone like you is solely focused on dissection. Xie Qiyun narrowed his eyes, suggesting, if a monster like you seeks wealth, why should I not pursue other aspirations? Pei could not deny that his ambitions extended beyond mere riches. He also coveted power. Dominating the ocean held little meaning for him. He desired to command all of humanity to bow before him. The potions, seemingly mere commodities, actually served to strangle the lifeblood of those in high society. The more dependent they became on the potions, the easier it would be for him to control them, even reducing them to groveling at his feet, pleading for the potions. Once he had complete dominion over this realm, he planned to return to the demon world and annihilate all the monsters that had once exiled the sea demons. Imagining that scene filled Pei with delight, softening his tone considerably. Even if I divulged the formula to you, you would not be able to replicate it. Xie Qiyun fixed his gaze upon him. Pei's lips curled into a peculiar smile, for the most crucial element was his blood. Many years prior, he had discovered the long-dead corpse of a phoenix. At that time, he had just been exiled from the demon realm, severely injured and unable to hunt, and had reluctantly resorted to consuming the deceased phoenix. However, after consuming only a few bites, he noticed a remarkable improvement in his condition. He later realized that phoenix blood possessed extraordinary healing properties. He had drained the last remnants of blood from the dead phoenix and consumed its body, narrowly escaping death. Having imbibed phoenix blood, albeit in limited quantities, had sufficiently altered his blood structure, granting him regenerative powers. Furthermore, as a jiaorun, a favored creature of the sea, he possessed the ability to separate his spirit from his soul. While his spirit resided within his body, he had stored his soul in this underground laboratory. Yet, He was not satisfied. The phoenix blood within him had been diluted many times over, resulting in a significantly slowed regeneration rate. He often pondered how powerful his body would be if all his blood were phoenix blood. He would essentially possess a body capable of infinite rebirth. Over the years, Peiyu had searched for traces of phoenixes in the human realm, yet to no avail. He rarely encountered even other monsters, let alone a phoenix. Within the glass cylinder, Peiyu's head bobbed in the shallow blue liquid as Xie Qiyin scrutinized him, intrigue evident in his dark eyes. "Oh, so if I drink your blood, I could acquire regenerative powers akin to yours?" He was genuinely curious about the nature of Peiyu, who could rely on a single cell or a drop of blood to gradually form an entire body. In truth, the one he most desired to dissect in this entire laboratory was Peiyu. However, this notion was for the time being impractical. Whether it held any future possibility remained uncertain. "Dream on," Peiyu scoffed, the corner of his mouth curling disdainfully. His abilities stemmed primarily from the unique traits of the Jiaoren. The phoenix blood, when consumed by others, merely accelerated their healing capabilities. The reagent he aspired to create, which would bestow regenerative powers, would ultimately only enhance the human body's healing functions. Xie Qiyun fell silent, his dark gaze fixed upon Peiyu, seemingly contemplating something else. Unable to endure Xie Qiyun's gaze, Peiyu felt as though he were the cadaver poised to be dissected on the experimentation table. "If you have nothing further, you may leave. You may dissect those three monsters as you wish." Yet Xie Qiyun remained still, his gaze glued to the cross-section of Peiyu's neck, where a dense network of blood vessels and flesh was visibly growing at an astonishing rate. Having been there for merely 10 minutes, Peiyu's neck had already elongated by several millimeters. This was utterly inconsistent with biological growth patterns. Xie Qiyun clenched the surgical knife in his pocket, feeling an itch in his hand. He truly longed to dissect the head before him to uncover its underlying structure. "What are you staring at?" Peiyu's light azure eyes darkened with irritation. His voice measured as he warned, "I cannot kill you, but I can certainly make you suffer." Peiyu's temples throbbed, and he could no longer restrain himself. "Get out." "All right," Xie Qiyun complied, turning to leave. Halfway, Peiyu called out to him again. "After you finish dissecting those three monsters, you are to leave this place." Xie Qiyun slightly turned his head, inquiring, "What? Are you dismissing me?" "Before I am fully recovered, I will seal this laboratory and send my subordinates across the country to capture monsters. Once I am well, we will begin mass production of the potions." Peiyu's tone faltered, a shadow creeping over his striking features as he growled through gritted teeth. "You'll go to my apartment, and on the table in my bedroom, there is a stack of documents regarding an orphanage that conceals several monsters. I need you to monitor that orphanage and ensure they do not leave Yuncheng. Once I have fully healed, I will seek vengeance myself. Money is in order. Everything else is negotiable." Chapter 55. The tension thickens, disappearing without a trace as night fell. The door to Sang He's room was silently opened. A tall figure lingered at her bedside, while Sang He slept soundly, oblivious to his presence. Luing Ci gazed at her for a long while, then gently leaned down, his lips brushing against her swollen forehead, and extended his tongue to give it a light lick. The girl in bed seemed to feel a tickle and swatted at him with a hand. The slap resonated sharply. Luing Ci held his breath, anxious not to wake her. Fortunately, the girl merely slapped him and rolled over, showing no intention of waking up. After a moment of silence, Luing Ci leaned down again, this time pressing his lips against her cheek, gently kissing her forehead. When he rose, he noticed that Sang He's forehead was now smooth, the swollen wound having healed remarkably well. Luing Ci sat at the edge of the bed, tenderly stroking her cheek, his gaze filled with tenderness. "Sang, good night," he whispered. A slight commotion arose in the courtyard as Luing Ci tucked Sang He in before exiting the room. In the courtyard, He Sun awaited him along with Bai Shao. Luing Ci cast a glance at it, asking, "What are you doing with it?" He Sun pressed his lips together, aware that Bai Shao had seemingly offended his master earlier, and thus spoke cautiously. "Bai Shao is about to take its human form, and I am worried about leaving it here alone. After all, the transformation can be quite noisy, and I fear Sang Jie might notice." "All right, bring it along." Luing Ci observed the little wolf cub's timid demeanor and chuckled enigmatically. "I'll be generous and help you train it." Hai Xiao Bai, feeling a sudden stiffness, hurriedly wriggled out from He Xuan's embrace. letting out a series of howls as if attempting to elucidate something. Upon hearing this, Heishuan's previously relaxed demeanor instantly solidified. A flicker of mixed emotions, anger and embarrassment, flashed across his small face, and a blush rapidly crept onto his cheeks. He involuntarily cast a furtive glance at Lu Yingzi, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt that rendered him speechless. Xiaobai raised its front legs, tugging at its brother's clothing, urgently imploring him to explain to the formidable monster. Heishuan stammered, consumed by shame, struggling to utter the words. Finally, with a firm resolve, he declared that Xiaobai had not intentionally consumed Sang's tofu. It was merely drawn by the alluring aura emanating from her, and had unwittingly burrowed into her embrace. After helping his brother with the explanation, Heishuan silently pulled him off his body and set him down on the ground, distancing himself. At that moment, he felt as though he had no brother. Well, not this somewhat embarrassing brother. After hearing the explanation, Lu Yingzi exhibited little reaction, simply remarking that Sang could facilitate a swifter transformation for him. Xiaobai blinked, letting out a sound of agreement. Indeed, during these days spent with Sang, not only had its intelligence been restored, but it was also on the brink of transformation. Sang truly was an extraordinary sister. However, why did the formidable monster mention this? Xiaobai tilted its head, puzzled by the implication. Lu Yingzi smiled gently, stating that he could help accelerate the transformation process. Xiaobai responded with a curious howl, inquiring about the method. 3 hours later, Xiaobai lay exhausted on the ground, stars dancing before its eyes, its tongue lolling out as it panted heavily, unable to rise despite Heishuan's efforts to drag it along. Lu Yingzi stood nearby, smiling serenely, inquiring about the results of their training. Wasn't it remarkably effective? It seemed Xiaobai was close to transforming, perhaps within the next couple of days. Heishuan, equally fatigued, was drenched in sweat, feeling that the intensity of today's training surpassed that of the previous night. Lu Yingzi, still brimming with energy, suggested they continue practicing. Heishuan sensed a strong air of tension. He dared not inquire further and swiftly took Xiaobai away. Lu Yingzi vanished from sight. Qizhu arrived early the next morning at the Welfare Institute with news. Sang reviewed the information but noticed a peculiar detail. You say Pei Yu vanished at the entrance of an alley? After a moment of silence, she pondered. So, he never left this area? How could that be? Pei Yu had driven here. While he might hide, where could such a large vehicle possibly be concealed? Are you suggesting we trace the vehicle's location? He asked. Sang's eyes sparkled, exclaiming, Qizhu, you truly are like a worm in my stomach. Qizhu paused, expressing mild distaste. Do you ever stop talking? Sang chuckled. Qizhu glanced around, then winked at her. Promise me you won't expose me. Sang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? She cleared her throat and solemnly assured. This matter shall remain between us. Good. Suddenly, Sang felt a chill run down her spine. Vanishing without a trace? How bizarre. Qizhu's expression turned serious as he tapped the table, ceasing his consumption of buns. Sang, I believe you may have encountered a ghost. He earnestly suggested. Should I fetch a Taoist to help you? After contemplating, Sang deemed it unwise. She felt that if a Taoist were to arrive, their first order of business would not be to exorcise spirits, but rather to apprehend her, given the peculiar happenings surrounding her. No need. I believe there are no ghosts in this world. After all, she was a staunch believer in science, though recent events had caused her faith in it to waver slightly. Nevertheless, she remained resolute that ghosts did not exist. Enough with the ghost nonsense. Qizhu scoffed lightly, jesting that while it was forbidden to become a spirit post-nation founding, there was no prohibition against becoming a ghost. The other term for monsters is fairies, isn't it? Ah, so the human world had indeed once imposed such regulations. Thus, she must safeguard her secret identity, ensuring her sister remained oblivious. Chapter 56. He despises double-standard dogs. Qizhu, you're such a strange person. I think you should stop your investigation. Haven't you heard the saying? Curiosity killed the cat. Sang waved her hand dismissively, ignoring him. Just tell me, what else have you uncovered? Qizhu's attempts to dissuade her were in vain, leaving him quite helpless. Sometimes, Sang's stubbornness made him wish he could give her a good smack. Yet he knew that even if he did, she might not change her mind. I've identified 3 places he frequents, Qizhu said, holding up 3 fingers. Rongjing Building, Zhengding Law Firm. He began, lowering a finger with each mention. When only 1 finger remained, he suddenly fell silent. his gaze dropping to see that he had inadvertently displayed an unintentional gesture towards Sang. "Do you have any manners?" Chiju exclaimed, covering his hand and crying out in dismay. "I didn't mean to." He had been so focused on the matter at hand that he hadn't realized he was left with just his middle finger. "Continue," Sang urged. "Nanjiao," she murmured thoughtfully. She had indeed heard of that place, rumored to be the site of a national secret project long ago. However, that was decades past, and now it lay in ruins. What pay you possibly want there? Upon noticing her expression, Chiju's alertness heightened. "You're not contemplating a trip to Nanjiao, are you?" Sang remained silent. If she couldn't find anyone else, she did indeed plan to head to Nanjiao. "You mustn't go there alone," Chiju warned, banging the table. "It's a desolate area. It's far too dangerous." Got it, she replied nonchalantly, utterly disregarding his concerns. Chiju was infuriated. "I've always listened to you, but this time, you must heed my advice. You cannot go to Nanjiao alone, and if you insist on going, you must take me with you." "I was already planning to bring you," Sang suddenly replied. Chiju froze, momentarily taken aback. He sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. "So you were thinking of me after all? Such matters require my presence. I can protect you." "Of course," she retorted. "Nanjiao is too far. Taking a taxi will cost a fortune, and we can only be dropped off at the outskirts." The implication being, he was a free driver who could fulfill any request. "Am I your chauffeur?" Chiju slammed the table even louder. Sang considered, "How about this? You lend me your car, and I'll drive myself." She could drive, albeit with limited experience. "Absolutely not." As she tidied her hair, she inadvertently glanced at the mirror affixed to the wall. The girl reflected in the glass had a fair forehead, devoid of any swelling or wounds. Sang was taken aback, touching her forehead in disbelief. Although the injury wasn't severe, it shouldn't have healed overnight. "Has my body mutated to such an extent?" Indeed, Sang referred to the changes in her body as mutations, as she couldn't fathom a more fitting term to describe them. Sang pondered whether to undergo a thorough medical examination. Yet she feared that any abnormalities discovered might attract unwanted attention, leading to her being subjected to biological studies. This concern wasn't unfounded, as the changes in her body were likely extraordinarily rare within the human realm. Such scarce and novel phenomena often incite human curiosity and a desire to explore. She couldn't risk her life challenging others' moral boundaries. "Sang, what are you doing? We should leave." Chiju called from outside. Sang replied and promptly tied her hair into a low ponytail, donning a baseball cap. Upon opening the door, she noticed Chiju had paused. He too wore a baseball cap, identical to hers, save for the colors, one white, one black. Observing their outfits for the day, she noted the striking similarity. Sang donned a simple pair of white athletic shorts, revealing his slender, fair legs, while today he also opted for a modest white sports outfit. At first glance, the two appeared strikingly similar, akin to a couple in matching attire. As Chi-Su pondered, a faint blush crept onto his handsome face. Noticing his distraction, Sang waved his hand in front of him, teasingly asking, "Why are you blushing? Is it hot today?" "No, it's not hot," Chi-Su stammered, his gaze evasively shifting as he turned to walk forward. "Hurry up. Aren't you headed to Rongjingdasha? I'll accompany you." "All right. Let's go. Stop staring." Chi-Su glanced around, persistently urging Sang onward, primarily concerned that some shameless double-standard individual might approach them again. Fortunately, that individual seemed to be a lazy creature, still in slumber at this hour. Just as Chi-Su felt relief, the door nearby abruptly swung open. His heart raced as he looked up, only to find the very double-standard individual emerging. As soon as the individual appeared, he headed straight towards them. Chi-Su's previously uplifted mood plummeted with this unwelcome arrival, as the long-anticipated duo outing appeared to be thwarted yet again. Sang spotted Luing-Tsi and waved, softly greeting, "C.I. Good morning." Sang, where are you headed?" Luing-Tsi, evidently just awake, spoke with a slightly hoarse voice, rushing over to grasp her hand as if afraid she might flee. Chi-Su crossed his arms, visibly displeased, and muttered, "We were off to enjoy a private moment together. You can stay home alone." "Don't talk nonsense." Sang shot Chi-Su an exasperated glare, her expression fierce. But when she turned to face Luing-Tsi, her demeanor softened like water. Chi-Su, throughout his life, had developed a profound aversion to double-standard individuals. As they left, Luing-Tsi was, of course, included in their company, along with several other small companions. Chi-Su sat in the driver's seat, numbly operating the vehicle while Lu Yingxi occupied the passenger seat, staring ahead. The atmosphere between them was oddly tense and silent, contrasting starkly with the lively chatter from the back seat. This trip, unsurprisingly, not only included Lu Yingxi, but also those little short-legged companions. Chisu's vehicle, a 7-seater, had 3 rows of seats, perfectly accommodating everyone. However, Chisu's mood was far from pleasant. What was supposed to be a romantic outing for 2 had transformed into a gathering of 6, with 4 additional light bulbs dimming his spirits. He glanced in the right rearview mirror, hoping to assess the situation behind him, and inadvertently caught sight of Lu Yingxi. The youth bore a neutral expression. His light brown eyes dimmed, emanating a chilling low-pressure aura. Chisu couldn't help but observe him a moment longer, feeling inexplicably uplifted. What could be more delightful than witnessing a rival's discomfort? Stealing another glance in the mirror, he noted saying he was flanked by 1 little companion on each side, while the last was silently seated in the 3rd row, cradling a small, bald black dog. Chisu was quite pleased with this seating arrangement, especially upon noticing the displeased expression of that double-standard individual beside Sang He. Recalling how Lu Yingxi had wanted to sit next to Sang He only to be rejected, Chisu felt a surge of satisfaction. He had assumed Lu Yingxi held a significant place in Sang He's heart. It seemed he could not compete with these little companions. Realizing this, an idea sparked in Chisu's mind. These little ones evidently held considerable sway in Sang He's affections. If he could win them over to his side, perhaps they could assist him in pursuing Sang He, thereby increasing his chances of success. Chisu's eyes gleamed with determination as he considered this plan, contemplating how to become acquainted with the children. He was a person of action. Once an idea took root, he acted swiftly. Observing the rearview mirror, he assessed which child might be easiest to approach. The last child was far too quiet, unapproachable. The other small boy appeared shy and timid, seemingly fearful of others, also not an option. That left only 1 small girl. Chisu redirected his focus to a little girl named Bai Shui, who was nestled beside Sang He, chatting animatedly, her big, dark eyes fixated on the car's decorations. "Sister, is this the car?" the little girl asked, her innocent voice brimming with curiosity. "This car is so big, it can fit all 6 of us." Bai Shui marveled, counting on her small hands. With her boldness and willingness to ask questions, she seemed the perfect candidate to engage. Clearing his throat, Chisu prepared to join their conversation, but another young voice interjected. "Shuijia, you counted wrong. There's also Xiao Bai. In total, that's 7, Xianli declared, holding up 7 fingers with utmost seriousness. Chisu opened his mouth, ready to agree, but Bai Shui chimed in, "I was counting Xiao Bai." Seizing the opportunity, Chisu interjected, "So little Bai Shui, who did you forget to count?" His intention was to initiate a dialogue with Bai Shui, but his words instantly captured her attention. The little girl fixed her gaze on him, her small fingers fidgeting as if pondering something important. Chisu, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" Bai Shui's face lit up with realization as she exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to count the driver uncle. Chisu esse expression Stephen instantly." "Driver uncle?" Sang He couldn't hold back her laughter, teasing, "Driver uncle, you better focus on driving and not get distracted." At that moment, Chisu wished he could vanish. Upon arriving at Rongjing Dasha, Sang He asked the children to stay in the car under Chisu's watch, while she took Lu Yingxi upstairs. Chisu was quite dissatisfied with this decision. "Why can't I go up too?" he protested. Sang He, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Why do you always need to compete?" "I'm not competing. I'm merely questioning the logic." Chisu retorted, "Tell me, do you think I'm weak and unable to protect you?" "Of course not," Sang He responded earnestly. "You think too much. I trust you to watch over the kids while I go upstairs. Don't let me down," she added, patting his shoulder with a serious expression. Chisu, momentarily deflated, eyed her with uncertainty. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," Sang He affirmed sincerely, her expression almost declaring, "I believe you are the most reliable." Chisu, having always been susceptible to such sentiments, found himself compliant. "Fine, I'll stay here to look after the kids." As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast a furtive glance at Lu Yingxi, unable to conceal his smugness. Lu Yingxi regarded him as foolish and chose to ignore him. Upon reaching the upstairs door of Pei Yu's residence, saying he had yet to knock when the door creaked open, Lu Yingxi, quick-witted, pulled her to a safer distance. Sang He's gaze remained fixed on the slowly opening door, akin to the unveiling of a Pandora's box. Once the door fully opened, revealing an unfamiliar face, She felt her taut nerves relax slightly. The door was opened by a young man with black hair and eyes, his demeanor indifferent as he scanned them before settling his gaze on Sang-hee. "What do you want?" he asked flatly. Sang-hee found his question peculiar. Normally, one would inquire about their identities upon encountering strangers. Yet, this individual bypassed that step entirely, directly questioning their intentions, as if he already knew who they were. Since he had posed the question so directly, Sang-hee wasted no time in responding, "I would like to know where Pei-yu is." Pei-yu raised an eyebrow slightly at Xie, his expression remaining indifferent, yet a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. It was quite rare for a prey to take the initiative to seek out its hunter. This was a first for him. Xie unwavering gaze made her uncomfortable, prompting Sang-hee to look past him towards the door, but all she could see was a storage wall deep within the entryway, with nothing else visible. "Pei-yu is not here," Xie stated. Sang-hee inquired about his whereabouts. Chapter 58. Xiaobai suddenly transforms Sang-hee's expression grew complex as she regarded the peculiar individual before her, sensing a hint of abnormality in his demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, she refrained from extending her hand or engaging further, instead taking hold of Lu Yingxi's arm, preparing to leave. Observing her actions, Xie spoke first. "Do you not wish to know where Pei-yu is?" Sang-hee replied, "If you wish to share, then do so. No need for theatrics." Xie slowly smiled, raising the hand he had extended. "Let's be friends. I am Xie." Sang-hee's countenance shifted slightly, yet she withheld the thought of declaring him insane. "ACI, let us go." After taking a few steps, Xie spoke again. "Will you truly not become friends? If you do, you shall learn of Pei-yu's whereabouts." Simply absurd, Sang-hee thought, suppressing her irritation. She turned slightly. "May I ask, do you have no friends?" Her tone was less than cordial, laced with a hint of disdain. His only friend had been dissected and preserved as a specimen. In a certain sense, he still had a friend who would never leave him. Sang-hee perceived that this individual was deeply troubled, possibly suffering from mental illness. Continuing the conversation, she felt she might also succumb to madness. Sensing her impatience, Xie candidly divulged, "Pei-yu is in the southern outskirts." Upon hearing this, a shadow crossed Lu Yingxi's eyes. Without delving into the truth of his statement, Sang-hee felt no desire to engage further and thanked him before turning to leave. Yet again, the eccentric individual spoke. "Let's be friends. I am Xie." Sang-hee, intrigued by his persistence, asked, "Why are you so eager to befriend me?" Xie scrutinized her, his gaze inscrutable. "Because I find your proportions remarkably beautiful. Should you become a specimen, you would undoubtedly be splendid." Sang-hee was taken aback by this absurd rationale, confirming her suspicions of his instability. Just then, a figure brushed past, taking a few steps towards Xie and grasping his hand. "I shall be your friend." The youthful voice, clear and devoid of emotion, echoed as Lu Yingxi turned away from Sang-hee, aware she could not see him. His phoenix-like eyes concealed a glint of danger, while his exquisite features bore a hint of coldness. The clarity of his fingers contrasted sharply with Xie as they clasped, the pressure causing Xie knuckles to whiten. A slight twist of Xie expression revealed his discomfort as he felt his bones contorting under the strain, the sensation bordering on fracture. The pain surged through his hand, prompting an instinctual desire to free himself. Yet Lu Yingxi's grip tightened. Xie raised his head, his normally detached expression now tinged with anger. The youth smiled lightly, and beneath his calm demeanor lay an undercurrent of menace. "Sang will not be your friend. I shall be." A subtle cracking sound resonated, and Xie gave a muffled groan, truly feeling the fracture of his knuckles. Pain radiated from his palm, and he let out a sardonic laugh. "Very well, I accept you as a friend. You must visit often. Friends, of course, are meant for dissection." Lu Yingxi released his hand, casting a dispassionate gaze over Xie, confirming that he was merely human. However, the strong scent of blood that clung to him hinted at darker deeds. "ACI, let us depart," Sang-hee said as she approached, grasping his arm. Noticing the peculiar expression on Xie face, she scrutinized him further. When she met his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes. Truthfully, her impression of this stranger was quite poor, bordering on disdain. Xie was the first individual she wished to avoid further interaction with after their initial meeting. A vague discomfort accompanied her thoughts of him, He exuded an aura of someone who would claim friendship only to betray her. Thus, she resolved never to encounter him again on their return journey, saying he refrained from engaging the children in play, opting instead to sit in the passenger seat and focus intently on the map. Sietchiyun's words had not truly registered with her, serving only to solidify her determination to venture to the southern outskirts. Chisu occasionally glanced her way, his heart swelling with unspoken joy. "Chisu, how well do you know the southern outskirts?" Saying he suddenly inquired. Chisu pondered, "I have not been there. Few from Yuncheng visit, as it is not a tourist destination, merely a desolate wilderness." Saying he nodded, continuing to peruse her phone's map. She too had never ventured to the southern outskirts, which lay at the far edge of Yuncheng, comprised of vast stretches of wilderness, uninhabited and untouched by developers. Navigating such rugged terrain was treacherous for those unfamiliar, necessitating an extended timeline, at least a day's journey. Today was certainly not feasible. She was unprepared, and venturing forth in such conditions would be unsafe. She needed to devise a route, gather supplies, and arrange for the children before embarking. The journey was mostly silent, and the children, having spent a long time in the vehicle, were beginning to doze. However, He Xiaobai fidgeted restlessly in the back row. It was unbearably hot, a sensation akin to impending combustion. He Xiaobai felt a surge of heat coursing through its body, letting out a few small whimpers. It tugged at He Sun's clothing, but He Sun, drowsy and disoriented, dismissed it with a wave, urging it to settle down. He Xiaobai grew more anxious as the heat within swelled, feeling as if it were expanding, an ominous black aura subtly radiating from its edges. Realizing what was happening, He Xiaobai panicked. It was about to transform. Here the vehicle. Chapter 59, Abandoned Here Howl. No, I cannot do this here. If my sister sees me, that monster will surely end me. What to do? What to do? He Xiaobai was fraught with anxiety. Even waking He Sun now would be futile. It had mere minutes before the transformation. At that moment, Lu Yingzi, seated by the window in the second row, suddenly moved. Casually, he rolled the window halfway down. He Xiaobai's heart raced, uncertain of his intentions. Upon catching a glimpse of him glancing back, it understood. This was an implicit command to leave. With a slight bend in its hind legs, He Xiaobai sprang onto the second row seat and, with a powerful leap, jumped through the window. After tumbling a few times on the ground, it stood up and limped away. Sang He's pupils constricted violently, her blood running cold. "Xiaobai, stop! Pull over, Chisu!" CHS was startled, instinctively slamming on the brakes. The sudden force propelled him forward, and just as he was about to inquire about S.H., he noticed she had already dashed out of the car. "S.H., what are you doing?" he exclaimed, unbuckling his seatbelt in an attempt to follow her, but was met with a series of urgent honks from behind. This was an old street, a one-way road with few passing vehicles, all maintaining a safe distance. Therefore, CHS's abrupt braking did not lead to a rear-end collision. However, his sudden action startled the drivers behind him, who were now honking vehemently, seemingly berating him and urging him to move along. CHS found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to remain or proceed. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. "Xiaobai ran out. Ing, and I will search for it. You should find a place to park and look after the rest of these little ones." Luyngc instructed rapidly and methodically, his gaze fixated on S.H. outside the window. After speaking, he immediately exited the vehicle. Just as he touched the ground, another small figure darted out. "Big brother, Hixn," called Bisu from inside the car, filled with concern. Shuin and remained silent, peering anxiously out the window at Hixn. CHS, not daring to delay any longer, pressed the accelerator and drove away. Luyngc walked towards S.H., explaining that the little creature was about to transform and finding it wouldn't be difficult. But they first needed to stall S.H. Hixn bit his lip, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. Had not been negligent and missed Xiaobi's plea for help, it would not have been forced into such a desperate situation. Xiaobai ran swiftly and quickly disappeared from sight. S.H. stood before three diverging paths, hesitating over which to take. The area was filled with old residential buildings, their layouts irregular, with countless passages. Hixn turned a corner and vanished from her view, leaving her unaware of his direction. Luyngc approached her and naturally took her hand, leading her towards the leftmost passage. Let Let's explore this way. S.H., preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao Bi, did not immediately notice. Hin followed quietly, scanning the surroundings for any sign of Xiao Bi. After searching for nearly 10 minutes, just as S.H's anxiety began to escalate, a faint whimper reached her ears. S.H halted, her heart leaping with joy as she turned towards the sound. "Let us go see," she urged. Hin hesitated, fearing that Xiao Bi had not yet completed its transformation, but upon seeing the expressionless face of the large creature, he felt reassured. If it had not finished transforming, it would have certainly prevented S.H from approaching. Its lack of intervention indicated that Xiao Bi had indeed transformed successfully. S.H tugged Luyngc along towards the sound, and the first thing that caught her was a large cardboard box. The box obscured much of their view, and the whimpering emanated from behind it. Perhaps sensing their presence, the whimper abruptly ceased. Worried that Xiao Bi might be startled and flee, S.H cautiously approached, softly calling its name. However, as she rounded the box and saw the curled figure, she was taken aback. It was not Xiao Bi, but a completely naked child, appearing to be only 2 or 3 years old. A frail little bundle huddled tightly, with little flesh on their bones. The child's dark, glistening eyes were misty and timidly gazed up at her. S.H met the child's gaze. A wave of inexplicable familiarity washed over her, though she was certain she had never seen this child before. Hin, having caught up, was momentarily stunned by the sight of the child before quickly realizing this was the transformed Xiao Bi. Upon seeing him, Xiao Bi's eyes brightened, and he moved slightly, opening his mouth to speak, but Hin gently shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. Xiao Bi retracted, fearfully gazing at him, silently asking what to do next. Before he could receive further guidance, his entire body was lifted into the air by warm hands. Xiao Bi's heart raced as he wrapped his small arms around S.H's neck, staring in a daze at her chin. It was the first time S.H held a child in such a state, and she awkwardly wondered where to place her hands, eventually encircling his waist with one arm while supporting his bottom with the other. Looking around, she found no sign of the child's parents. "Little one, we're your family." Xiao Bi remained tight-lipped, avoiding her gaze, fearful of revealing anything. S.H's eyes lingered on the child's head for a few moments, finding the hairstyle oddly familiar. Hin casually remarked, perhaps he was abandoned here. S.H's expression turned cold as she realized the likelihood of this being true. Judging by the child's dirty condition, he must have been outside for quite some time. Although this residential area seemed somewhat remote, it was not impossible to navigate. With a little effort, one could search the premises and likely find his family. However, the fact that he had been out for so long without anyone looking for him suggested that his parents had no intention of seeking him out. Xiao Bi, understanding the implication of Hin's words, tightened his grip around S.H, his eyes reddening as he quietly said, "Mommy and Daddy told me to wait for them here." His soft, plaintive voice was tinged with grievance, his eyes glistening with tears, yet his expression was resolute and stubborn. Chapter 60. A child found he insisted on waiting a little longer, claiming that his parents would come for him soon. Upon hearing this, S.H felt as though her heart had been seized by an invisible hand, heavy and aching. She was filled with sorrow. How could there be such parents in the world, bringing a child into existence only to neglect them? To leave a child naked in such a place, did they wish for their demise? Fury bubbled within her, yet her tone softened as she spoke to Xiao Bi. "I just encountered your mommy and daddy. They said you should come with me for now, and they will come to get you later." Xiao Bi finally acquiesced, obediently thanking her. "Okay, thank you, sister." S.H's heart ached for him, and she embraced him a little tighter. Xiao Bi nestled against her shoulder, winking at Hin, his dark eyes sparkling, devoid of any sadness or grievance. Hin's mouth twitched slightly, perplexed by his brother's theatrical flair. Though Xiao Bi appeared slight, his frame was solid and not light. After a while, S.H's arms grew weary, prompting her to hand him over to Luyngc. Luyngc sluggishly accepted him, a hint of disdain flickering in his phoenix-like eyes. Xiao Bi, no longer relaxed in S.H's embrace, became tense. He carefully controlled his body, ensuring he hardly touched the formidable creature, leaving his upper half almost suspended in the air. This position was exhausting, Yet I felt secure. At least his life was preserved. Essing H instructed Luyngc to wait in place while she and Hixn continued searching around the residential area for Xiaobi. As minutes passed, they still found no trace of him. Essing H's hope began to wane. She understood that the longer they took, the slimmer their chances of finding Xiaobi became. After 30 minutes, it was likely that he had already left the vicinity of these residential buildings. They might never find him again. Essing H took a deep breath, filled with regret for having brought Xiaobi out today, realizing that if she hadn't none of this would have happened. Although this old residential building did not seem to have surveillance, the road conditions around it could still be checked to see if Xiaobi had exited the area. Are you not looking for a dog? Where is it? Has it turned into a child? It must be said that Su, at times, has an uncanny ability to touch upon the truth, yet such truths are often overlooked. Saying he placed the child in a seat and retrieved a towel from the car to wrap him up, also instructing Su to turn off the air conditioning to prevent the child from feeling cold. Bai Shui and Xianli stared at He Xiaobai with a mixture of anxiety and excitement, wishing to ask something yet refraining due to Sang He's presence. If you say such things, you will have no share in dinner. Su, must I remain silent? Upon returning to the welfare institution, Sang He filled a basin with warm water and seated He Xiaobai within, intending to cleanse him. However, she noticed that his right hand was clenched tightly, hinting at a hint of red, as if he were grasping something. Could you please loosen your hand? Sang He inquired gently while taking hold of his hand. Yet, before she could exert any force, the child startled and abruptly lifted his arm, splashing water everywhere. Sang He was drenched, with droplets cascading down her cheeks, some even entering her eyes, filling them with a stinging discomfort. She closed her eyes, waiting for the sensation to pass. Beside her, Luyngc's expression darkened, an undercurrent of turmoil evident in his gaze, akin to a tempestuous blade aimed at He Xiaobai. The little boy's face turned pale as he curled up in the basin, trembling, afraid to even breathe in the presence of the formidable entity. He truly did not mean to offend. Surely, the great monster did not intend to harm him. He Xiaobai cast a furtive glance towards his brother, seeking help. He Sun remained remarkably composed, aware that Luyngci would not cause any harm to He Xiaobai, at most merely subjecting him to countless glares. But he was more concerned about what He Xiaobai was clutching in his hand. It must be of great importance. Otherwise, the child wouldn't be so anxious. It might even be something that could reveal his identity. Seizing the moment while saying he had her eyes closed, He Sun crouched before the basin, grasped He Xiaobai's hand, and retrieved the object. Upon unfolding it, he discovered a string of red bracelets, adorned with hollow golden spheres encasing vibrant green beads, their peculiar colors blending together in an unexpectedly pleasing manner. He Sun's heart raced, and before saying he could open her eyes, he concealed the bracelet. After a lackluster bath, He Xiaobai, under the oppressive gaze of the great monster, found himself breathing slowly, almost suffocating. Once he finished bathing, it wasn't too long before he felt drowsy. Su sighed deeply, her expression weary, saying if I end up in the police station one day, you must bear full responsibility. Rest assured, I shall not only provide for your old age, but also see you through to the end, Sang He replied, patting her chest with a sense of camaraderie. Su, with a face full of sarcasm, remarked, I truly thank you. Suddenly, Sang He recalled something, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Oh, tomorrow I need to visit the police station regarding that child's matter. I could report you, and perhaps even earn some merit. Su retorted, why keep such a troublesome acquaintance? It would be better to simply eliminate the issue. Sang He continued, although I'm unsure if there are surveillance cameras in that residential building, there must be some on the roadside. Let us first check if Xiaobai has wandered elsewhere. Su's vision darkened, lamenting, how long must we wait to see? He Sun, just exiting the room, felt a surge of anxiety at her words. When will we check the surveillance? He inquired. Chapter 61. Will we both advance together? Su propped her chin up, lamenting, I work tirelessly for you every night. Even a donkey wouldn't be as diligent as I am. I'm on the verge of developing dark circles. How could you compare yourself to a donkey? A donkey works all day without complaint, never mentioning dark circles, Sang He said with a serious expression. So you're implying that I'm even less than a donkey? Su questioned, a hint of indignation in her tone. Sang He's expression softened, her demeanor filled with understanding. At least you recognize it. Chisu had indeed been vexed by Sang He numerous times that day. Hey Sun, overhearing their exchange, grew increasingly anxious. Xiaobai would at least need until tomorrow morning to transform into his wolf form. Yet if the surveillance was checked tonight, Xiaobai would be exposed. He needed to buy time for him. Sang He perceived no issue with He Sun's demeanor. He had always been a child reluctant to burden others, so his comments seemed perfectly reasonable. However, she hoped he would reconsider this mindset. Some matters do not require one to bear them alone. When help is needed, it must be sought proactively, especially since she had to care for several other children. It was inevitable that she might overlook him at times. If he encountered difficulties and she failed to notice in time, it would lead to dire consequences. He Sun remained silent, realizing that Sang He had not changed her mind. He would need to devise another plan. He bit his lip, sensing that her words seemed to carry deeper implications, not merely directed at Xiaobai. Sang He's eyes were earnest, her tone laden with significance as she gently guided He Sun. In any relationship, it should be reciprocal. That's how it endures. He Sun could now confirm that she was indeed speaking to him. But why was she saying this? He did not quite understand. From a literal standpoint, was Sang He suggesting a mutual journey? A journey towards what? He was uncertain. Despite his precociousness and intelligence, he remained a child. Some of Sang He's subtler remarks eluded his comprehension. Unbeknownst to her, she had subconsciously regarded He Sun as a capable young man capable of independent thought. Furthermore, she believed that being too forthright might embarrass him, given his pride, leading him to refute her. Thus, she opted for a more tactful approach. Chisu had been watching her intently as she spoke, and upon hearing mutual, he nodded in agreement. So Sang He, when will you and I embark on this mutual journey? He teased, though a serious glint lay hidden in his eyes. It was both a confession and a test. He feared that if he expressed himself earnestly, Sang He might reject him, and even more so, distance herself from him thereafter. Sang He was that kind of person, unyieldingly straightforward in her rejections, leaving no room for hope or imagination. Despite their years of camaraderie, she would not hesitate to sever ties after a rejection. He dare not take the risk, and could only probe with humor. Just as Chi Su felt a wave of anxiety, Sang He suddenly met his gaze, her almond eyes glistening with an inexplicable depth of emotion. Chi Su was momentarily entranced, warmth flooding from his heart to his mind, leaving him parched and flushed, a secret excitement coursing through his veins. Then he heard Sang He say, "Haven T, we already embarked on this mutual journey?" A thunderous sound echoed in his mind, leaving it blank. Chi Su felt dizzy, his emotions of anticipation swiftly extinguished by Sang He's metaphorical bucket of cold water. Our father-son bond is indeed unbreakable. Chi Su's face shifted through shades of red and white, then pale and green, a kaleidoscope of colors, quite a sight to behold. In that moment, Chi Su felt as though he had ingested something distasteful, a sensation of discomfort beyond expression. Sang He observed the transformation in his complexion, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Chi Su, what is wrong? Is your face cramping?" "Indeed, my face is cramping," he replied, feeling a sense of relief that Sang He had never been in a romantic relationship. She was quite oblivious in matters of the heart. Unless he expressed his feelings directly, she would never catch on. "Why are you being so sarcastic?" Sang He pouted, decisively declaring, "You will not partake in dinner." Sang He, rarely expressing concern, asked, "Are you all right? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Can you still help me with my work?" The first two inquiries were fine, but the last one incensed Chi Su to the point of banging his fist on the table. "Sang He, am I your donkey? Do I work for you every day?" Sang He feigned innocence. "I consider you human. It's you who insists on being a donkey, not my fault." Chi Su felt a sensation akin to a cardiac episode. Sang He's brows twitched slightly as she suddenly cast a glance at He Sun. She is somewhat emotionally obtuse, yet surprisingly perceptive in certain aspects. For instance, she fails to comprehend Chi Su's feelings towards her, but at this moment, she distinctly senses that He Sun's reluctance to investigate the surveillance footage stems from a reason beyond mere inconvenience. What is He Sun concealing? The longer they delay in seeking Xiaobai, the greater the peril becomes. Sang He calmly asserts that rather than spending an entire night in anxiety, it would be wiser to ensure Xiaobai's safety sooner rather than later. However, The pressing issue remains. Xiao Bai is not lost at all. All right, I understand your concern for Xiao Bai. He-sun, rest assured, Xiao Bai will be perfectly fine. Sang He's gaze is peculiar, causing him to feel uneasy. He-sun falls silent, hesitant to speak further. Chapter 62. The sixth bracelet during dinner. Xiao Bai has yet to awaken. Just as He-sun prepares to call him, Sang He interjects, I'll go. He-sun, you eat first. He-sun sits down slowly, watching Sang He enter his room, his mind a tumult of unease. After some contemplation, he reassures himself that nothing untoward should occur, especially since Xiao Bai is currently in human form. Indeed, upon entering the room, nothing amiss transpires. She wakes Xiao Bai, who obediently rises. The little one rubs his eyes, appearing somewhat dazed and muddled, clearly still in the throes of sleep. Sang He's heart softens at the sight. She tousles his disheveled hair and says, let us head out for dinner first, while I tidy up your bed. Xiao Bai, still groggy, merely nods in agreement, shuffling outside in He-sun's oversized short-sleeved shirt and shorts, which appear excessively long on him. Sang He watches him leave before starting to make the bed. As she neatly folds the blanket and arranges the pillow, her peripheral vision catches a glimpse of something red. She retrieves the object from beneath the pillow and, upon recognizing it, stands frozen. It is a red cord bracelet. Is this He-sun's? A glance towards the courtyard reveals He-sun at the dinner table, where a conspicuous splash of red adorns his wrist as he wields his chopsticks. Thus, it cannot belong to He-sun. Could it possibly be Xiao Bai's? Sang He furrows her brow. She distinctly remembers that when they left, Xiao Bai was wearing a bracelet around his neck. She had indeed seen that flash of red as he leaped from the car window. Sang He, what are you doing? Come out for dinner. Chisua's booming voice interrupts her thoughts. Sang He places the bracelet back where it was and exits the room. At the dining table, she observes the wrists of several children and Lu Yingxi. All sport their bracelets, with none missing. Therefore, this bracelet must belong to Xiao Bai. A shiver runs down her spine, the chill coursing through her body, raising the hairs on her neck. Why would Xiao Bai's bracelet be beneath He-sun's pillow? Suddenly, she recalls He-sun's insistence on obstructing their investigation into the surveillance. Or does he actually know where Xiao Bai is? Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of this bracelet? Sang He casts a contemplative glance at He-sun, understanding deep within that he would never harm Xiao Bai. Yet, what would be the reason behind this? After dinner, Chisuo lingers, playing with the children alongside Sang He in the courtyard. Seizing the opportunity while they are distracted, He-sun slips into Lu Yingxi's room. At this juncture, he believes only Lu Yingxi can assist with Xiao Bai's situation. Upon entering, he finds Lu Yingxi resting. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yingxi lazily opens his eyes, glancing at He-sun before closing them again, inquiring, where's Sang? He-sun momentarily hesitates, surprised that someone as formidable as Lu Yingxi would inquire about him, when surely he must be aware of everything happening in the courtyard. The only response is a nasal HM. Cautiously, He-sun moves closer, taking in Lu Yingxi's appearance. The dim light cannot conceal the unusual flush on his face. His eyelids droop heavily, a sheen of perspiration beads on his forehead, and his breath comes in short, rapid gasps, revealing an unhealthy pallor. You have a fever? He-sun exclaims. It takes him a few moments to grasp Lu Yingxi's intent. Master, are you attempting to create a manifestation of Xiao Bai? He asks. Not exactly. It's merely a phantom. It will dissipate by tomorrow morning. He-sun feels a surge of joy. In that case, Sang He and the others will not pursue the surveillance footage. Thank you, Master. He then expresses concern for Lu Yingxi's well-being. Is there anything you need me to assist with? No need. Just leave, Lu Yingxi replies, closing his eyes. Understood. He-sun turns to depart. Just then, a burst of laughter erupts in the courtyard, clearly audible through the walls, reaching Lu Yingxi's ears. Chisuo seems to be calling out something, while Sang He laughs merrily. Lu Yingxi squints, contemplating. Wait, he calls back to He-sun, who turns to await further instructions. Once Chisuo leaves, you should inform Sang about my condition. He-sun comprehends immediately, affirmatively replying before exiting the room. Not long after He-sun leaves, he hears faint scratching sounds at the closed courtyard door, barely perceptible. None of the others notice, but He-sun suddenly looks up, fixated on the door. Another sound confirms his suspicion. He swiftly approaches the door and opens it, revealing a small, dark figure standing before him, its fluffy tail sweeping the ground in a familiar manner. Upon seeing the door ajar, The little creature looks up and lets out a joyful yip, its bright eyes sparkling with delight. He-sun, upon seeing it, is momentarily taken aback. It looks so much like Xiaobai. Even its demeanor is identical. He-sun, what is wrong? Sang He's voice calls from behind him. He-sun shuts his eyes briefly, regaining his composure. This is his first performance, leaving him somewhat flustered. Fortunately, he appears to possess a natural talent. And when he opens his eyes again, they glisten with feigned astonishment. The beings in the courtyard, both human and creature, collectively gasp. He-sun breathes a small sigh of relief as he sees Sang He extend her hand, and he instinctively presents Xiaobai to her. Sang He cradles Xiaobai, her gaze falling upon its delicate neck, where a red string is slightly embedded in its black fur, adorned with two hollow golden spheres encasing green beads. This bracelet is strikingly conspicuous, making it difficult for Sang He to overlook. Lowering her gaze, she conceals the darkness in her eyes. Chapter 63. Tu He Xiaobai, however. This is certainly not the one she lost. She had only misplaced the beads. The red string remained safely with her. So, from whence did this bracelet emerge? In her arms, He Xiaobai tilts his head, affectionately nuzzling her chin while softly whining. Sang He snaps out of her reverie, laughing as she playfully dodges, inadvertently glancing at He Xiaobai's head. Covered in soft fur yet bald on top, it has grown somewhat over the past couple of days, obscuring the flesh-pink scalp. Sang He's gaze shifts slightly, a strange sense of familiarity washing over her. This bald-headed appearance seems eerily reminiscent of someone she just encountered. Wait! Sang He suddenly raises her head, looking towards the child they found. The child is gazing at her with curiosity, their strikingly contrasting black and white eyes filled with wonder. On top of their head sits a bald patch identical to that of He Xiaobai, even mirroring its shape. Sang He's expression remains composed, yet her heart is tumultuous. Is this merely a coincidence? If so, it is an exceedingly fortuitous one. Xiaobai conveniently goes missing, and they just happen to find a child who bears an uncanny resemblance to him. Sang He stares intently at the child, who, sensing her gaze, responds with a sweet smile, their round eyes curving into crescent moons. Sang He took a breath, and whether it was a psychological effect or not, she suddenly felt that the child's eyes resembled those of He Xiaobai. It was at that moment that an image emerged in her mind. Just earlier, while bathing the child, he had held something tightly in his hand, which subtly revealed a hint of red. She realized that the red hue might well be the bracelet she had seen in He-sun's room. Sang He's heart raced, and an implausible thought struck her. Perhaps this child was indeed He Xiaobai. But how could she explain the presence of the one in her arms? Two He Xiaobai, one a puppy, the other a human? This was absurd, to say the least. For a fleeting moment, Sang He felt as if she were dreaming. She sat beside the child, holding He Xiaobai, and playfully said, "Xiaolang, I just lied to you. Your parents might not come looking for you." Xiaolang was the name the child had told her. Sang He was at a loss for words. Such a reaction was far from normal. Previously, he had behaved like a well-behaved child, obediently waiting for his parents to come for him, but upon hearing that they might not return, he did not cry or throw a tantrum. He simply asked if she could take him in. Meeting He Xiaobai's soft gaze, Sang He fell silent for a moment before replying, "Of course, you can stay as long as you wish." Was there a need for further probing? Certainly not. Sang He was almost certain that this child was indeed He Xiaobai. There's a saying by Sherlock Holmes, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. And now, the most improbable truth was that there were truly two He Xiaobai. For a moment, Sang He was unsure whether to feel astonished or terrified. It seemed she felt a bit of both, yet neither feeling was overwhelming. Having already encountered far more terrifying and astonishing events, such as bodily mutations, the existence of two He Xiaobai seemed trivial in comparison. Before long, the sky darkened, and Chi Su left the orphanage. He-sun had just mentioned that Lu Ying-ci seemed unwell, prompting her visit. The door was ajar, revealing a darkened gap. Sang He pushed the door open, and just a few steps in, she heard a labored breath. Achi! The darkness obscured her vision, but amplified her other senses. Approaching the bedside, she turned on the light according to her memory, and immediately saw Lu Ying-ci, whose brow was furrowed and whose sleeping face looked troubled. Sang He touched his forehead and was instantly alarmed. So hot. Fearing that Lu Ying-ci might faint from the fever, she quickly shook his arm. A CI is CI. Lu Yingxi slowly opened his eyes, his phoenix-like gaze misty and somewhat bloodshot, with rosy blushes on his cheeks. Yet his thin lips were pale and cracked like white paper. His gaze drifted to Sang He, and he weakly groaned, saying, I feel unwell. His voice was low and tinged with grievance as he shifted slightly, grasping Sang He's hand and rubbing it against his cheek, seemingly finding comfort in her cool touch. Lu Yingxi let out a few muffled sounds, tightening his grip on her hand, pressing it closer to his face. Sang He felt only heat radiating from him. She gasped, "Ci, let go for a moment. I need to get you some medicine." Lu Yingxi nodded, but did not release her hand, continuing to nuzzle against it. With no other option, Sang He withdrew her hand. The sudden absence of the cooling patch bewildered Lu Yingxi, who widened his eyes, glistening with tears, as he stared at Sang He, as if accusing her. Sang He soothingly stroked his head before quickly retrieving the medical kit. She rummaged through it for a cooling patch and fever medicine, applying the patch and administering the medication. Lu Yingxi lay on the bed, still in a dazed state. But this time he refused to close his eyes, fixating his gaze on Sang He, where he sensed her intention to leave. He immediately grasped her hand with a look of such sorrow that it seemed he might cry. Sang He sighed, "I'm not going anywhere. I'll just grab a chair." Lu Yingxi patted the space beside him, indicating she should sit there. This position was inconvenient. She would have to turn her head to check on him. After a moment's thought, he hoarsely suggested, "Come lie down." "That's not appropriate. We shouldn't be too close." After being rejected, Lu Yingxi appeared even more forlorn, his thin lips pouting in sadness. Sang He couldn't help but chuckle. "I can still watch over you from the edge of the bed." With that, she quickly fetched a chair, sat down, and leaned forward, bringing them closer together, their breaths almost mingling. At last, Lu Yingxi seemed satisfied. During this time, she took his temperature, which read 39.6 degrees. With such a high fever, Sang He dared not leave his side, remaining in his room, periodically offering him water and checking his temperature. After 2 or 3 hours, it was already 1 in the morning when Lu Yingxi's fever finally began to subside. Sang He let out a sigh of relief. Having cared for him for several hours, she was utterly exhausted. Seeing Lu Yingxi's eyes flutter closed, she rested her head on the edge of the bed for a moment. Her breathing gradually became steady and elongated. Chapter 64. Testing Sang He, however. Lu Yingxi suddenly opened his eyes. The corners were still a bit red, but his expression had cleared significantly. He raised his right hand, revealing a petal-like mark composed of 5 feather-like designs on the inner side of his forearm. The third feather mark, once a dull gray-black, now shimmered slightly, the dark hue fading to a lighter shade. Once it completely turned white, it would signify his rebirth. Lu Yingxi understood that his condition tonight was not due to a fever, but rather the remolding of his meridians as the phoenix's primal fire coursed through his body, causing the heat. The fever medication and cooling patches were ineffective for this condition, yet he feared Sang He might become suspicious if he didn't take them. Luckily, the medicine had little significant impact on him. Lu Yingxi examined his body. The area where his meridians had been severed was already healing considerably, though some minor traces of fragmentation remained, requiring time for complete restoration. Soon, he would undergo rebirth once again. Reflecting on this, Lu Yingxi's expression darkened. His gaze shifted to Sang He, who slept soundly, her profile pressing against the bed, a bit of soft flesh spilling over her arm, while her other hand rested gently on the bed in a relaxed fist. This meant he would forget this experience, forget the orphanage, forget Sang. Lu Yingxi's heart nearly stopped. The thought of forgetting her caused him profound anguish. Sang, I don't want to be reborn. I don't want to forget you. As dawn broke, Sang He felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her like a massive furnace. Uncomfortably, she struggled, but the furnace only pressed closer, as if it had grown arms to hold her tightly. Abruptly, she woke up, her face pressed against smooth skin, her cheek resting on a firm bone. As her hazy vision cleared, she saw an outline. A jolt of realization struck her, and she fully awakened. She was lying in bed, tightly embraced by Lu Yingxi, her cheek resting against his collarbone, and the protruding area was indeed his Adam's apple. Sang He struggled to stifle a scream. However, the current situation pushed her thoughts to the brink of collapse. Could someone please explain why she was on Lu Yingxi's bed? There seemed to be no answer. How did she end up here? Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself, and reached back to pry Lu Yingxi's arms from around her. But she found herself powerless against his surprising strength. Unless he willingly let go, she could not escape. Did she really need to wake him? The mere thought of the two of them staring at each other, one with large eyes and the other with small, made Sang He's embarrassment resurface. Although the situation was already quite awkward, as she was lost in her thoughts, the person beside her suddenly stirred. A portion of his body leaned against hers, and the youth wrapped his arms around her, nuzzling his cheek against her head and murmuring, "Sang Sang." Sang He felt as though she might explode from the overwhelming heat rising to her face. The fragrance emanating from Lu Yingxi was delightful, a refreshing scent with a hint of sweetness, enveloping her entirely and igniting a warmth within her. Unable to bear it any longer, she gently nudged him. "ACI, wake up." She then witnessed Lu Yingxi open his eyes briefly before closing them again, tightening his embrace around her. "Sang Sang, I thought I was dreaming." After a moment of warmth, his voice emerged, slightly husky yet melodious, carrying an alluring undertone. Sang He felt her cheeks flush anew and casually inquired, "What did you dream about?" "I dreamt of hugging Sang Sang, holding her tightly," Lu Yingxi replied candidly. "That indeed sounds quite tight," she remarked, descending from the bed and adjusting her clothing, feigning calmness as she asked, "How did I end up sleeping in your bed?" Lu Yingxi, with honesty, responded, "I saw Sang Sang sleeping uncomfortably, so I brought you here." This was indeed something he would do. Sang He let out a sigh of relief, grateful that she hadn't crawled into his bed herself. She had almost feared that she was sleepwalking and had bizarrely reached out to Lu Yingxi. "You mustn't do this again," she admonished him, though she knew her words might hold little weight. Lu Yingxi obediently nodded, yet he would likely repeat the same action next time. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" he asked, shaking his head, his phoenix-like eyes fixed upon her. "Sang Sang, I feel quite comfortable now." Sang He felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment wash over her, her heart racing as she nearly wished to flee. However, she forced herself to maintain an air of composure, stating, "That's good. I shall take my leave." As she turned stiffly and stumbled towards the door, she heard another sound of a door opening. Sang He paused, peering through the crack into He Sun's room. The door swung open from within, revealing a small figure that peeked out. Sang He squinted and saw the little being, He Xiaobai, glancing around before slipping out of the yard. "Sang Sang, what are you looking at?" Instinctively, she turned her head, her nose brushing against warm skin. Lu Yingxi, unbeknownst to her, had approached from behind, crouching slightly, his chin resting on her shoulder without encroaching any further. They were so close that Sang He could discern the fine, translucent hairs on his face. "It's nothing. I must be going now," she said, hastily opening the door and retreating into her own room, akin to a hurried escape. Lu Yingxi remained in his previous posture for a moment before slowly rising, his fingers brushing against the spot on his cheek where Sang He had touched him with her nose, and he chuckled softly. His gaze fell upon the entrance of the orphanage, where the smile in his eyes faded. Sang Sang must have witnessed it, he thought. The previous day, he had deliberately left a flaw in He Xiaobai's illusion, merely to gauge Sang Sang's acceptance of the supernatural. To his surprise, her reaction seemed less pronounced than he had anticipated. Chapter 65. Discovering Xiaobai's situation. Does this imply that Sang Sang harbors less aversion towards monsters than he thought? Moreover, Lu Yingxi's thin lips pressed together as he recalled the information he had gathered from Wen Yu and his wife. Sang Sang's identity was no ordinary matter. She would eventually learn that she was not entirely human. For now, he would gradually share information, allowing her to acclimatize. However, it was not in human form, but transformed into a fluffy little dog. Sang He had been attentively observing the movements at the yard's entrance. And the moment He Xiaobai stepped inside, she rushed to pick him up. "Where have you been playing?" she asked, cradling him with both hands beneath his front legs, her gaze fixed on his large, round, dark eyes. Emotions of guilt and evasion, typically human sentiments, strangely flickered in the little dog's eyes. Holding him close, she patted his fluffy tail. The tail was well-groomed, the fur unblemished, yet unbeknownst to anyone, she had stealthily snipped a tuft of hair from He Xiaobai's tail the previous day. No matter how quickly his fur grew, it could not have matched the length of the other fur overnight. Thus, the creature in her arms was not the same as yesterday. It was merely the little wolf that had transformed into He Xiaobai. Sang He inhaled deeply. Although she had suspected it yesterday, the confirmation still left her in disbelief. A transformation. This was indeed a transformation, far more extraordinary than any ghostly tales. Gaining her composure, she carried Xiaobai towards He Sun's room. If the little wolf had turned into He Xiaobai, then what had happened to the He Xiaobai from yesterday? Furthermore, since He Xiaobai could shift between human and animal forms, did this mean that there was only one true He Xiaobai and the other simply did not exist? How would He Sun explain the disappearance of the little wolf to her? Upon entering He Sun's room, she found him seated on a solitary stool. His head bowed as he focused on something unknown. Setting Xiaobai on the wooden table, she surveyed the room and directly inquired, "Where's the little wolf?" He Sun abruptly looked up, a visible panic flickering in his calm eyes. I don't know," he stammered, hastily conjuring a pre-prepared excuse. "He was gone when I woke up this morning." "Gone?" Saying he feigned surprise, urgently asking, "Did he leave on his own? Why? Did he miss his parents?" He Sun observed her reaction with caution, replying carefully, "It seems so. He mentioned last night that he wanted to see his parents while we were sleeping." Cleverly navigating the conversation, yet regrettably, the excuse was rather flimsy. If she genuinely knew nothing, her nature would compel her to pursue the matter relentlessly, refusing to rest until she found the little wolf. A fleeting smile appeared in Sang He's eyes, though her expression soon turned serious. "We must search for him. Let us report it to the authorities." He Sun panicked, the facade of calmness evaporating. "Isn't that unnecessary? The little wolf is clever. He will be fine." "Phoenix." Sang He's tone suddenly sharpened. "Do you even know how old the little wolf is?" 2 or 3 years old. He can barely read. How far can he run on his own? Where could he possibly go? He Sun pressed his lips tightly together, his mind swirling in confusion, unsure of what to say. He had underestimated the situation, failing to realize that Sang he was not easily deceived. "What should we do now?" he asked in a low voice. "Let us search the vicinity first. If we can't find him, we'll figure something out then." He Sun nodded, feeling lost, his only thought being to find Lu Yingxi as quickly as possible. Just as they reached the door, Sang He's eerily calm voice called out, "He Sun." He Sun's heart skipped a beat, sensing something was amiss. His pupils dilated in alarm, a chill running down his spine. He found himself unable to utter a word. After speaking, Sang He fell silent, seemingly allowing him time to respond. Moments later, He Sun finally found his voice, struggling to ask what. Sang He chuckled lightly. "I saw Xiaobai's bracelet beneath your pillow." In that instant, He Sun felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar. Every hair on his body standing on end, his breath caught in his throat. He dare not turn around, nor could he bear to face Sang He's expression at that moment. Sang He slowly approached him from behind, just a meter apart, her gaze lowered. "I remember that when we took Xiaobai out yesterday, he was wearing a bracelet around his neck." She slightly bent forward, her tone drawn out and laden with meaning. "That bracelet under your pillow, where did it come from?" The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and He Sun found it difficult to breathe, as if trapped within an airtight plastic bag, stifling and uncomfortable, yearning to escape but unable to do so. At that moment, He Xiaobai leapt down from the table, pawing at Sang He's trouser leg, its anxious cries echoing in the air. He Xiaobai desperately explained, "I didn't bring it yesterday. You must be mistaken." However, Sang He could not comprehend its words, but that mattered little. She needed only its reaction. Meanwhile, He Sun's heart sank further. How could Sang He, so astute, fail to notice Xiao Bai's odd behavior? Such a humanized action was far too conspicuous. As expected, Sang He picked up He Xiao Bai, raising it to her eye level. Her expression a bemused smile. "Xiao Bai, what are you saying? Do you understand me?" He Xiao Bai's pupils nearly shrank to pinpricks, realizing that its unusual movements had aroused Sang He's suspicion. It let out a whimper, turning its head away, feigning ignorance. Yet it was too late. Sang He chuckled softly, poking its head, keep pretending, such a tiny creature yet with substantial cunning. He Xiao Bai continued to feign innocence, putting on an expression of not understanding her words. Sang He did not press further, but turned her gaze to He Sun. "He Sun, do you have anything to say?" After a prolonged silence, he turned his back to her and replied, "What do you want me to say?" He still refused to speak, even though Sang he had likely guessed the truth. In this critical moment, He Sun became rational, pondering that since Sang he had discovered Xiao Bai's peculiarity, she might already know its true identity. What then? What would she do? Would she send Xiao Bai for research, and then dispose of them all? He Sun's brows furrowed, contemplating darkly. If it came to the latter, that would be for the best, But if it were the former, he would stop at nothing to eliminate her. After a long silence, a resigned sigh broke the stillness behind him. Hey son, is it so difficult to trust me? Chapter 66. Sister, will you kill us? Hasten did not quite grasp her meaning. Trust her? Did she want him to reveal everything? That was absolutely out of the question. Even in death, he would not divulge such secrets. I will not do anything to harm you, saying he said, squatting down to meet Hae-sun's gaze, not demanding he face her, merely watching his back as she spoke. Grandfather entrusted you to me, and regardless of what happens, I will stand by your side. Hae-sun lowered his head in silence. Saying he continued softly, her voice resonating in the quiet room, if one day you can speak to me without reservation, I will be very happy. And I will ensure you do not regret those words. Rising, she walked past Hae-sun, and just before exiting, she paused to leave a final remark. I will pretend today never happened. Hae-sun, who had remained silent for so long, finally lifted his head to watch saying his figure until it vanished from sight. Her words echoed in his mind, especially the last phrase, as if it never happened. Hae-sun lowered his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion. Even if it were truly as if it had never occurred, they had ultimately left a weakness in saying he has hands. The notion of as if it never happened was merely empty words. 5 minutes after saying he left, Hae-sun, who had been standing still, finally moved. His first action was to gather Xianli and Bai Shui. The two children still bore the remnants of sleep, rubbing their eyes and inquiring about what was wrong. Hae-sun remained silent, still hesitating about whether to inform them of the situation and instill fear in them as well. Noticing his silence, Bai Shui began anxiously looking around. Standing by the window, she saw Sang He bustling about in the kitchen. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Big brother Hae-sun, sister is outside. I want to go find her." Hae-sun's expression turned cold, given Bai Shui's innocent nature and her fondness for Sang He. She would likely cheerfully help her count the money, even if sold out. Informing them of the situation would be prudent to raise their vigilance. With that thought, his previous hesitations were swiftly cast aside. Saying he has discovered Xiao Bai's identity. A cold remark caused the other two children in the room to gasp in shock. Bai Shui's excitement faded, replaced by uncertainty and fear. Xianli, trembling with trepidation, stammered, Will she kill us? Hae-sun cast a gratified glance at him. Good. He understood the gravity of the situation. For now, she likely would not, and she only knew Xiao Bai's identity, not theirs. Bai Shui, her voice tinged with a whimper, clearly frightened, asked, What should we do? Should we leave? Growing up under their grandfather's admonitions, the exposure of their identities was a far more terrifying prospect than the sky falling upon them. Even Bai Shui, who admired Sang He, could not help but feel a twinge of fear at that moment. She feared Sang He might harm them or do something terrible. Hae-sun stated firmly, Of course not. This is our home. If anyone should leave, it should be Sang He. Seeing the two children on the verge of tears, he softened his expression, assuring them, Do not worry. For now, we are safe. Just remember to remain vigilant when facing Sang He, and never reveal your identities. Bai Shui and Xianli nodded vigorously, their hearts heavy with anxiety. Upon exiting Hae-sun's room, they still bore expressions of dread. Just then, Sang He emerged from the kitchen with a bowl in hand. Spotting the two children, she smiled at them and greeted them as she usually did, Good morning. Sang He? At that moment, Sang He was taken aback. Glancing at Bai Shui stood frozen, though she did not flee, her expression revealing her disquiet. As Sang He took a step forward, Bai Shui retreated, backing against the wall until there was no escape. Trembling, she looked up with tear-filled eyes and whimpered, Sister, will you kill us? Sang He was bewildered. What is going on? She glanced at the closed door behind Hae-sun. It was evident that Bai Shui and Xianli's unusual behavior was related to Hae-sun. He must have frightened them with some threatening words. Sang He felt a bit speechless. She thought she had expressed her sincerity. Yet this little rascal still did not trust her. Trust or not, she had not expected him to fully believe in her. She merely wished to gently guide him to change his perception of her. Yet now, it had backfired, and instead, it had frightened Bai Shui and Xianli. Sang He rubbed her forehead, choosing not to advance any further, maintaining a distance of several meters from Bai Shui. Softly, she reassured her, No, Bai Shui, you must believe in your sister. I will never harm you, never. Bai Shui hesitated, her small face a mix of astonishment and fear. Overwhelmed and unsure of what to say, she feared what her sister might do, yet deep down, a voice kept telling her that her sister was good, that even knowing the truth would not change how she treated them. The conflicting thoughts clashed in her mind, causing Bai Shui to burst into tears. Large droplets streamed down her cheeks, and soon her small face was streaked with tears as she gazed pitifully at Sang He. Sang He let out a sigh and took the initiative to embrace her. "Do not cry, dear," he said softly, wiping her tears away. "Bai Shui, sister will never harm you. Do not be afraid." Bai Shui sobbed, neither nodding nor shaking her head. "Shall we go eat first?" Sang He gently took her hand and led her towards the stone table. In the room, He Sun stood by the window, listening intently to the sounds outside. His expression was somewhat complicated, suddenly feeling powerless. Bai Shui had been so easily comforted, which made him ponder the extent of Sang He's charm. Chapter 67. Is Sister leaving the orphanage? Following this incident, the atmosphere in the orphanage had markedly grown somber. Sang He sensed that Bai Shui was not as close to her as before. The change in Xian Li was even more apparent. He seemed eager to distance himself from her. Except for meal times, he spent most of his time in his room. The surrounding silence was eerie. Today, Chi Su had not come. It was said that urgent matters at the company had cut his vacation short. Sang He sighed, suddenly feeling a longing for him. If he were here, the atmosphere would certainly be lighter, at least not so quiet. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from above. Sang He looked up to see the leaves of the large tree being brushed together by the wind. The leaves had grown rapidly. Just recently, they were still tender buds. Now, they had unfurled into vibrant green. The delicate leaves radiated the vitality of life, small yet full of vigor, creating an odd contrast against the sturdy, rough trunk. Sang He glanced at the flower bed nearby. In just 2 days, the seedlings had shot up several centimeters, their branches unfurling, with green leaves sprouting on either side of the trunks and tiny flower buds forming at the tips. Soon, these sunflowers would bloom into a splendid display of colors. Sang He realized she was increasingly able to accept these peculiar happenings. From initial astonishment to now a sense of normalcy, she even felt it was as it should be. After admiring the plants in the courtyard for a while, a wave of melancholy washed over her. She had believed that time would mend everything, that the children would wholeheartedly trust and rely on her. Yet reality had dealt her a harsh blow. She had thought she was close to the children, but that closeness had shattered too easily. Ultimately, it was still a matter of trust. The children did not yet fully trust her. Sang He sighed deeply, feeling suddenly fatigued. At that moment, a shadow darted in front of her. She raised her head slightly to see Lu Yingzi, holding a broom, his exquisite features adorned with a gentle smile. His light brown eyes sparkled like glass as he cheerfully announced, Sang, I've finished sweeping." It felt as if her heart had been prodded by something, and a warm current surged within her, sweeping away her previous weariness, replaced by a sense of ease. It was a feeling of being instantaneously healed. Sang He's gaze softened as she whispered, "ACI, come here for a hug." Lu Yingzi paused for a moment, then swiftly dropped the broom and stepped closer to her. Standing very near, Sang He leaned forward, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against him. Through the thin fabric, she could clearly feel the warmth of his body. His waist was not soft. It was firm with well-defined muscles, a bit rough against her. Unexpectedly, she felt a profound sense of security wash over her, gently closing her eyes to savor this moment of tranquility. However, Lu Yingzi, held in her embrace, felt his entire body tense up as if electric currents were racing up his spine, causing his mind to swirl. Trembling and excited, he slowly lowered his head, his trembling hand brushing against the back of Sang He's head. Only when he confirmed this was real and not merely a figment of his imagination did he finally descend from the surreal heights of his thoughts to the grounding reality. Noticing the girl's displeasure, Lu Yingzi tentatively reached out to caress her cheek. Seeing no sign of resistance from her, he began to gently stroke her face with his fingertips, tenderly and affectionately. Sang, do not be unhappy, he earnestly expressed. If you are unhappy, I will be unhappy too. Sang He smiled softly. With you by my side, I will not be unhappy. Then, Lu Yingzi suddenly bent down and placed a gentle kiss on her dark hair. He was restrained, fearing to startle Sang He, so his touch was light. Before parting, he whispered sweet nothings. I will always be with you. Sang He began to strategize her route to Nanjiao, preparing instant food and survival tools. After everything was ready, She awaited their departure, a wait that extended over 10 days. Finally, after Chi Su had concluded his company matters, he was granted 2 days of leave. On the eve of their departure to Nanjiao, saying he gathered several children and Luingxi after reviewing their supplies. Over the past few weeks, her interactions with the children had been lukewarm, and she could distinctly feel their distance. To be honest, regardless of her mutations, she was still human with emotions. The children's voluntary withdrawal affected her deeply. Even though she understood their reasons, she could not help but feel a twinge of grievance and anger. She did not wish to project these negative feelings onto the children. This gathering was the first open conversation she had with the children since their estrangement. Looking at the silent children, she spoke, "I may be going away for a day or two." The main purpose of this assembly was to convey some important matters. The children suddenly raised their heads in unison. After a moment of silence, Bai Shui spoke first. "Sister, where are you going?" Her soft voice trembled. Her small hands clenched tightly. Her gaze fixed on Sang He as a certain suspicion bubbled within her. To a place a bit far away. Knowing that the children were unfamiliar with Nanjiao, she used a vague descriptor instead. As her words trailed off, He Sun's expression became vacant. Bai Shui, upon hearing Sang He's words, was momentarily taken aback. Such familiar words echoed in her mind. When grandfather left the orphanage, he had said something similar. And now, sister was saying the same thing. Thus, her suspicion was confirmed. Sister was indeed leaving. The signs of their recent distance made her fear that sister had grown to dislike them and would no longer be seen. Chapter 68. Reconciliation. Realizing this, Bai Shui burst into tears, her sorrow spilling forth uncontrollably. Saying he was momentarily taken aback by her tears before she could comprehend. Bai Shui leaped from the stone bench and threw herself on her legs, crying out, "Sister, please don't go. It's my fault. I should not have doubted you. Sister, please do not leave us. Do not abandon us." Bai Shui sobbed, clinging to Sang He's legs, her tears quickly soaking through Sang He's pants. Sang He was bewildered. She had only intended to be away for a day or two. How had it turned into a matter of abandoning them? She gently wiped Bai Shui's tears and looked up to find another small figure, Xianli, on the verge of tears. Xianli had not fully grasped Sang He's meaning until Bai Shui spoke. Now he understood that Sang He intended to leave and abandon them. A sense of inexplicable grievance welled up within him. He pouted, sniffing back his tears, desperately trying to suppress the ache in his heart. He feared that if she discovered their identities, she might harm them while they slept. Yet in this moment, he realized that what he feared most was her departure. This fear far outweighed the previous ones, as if a heavy stone pressed upon his heart, leaving him feeling suffocated and wanting to cry. Then, Sang He turned to him, unable to suppress the feeling of grievance within his heart any longer. Tears streamed down his face. Sang He watched in astonishment as he cried, utterly bewildered. Why was everyone suddenly in tears? Had she said something wrong? As she observed Xianli weeping more fervently, desperately biting his lip in an attempt to contain himself. His lips turned pale and swollen, as if they were on the verge of bursting. Sang He felt a surge of anxiety and quickly waved him over. "Xianli, come here." Wiping his tears, Xianli obediently approached her. Bai Shui made space for him, and soon both children clung to one of her legs, sobbing uncontrollably. Their grief felt as if they were mourning her departure. No, no, she admonished herself. Such ominous thoughts must not be entertained. She wiped the tears from the children's faces and began to inquire about their distress. "Did I say something wrong? Why do you think I would leave?" Bai Shui's little chest heaved as she spoke incoherently. "You said that place is very far." Xianli nodded vigorously in agreement. Sang He at this moment, He Sun, who had remained silent, explained that their grandfather had said the same thing before he left. He Sun's eyes were filled with complexity, and upon seeing Sang He's reaction, he understood that they had overthought the situation. Sang He had never intended to leave the orphanage. She merely had matters to attend to outside for a day or two. The complexity of He Sun's emotions stemmed from this realization. He found himself relieved upon discovering his mistake. The thought that Sang He would not leave brought him a sense of comfort, which startled him. When had he begun to care for her so deeply? He Sun was baffled. Upon hearing his words, Sang He also understood, as she felt a mix of amusement and heartache. She recognized the psychological impact their grandfather's departure had on the children, instilling in them a profound fear of abandonment. To lighten the mood, she jokingly added, "Even if you try to chase me away, I won't leave, because this is my home too." Bai Shui shook her head vigorously, her face resolute. No, we won't chase you away, ever. Xianli echoed her sentiment, nodding dumbly. Never. Brother Heisun, you agree, right? Bai Shui suddenly turned to Heisun, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. Heisun glanced briefly at Sang He before quickly averting his gaze, seemingly shy. His soft affirmation made Bai Shui cheer with delight, her eyes shining as she looked at Sang He. Sister, we will never chase you away, so you must stay here forever with us. Sang He playfully tapped her little nose and smiled. All right, I will always be with you. They chose not to mention the day when Xiao Bai's identity would be revealed, as Sang He suggested, letting that matter fade into oblivion. After reconciling, Bai Shui's attitude became even more enthusiastic, sticking closely to Sang He, refusing to leave her side. Sang He indulged her attachment and continued discussing serious matters. In the 2 days that I will be away, you must behave, eat well, rest properly, and not leave this place. Still feeling uneasy, she gave Lu Yingzi a spare phone, instructing, if any bad people come, call 110 and hide, all right? However, Lu Yingzi did not accept it. Instead, he handed the spare phone to Heisun. Sang, I want to go with you. Without hesitation, Sang He refused. You need to stay at home and protect your younger siblings. She was uncertain about what they might encounter in the desolate wilderness, so it was safer for Lu Yingzi to remain at home. Yet Lu Yingzi was particularly insistent, saying, I must go with you. If you don't let me, I will sneak along. Silly boy, who would openly express their intentions so plainly. Sang He scoffed, thinking that even if they drove, Lu Yingzi could never keep up. However, to prevent him from getting lost if he ventured out, she earnestly persuaded him, Yingzi, please stay at home. All right? It's really inconvenient to take you this time. Lu Yingzi pursed his lips and shot a light glance toward Heisun. The implication was clear. You go. Heisun felt compelled to comply, feeling pressured by Lu Yingzi's insistence. I want to go too, he reluctantly admitted. Huh? Sang He was taken aback. Was this really the Heisun she knew? As soon as he spoke, Bai Shui and Xianli naturally wanted to join as well, all clamoring, sister, I want to go too. Sang He found herself overwhelmed by the collective enthusiasm of the children. The answer was of course no. Thus, she began preparing supplies for a larger group overnight. Chapter 69. The old sorcerer transforms into a beautiful woman. The next morning, Chi Su arrived to find the entire crew ready with their belongings, and a wave of exasperation washed over him. Sang He touched her nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she chuckled awkwardly. It's not like a few kids can't manage without me. They can't manage without you, Chi Su reiterated with a smirk, pointing at the little dog. Xiao Bai, can this one manage without you? Sang He admitted, albeit reluctantly, that without her, Xiao Bai would indeed struggle. The spirited Xiao Bai could at least be considered somewhat human. If she left it alone at home, how lonely it would be, seeing that Chi Su was genuinely upset. Sang He felt somewhat guilty for her overreach. How about you lend me the car for 2 days? I could take them myself. Chi Su gritted his teeth, refusing outright. You expect me to watch them all happily vacationing while using my car? Not a chance. Get in the car, we're leaving, he barked, grabbing an excessively heavy sack and heading toward the vehicle. Sang He was taken aback. Indeed, it was surprising that Chi Su could lift such a large sack now. The seating arrangement was the same as last time. The front remained silent while the back was filled with laughter and chatter. Sang He entertained the children with a story. In a magnificent castle, there lived a beautiful princess, possessing the most exquisite beauty in the world, boundless wealth, the king's affection, and the people's admiration. One day, however, an old sorcerer approached the king to seek the princess. Unable to resist, Chi Su interjected, What nonsense are you making up, Sang He? What on earth is an old sorcerer? Is it what I think it is? I'm talking about a witch. So go away and don't corrupt the children, Sang He retorted. Clearly, it's you who didn't explain properly, Chi Su muttered. Ignoring him, Sang He continued. The king refused the old sorcerer, saying, You are unworthy of my princess. You are so hideous and repulsive. Bai Shui furrowed her brows. How rude. The king could have just refused without insulting the man. Sister, what happened next? Then, in a fit of rage, the old sorcerer used magic to transform himself into a beautiful woman, even more stunning than the princess. Bai Shui and Xian Li's eyes widened in astonishment. So amazing. Chi Su's mouth twitched at the absurdity of the plot. Really, this story is utterly ridiculous. Sang He continued. The old sorcerer, now a young and beautiful woman, went to seduce the king. The king, smitten, ordered that she be crowned as queen. Bai Shui and Xian Li's mouths dropped open in disbelief. Chisu almost lost control of the steering wheel. "Who is teaching these children?" he exclaimed. This old sorcerer turned into a woman and became the stepmother of the princess? With such a plot, it would be a shame if it didn't air in prime time. "One more word, and I'll throw you out of the car." With a fierce threat, turn away. Her demeanor transforming into a gentle spring breeze as she continued to narrate the tale to the children. The old sorcerer became the queen, cherished by the king. Yet his heart remained tethered to the princess. One fateful day, he employed his dark magic to abduct her, constructing an ivory tower in which to confine her. Professing his love day after day, Bai Shui gasped softly, lamenting the princess's plight, imprisoned by the old sorcerer. With a knowing smile, reassured her not to worry, for the sorcerer's retribution was yet to come. The king, devastated by the loss of both his daughter and wife, sought out a powerful young wizard, pleading for assistance to rescue his daughter and locate his wife. The wizard acquiesced, leading the king to the ivory tower, where he liberated the princess and imprisoned the old sorcerer within, stripping him of his magical powers and sealing him away, the key to which remained in the king's possession. Thus concluded the tale, leaving Chizu with a twitching mouth, struggling to contain his disbelief at such a ludicrous story. Depicting a saga of love and conflict between the king and the old sorcerer. Such melodrama. Did anyone truly enjoy it? Glancing at the rearview mirror, he found that indeed, some did. Bai Shui and Xianli wore expressions of eager anticipation, urging to continue the narrative. After listening to several absurd tales, Chizu transitioned from initial skepticism to a state of numb acceptance. 2 hours into their drive, they had distanced themselves from the city, arriving in an old road with a single lane. Towering trees lined either side, beyond which lay untamed wilderness. The sunlight was significantly obscured by the dense foliage, casting an eerie gloom that felt unsettlingly silent. Once away from the urban landscape, they encountered few vehicles, and here, not a single soul was in sight. Chizu parked the car by the roadside, scanning the surroundings and shuddering as goosebumps prickled his exposed arms. This wretched place had an unmistakable air of the supernatural. Lightheartedly, he attempted to ease the tension, jesting about their resemblance to the ill-fated adventurers in a Western horror film. Chewing on jerky, mumbled that he certainly resembled the first to meet a grim fate. Chizu retorted, "What an ominous thought. Let's eat." Distributed snacks among the children, hesitating briefly before offering some to Xiaobai. "Is it appropriate to give a spirit dog food?" He pondered. "Xiaobai, would you prefer dog food or jerky?" Before Xiaobai could respond, Hei Sun decisively chose jerky for him. Xiaobai, dissatisfied, wished for both, but Hei Sun, with an indifferent demeanor, refused to translate. After all, he and Xiaobai shared kinship. If Xiaobai were to eat dog food, what would that make him? After their meal, they resumed their journey. The road grew narrower, with trees becoming increasingly abundant and the light dimmer. Chizu's brow furrowed as he stared ahead, slowing down until the vehicle came to a halt. "How much farther to our destination?" Consulted the map, estimating about another hour's drive. Chizu's expression darkened as he surveyed the road ahead. "The asphalt ends here. The path ahead is likely a sandy road, barely wide enough for one vehicle. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Assess their location. Realizing they had reached the end of the paved road, with only a narrow sandy path ahead, flanked by dense trees that twisted and obscured the sky, further darkening their surroundings. This sandy trail was shrouded in uncertainty, its endpoint invisible, meaning there would be no turning back. After some contemplation, resolved to continue. Chizu was not surprised by her decision. He started the car again, teasing, "If I perish here, you must not survive alone." Without looking up from the map, replied, "Rest assured, I will serve as your shield. I won't let you die first." Chizu couldn't help but smirk, glancing at Lu Yingxi to boast. But he was taken aback to find Lu Yingxi pale, eyes closed, one hand clutching his stomach, appearing quite unwell. Chizu slowed the vehicle, poking him gently. "Hey, are you feeling car sick?" Lu Yingxi ignored him, immediately turned her attention forward, aware that her position hindered her view of Lu Yingxi's condition. "ACI, are you unwell?" Lu Yingxi slightly opened his eyes, waves of nausea roiling in his stomach, compelling him to suppress a gag. He dared not nod, fearing it would intensify his dizziness, merely offering a soft affirmative. Chizu burst into laughter. "You're car sick?" And yet you chose to come along. And what's wrong with car sickness? Shot him a glare, then turned to open the window. The cold breeze rushed in, unpleasant against their faces, yet Luing-Si found that it alleviated his discomfort. His expression softened, feeling a modicum of relief. Here, have some water. Handed him a bottle. Due to Luing-Si's condition, their pace slowed considerably, with frequent stops. By the time they neared their destination, it was already afternoon. Before them lay not a road for vehicles, but a thicket accessible only to pedestrians. The ground was lush with green grass, and the bushes towered higher than the people, presenting a heightened risk of getting lost. Chizu parked the car, his expression grim. We must disembark. The road ends here. Without surprise, he swiftly began gathering their supplies. Soon, everyone was equipped with a backpack, including Hei-sun and the others, though their bags were considerably smaller, had only packed food in their backpacks. She produced a long rope, sequentially tying it around the children's wrists, then her own, and when it came time to bind Chizu, she hesitated. Chizu, perhaps you should stay in the car? It might be safer. If anything happens, you could escape first. Chizu's expression shifted. What do you mean? You wish to abandon me? Couldn't articulate it that way. No. I mean, you should remain here as our backup. If we encounter trouble, you can come to our aid. Chizu protested angrily. You just want to leave me behind. Backup, what a euphemism. You simply want me to do nothing here. If anything were to happen, would she truly notify him? Given its nature, he doubted it, refusing to relent. Chizu forcibly took the rope from his hands, tying it around his own wrist in a firm knot. Eyelids twitched. What are you doing? You can't leave me behind. Let's go. The car remained stationary as they ventured into the thicket, quickly disappearing from sight. Silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of even the chirping of birds. Shortly after, and the others departed, movement stirred at the edge of the thicket, revealing a figure emerging. Describing him as human was misleading. He possessed a human form, yet his ears were elongated and pointed, pressed against his scalp, while his bare arms and neck were adorned with patches of blue scales. The individual approached the front of the vehicle, his cerulean eyes momentarily shifting before he turned and vanished into the thicket. After approximately 20 minutes, they had yet to traverse the dense underbrush. Chisu, pulling out her mobile device, observed a few flickering green dots on the illuminated screen, with a solitary red dot not far from them. This was a positioning application she had developed herself. The green dots represented their location, while the red dot indicated the spot where Peiyu's signal had initially vanished. Saying he glanced at the screen, unable to decipher much beyond the red and green markers. Chisu had crafted a detector capable of surveying the terrain within a 20-kilometer radius, relaying the findings back to the program, thus creating a miniature regional map. Their current position was nestled within a lush green forest. How much longer until we emerge from the thicket? Saying he inquired. Chisu estimated about half an hour. I suppose. Is it really going to take that long? Saying he's expression darkened with concern. How long will it take to reach the red dot? Including the time required to navigate through the underbrush. It would take approximately 2 hours if they moved swiftly. 2 hours? She gasped. This implied they would have to trek for 2 hours on foot. After traversing the thicket, the terrain ahead appeared to be mountainous. The path would be even more arduous, compounded by their limited stamina, which would hinder their ability to maintain a steady pace, potentially extending the journey to 4 or 5 hours. Saying he checked the time. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. By the time they reached their destination, it was likely to be dark. In the pitch blackness, visibility would be non-existent, making it impossible to navigate or search for supplies, which meant they would have to spend the night outdoors. Chapter 71. The burrowing rodent sang he took the initiative to prepare the children, saying, We might have to stay here for the night. Are you all afraid? Bai Shui and Xianli shook their heads, a hint of unspoken excitement glimmering in their eyes. Not afraid at all. Their eagerness was palpable. Although they could transform, their essence was still that of wild beasts, retaining the instincts of the untamed. The wilderness felt more like home to them than the bustling streets of the city. As for Hei-sun and Hei-Xiaobai, being part of the wolf clan, they naturally occupied a higher position in the food chain. The wild was a paradise of freedom for them, allowing their true nature to flourish. Sang-He sighed with relief. She had feared the children might become distressed in such circumstances. Thankfully, they were all well-behaved and understanding. Chisu, arms crossed, observed Sang-He gently inquiring about the children's feelings and felt a pang of annoyance. Why don't you ask if I'm afraid? Sang-He, momentarily speechless, complied, asking, What about you? Are you scared? Su's fingers twitched, his chin raised defiantly, though his voice lacked conviction. Of course I'm not afraid. I'm joking. With the children claiming they were unafraid, it would be embarrassing for him to admit otherwise. Just then, a deep voice interrupted, saying, I'm scared. Luo Yingci deliberately lowered his voice, his exquisite profile appearing somewhat vulnerable in the dim light. He softened her expression, soothingly assuring him, I am here. Nothing will happen. Luo Yingci took her hand, pressing further, saying, I want to sleep next to you. What? This shameless double standard. How could he be so brazen, feigning vulnerability? Surely, saying he would not acquiesce to such a request. He watched her warily, anxious she might agree. Fortunately, she did not. She hesitantly glanced at the children. They had 2 tents. Her initial plan had been for herself and the children to share one, while Luo Yingci and Su would occupy the other. Ci, you should share a tent with Su. We'll pitch the tents closer together, side by side. I'll be right next to you. How does that sound? Su gleefully chimed in. Yes, sleep with your brother Chi. He gives you a sense of security. Luo Yingci paused for a moment before smiling brightly. All right. The boy's smile was pure and innocent, though there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Su, he basked in his triumph. He rejected Luo Yingci's request, which only heightened his delight, oblivious to any underlying tension. Thus, the decision was settled, and they continued their journey. Upon emerging from the thicket, they indeed entered a mountainous region. The trees were densely packed, and the untraveled paths were cumbersome, dotted with protruding branches that could easily scrape the skin if one was not careful. Thankfully, they were all dressed appropriately. After some adjustments, they managed to cover their exposed skin. He even wrapped scarves around the children's heads, leaving only their eyes visible. After navigating through the mountains, they removed their outer garments to assess any injuries. Despite being well prepared, scrapes were unavoidable. He had sustained a gash on her arm, blood oozing forth, while the shorter children remained unscathed, unable to reach the branches. As for Luo Yingci, he surmised that his remarkable healing ability likely rendered such minor injuries moot. Among them, Su appeared the most battered. He had taken the lead, clearing the path, and bore numerous scratches on his arms, with even a small cut on his face, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. He tended to his wounds before turning her attention forward. To prevent the children from tiring, they rested briefly, replenishing their energy with some food before resuming their trek. If you're tired, just let me know, he advised. The children nodded in response. Fatigue was not a concern for them. As creatures of the supernatural, they were brimming with vitality. This simple trek posed no challenge to them. He remained focused on the terrain, momentarily overlooking the untroubled expressions of the children. After half an hour, they finally reached their destination. The ground glimmered golden under the light of the setting sun. Seizing the remaining daylight, he, along with Su and Luo Yingci, quickly set up the tents before exploring the surroundings. They found themselves in a vast, open wilderness where distant, indistinct mountain silhouettes could be seen on the horizon. The expanse was unimaginably large, beyond the detection range of Su's device. He found no suspicious signs in the area. It appeared untouched, with only the natural growth of wild grass. Though she found it hard to believe that Peiyu could be here, the evidence compelled her to accept the possibility. Su, over here. He called from nearby, gesturing for her to come closer. He approached, asking, what is it? This is where the signal vanished. He pointed to the ground. Pausing for a moment, Su stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that Peiyu is actually a burrowing rodent, adept at digging? This is a plain perfect for burrowing, so perhaps he comes here weekly to dig and spend time underground? Sang, your thought process is quite unique, he remarked. Su humbly replied, I merely possess a touch of intelligence. He rolled her eyes, questioning, but where are the holes? The ones he supposedly dug? The ground was intact, blanketed in wild grass, devoid of any sign of burrows. Su clicked his tongue. You're being too literal. That's rather dull. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yingci had approached and was now observing the spot Su had indicated. A damp aura lingered there, emanating a palpable force that formed a barrier. This place was the focal point of the enchantment. It's an illusion. This plane is not real. Sang. Em hungry. The sky was bathed in the afterglow of the sun, with the horizon adorned by dazzling fiery clouds, creating a picturesque scene perfect for a picnic. Saying he laid a picnic blanket upon the ground and unveiled a delightful array of delicacies she had prepared early that morning. The scattered spread exuded a charming picnic atmosphere. Chapter 72. All disappeared, saying he sipped her drink, marveling at the breathtaking scenery. She had never encountered such beauty in the city. Chisu, with a smirk that barely concealed his amusement, quipped that perhaps a lion might come at midnight to carry her away. Saying he smiled gently, reassuring him that before being taken, she would certainly pull him along. Indeed, the most venomous hearts belong to women. Chisu, munching on a chicken leg with grease all over his face, commented on saying he. Luingzi had barely touched his food, his attention focused on the surroundings. The sea monster was indeed present, although its precise location remained unclear. He had the means to ascertain the monster's exact position, but deemed it unnecessary. Surely, the sea monster was aware of their arrival. Suddenly, a figure leaned closer, and he heard saying he's concerned voice, "ACI, are you not hungry? Why aren't you eating?" Luingzi glanced at the food in saying he's hand, a rice ball. She had only prepared 3, fearing that the little ones might suffer from stomach troubles after consuming cold food. Initially, they were meant for the 3 adults, but Chisu had eagerly devoured 2, leaving only the last one in saying he's grasp, which she had already taken a bite from. Sang, Luingzi said softly, eyeing the bitten rice ball. "I would like to have a taste of that one you're holding." Chisu looked at Luingzi incredulously, realizing he had underestimated his audacity. "Hey, must you have a rice ball? Can't you eat something else?" Luingzi seemed startled, lowering his gaze, his eyelashes trembling slightly as he replied softly, "You just ate 2, and you took mine too. That was specially made for me by Sang." It was then that he noticed she was holding the last rice ball. Anger welled up within her. Chisu shrugged, pouting as he muttered, "I've eaten it. What more do you want from me? You're yelling at me over food." Your heart has drifted to the Pacific. Exasperated, retorted, "Is this favoritism? Did I not tell you that each person gets 1 rice ball? Yet you went and ate ACIS. That's your fault." Chisu shrank back, rendered speechless. It wasn't that he felt guilty. After all, he had intentionally done it. Hearing he declared that each person was entitled to a rice ball, especially one with added ingredients for Luingzi, had incited his discontent. Why should Luingzi be so special? Fueled by indignation, he had consumed it, never anticipating he would react so fiercely. His silence stemmed from the fact that he appeared genuinely angry, and he feared she might retaliate. This little girl hit quite hard, and he did not dare to strike back, resigning himself to her wrath. While Chisu cowered in a corner like a plucked quail, Luingzi moved closer to displaying understanding as he said, Sang, it's all right, I don't blame him. I merely wish to have a taste. Could you let me have a bite of yours?" Chisu gasped, "What a rich flavor of tea. Who on earth is drinking green tea?" Faced with such an understanding and considerate Luingzi, he found it hard to refuse. She flipped the rice ball, exposing another bite for him. Luingzi gently took a bite, then smiled, declaring, Sang's cooking is delightful. The two seemed oblivious to the presence of a third party, immersed in their sticky sweetness. Chisu, expressionless, observed the scene before turning away, remarking, "You're quite oily." He felt an itch in her hand, yearning to slap something, perhaps someone's face. After a satisfying meal, the group reclined on the picnic blanket, gazing at the stars. The stars in the wilderness twinkled brilliantly, countless in number, unlike the meager offerings of the city. He lay on her back, looking up at the starry sky, the fatigue of the day melting away. Luingzi lay beside her, while Chisu stubbornly occupied the other side. Nearby, a few children laughed and played, rolling about on grass. He did not intervene. After all, such opportunities for the children to frolic in the wild were rare. Their clothes might get dirty, they could wash them later. Their happiness was what mattered most. However, she did remind them, "Hey son, don't wander too far, just play here." The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, save for the powerful flashlight positioned on the picnic blanket. After a while, as they relaxed, he glanced at the time. It was 9 in the evening. It was time for the children to sleep. She realized she had not heard the laughter of Bai Shui and Xianli for quite some time. He stiffened, turning to the spot where He Sun and the others had been. It was pitch black. Shining the flashlight in that direction revealed nothing but wild grass swaying in the wind. His pupils dilated, a chill coursing through her, rendering her utterly cold. "Hey Sun, She took a few steps forward, the flashlight illuminating her path, but found nothing. Absolutely nothing. The silence was oppressive, as if only the three of them existed. Sang-hee's breathing slowed, and she suddenly hesitated to turn around. Why had her earlier alarm failed to draw Lu Yingxi and Chisu to her? A gust of cold wind swept past, and she shivered, her hair standing on end. Chapter 73. Found you. After a moment of mental preparation, she slowly turned around. The flashlight cast a pale light ahead, particles of dust floating in the air, and Sang-hee's expression hardened. The outcome was evident. There was no one there. Here, she was truly alone. Where had they gone? Or rather, what had silently taken them away? She recalled Chi-Su's words about this cursed place, which hardly seemed devoid of spirits. Could it be that his ominous words had come true? Sang-hee felt a wave of frustration. How was she to break this curse cycle? She rubbed her chin, lost in thought. Another cold breeze blew, prompting her to quickly grab a coat and put it on. After a brief moment of panic, she managed to calm her racing heart. This, too, was a skill of hers, regardless of how perilous or terrifying the situation. She could regain her composure in a short time. Now, what to do? Should she search for them or remain where she was? Sang-hee found herself torn between these two choices. They had vanished from this very spot. Even if she searched, she had no direction. Conversely, staying put felt like a torment. Sang-hee scratched her head, lamenting for the first time why she hadn't spent her leisure time perusing more supernatural events online. Had she done so, she might not feel so helpless in the wake of a supernatural occurrence. Meanwhile, 300 meters beneath the ground in the laboratory, the first and second floors remained dark, silent, devoid of any passerby, with only the experimental equipment quietly arranged on the workbenches. The third floor, however, was brightly lit, the metallic ceiling illuminated with glaring lights that left no corner concealed. In the center stood a massive glass cylinder, within which floated a half-formed body. In just over 10 days, Peiyu's body had grown to the waist, with flesh and nerves rapidly developing at an astonishing pace. Peiyu floated slowly in a pale blue solution, his light green eyes filled with sharp, cold brilliance. Upon sensing the unusual disturbances above ground, he smiled gently, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. The prey has been ensnared. It seems to have been overlooked. A faint blue glow flickered in Peiyu's eyes as he prepared to examine the situation on the ground. However, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. The glass cylinder trembled, the azure liquid within roiling restlessly, crashing against the glass surface, while the cylinder appeared on the verge of shattering under such immense strain. Peiyu's expression changed. This sensation was all too familiar, a familiarity that sent shivers through his very soul, instilling fear within him. It was him. In the next moment, a figure materialized before him. The youth approached with measured steps, each footfall seemingly imbued with a weight of 1,000 pounds, causing the glass cylinder to vibrate. With a sharp crack, the glass cylinder, unable to withstand the burden, shattered into a web of cracks, yet remained intact. Peiyu's pupils nearly shrank to the size of pinpricks, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed at the figure, rendered voiceless, only able to form silent words with his lips. Yu. Lu Yingxi arrived before the glass cylinder, taking a keen interest in Peiyu's form. Is this the fundamental reason why your Jiaren clan cannot be eradicated? Lu Yingxi's scarlet lips curled into a light laugh, a sound that could be interpreted as either praise or mockery. Peiyu stood paralyzed. No, even movement was beyond his control. He felt suffocated, as if drowning underwater, a sensation he had never experienced before. His face turned beet red, his throat seemingly constricted by an invisible hand, tightening gradually, forcing him to produce desperate, choking sounds. His blood boiling, pressing against the walls of his veins on the brink of bursting. Once more approaching death, Peiyu was engulfed by an overwhelming fear. He understood that this time, should he perish, it would be final. To expedite his physical growth, he had fused his spirit and soul. Once his body perished, his soul would extinguish, and he would never have the opportunity for rebirth again. Yet Peiyu found himself powerless, able only to watch as he spiraled closer to death. However, just as he teetered on the edge, another formidable force descended upon the third level of the laboratory. Peiyu felt a sudden release of pressure, and through the shattered glass, he glimpsed two monsters engaged in combat. He could barely discern their forms, only seeing a clash of fiery red and dark gray energies. The laboratory itself shaking, while glass containers filled with corpses shattered under the residual force of the battle, their colorless liquids spilling across the floor. The stench of death gradually permeating the air. Peiyu's expression turned grim. His immediate concern was not for his own safety, but rather the anguish for the corpses. He had captured these monsters over decades, managing to secure only a few hundred, and despite being dissected, their flesh remained intact, still of great utility. Yet now, they were being destroyed by these two beings. Suddenly, the fiery energy surged, forcing a small cluster of dark energy against the glass cylinder, charging towards it. Peiyu's eyes widened in shock. His pale blue irises ignited with the fiery glow, feeling the intense heat even through the azure liquid. With a resounding crash, a tremendous force struck the glass cylinder, which, already marred by cracks, could no longer withstand the impact, shattering completely, the azure liquid erupting forth in a spray. While Peiyu was violently hurled against the metallic wall, the pain within his organs felt as if they had shattered, a twisted agony that contorted his features, leaving him powerless on the ground. The two energies gradually faded, revealing their forms. He saw Lu Yingxi clutching a bloodied, broken figure resembling a rag doll. The youth's light brown eyes flickered with fire, his porcelain-like face smeared with blood, his expression indifferent as he looked down upon the shattered monster in his grasp, as if observing a feeble ant. "I remember you," he stated. The strands of gray-black, demonic energy swirling around the ruptured meridians within him were the cause of his failed rebirth. So this is what it was. Lu Yingxi casually tossed the figure, which fell to the ground, revealing a bloodied face. The visage was weathered and wrinkled, resembling that of an elderly man, with dry, white hair tinged with blood. The old demon's chest heaved violently, his eyes wide with bloodshot veins, as if on the verge of bursting. He glared fiercely at Lu Yingxi, his lips parting slightly, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. "Phoenix Yuan Dan, I want it." His fingers clawed at the ground, and perhaps due to an overpowering obsession, he staggered to his feet. The old demon let out a sinister laugh, his countenance terrifying, eyes gleaming with frenzied excitement, as he staggered toward Lu Yingxi. "Phoenix Yuan Dan, I want it." In the corner, Peiyu, being carried away by his sea demon, was momentarily stunned, before he too became exhilarated like the old demon. "Phoenix! It's the Phoenix, the one I have always sought. It was here. It was him." Peiyu trembled with excitement, his teeth chattering. He had finally found the Phoenix. Chapter 74. Back to the childhood of Hei-sun. The sea demon holding him sensed his agitation and, with a respectful inquiry, asked, "Your Highness, what is it?" Peiyu shook his head, casting one last glance at Lu Yingxi, his excitement unabated. Once he regained his strength, he would surely capture Lu Yingxi, and then enact a revenge so sweet it would involve bloodletting, skinning, and torment. "Let's depart." "Yes." The sea demon waved a hand, creating a ripple in the air that formed a blue vortex, enveloping Peiyu as they dove into it. The last sight Peiyu beheld was Lu Yingxi delivering a devastating blow to the old demon, his fist penetrating the demon's abdomen, blood gushing forth, while the ground beneath them crumbled under the weight of the impact. Such terrifying power. When Lu Yingxi descended to the ground, saying he was frantically searching the vicinity with a flashlight. 20 minutes had passed, yet there was still no sign of the missing individuals. Saying he forced himself to remain calm, but anxiety gnawed at him. Lu Yingxi remained hidden in the shadows, observing without revealing himself. His body was stained with blood, and despite the cover of night, the scent of blood was unmistakable. Sang would surely notice. Lu Yingxi waved his hand, causing the barrier set by Peiyu to crumble piece by piece. The illusion was dispelled. What had appeared to be an endless expanse of plain suddenly shrank to a mere patch of grass the size of a football field, bordered by mountains on one side and a forest on the other. Yet the children and Su remained absent. This was another trick of the sea demon, a mirage. This illusion could evoke the deepest fears of those ensnared. The stronger the obsession, the more potent the illusion, causing those trapped within to relive their worst nightmares until they succumbed to madness. Lu Yingxi summoned his demonic energy to break the illusion. Not far from the tent, 3 figures materialized simultaneously. At that moment, Sang He's flashlight illuminated them, startling him into a quick reaction as he rushed over to investigate. Bai Shua, Xuanli, Xiaobai. The children lay unconscious, unresponsive to Sang He's attempts to rouse them. Luing Tsi, hidden in the shadows, frowned at the sight. The illusion had been dispelled. Logically, they should have emerged from it. But where had He Sun and Chi Su gone? Luing Tsi pondered, suddenly halting as a thought struck him. The only possible scenario was that, even with the illusion broken, the depth of their obsession had prevented them from escaping. Unless someone ventured deep into their illusions to rescue them, they would remain trapped. He Sun and Chi Su must be in such a predicament. Luing's expression was marked by impatience, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. It was truly troublesome. He glanced at Sing. The protective barrier around Sing ensured she would not be affected by the array's interference. It was best to leave the rescue of Hix into her, while Luingc chuckled softly, and in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Suddenly, something caught Sing's attention. She halted, holding her breath as she peered ahead. There a small figure crouched on the ground, facing away from her, engaged in some unknown activity. Sing cautiously advanced a few steps, tentatively calling out, Hixn? As she drew nearer, the figure became increasingly distinct, and her shadow elongated across the ground, gradually obscuring Hixn's form. Sing's expression turned grave. She was certain that this was indeed Hixn. Yet why was he not moving? As she approached him from behind, her hand barely grazed his body before she was engulfed by a dizzying sensation, as if the world was spinning around her. With a blink, she lost consciousness. In an instant, both figures disappeared from their spot. A flashlight tumbled to the ground, swaying a couple of times before falling silent. When Sing regained her senses, a throbbing pain lingered in her head. Upon opening her eyes, she saw only darkness, save for a small square of intense white light in the upper left corner. Abruptly, with a loud thud, something was opened, and a figure stepped inside. The lingering dizziness in Sing's mind made it difficult for her to see clearly, but she vaguely discerned that the figure held a long, narrow object. You wretched woman, how dare you betray me and seduce the king? You are nothing but a bastard, unworthy of being a queen. A shrill female voice pierced through the air, causing Sing's eardrums to ache. She struggled to comprehend the words, feeling utterly bewildered. Hadn't she just been in the wilderness? Where was she now? And who was this woman? Just as she pondered these questions, a faint and feeble whisper reached her ears. My mother is not a bastard. She deserves my father. The familiar voice sent a shiver down Sing's spine. It was Hixn's voice. Propelled by instinct, she pushed herself up from the ground with great effort. Just as she attempted to grasp the situation, the woman screamed, You little bastard born of a wretched woman. How dare you say such things? You little bastard, I'll beat you to death. The crack of a whip echoed violently, striking the person beside Sing with lightning speed. A sickening sound followed as flesh tore open, and a piercing scream filled the air. Sing's pupils dilated in horror, and as the woman raised the whip for a second strike, she instinctively lunged toward Hixn, wishing to shield him in her embrace. However, the second lash struck him nonetheless. Sing stood frozen in shock, her mind reeling. The woman seemed to have lost her sanity, mercilessly lashing out at Hix and again and again. Sing attempted to intervene, but her efforts were in vain, as her hands passed through him, unable to touch or protect him. The whip continued to strike Hixn, and all she could do was watch helplessly as he endured the blows. Finally, the woman appeared to tire, retracting the whip and exiting the room. Sing's body went rigid as, through the dim light, she glimpsed the small, curled-up figure in the corner, clothed in rags, looking wretched and battered, exuding a foul stench that filled the small space. Hixn, she cried, collapsing beside him, desperately wishing to touch him, but unsure how to help. His body was marred by countless wounds, old injuries mingled with fresh ones. Suddenly, Hixn stirred, his voice trembling as he asked, Who are you? His dark eyes, devoid of light, gazed up at the only source of illumination above. Chapter 75. Whipped and consumed by rotting flesh, Sing stared blankly for a long moment, a vague suspicion forming in her mind. Yet she remained unconvinced and touched Hix and again. The result was the same. Her fingers passed through him, unable to make contact. What? Why is this happening? Sing murmured, glancing at her trembling hands. Why could she not touch Hixn? Wiping away her tears, she composed herself and surveyed her surroundings. This was a small, enclosed room of about 10 square meters, with earthen walls on all sides, a tightly shut wooden door, and a small square window on one wall. This was not the wilderness, nor any place she recognized. Looking back at Hixn, she noted he had lost consciousness, his frail body curled upon the weeds, appearing pitifully small. This was indeed Hixn, yet he was not the one she knew. This version of Hixn was much younger, comparable in size to the transformed little Bi. It seemed she was witnessing Hixn's childhood. Though the reasons behind this occurrence eluded her, it remained the most plausible explanation thus far. H attempted to open the wooden door, but to no avail. She could not touch it. Hixn must have endured such torment, a thought she had never considered. His prematurely somber demeanor, his wariness of strangers, and his initial disdain for her all pointed to a remarkable past. Yet, such a past was far too cruel for a child. It was not until nightfall that the young Hixn awakened, propping himself up against the wall, his dark eyes fixed on H without wavering. "Who are you?" He repeated his earlier question. The room was devoid of light now, and H pondered before retrieving a lighter from her pocket, something she had casually placed there previously, now proving unexpectedly useful. With a flick, a small flame flickered to life, casting a weak glow that illuminated their features just enough for them to see one another. "I am H. I will be your sister from now on." The young Hixn's expression remained impassive, betraying no hint of emotion. "I have no sister, not by blood. I will be your guardian, raising you to adulthood," H replied. Hixn averted his gaze toward the wooden door and suddenly remarked, "Only I can see you." "That seems to be the case." Hixn inquired, "Why is it like this? How did you come to be here?" H found herself equally curious about these questions. One moment she had been in the wilderness, and the next she found herself in this small room, confronting the young Hixn. "I do not know," she confessed honestly, then added with a hint of humor, "Perhaps you wish for someone to keep you company." "Someone?" The young Hixn frowned, his expression becoming peculiar, but H did not notice. Just then, a noise came from outside the door, prompting H to quickly extinguish the lighter. Until she knew whether anyone could see the light, it was best to snuff it out. The next moment, the door creaked open a crack, and something was thrown inside, landing on the ground before the door was shut again. H reignited the lighter, revealing a piece of rotten meat, exuding a foul odor. As she contemplated its purpose, her peripheral vision caught sight of young Hixn crawling toward it, expressionless as he picked it up to eat. H gasped momentarily, intending to knock the meat from his hand, but her hand passed through him instead. "You mustn't eat that," she cried. Hixn remained impassive, calmly stating, "This is my only food." The word struck H like a blow, rendering her speechless, as if her throat had been blocked. She could only watch in stunned silence as he slowly consumed the putrid flesh, chewing and swallowing it. Throughout the entire ordeal, H did not utter another word, merely observing him as he devoured the revolting, decaying meat. In that moment, she felt utterly powerless to aid him. She could not even touch him, nor could she escape the confines of this small room. How could she possibly help him? Little Hae-sun, having finished his meal, curled up in the corner to sleep, ignoring her presence, saying he quietly observed him until dawn broke. No one came to deliver food, nor did anyone appear at all. Saying he speculated that the piece of rotten meat from the previous day must have constituted his sustenance for the entire day. The two of them spent 2 silent days together, exchanging not a single word. It was not until the 3rd day that the door was opened once more. The woman arrived. Upon seeing her figure, saying he felt a surge of astonishment as she realized she could not discern the woman's features. Not only her visage, but her entire body was obscured, save for one hand. Everything else appeared as if masked, a hazy blur. Yet that right hand was strikingly vivid, every line of the palm and the fine hairs on the back of the hand distinctly visible. At that moment, this right hand clutched a long black whip, crafted from an unknown material, its glossy leather body adorned with numerous sharp barbs, presenting a truly terrifying sight. Sang-Yi's expression darkened as she urgently instructed little Hae-sun to hold her tightly, curling into a ball and attempting to turn sideways. However, little Hae-sun merely glanced at the woman, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. It's useless, he suddenly proclaimed. The woman's attention was drawn by his words. You little bastard, what did you say? She retorted, swinging the whip down to the ground, advancing a few steps before kicking little Sun to the floor. Did I permit you to speak? Her demeanor today seemed particularly foul, her words dripping with resentment. His defiance only fueled her fury further. She raised the whip and struck it against little Sun's body. Did I permit you to speak, you little bastard? Sang he watched in horror, witnessing the blood and flesh torn from little Sun by the barbs of the whip. The sight was unbearable. Stop! Sang he could no longer contain herself and lunged at the woman, only to pass right through her. She was powerless to intervene. You must evade her blows. Don't just let her hit you. Yet, little Sun remained unresponsive, merely repeating, it's useless, there's no point in doing anything. He understood the woman's twisted nature. Whether he dodged or not, he would suffer greatly. How could it be useless? Sang he exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 76. The method to break the illusion. Little Sun groaned in pain, producing fragmented cries. Sang He's eyes reddened as she bit her lip, utterly at a loss for what to do. Time stretched on, perhaps minutes, perhaps hours, until little Sun gradually closed his eyes, slipping into a semi-conscious state, his mind growing increasingly unclear. Sun, Sang he called softly. She noticed his lips moving, as if attempting to articulate something. Leaning closer, she pressed her ear to his mouth and heard him murmur indistinctly, Grandfather, save me. Sang He's body jolted, her eyes widening in shock. The woman let out a shriek, stumbling back and colliding with the wall. Looking at her hand, she discovered that the back was marred with charred marks, as if burned, radiating a searing pain. In disbelief, the woman gazed ahead, rubbing her eyes, yet all she could see was little Sun, limp on the ground. The fleeting red glow and the indistinct figure seemed as if they were mere figments of her imagination. The woman, uncertain and suspicious, tightened her grip on the whip, but ultimately refrained from striking, wary of the fiery power she had just witnessed. You little bastard, just wait. I shall see how I deal with you later. With that menacing remark, she turned and departed. The small dark room fell silent once more, and Sang He maintained her position, her entire being frozen in shock. Grandfather, little Sun had just called for his grandfather. Was it the same grandfather she had in mind? Sang He gazed down at him. He had succumbed to a semi-conscious state, but no longer uttered that phrase. Suddenly, she felt compelled to verify something that might affirm her conjecture. Sun, wake up. Little Sun sluggishly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion crossing his features. She left? He asked weakly. Yes, she left. Sun, do you have a grandfather? Little Sun looked at her, bewildered. Of course I do. Otherwise, how would I have a father? Sang He's heart sank. If he had a grandfather, it meant that the one he called for was not the grandfather she had envisioned. Then why am I here? She pondered, her brow furrowing in perplexity. But he has already passed away, little Sun suddenly added. Sang He's head shot up. When did he die? Little Sun found the sudden inquiry strange, questioning her nonsensical questions. Yet, he seldom had the opportunity to converse here, so he indulged her, knowing he might not endure much longer. A long time ago, before I was born. Sang He's breath quickened. So, you never spent time with him. He is merely a familiar stranger to you. Though it felt wrong to say it that way, she could not afford to dwell on that now. Yes, that's right, little Sun replied softly. Sang He suddenly felt a rush of excitement. If that were the case, her hypothesis had been validated. In moments of impending death, would one subconsciously call out for an unfamiliar stranger to save them? Certainly not. Such instinctive pleas for help are based on a foundation of familiarity and trust. Therefore, the grandfather he called for was indeed the one she had in mind. The little Sun before her was not the past version of him, but rather the one who had accompanied her for the past fortnight. This could explain why she had suddenly arrived here. This place was not a true realm. It was likely merely an illusion. And now, little Sun was evidently unaware that he existed within this illusion. He was immersed in childhood memories, even believing himself to be in that very moment. Thus, the method to dispel the illusion lay in helping him understand that all of this was a mere fade. Sang He's heart raced. Although she was uncertain of the validity of this reasoning, it was the only course of action she could conceive at the moment. Suppressing her excitement, she said, Sun, listen to me. We are currently trapped in an illusion. None of this is real. In reality, You have already been rescued. Little Hae Sun's gaze remained fixed on her, his dark eyes still dim. There is no way out. No one can save me. He had been here for 6 months, and his father had yet to find him. His father was the Demon King, the Lord of all demons. If his father could not rescue him, who could? After saying that, Little Hae Sun closed his eyes again, curling into a corner to rest. Saying he had rambled on for half the day, yet he paid her no heed and instead fell asleep. Ultimately, she too fell silent. Saying he sat to the side. She had been here for 2 or 3 days and felt no fatigue or need for food. Yet, such days were torturous, confined in the small dark room, deprived of sunlight, unable to do anything, driving her nearly insane. Observing Little Hae Sun, it was evident he had endured this for a significant time. She could scarcely imagine how he managed to survive. With a sigh, she tugged at the weeds on the ground, contemplating other approaches. Words alone seemed ineffective with Little Hae Sun, yet she felt like a wandering spirit, left only with her voice to chatter. Did she truly have to wait for the grandfather to come and rescue him? This prospect was entirely a last resort for Sang-hee. Setting aside when her grandfather might come to save him, the illusion itself was an unknown. After all, it was not reality. Would it truly evolve according to the course of reality? Could Little Hae Sun genuinely await his grandfather's rescue within this illusion? As she pondered, she shifted her position, resting her elbow on her knees and cradling her chin in her palm. As she was lost in thought, an unpleasant odor suddenly invaded her nostrils. Saying he was overwhelmed by the stench, which was far more pungent than the foul air surrounding her. She searched for the source of the odor, and her gaze abruptly fixated on her hands. Could it be? Was the foul smell emanating from her own hands? A look of doubt crossed Sang-hee's face as she brought her hand closer to her nose for a whiff. Ugh! She couldn't contain herself and retched at the realization. Indeed, it was her hands. How could they smell so terrible? She felt unclean. Sang-hee extended her hands away from her, both disgusted and somewhat distraught. What are you doing? Came a soft inquiry from beside her, but Sang-hee ignored it. Chapter 77. Disturbing his dream, Hee-sun struggled to sit up, his nose twitching at the scent of rotten grass. Did you grab that grass? Ah, yes, Sang-hee replied, suddenly taken aback. She had indeed touched the grass. But how could she have done so when she thought she couldn't touch anything? She glanced at the grass and slowly reached out, gingerly making contact. The damp, mushy texture felt unpleasant, yet she was suddenly stunned. She had truly touched it. Hee-sun tilted his head to glance at her, surprise flickering in his dark eyes. He recalled that this thing seemed impervious to any contact here. How was it possible she could touch it now? Sang-hee's heart raced as she reached out her hand towards Hee-sun. Hee-sun, let me touch your face. With her fingers still carrying the unique scent of the foul grass, she swiftly brushed against his cheek. The odor intensified, and Hee-sun's expression darkened, nearly overwhelmed by the stench. Sang-hee, however, sighed in disappointment. She still couldn't grasp him fully, although her hand penetrated his cheek. There was a faint yet distinct sensation. In any case, it was a significant improvement from the previous experience where she felt nothing at all. Sang-hee contemplated the cause of this change, eventually recalling Hee-sun's words. It seemed that after he uttered the plea, "Grandfather, save me," the woman had ceased her attack and had instead retreated. At that moment, she hadn't registered it clearly. All she heard was the woman's wail and the sound of a whip striking, which must have rebounded onto the woman. Now, she could touch the grass. Rubbing her chin, Sang-hee continued to ponder. The voice that called out for grandfather, "Save me," belonged to the grown-up Hee-sun. Thus, the method to dispel the illusion was indeed as she had surmised. Hee-sun needed to comprehend that all of this was not real. Having realized this, Sang-hee felt assured. Yet there remained one point she could not quite understand. Why did the appearance of the adult Hee-sun also alter her own body? Was there some connection? What would happen when she ceased to be a mere spirit? Unable to find an answer, she decided to focus on making Hee-sun understand that everything around them was an illusion. She looked at Hee-sun, her expression serious. "Hee-sun, have you ever heard of illusions?" Hee-sun pinched his nose, his small face scrunching in distaste. "Can you please move away? It really stinks." Sang-hee thought, "What a foul-mouthed little brat. Fine, I'll move away." She walked to another corner and called out, "Hee-sun, have you ever heard of illusions?" His expression softened as he nodded. "I've heard of them." Sang-hee beamed. "Then let me explain. We are currently in an illusion. Everything you see is a scene from the past." Hee-sun's expression turned peculiar. as if he thought she was mentally unstable, speaking nonsense he couldn't comprehend. Saying he elaborated, "After you were saved by your grandfather, you arrived at the welfare institution he established. Recently, he entrusted the institution to me. My name is Sang He, and I am your guardian. You have a brother and sister named by Shui and Xianli." He Sun interjected. His brother is clearly called Xiao Bai. This girl must be delusional. He chose to ignore her, yet Sang He leaned closer. "I took you all out for a picnic, and we might have encountered a wall of ghosts, which led us into this illusion together." He Sun's striking black and white eyes stared at her, clearly conveying one thought. "Do you expect me to believe that?" Sang He sat beside him and recounted events that had transpired at the welfare institution. He Sun listened quietly, feeling no sense of familiarity, until she mentioned, "I once fed Xiao Bai dog food, and you looked like you wanted to slice me in half." He Sun suddenly looked up, astonishment etched on his face. Remembering that moment when he had fed Xiao Bai, a smile threatened to break through. Back then, he had not understood why He Sun was so furious, but now he realized Xiao Bai had become sentient, equivalent to a person. It was indeed strange to make a person eat dog food. Suddenly, the small figure beside him trembled and asked, "Did you say Xiao Bai?" "Yes, Xiao Bai." Sang He nodded, then abruptly felt something amiss. "Do you know Xiao Bai?" He Sun pressed his lips together. That was his brother, of course he knew him. Sang He belatedly realized that before arriving at the welfare institution, he must have known Xiao Bai. It wasn't implausible. Although Xiao Bai appeared to be just a few months old, he was a spirit, and who knew how long he had lived? It made complete sense that he had known He Sun for a long time. With a bridge of familiarity established between them, Sang He felt a surge of joy. This could be a breakthrough. She decided to share more stories about Xiao Bai, hoping to jog his memory. In contrast to her excitement, He Sun was much more anxious. "Is Xiao Bai with you?" "Yes," she confirmed. He Sun's tone suddenly turned cold. "Did you take Xiao Bai away?" Ever since the female demon attacked, he had sent Xiao Bai away using a talisman given by his father, and since then, they had lost contact. After being imprisoned, he often had nightmares about Xiao Bai facing danger, even worse than his current predicament. He prayed fervently for his father to find Xiao Bai soon. Now, hearing her say that Xiao Bai was with her filled him with alarm and fury, fearing for Xiao Bai's safety. Sang He? What nonsense is this? When did she take Xiao Bai? Seeing the hostility in He Sun's eyes, Sang He felt exasperated. "I didn't take him. When I took over the welfare institution, he was already there, and you were there too." He Sun fell silent again. He believed the earlier statements, but upon hearing the last part, doubt crept in. He had always been in this small house, never visiting any welfare institution, nor had he had any chance to interact with Xiao Bai. He regarded Sang He with suspicion, suspecting she was merely a figment of his dream, born from his desperate desire to learn about Xiao Bai. He Sun shut his eyes and asked with difficulty, "Is Xiao Bai doing well?" "Of course. That little guy eats a lot every day, just like a little meatball." He Sun's throat tightened as a slow smile spread across his face. "That's good." Sang He paused before adding, "You eat a lot every day too. At the welfare institution, apart from Luing Si, you have the biggest appetite." He Sun shot her a cold glance. "Don't say such things." She had disturbed his dream. Chapter 78. Chronicles of the Demon Realm. Sang He fell silent, merely reflecting on the fact that this little fellow's temperament remained unchanged. Since he did not wish to discuss himself, she refrained from pursuing that topic further. After all, discussing it too much would only irritate him, which would be counterproductive. "All right, let us continue discussing Xiao Bai." She noted that He Sun seemed genuinely interested in matters concerning Xiao Bai. Sure enough, as soon as she mentioned Xiao Bai, He Sun's expression softened considerably, his dark eyes glimmering with curiosity as he listened intently. A smile flickered in Sang He's eyes as she cleared her throat and continued, "Once, I took you all out to play, but Xiao Bai slipped away halfway. I searched for ages and only found a little boy without clothes." As she spoke, she paused for a moment, poked at He Sun, and asked with an air of mystery, "Can you guess who he is?" He Sun's brow twitched, hesitating slightly. "Could it be Xiao Bai?" Sang He smiled faintly. "Correct. It is indeed Xiao Bai." He Sun's pupils contracted, an ethereal joy blossoming within her heart. Transforming into human form implies that Xiao Bai's consciousness has returned. This dream is simply too splendid, fulfilling all her wishes. He Sun attempted to smile, but inadvertently tugged at the wound at the corner of her mouth, and a wave of searing pain engulfed her, causing her expression to stiffen. Sang He later learned that Xiao Bai was a monster. Sun. regaining her composure amidst the pain, found this revelation puzzling. You didn't know he was a monster? Of course not. I always thought he was just a little dog. Sang he replied with a laugh. Hae-sun's face darkened slightly, only to be astonished by the underlying implication of her words. You are not a monster? There exists a form of mutual sensing among monsters, commonly referred to as yaoqi. Unless intentionally concealed, it is impossible not to detect such a presence. Powerful monsters can obscure their aura, but the half-conscious Xiao Bai clearly could not achieve this. I am not. Does my face bear the words, I am a monster? Saying he quipped, casting a glance at the astonished child beside her, finding his expression rather amusing. Has Hae-sun ever been this shocked before? Hence, she jokingly retorted. Could it be that you are? He certainly is, but if this entity before him is not a monster, then what could it possibly be? Being still young, curiosity surged within him, unrestrained by any sense of malice. Moreover, having mentioned Xiao Bai's name, Hae-sun felt her previously taught nerves begin to relax. He gazed at Sang He with intrigue, inquiring, then what are you? Sang He pondered this question, unsure if it was an insult. What did you say? Vae-sun. Now patient, reiterated, what exactly are you? Sang He carefully observed the little fellow's reaction and discerned that he genuinely wished to know her true nature. Suddenly, Sang He fell silent, reflecting that perhaps Hae-sun had been isolated here for too long, leading him to believe that all beings outside were like Xiao Bai. I am a person, she earnestly introduced herself, using him as an example. Just like you are also a person. Hae-sun was further astonished. The being before him was indeed a person, one that existed solely within the annals of their monster realm. Historical records recount that long ago, humans and monsters coexisted, aiding one another in a harmonious friendship. The current Monster King's palace was constructed by the human emperor of that era. However, they were never of the same kind. After a brief period of harmony, many both human and monster began to harbor ulterior motives. In order to prevent conflict and greater casualties, the Monster King and the human emperor established a barrier, separating the realms, from which point onward, humans and monsters were no longer to meet. Young monsters like Hae-sun had never encountered a human. Thus, upon suddenly meeting one, he felt both novelty and peculiarity. How could he dream of a person? So, is this how humans look? They resemble him. No wonder the transformation into human form is referred to as changing into human shape. It is because they appear identical to humans afterward. Hae-sun remained in a state of astonishment. Sang He, observing his expression, found amusement in it. Are you surprised? You're also a person, understand? She teased, addressing the little fellow. Hae-sun pursed her lips, contemplating why this person in her dream was unaware of her being a monster. Could it be that, in her subconscious, she did not wish to be a monster? Contrary to his confusion, Sang He was currently troubled, pondering how to awaken him. Both human and monster held their own thoughts, and the small room fell into silence. However, this silence was short-lived, as the tightly shut wooden door was suddenly flung open with great force, and two indistinct figures stumbled in. To Sang He, these figures appeared as mere blurred mosaics, save for one hand that was unmistakably clear, belonging to the woman who had previously whipped Hae-sun. Sang He regarded them with puzzlement, still unaware of their intentions. She glanced sideways to see Hae-sun's expression instantly tighten. Her dark eyes filled with intense revulsion as she scanned the two mosaics before quickly averting her gaze to the corner. Just as Sang He was about to speak, a rustling sound caught her attention, as if something had fallen to the ground, followed by a prolonged, plaintive moan. Bastard, look at this. Does it resemble your father? Open your eyes wide, and see how your father loves me. The woman's voice was both sultry and sharp, yet it carried a perverse distortion as she cackled, her voice dripping with more suggestive intensity. Sang He felt as if struck by lightning, watching as the two entangled mosaics suddenly collapsed, beginning to quiver with delicate sounds. How absurd! She was taken aback, realizing that these two mosaics had come here to enact a live performance. As she listened to the dissonant sounds emanating from the scene, her brows knitted tightly. She had not anticipated such madness from the woman, who not only beat and scolded Hae-sun, but also engaged in such acts before her. From the woman's current remarks and the words spoken during Hae-sun's punishment, it was clear that her imprisonment of Hae-sun stemmed from a twisted obsession with Hae-sun's father. Insanity, Sang He muttered through clenched teeth, turning to Hae-sun, who sat cross-legged on the ground, head bowed, her small face partially shrouded in shadow, revealing a side profile devoid of expression, as if accustomed to the scene. Judging by her demeanor, she had likely witnessed this several times before. Subsequently, saying he rose, clutching the crushed foul grass, and strode toward the two mosaics. By observing the size of the mosaics, she located their heads, and with a cold chuckle, she hurled the foul grass at them, followed by a series of scratches with her stinking hands on their faces. The two, lost in their revelry, instantly emitted high-pitched screams. "Who is it? Show yourself!" the woman demanded angrily, scanning the area, her agitation escalating as she found nothing amiss. With a darkened expression, she issued threats, while the man beside her remained silent. Saying he let out a huff, finally provoking a reaction, she grabbed a handful of foul grass from the ground, compressed it into a ball, and with a swift motion of her right hand, smashed it into the woman's face. Ouch! The woman cried out in pain, completely losing her mind. That clear hand reached for a black whip among the heap that appeared to be clothing, and she lashed it at the man beside her. The sound of the whip slicing through the air and striking flesh sent shivers down the spine. The man screamed and collapsed to the ground, having been struck after moments of intimate entanglement. This woman possessed a heart as venomous as a viper. After dealing with the man, the woman began wildly swinging the whip throughout the small room, saying he moved closer to Hae-sun, "Get up and hide. Don't let her hit you." Just as she spoke, the woman's whip fortuitously swung toward her. As it seemed poised to strike her face, Sang-hee's gaze flickered, and she shifted most of her body aside, raising her hand to meet the whip. She wished to see whether this whip would inflict any substantial harm upon her following her transformation. It appeared that the whip had indeed struck her face. Was momentarily stunned as she gazed at her own arm. Had she undergone another transformation? Before she could contemplate a conclusion, the woman trembled and inquired about her identity. Her voice diminished, revealing an air of trepidation. The room fell into silence for a protracted period, until Hae-sun raised his head, his dark eyes enveloped in tranquility. He spoke in a tone so calm it bore no inflection, akin to a stagnant lake. "You are deceiving me." The word struck like a discordant note. Just as was about to clarify, Hae-sun did not afford her the opportunity. "So, you have come here to search my memories and fabricate a lie. What is your true intention?" He had previously heard from his father that formidable creatures could forcibly delve into memories, and some could even alter them. Until now, having never sensed any demonic power from, he had genuinely believed her claims of being human. The sudden outburst of formidable demonic energy jolted him into realization she had deceived him. Yet why would she do so? Hae-sun's gaze was inquisitive, devoid of anger. He was not concerned with whether had deceived him. He was merely curious about her motives. What could compel a powerful creature to lower itself and deceive someone as inconsequential as he? Caught under Hae-sun's scrutinizing gaze, weighed her options between clarifying and remaining silent, ultimately deciding on the latter. The rationale was simple. Even if she clarified, he would likely not believe her. It was more prudent to align with his narrative. With one hand concealed behind her, she formed a fist and coughed softly, then turned at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the lone window in the room, stating meaningfully, "There is indeed a reason for my actions." Hae-sun looked up at her, questioning, "What reason?" Tilted her head slightly, positioning herself so that the light cast upon her profile. "In truth, I have been sent by your father." Half of her face illuminated, the other shrouded in shadow. She appeared both peculiar and enigmatic. Hae-sun felt a sudden buzz in his mind, as though all rationality had evaporated. "What did you say?" His fist clenched tightly, uneven nails digging into his flesh, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Hae-sun's eyes widened in disbelief. He nearly thought he had misheard. He sprang to his feet, disregarding the pain from his wounds. "You mean my father?" Hae-sun's gaze was fixed on, his dark eyes trembling with a hint of cautious hope. It was evident that he yearned for his father's rescue. Observed his expression, her previously uncertain heart steadied. She mentioned his father because she had overheard him murmuring in his sleep, "Father, why have you not come to save me?" Thus, she inferred that Hae-sun held a deep-seated obsession with this matter, longing for rescue, particularly by his father. Internally, silently apologized to Hae-sun for weaving a lie, albeit a benevolent one, which nonetheless filled her with guilt. Yet, despite her remorse, her demeanor remained composed. Hae-sun was perceptive. Any hint of her unease could arouse his suspicion. If the deception unraveled, it would be a significant blow to him and an obstacle to her rescue efforts. "Yes, I am sent by your father." Apologies, but he has some special reasons for not being able to save you, which is why I've come instead. Hae-sun's eyes brightened at this moment, and a semblance of childlike innocence graced his face. Your father sent you to save me? Nodded, crouching down to meet his gaze earnestly. Listen, what I previously told you was not a deception. It was all real. The reason you do not remember is that you fell under an illusion. Everything you perceive now is not real. You have already escaped from this place. Chapter 80. The stinky grass blossoms. The same words, when spoken again by, evoked entirely different sentiments in Hae-sun. The first time, he believed it was merely a dream and never took it to heart. But this time, with his father included in the narrative, he found it somewhat plausible. Nevertheless, a flicker of doubt remained. Why did you not tell me from the beginning that you were sent by my father? Hae-sun asked in a low voice, suspicion glimmering in his eyes. Mused that had she known the mere mention of his father would be so impactful, she would have simply invoked his name without hesitation. Although she internally critiqued herself, her expression remained serious. I was remiss in my thoughts, focusing solely on rescuing you and neglecting to mention this. Admittedly, this reasoning might seem tenuous, yet sufficed to convince a child. Hae-sun believed her, shedding his previous cold demeanor, his expression now earnest. What should I do now? Sister? He called her, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Raised an eyebrow, taken aback. She had not anticipated being addressed as sister in this reality, yet here she was pleasantly surprised. All right. Hae-sun nodded seriously, now obediently listening. I will think it over carefully. With that, he closed his eyes, deep in contemplation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Grasped an unfamiliar weed sprouting from the corner of the wall, and inquired once more if Hae-sun had regained his memories. She sighed. It is all right. As long as you feel a sense of familiarity, keep pondering, and you will surely recall. Hae-sun lowered his gaze, biting his lip, filled with guilt. I have troubled you. You should leave. Perhaps it is best not to save me. My father would not blame you. Just then a light, almost ethereal sensation brushed against him from above. What are you babbling about? Gently stroked the child's head, her reprimanding words laced with tenderness. You must not speak like that again. I will not leave without bringing you out. Hae-sun fell silent for a moment before asking. You insist on rescuing me because of some transaction with my father, don't you? He understood that nothing comes without a price. This principle had always been clear to him. However, he had refrained from discussing it over the past few days, fearing it might provoke. Yet now, curiosity compelled him to seek the truth. He gazed intently at, eager for an answer, murmured the word transaction, then smirked, assessing him. She lowered her voice. Your father said that if I can rescue you, then from now on, you must follow me and call me sister every day, obeying my commands. Hae-sun was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the purpose of such a transaction. Gently patted his head, soothingly saying, all right, let us not dwell on that. These past few days have not been devoid of progress. Have you not noticed that my touch has become clearer? Indeed, just days prior, it felt like a mere breeze. Now, his hand could rest upon his head rather than passing through it. Now let me share some stories about Xiaobai. After her tale, moved to the other side, granting Hae-sun some solitude to reflect. The small room fell into serene stillness as crouched in the corner, intently observing the wild grass sprouting through the wall's crevice. She had previously grasped this particular plant, which now towered above the surrounding grass. A flicker of thought crossed brow as she reached out to touch the plant, closing her eyes to feel the changes within her body. Perhaps she was also seeking a way to control this peculiar ability. After all, if such an eerie power remained unchecked, it could significantly impact her life. Concentrated her thoughts, having spent an extended period in contact with the wild grass, and she finally sensed that something was amiss. An enigmatic force within her was transmitting into the grass, causing it to grow at a visibly accelerated rate. Pursuing this sensation, she felt a peculiar energy coursing through her body, uncontrollably darting about. It was warm and gentle, a soothing presence that seemed to await her command. Focusing intently, she pursued this energy, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. Instead of chasing it, she attempted to directly control it. Gradually, the warmth's erratic movement slowed, eventually coming to a halt, allowing her to shape it as she pleased. With delight illuminating her features, she opened her eyes to examine the grass in her hand. The once rapidly growing plant had ceased its expansion, resting quietly in her palm like a lifeless object. Channeling the energy into the grass, she observed it silently burgeon. its slender, supple branches thickening, and an elliptical bud gradually emerging at the tip. Though the flower had yet to bloom, a crisp and unusual fragrance wafted forth, masking the lingering odor of the small room. Her eyes sparkled as she watched the bud gradually unfurl, the delicate lavender petals unfolding one by one, revealing the fragile stamen at its core, which, even in the dim light, appeared remarkably exquisite. The fresh aroma intensified, yet remained pleasantly subtle. "The stinky grass has blossomed," came the astonished voice of Hei Sun from nearby. Turning the flower in her hand, she too felt a sense of wonder. The grass, which had an unpleasant scent, produced such a delightful flower. How extraordinary! Hei Sun approached her, his gaze fixated on the bloom, the calmness in his eyes replaced by astonishment. According to legend, once the stinky grass flowers, it transforms from a mere wild plant into a healing elixir, regardless of the severity of one's wounds. As long as one clings to life, consuming this grass would ensure survival. The blooming of stinky grass is a rare phenomenon, occurring only once in a century. Many among the demon clan have attempted to cultivate it, yet to no avail. Even within their demon king's palace, a dedicated plot was established for the cultivation of stinky grass, which has surpassed a century in age, yet not a single plant has blossomed. Of course, Wei Sun, seeing her skepticism, spoke with an urgent breath, pointing at the flower, fervently trying to convey its worth. Though stinky grass is common, its flowering is a once-in-a-century event. It can heal any injury. Amused, saying he found it amusing that it could heal all ailments. Wouldn't he that make it a divine remedy? However, noticing Hei Sun's earnest demeanor, she couldn't resist teasing him a little. Hei Sun hesitated, unsure of what cancer was, but he comprehended the concept of shattered bones. "Can shattered bones be healed?" he asked, rummaging through his memories, realizing he was not well versed in the actual uses of stinky grass flowers. Having only encountered a phrase in a medicinal compendium, stinky grass flowers are miraculous herbs, capable of healing myriad injuries. The rest of the rumors surrounding stinky grass flowers had been relayed to him by his father. Thus, he had never truly witnessed the flower's efficacy. Realizing that everything he had just mentioned stemmed from hearsay, Hei Sun fell silent. After a moment, he lowered his gaze and honestly confessed, "I don't know. I have only heard these things." Saying, he glanced at Hei Sun, who had bowed his head, his profile revealing a gruesome scar, a whip mark, blood-red and crusted, extending from his brow to the corner of his mouth, creating an unsettling sight. Without uttering a word, she pressed her finger against the petal, grinding it until a sticky juice emerged, adhering to her fingertip. The pale, purple liquid, along with the remnants of the crushed petals, appeared somewhat unappealing. Yet the fragrance intensified with the release of the juice. Rolling up her sleeve without hesitation, she applied the juice to the scratches on her arm inflicted by branches. As the liquid seeped into the wound, the gash visibly healed at an astonishing pace, and within 5 seconds, the skin had returned to its flawless state, smooth and unblemished. Saying, he gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief as she touched the area, feeling only softness, devoid of any irregularities. "It's truly remarkable." Although she remained uncertain whether this flower could heal cancer or shattered bones, the speed at which it healed external wounds was already astonishing. If the world were to discover such a miraculous flower existed, it would surely incite global unrest. However, she had never encountered this stinky grass elsewhere. Could it be that it only flourished in specific locales? Setting aside her doubts, she turned her attention back to the bowed Hei Sun. "Can this flower be ingested? Wouldn't that yield quicker results?" Hei Sun shook his head, murmuring, "I don't know." He had never seen this flower, let alone how to utilize it. Perhaps applying it is the safer option, saying, he mused aloud. Just then, as Hei Sun raised his head out of confusion, a flower descended from above, its fragrant essence enveloping him. He clumsily caught it, glancing at Sang He, poised to question her intentions. However, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, realization struck him. "You wish to give me this flower?" Saying, he had already reached for another stinky grass plant. Without lifting her head, she affirmed, "Yes. Crush it and apply the juice to your wounds." Hei Sun, grasping the flower, felt a rush of emotion. "Do you realize how precious this is?" Although unaware of the flower's actual properties, he did not believe the rumors were baseless, especially since most of them came from his father, whom he trusted implicitly. Saying, he continued without looking up, stating casually, It's certainly less valuable than you. After saying this, she felt no sense of impropriety in her heart. That was indeed how she felt. A mere flower held little significance compared to a few children. Hae-sun's heart raced, overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. After prolonged captivity, his memories often felt hazy, as though the carefree life he once lived, cherished by his parents, was merely a figment of his imagination, conjured up in response to his suffering. Yet, in this moment of emotional turmoil, saying he had told him he was precious, cradling the flower, Hae-sun's expression became complex, warmth enveloping his heart. "Thank you," a soft, youthful voice echoed in the quiet room. Saying he paused, her fingers still, but she said nothing. Hae-sun began to apply the juice, but the quantity yielded by a single flower was limited, and he only managed to coat his face before it was used up. Carefully placing the flower branch aside, Hae-sun raised his head to look at Sang-hee, only to see another flower descend from above, landing in his embrace. Staring at the vividly blooming lavender flower, he was momentarily stunned. Another stinky grass flower. His breath quickened as he glanced at Sang-hee, who was witnessing another plant in her hand, sprouting and blooming before his very eyes. Hae-sun was utterly astounded. Immersed in the wonder of the stinky grass flowering, he had overlooked the process of its blooming. Witnessing it firsthand now, he found it even more astonishing than the mere fact of the flower blooming. Without thinking, he blurted out, "What kind of creature are you that can make stinky grass flower?" Realizing the impudence of his inquiry, he quickly added with an apologetic gaze, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask that." "No need for apologies," Sang-hee replied, tossing the already blooming stinky grass to Hae-sun and reaching for another one, urging its growth while inquiring, "What do you think I am?" Hae-sun shook his head, uncertain. To his knowledge, there was no creature in the Yaojia that possessed abilities akin to hers. However, there existed a category of spirits known as lingzishi, dedicated to cultivating spiritual herbs. These lingzishi possessed a unique ability that allowed the plants they nurtured to contain spiritual energy several times greater than ordinary flora, thereby exponentially enhancing their efficacy. In the Yaojia, being a lingzishi was a highly esteemed profession. As the Yao relied on cultivation to bolster their strength, the plants rich in spiritual energy could accelerate their training, rendering lingzishi invaluable. Nevertheless, he had never heard of any lingzishi capable of shortening the growth cycle of plants. Wait, a spark of realization lit up Hae-sun's eyes as he recalled a story his father once told him. When the first stinkweed flower appeared, it was not a product of natural blossoming, but rather summoned into existence by a Yao. From that moment, the creatures of the Yaojia learned that stinkweed could indeed flower and possessed immense benefits, leading to the gradual rise of the lingzishi's reputation. However, subsequent lingzishi could only enhance the capabilities of spiritual flora. The entity responsible for the creation of the stinkweed flower, he had only heard his father mention a few times, each occasion marked by a solemn respect that indicated the depth of his father's admiration for this Yao. Hae-sun gazed intently at Sang-hee, who shared the same extraordinary power as that Yao. Was it possible she belonged to the same lineage? Regrettably, his father had never disclosed to him the clan of that Yao. Sang-hee cast a sidelong glance at him, noting his expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. "What do you know?" she inquired. Hae-sun nodded, contemplating before divulging what he knew. There existed another Yao who could also summon stinkweed flowers. Another Yao? Sang-hee's brows slightly furrowed. In the past few days, Hae-sun had predominantly spoken of Yaos, while humans had scarcely featured in his discourse. Coupled with his astonished response when she claimed to be human, along with his incredulous question of whether she was not a Yao, it became evident that he had perpetually assumed she was a Yao. This was indeed perplexing. Typically, when an individual encounters another with a similar physical form, they instinctively categorize them as kin. Yet Hae-sun had presumed her a Yao. Why was this? Was it solely because he could only see himself, leading him to believe she was not human? Sang-hee reflected on Hae-sun's perspective. If she were to encounter a humanoid figure visible only to her, her instinctive reaction would likely be to assume it was a ghost rather than a Yao. Generally, a rational individual would first think of entities within their realm of comprehension, familiar and well-known. However, Hae-sun's initial assumption that she was a Yao suggested one undeniable truth. He was well acquainted with Yaos, hence his immediate association. Yet how could a mere child, so young, possess knowledge of so many Yaos? She had lived for over 20 years and had only ever encountered one Yao, He Xiaobai. Saying he narrowed her eyes and calmly asked, "Do you know many Yaos?" The Yaojia is teeming with them. Having grown up in the Yao King's palace as the eldest son, I frequently accompany my father on official business, so naturally I know many, Heixin replied. Saying he fell silent, her expression remaining placid, but internally a tempest brewed. She harbored a faint suspicion, but refrained from voicing it. In Heixin's eyes, she was merely a Yao sent to rescue him. Should she inquire further, her true identity would be revealed, undermining his trust in her. Thus, she resolved to postpone her inquiry until they had exited their current predicament. After summoning a dozen stinkweed flowers, Saying he paused, observing as Heixin tended to his wounds. When it came time for his back, Heixin pulled up his tattered clothing, revealing his gaunt back. Saying he's gaze swept across his back, growing increasingly cold. The wounds on Heixin's back outnumbered those elsewhere, with countless intersecting lash marks, dark crimson scabs oozing pus, marring his entire back in a grotesque sight. Upon closer inspection, she discerned not only lash marks, but also other injuries, some appearing as if they had been scorched by flames, leaving a charred circular mark with a faint character imprinted on the nape of Heixin's neck. Saying he leaned in closer to discern the character. Slave. In that instant, a surge of anger ignited within her. She fixed her gaze on the character, her delicate features betraying her fury. It was evident that this was the work of that deranged woman. To inflict such cruelty upon a child and brand him as a slave was unforgivable. She pondered the fate of that woman. If she still roamed free, it would be an injustice. Saying he's eyes darkened as dark thoughts surged within her. Heixin attempted to inspect the injury on his shoulder, turning to find Saying he's demeanor unsettling. Her countenance, once gentle and teasing, now bore an intense wrath. Her soft almond-shaped eyes transformed into sharp blades, glinting with a chilling light. Heixin, witnessing this shift, felt his voice falter. "What is wrong with you?" Saying he snapped out of her reverie, meeting Heixin's gaze, and the shadow of fury dissipated, replaced by warmth. "It's nothing," she replied with a bright smile. "Have you finished applying the salve?" Heixin pursed his lips, scrutinizing her for a long moment before murmuring, "Not yet. I can't reach." Saying he paused, attempting to assist him, but found her reach still lacking. With the remaining stinkweed flowers dwindling, Saying he continued to summon more. However, this time, she could only conjure two before an overwhelming wave of dizziness washed over her. Saying he collapsed to the ground, cradling her head in exhaustion. The dizziness was quite unbearable, and her stomach churned with nausea. She closed her eyes, her mind buzzing, the sounds of the world around her fading into a distant blur. Heixin noticed her distress and hurried to her side, instinctively reaching out to support her, but found himself grasping at air. Resigned, he knelt beside her, anxiety seeping into his voice. "Sister Sang, are you unwell?" His tone carried a level of concern he himself was unaware of. His gaze fell upon her hand, pressed against her head, and as he intended to inquire if she felt ill, something caught his eye, causing him to freeze in disbelief. A thunderous realization struck his mind, leaving him momentarily blank. Heixin fixed his gaze on Saying he's hand, his expression shifting to one of incredulity, a wave of terror and loathing flooding his eyes. "How would you have that, mole?" he murmured, slowly rising to retreat several steps away from her, only to stumble over the underbrush and fall to the ground. Flustered, he scrambled to his feet and continued to back away until he reached a corner with no escape, halting his retreat while his dark eyes remained locked on Saying he's hand, a mix of shock and fury contorting his features, as if the very world were crumbling around him. "How could this be?" Heixin whispered, sliding down to the ground, despair etched across his face. Saying he fought through the dizziness, her mind clearing, and just as she was about to reassure Heixin that she was fine, she turned to find him keeping his distance. "Heixin, what's wrong?" She stood, taking a step towards him, only to hear his panic shout, "Don't come any closer." Saying he hesitated, refraining from advancing any further and instead retreating several steps. She averted her gaze from Heixin and crouched down, attempting to summon another stinkweed flower. However, just as she began, the familiar wave of fatigue washed over her, accompanied by a lingering dizziness. Reluctantly, she released her hold, realizing she could not proceed further. Clearly, her earlier assumptions had been correct. Her dizziness was indeed related to this endeavor. It appears that the frequency with which she has utilized this ability has exceeded her current physical capacity, resulting in her dizziness. Sang-hee sat down, her ears filled with the slightly hurried breaths of Hae-sun. She lifted her gaze, feigning interest in the small window, yet her peripheral vision darted towards Hae-sun. He was also observing her, but his eyes remained fixated on one point. Following his line of sight, Sang-hee looked down and saw only her own hand. Hae-sun was scrutinizing her hand with an expression of deep loathing, yet beneath that gaze lay a profound fear. This expression was eerily familiar to Sang-hee. She recalled the first time she arrived at the welfare home. Hae-sun had regarded her with the same disdain and hatred. At that moment, she had thought it was merely due to his aversion to strangers, but upon reflection, she realized that he must have perceived something about her hand that elicited such a reaction. Was there something wrong with her hand? As she pondered this, a tender voice broke the silence, trembling with caution. "Are you deceiving me again?" Sang-hee looked up to see the current state of Hae-sun. He was curled up in a corner, his lips cracked and pale, his complexion grim, embodying a suppressed anger and despair from being deceived repeatedly. She refrained from saying anything more. Hae-sun remained silent, his gaze stubbornly fixed on her hand, engulfed in turmoil and anguish. This oppressive atmosphere did not last long. After approximately 10 minutes, the wooden door was forcefully flung open, and a woman reappeared in the doorway. She wielded a black whip, its shiny, smooth surface glistening with cruel barbs. Strangely, this time, a faint blue electric glow danced around the whip's body. A current crackled through the whip, accompanied by a subtle, sizzling sound. Upon witnessing this, Sang-hee's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively stood up to move towards Hae-sun. However, after taking only a couple of steps, the woman swung the whip down onto the ground near her. With a sharp crack, the earth was marked by a white fissure, which was subsequently charred black by the electric discharge. "What on earth are you?" The woman's shrill voice pierced Sang-hee's ears, and she paused. Realizing that the woman's target was her, not Hae-sun, she exhaled in relief, leaning against the wall, contemplating Hae-sun's unusual behavior. Why did he believe she was deceiving him? The woman, her body obscured in a mosaic pattern except for her hand, fumed with rage at the sight of Sang-hee, whose silhouette had become considerably clearer than before. Recalling her previous humiliating encounters, the woman trembled with fury and cried, "I will kill you." She raised the whip and advanced swiftly, aiming a vicious strike at Sang-hee's cheek. The whip sliced through the air with a chilling sound, and if it connected, Sang-hee's face would surely be ruined. However, the whip recoiled back, striking the woman's own cheek, filling the small room with anguished screams. The woman collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, her long, sharp nails digging into the earth, breaking off and oozing blood. "Why is this happening? Why is it still like this? What are you, and why can't I strike you?" The woman's voice, filled with rage and terror, echoed like the wailing of a vengeful spirit. Sang-hee gazed slowly at her, then shifted her focus to the woman's right hand, the only part of her that was crystal clear. Wait, a small black mole. Sang-hee's eyes widened as she glanced at her own left hand. On her fair hand, flawless except for the area near her thumb, the small black mole stood out conspicuously, exactly mirroring the position on the woman's hand. Thus, Hae-sun's peculiar behavior stemmed from this mole, leading him to believe she was deceiving him. The reason the woman's hand was so vivid was likely due to Hae-sun's illusion within his memory. Only the woman's hand and the whip that frequently lashed at him remained clear, while everything else had faded into obscurity. After unraveling this chain of events, Sang-hee's expression grew complex and peculiar. No wonder Hae-sun had initially detested her. It was because she bore a resemblance to the woman who imprisoned him, a resemblance that was deeply etched in his memory. It seemed that since her arrival at the welfare home, she had been continuously entangled with this woman. Upon this realization, Sang-hee felt as though fate was playing a cruel joke on her. How coincidental that she bore even a slight resemblance to the woman who tormented Hae-sun. Meanwhile, the woman finally rose from the ground, her fury dissipating, leaving only fear in its wake. "What exactly are you?" she asked tremulously, her voice significantly weakened. The woman retreated to the wooden door, distancing herself from Sang-hee, dropping the whip to the ground, her hand gripping the doorknob, clearly ready to flee at any moment. Sang-hee smirked. She had been irked by her presence before, but now she was even more annoyed. The woman's ability was excessively passive, only triggered during moments of assault, leaving her uncertain of how to wield it otherwise. Unable to confront the woman, she deliberately turned her back to focus on Hae-sun. "I did not deceive you," she stated. Hae-sun slowly raised his head, his gaze lifeless. Sang-hee's heart skipped a beat, her breath uneven, filled with profound sorrow. To be truthful, she had never experienced anything like this and found it difficult to empathize, yet it was precisely this unfamiliarity that intensified her heartache. She picked a cluster of stinky flowers, their pale, purple petals trembling delicately, exuding a gentle fragrance. Her figure reflected in Hae-sun's eyes as he observed her approach, the flower in her left hand. The small black mole appearing almost beautiful against the enchanting petals. Hae-sun had no intention of speaking, yet inexplicably, he found himself compelled, his lips parting as he spoke softly, "Okay." In that instant, Sang-hee's form solidified entirely. She quickly reached out to grasp his hands, and upon doing so, she froze in astonishment. Her hands firmly touched Hae-sun's skin, rather than passing through him. She could touch him. Elated, Sang-hee moved forward to free his hair from his grasp, then embraced him gently, her hands softly patting his back. The woman by the door, startled by this sudden appearance, clutched the doorframe tightly, on the brink of madness. "What are you? This is my place. You need to leave." Sang-hee consoled Hae-sun while casting a glance at the woman, only to notice that her hand was gradually becoming blurred. It was as if a mosaic was being applied to her form bit by bit. Sang-hee watched in silence as the mole became indistinct, until the woman was completely obscured in a mosaic pattern. In Hae-sun's memory, she had finally been reduced to a vague silhouette. Perhaps at some point in the future, he would forget even this shadow. The woman, noticing Sang-hee's gaze, panicked, swallowing hard, and glared at her with malice, instinctively lashing out with harsh words. "What are you looking at? Do you believe I will gouge out your eyes?" However, despite her high-pitched tone, it was evident that her confidence was waning. A facade of bravado. Sang-hee remained silent, fixated on the woman until Hae-sun gradually calmed down, closed his eyes, and slipped into slumber. Gently, Sang-hee laid him down on the ground, then stood up, walking leisurely toward the door. "What are you doing?" the woman asked nervously, tightening her grip on the doorknob, preparing to open the door. However, upon witnessing Sang-hee's actions, she suddenly halted, a layer of wild joy clouding her eyes. Sang-hee stood 3 meters away, slowly bending down to retrieve the whip lying on the ground. Despite having fallen, the whip still crackled with electricity, emitting a piercing sound and flickering with pale blue lightning. In anticipation of this sudden demon, she had specially summoned the power of heavenly thunder and infused it into the whip. However, she did not expect the demon's strength to be so formidable that even the heavenly thunder could not harm her in the slightest. Yet, the current situation was different. The black whip, now imbued with the power of heavenly thunder, was immensely powerful and indiscriminate. Even she, the whip's mistress, needed to cover her hand with a layer of demonic power to shield herself from the harm of the heavenly thunder. Yet, this demon was audacious enough to make no preparations and directly seize the whip, an action tantamount to seeking death. The woman sneered repeatedly, already envisioning the demon's dismal fate. Fearless now, she released her grip on the doorknob, crossed her arms, straightened her back, and looked down at Sang-hee with contempt. Convinced that Sang-hee would perish. When that time came, she would mercilessly whip the corpse, chop it into pieces, and feed it to the dogs to avenge her previous grievances. The woman thought sinisterly, her arrogant smile barely forming before it suddenly froze. The expression of wanting to laugh, yet unable, looked exceedingly comical. "How could this be?" the woman shrieked, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How could you be unharmed? Why doesn't the heavenly thunder strike you?" Sang-hee could not see her expression, but from her voice, it was evident that she was astonished. Sang-hee weighed the whip in her hand, finding it light and devoid of heft. Meanwhile, the flickering pale blue lightning instinctively retreated from her hand, all migrating to the whip's body. The once unstoppable lightning now appeared timid, obediently adhering to the surface of the whip. The sizzling sound diminished until it ceased entirely. The weapon of immense lethality lost its edge, quietly submitting to Sang-hee. Holding the whip, Sang-hee lightly swept the tail across the ground. She smiled at the woman, her expression enigmatic. "Can you guess whether this whip will attack you?" The woman, pale with fright, attempted to feign calmness. I am its master. It will not harm me. S.H. scoffed lightly, glancing down at the whip, whispering, but its current master is me. As soon as the words fell, the whip rose, gliding gracefully through the air like a swimming dragon. Simultaneously, the pale blue lightning seemed to gain consciousness, crackling to life once more. The surrounding electric light flashing with sharp brilliance and overwhelming pressure, sweeping towards the woman by the door. The woman barely had time to turn around, yet was unable to escape the fate of being struck. The glossy, barbed whip lashed brutally against her back, slicing from her left shoulder to her right lower back. Skin splitting open to reveal flesh and bone, barbs tearing away large chunks of crimson flesh that splattered, some even landing on S.H.'s face. S.H. closed her eyes, allowing the droplets of blood to stain her eyelids. Though unable to see the woman's condition, she could easily guess. She did not need to think much to understand how tragic the woman's state must be. Yet this was far from enough. The suffering inflicted upon Hixn was 1,000-fold greater. How could a mere lash suffice for retribution? S.H. tightened her grip on the whip, her expression cold as she watched the blurred figure before her slowly collapse to the ground. The woman groaned in agony, curled up on the ground, her appearance disheveled. Seeing S.H. raise her hand once more, the woman's eyes widened in terror. Her previous arrogance vanished, replaced only by a profound sense of imminent dread. She knew the power of this black whip. If not controlled, a full-force strike could easily dispatch even ordinary demons, and the second lash would leave no chance of survival. The reason Hixn had survived for so long was that she had been careful to control her strength, wishing to torment him longer. In the demon realm, she was considered quite exceptional. Otherwise, she would not have been able to hide Hixn for so long without being discovered by the Demon King's palace. Of course, another crucial reason was that the Demon King's palace was currently facing turmoil, unable to spare any effort to search for Hixn. Yet now, the woman had a premonition that she would not withstand S.H.'s second lash. The power S.H. commanded from the whip was 1,000 times greater than hers. She could only borrow the power of heavenly thunder while cautiously protecting herself from its harm, nurturing it in fear of it going berserk. Throughout this process, she had played the role of a servant to the heavenly thunder. But S.H. was different. She wielded the power of heavenly thunder as though it were an extension of herself, commanding it obediently to unleash its maximum potential. During this entire process, she held the dominant position, entirely the master of the heavenly thunder. The fear reflected in the woman's eyes mirrored the shadow of the black whip. As she saw it about to descend, her eyes nearly bulged with terror, and before she could utter a single word of protest, another gentle, calm voice broke through. S.H., elder sister. S.H. paused, the coldness in her eyes replaced by tenderness. She tempered her strength. The whip still struck the woman, but not fatally. The woman was successfully knocked unconscious on the ground, and S.H. discarded the whip, turning around with a beaming smile. Chapter 85. You should call me father. Hixn rose, his dark eyes intensely fixed on S.H., his expression a mixture of complexity. His form had also transformed, reverting from that of a 2- or 3-year-old back to his original state, the scars vanishing, now clad in short sleeves and shorts. He could clearly sense the changes in his emotions influenced by S.H., from rejection and doubt to acceptance, a transformation so rapid within just a few days. Hixn stood still, thoughts swirling, his heart filled with a medley of emotions. He glanced at S.H.'s hand, her right hand extended while her left was hidden behind her back. Hixn lowered his gaze, the memories in his mind clearly revealing that S.H. was aware of his inner turmoil, aware of his secret. Suddenly, he felt lost, unsure of how to proceed. A peculiar sensation of acidity spread within his nostrils. He inhaled deeply, lowering his head as he stepped forward, placing his hand on her left hand without uttering a word. S.H.'s hand was warm and soft, enveloping his small hand within. The sensation of acidity surged even more, tears gathering in his eyes, teetering on the edge of spilling. Hixn bowed his head even lower, wishing to hide his tears from S.H. The faint sound of his sobs reached S.H.'s ears, her brows furrowed slightly, yet she said nothing, simply holding his hand, her right hand grasping the doorknob as she slowly opened the door. A blinding white light suddenly burst forth. S.H. closed her eyes while her other hand shielded Hix's eyes. The touch of her palm was damp, and she felt the warmth of tears. Silently, S.H. wiped his tears, and once the white light dissipated completely, she released her hand. The surroundings returned to darkness. Shadows looming, the flashlight on the ground still shining. S.H. picked up the flashlight, quickly leading Hix into the tent. Inside, only Su and L, and she, O.B. I remained in a deep slumber. Luyngc and Chs were absent. S.H's eyelids tightened as she swiftly pulled aside the curtain of another tent. The result was evident, still no sign of them. S.H. glanced at the time. It was already past 10, and more than an hour had elapsed since she had discovered their disappearance. If they fell into an illusion and lost all memory, would they truly be able to escape without anyone to guide C and Chs out? How could she immerse herself in their illusion? Sang-hee, holding a flashlight, scanned her surroundings, hoping to catch sight of another unexpected figure. Hae-sun observed all her movements. Understanding her concerns, after a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, urging her not to worry. They would be fine. With his master's abilities, such a minor illusion posed no threat to him. Yet, the reason for his absence remained unclear to Hae-sun. Sang-hee gazed into the distance, her brow furrowed with worry. Hopefully, that would be the case. Before an old residential building, a small figure squatted on the steps at the entrance, peering around anxiously, only to lower her head in disappointment after each glance. After several attempts, another small figure appeared before her. The little girl, soft and delicate, seemed oblivious to his presence, deliberately avoiding him and looking elsewhere. Noticing her disregard, the little boy erupted in frustration, tugging at her braid. "Hey, Sang-hee, you can't see me, can you?" Sang-hee winced, her watery almond eyes filling with fury as she rose to confront the boy. "Chi-su, haven't you had enough punishment?" She fumed, shaking her small fist in a mock threat. However, her fierce demeanor, combined with her chubby hands, lacked any real intimidation. Kisu, momentarily taken aback, suddenly felt his cheeks flush, becoming awkward in her presence. "You're still waiting for your grandpa, aren't you?" Sang-hee squatted on the ground, huffing and turning her head away, clearly uninterested in him. Chi-su, having thick skin since childhood, chose to ignore her disdain and persisted in his pursuit, sitting beside her and poking her soft hand. The tender touch ignited his curiosity. How could such a delicate hand inflict so much pain? His little mind was filled with questions. Seeing Sang, he disregarded him. Kisu felt uneasy. He yearned for her to converse with him, to play, despite her constant beatings. Sang-hee, her gaze dimming, rested her chin on her small hands and murmured. Chi-su, panicking, quickly added, "You mustn't cry." "Who is crying?" Sang-hee shot him a glare. "Only you would wet your pants and then whimper." Chi-su's face fell, his voice faltering. "Could you please not bring that up?" Among his countless embarrassing moments, that one was the worst. Just recently, while napping at kindergarten, he had accidentally wet his pants in front of Sang-hee, feeling as if the sky were collapsing around him. Would she still want to play with him afterward? The thought made him burst into tears. Sang-hee fell silent, merely making a face at him before returning her gaze to the distance. Following her line of sight, Chi-su remained quiet for a moment before saying, "Don't wait for your grandpa," he thought to himself. Sang-hee paid him no heed. Kisu continued, "I'll let you have my mom, so she could be your mom too." After a moment of contemplation, he frowned, "But my dad is a jerk. You can't have him." Still, Sang-hee ignored him. After a prolonged silence, Chi-su's eyes brightened as he clapped his hands, struck with an idea. "How about you recognize me as your dad? I promise to take good care of you." He felt pleased with this notion. By becoming Sang-hee's father, he could naturally approach and care for her. Chi-su nodded vigorously, beaming. "Sang-hee, Dad will definitely take care of you." "Sang-hee, are you asking for a beating?" Chapter 86. Sang-hee's child. Chi-su's father, her tiny fists clenched once more, her face ablaze with fury, her bright almond eyes glistening, her lips pressed tightly together, and her cheeks rosy and fair. Even when angry, she looked adorable. Chi-su's face reddened again as he averted his gaze, stealing glances at Sang-hee. She was truly the sweetest child he had ever encountered, he thought. "All right, if you don't want me as your dad, that's fine," he coaxed her. Chi-su enjoyed this dynamic, first provoking her anger, then soothing her. He pulled out a lollipop from his pocket, presenting it to her with a grin. "Look, I bought this for you. It has a filling." Saying he turned her head away, ignoring him. Chi-Su felt utterly frustrated. Why wasn't his usual tactic working today? Saying he, "Please don't be mad. What do you want to eat? I can buy it for you." Saying he crossed her arms, lifting her chin defiantly as she stood up. He reached for her small hand, but the moment he touched her, he felt a chilling gaze fixated on him. Chi-Su's back stiffened, a shiver coursing down his spine. Glancing back, he saw nothing unusual. How strange. Muttering softly, he attempted to grasp Sang He's hand again, only to find that she had already moved ahead. Sang He, why aren't you waiting for me? Chi-Su hurried after her, casting aside his earlier unease. Nearby, Lu Yingxi observed everything unfold. He had lingered in Chi-Su's illusion for quite some time, and the one he saw most frequently was little Sang He, soft and tender. She resembled a fluffy pink ball, utterly adorable. This was a sight he had never witnessed before, and he found himself reluctant to depart. Thus, despite being able to extract Chi-Su from the illusion at any moment, Lu Yingxi chose not to do so. Wanted to gaze at Sang He for just a little longer. Following Chi-Su's memories, he watched as Sang He slowly grew up. Chi-Su's childhood memories felt particularly protracted. Every significant event etched in his mind was intertwined with Sang He. Lu Yingxi often trailed behind them, observing Sang He's every joy and sorrow. As the two ascended the stairs, Lu Yingxi's figure vanished from sight. Time always seemed to pass quickly in the blurred moments of Chi-Su's memory. Before they knew it, night had arrived. The cicadas chirped incessantly, even in the darkness. Lu Yingxi appeared in Sang He's home. In the modest room, a bed occupied most of the space. The thin blanket was slightly disheveled, revealing a small mound. Sang He's sleeping posture was less than ideal. She curled up tightly under the covers, exposing only her fuzzy head. Once she fell into a deep slumber, she would struggle to reveal her face due to difficulty breathing. The curtains remained drawn, allowing moonlight to filter through the clear glass, illuminating the dim space. This was Sang He's habit. She seemed afraid of the dark and never drew the curtains. The sounds and lights from outside poured in, making the room feel less lonely. Lu Yingxi sat quietly by her bedside, watching her. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. The old residential building lacked soundproofing. Even slightly raised voices echoed far and wide. The sounds of arguing and scuffling mixed with the cries of children filled the air. Lu Yingxi narrowed his eyes, recognizing the source of the disturbance as coming from next door, Chi-Su's home. Suddenly, it dawned on him that tonight might mark the most significant moment in Chi-Su's memory. After tonight, everything would continue to repeat. It was time for him to leave and take Chi-Su with him. The noise escalated, crashing sounds reverberating until it finally roused the little girl from her sleep. Still groggy, Sang He, with her messy hair, looked around, seemingly searching for the source of the noise. Upon discerning the familiar sounds from outside, Xiao Sang's eyes widened in shock as she hastily descended from her bed, slipping into her slippers and rushing toward the commotion. Lu Yingxi followed closely behind, observing her dash toward the neighboring unit. The door of the Chi-Su family was flung wide open, revealing a scene of chaos illuminated by bright lights. The floor was strewn with an assortment of debris, while the living room bore the brunt of destruction, with nearly everything that could be smashed reduced to fragments. Tables lay overturned, crystal chandeliers from the ceiling lay shattered, and bloodstains marred the floor. In the vicinity of the sofa, 3 figures were entangled in a tumultuous struggle, the shrill screams of a woman mingling with the furious shouts of a man. Ling Ran was pinned to the ground, subjected to relentless blows from the man, who showed no mercy, disregarding their past marital bond entirely. "Do not strike my mother. Please do not hurt her." Chi-Su clung desperately to the man's leg, crying out in anguish, attempting to restrain his actions, but to no avail. In fact, his interference only served to irritate the man further, who forcefully shook his leg, sending the small boy tumbling away. Chi-Su's petite form fell among the scattered shards, sharp porcelain quickly slicing into his skin, blood gushing forth. Witnessing this, Ling Ran felt her heart shatter. "Asu," she struggled, attempting to rise and check on Chi-Su, but was held down by the man, immobilized. "If it weren't for the fact that you're my offspring, I would have killed you long ago." The man spat venomously, his expression dark and menacing, dismissing Chi-Su entirely as he focused on Ling Ran. "You wretched woman, you thought you could run far enough that I wouldn't find you?" The man, whose features were quite handsome, yet marred by a sallow complexion and bloodshot eyes, clearly bore the signs of a life consumed by excess. With that, he leaned down, delivering a harsh slap to Ling Ran's face, gripping her hair with his rough hands and forcing her to look up. Once a meticulously groomed woman, she now appeared disheveled, her face marred with tears and blood, her beautiful eyes glistening with resentment. "You bastard! Why are you still alive? How dare you lay a hand on my son? Qi Ping, you deserve to die." Ling Ran summoned the last of her strength to struggle, but the inherent disparity in strength between them rendered her efforts futile. The more fiercely she resisted, the more he pressed down upon her, an unsettling thrill evident in his demeanor. "Ha! We were once birds of feather. If I perish, you should accompany me in death, shouldn't you?" The man's mocking laughter echoed, but suddenly, something struck the back of his head. Chapter 87. It is time for me to meet you. The blow was substantial, momentarily pausing the man, who then turned in a fit of rage. Before him stood a delicate little girl, glaring at him with fierce intensity from a few meters away. "Release Aunt Ling," she shouted, confronting the grim scene with unyielding courage, standing defiantly against the towering man. The man's fury transformed into amusement upon seeing the fragile child. "Oh, Ling Ran, you have hidden a little girl, haven't you? Whose child is she?" He leisurely caressed Ling Ran's cheek, a vile smile twisting his features. "This girl seems to be about the same age as Qi Su. TSK. You move on quickly. Did I not satisfy you?" With that, his demeanor shifted abruptly, his eyes narrowing with malice as he delivered a vicious slap to Ling Ran's face. "You filthy whore. I knew you were a tramp." Ling Ran's eyes dimmed, collapsing to the ground, her face scraping against the shards beneath her. A wave of pain coursing through her body, yet she made no attempt to struggle, listening silently to his continuous insults. She understood that explanations were futile and resistance was in vain. This man was a psychopath, fully aware that she had never been unfaithful, yet he insisted on fabricating excuses to further demean her. The man's expression twisted with rage as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Ling Ran. Qi Su, tears streaming down his face, struggled to rise from the debris, his body smeared with blood, some shards embedded in his flesh, yet he paid no heed, running barefoot toward the sofa. Mother, do not hurt her," he cried, pounding on the man's leg, only to be kicked aside. This time, Qi Su failed to rise, overwhelmed by pain, helplessly watching as Ling Ran suffered. "Mother," he whispered weakly, despair washing over him as he closed his eyes, tears spilling forth. Xiao Sang, witnessing this harrowing scene, gritted her teeth. "You bastard." Clutching a shard of glass, which had already cut into her tender palm, she stepped across the debris, her small figure rushing toward the man. Approaching from behind, she thrust the glass shard into his lower back. "Stop. Do not harm Aunt Ling or Qi Su." Her voice, though soft, carried an unwavering strength. With a composed expression, Xiao Sang twisted the shard within the man's flesh, blood staining her hands. Despite the pain, she persevered, believing that this action could halt his malevolence, inflict harm upon him, and suffer in kind. Her tactics succeeded in momentarily halting the man's assault, yet it incited his wrath. The man, howling in pain, turned to glare at the little girl. "You little wretch, how dare you touch me? I had planned to sell you into the mountains for a better life, but now I shall end you." He raised his hand, intent on striking Xiao Sang. Ling Ran, lying on the ground, felt her heart race. He run? Meanwhile, Qi Su, bewildered, found unexpected strength, scrambling to his feet and rushing toward Sang. Sang, do not hurt her." But it was too late. The man swung his arm downwards with ferocity, the force of his blow aimed at Sang. If it landed, the consequences will be dire. Yet, in the face of this peril, Xiao Sang remained calm, her small face resolute as she subtly leaned backward. Her grandfather had taught her basic self-defense. While she could not hope to overpower the towering man, evading his blow was certainly within her capabilities. Stepping back, she suddenly leapt into the air, landing in a broad embrace. Stunned, she looked up to see a distinct jawline, and, as she glanced higher, her gaze met a pair of clear, translucent eyes. Xiao Sang stared at the striking figure before her, momentarily entranced. "Who are you?" As her innocent inquiry echoed, Lu Yingxi raised his gaze slightly, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him, sending ripples of force that struck the enraged man. In an instant, the man was hurled across the room, crashing into the corner, unable to scream before losing consciousness. The occupants of the room were left in stunned silence. Ling Ran lay on the ground, trembling in disbelief, while Chi Su stood frozen, his small face blank. Xiao Sang, gazing upward, was no longer captivated solely by his beauty, but by the extraordinary act he had just performed. "Who are you?" she asked again, her youthful voice tinged with curiosity and confusion, yet devoid of fear. Lu Yingzi offered a slight smile, and amidst the chaos, his expression was like a fleeting bloom, beautiful and radiant. As soon as Eng's words fell, the air seemed to solidify, and all sounds around vanished entirely. The space before her spun chaotically, as though it were being torn apart, flickering incessantly. Luyngc cast a glance, and the figures surrounding them gradually became indistinct, flickering in tandem with the shifting space. Time appeared to rewind, and everything was on the verge of replaying. Essing, I must go out to see you," Luyngc declared. The girl had long ceased to hear any sound, and amidst the flickering, she could faintly perceive her numbed and rigid expression. Luyngc gently placed her upon the sofa, treading upon the scattered shards, and approached Sis. With a deft motion of his fingertips, he traced a line across the shimmering space, and a blinding white light erupted from the scratch, growing increasingly radiant. When the white light expanded enough to allow passage for one, Luyngc leaned down and lifted Sis with a roughness that was devoid of tenderness. He stepped into the white light. The illusionary world crumbled instantaneously. When Luyngc emerged with the unconscious Sis, he coincidentally collided with a beam of light from H's flashlight. The three stood face to face. The ghastly light from the flashlight cast a pallor upon both individuals, as if a ghostly film had seeped into reality. H stared at the suddenly materialized pair, genuinely startled. It was not until Luyngc softly called out S-ing that she regained her composure and hurried towards them. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Luyngc shook his head. Essing, I am unscathed, do not worry." "That's good." H sighed, her gaze shifting to Sis, whom he was supporting. "Let me assist. See, you should rest." As she reached out to take Sis, Luyngc stepped forward with him. Essing, he is heavy and cumbersome. I can manage." Yet H had no choice but to follow along. They found themselves in the tent. After a moment of silence, Luyngc suddenly laughed. Essing, I had a dream." H turned to him, her vision in the darkness only able to discern a vague silhouette. Yet she could not help but soften her expression and asked gently, "What dream?" "I dreamt of you, the you from your childhood." He tilted his head, and their gazes seemed to meet in the dark. The younger Essing was so adorable. Her ears flushed with warmth, and she averted her face, failing to respond. A cool breeze passed, yet it did not dissipate the heat enveloping her. H clenched her fists, her heart racing in a peculiar manner, as if everything were spiraling out of control. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she desperately sought to shift her focus and suddenly froze, struck by a thought. How would you dream of my childhood self? Shouldn't the illusion be of your past self instead? That's how Hixn is. I do not know. Luyngc's gaze intensified, the darkness concealing the emotions beneath. Perhaps I long for Essing too much, hence I dream of you. How? She realized her attention had shifted aimlessly. H coughed lightly and ceased speaking. Continuing the conversation felt as though she were relinquishing control over something. However, Luyngc did not allow her to retreat, his voice gentle as he remarked, Essing, you seemed a bit afraid of the dark in the dream." H hesitated for a moment and replied affirmatively. Indeed, she had been quite fearful of the dark as a child, for she was often alone in her room at night, unable to sleep, her heart racing with the sensation that strange things lurked in the shadows. Those nights, from the moment she lay in bed, her heartbeat quickened. The silence around her was terrifying, compelling her to bury her head beneath the covers, often suffocating and drenched in sweat, yet too frightened to emerge. Thus, she had come to loathe the night. Yet, there was no choice. Night would inevitably fall, and her grandfather was seldom home, leaving her to adapt to solitude. The reasons for overcoming her fear of the dark had become somewhat forgotten. The night no longer seemed so terrifying. Essing, do you still fear the dark? Luyngc inquired. Just as she prepared to assert her lack of fear, a warmth enveloped her left hand, captured by another. Luyngg's hand was gentle yet firm, intertwining with hers, and his soft, low voice brushed her ear. S-ing, do not fear. I'm holding your hand. S-h's breath caught, her entire being stiffening, and after a brief pause, she stumbled forward. Her heart raced to her throat, her mind blank, her body chilled by the breeze, yet her left hand remained warm. You. S-h's voice trembled, and she pondered but could not find the words. Taking a deep breath, she managed to calm herself, tugging her hand slightly, saying, I am no longer afraid of the dark. But S-ing, your voice is trembling. He shifted closer to her, their arms brushing against one another. Luyngg's interlaced his fingers with hers, locking them together. S-h's mind became utterly muddled, rigidly following his lead. Upon reaching the tent, Luyngg's grasped Chs with a forcefulness that was anything but gentle, thrusting him into another tent, and then, with a piercing glare, he halted Hixn, who attempted to exit. Hixn paused momentarily, obediently retreating a step while thoughtfully zipping up the tent to sever their line of sight. Luyngg's pulled S-ing to sit upon the picnic cloth, their bodies nearly touching, their fingers still entwined. S-ing swallowed hard, her dazed mind sensing that this situation was amiss. See, shouldn't we go to sleep? Luyngg's drew closer, his soft lips nearly brushing her ear. S-ing, do you not wish to stay with me a little longer? His voice was low, carrying a hint of vulnerability that sounded somewhat pitiful. His warm breath enveloped her ear, causing a tingling sensation to spread through her nerves. She dizzily thought that staying any longer might lead to trouble. Luyngg's lowered his gaze, a tender and lingering look resting upon her ear. Like a creature of the night, he could see clearly in the darkness. At his level of cultivation, the night posed no obstacle. Thus, despite the pitch-black surroundings, he saw her distinctly. Her face was flushed, her normally pale ears now bright red. Luyngg's gaze deepened, and with a restrained tilt of his head, he gently kissed her hair. At that moment, just as S-ing was about to speak and turn her head, their lips inadvertently brushed against one another. The soft sensation from their lips coursed through her entire being like a small electric current, leaving her enveloped in a delightful numbness. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to a bolt of lightning striking, rendering S-ing dazed, feeling as though she had been electrified to the core. She had kissed Luyngg's. She had tarnished him. He was no longer pure. S-ing, where are you running off to? The youth's voice was filled with confusion as he embraced her from behind, a large hand wrapping around her waist, holding her firmly in his grasp. S-ing's back warmed from his body heat, causing her to stiffen entirely, unable to move, feeling awkward and flustered. I spoke hastily, she replied, her tone tinged with chill. The hand across her waist paused, and then Luyngg's rested his chin upon her shoulder, nuzzling against her cheek with a docile demeanor, his voice tinged with grievance. S-ing, you are being fierce with me. You never were before. Did I do something wrong to upset you? Two voices echoed simultaneously, one strong and the other weak. Luyngg's fell silent, staring blankly at Sang-hee. This was the first time he had heard such a variety of tones calling his name. It seemed he had angered her. Sang-hee was upset with him, but she was also angry with herself. His mind was not sharp enough to understand these nuances, yet she did. Thus, her heart raced with double the terror. It was not only Luyngs who had overstepped, she had too. In the darkness, Sang-hee could not see the boy's face, relying solely on shadows to gauge his position. Hadn't she told him not to casually embrace others? Yet, Sang was not just anyone. Luyngs softly defended himself. Sang-hee gritted her teeth and retorted, Have I not told you that you must not casually hold or pull me? Luyngs fell silent. Indeed, she had said those words, albeit with a gentle tone at the time. That is why he had dared to approach her time and again. Anger welled up in Sang-hee, and her tone turned sharper. But have you ever truly listened to my words? Luyngs remained silent, his gaze cast downward. Sang-hee took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and coldly stated, If there's a next time, I think it is best for you to leave the orphanage. Rest assured, I will find you a place. Luyngs' pupils constricted, and he abruptly looked up, staring at Sang-hee with disbelief in his beautiful glass-like eyes. Leave the orphanage? She wanted to drive him away? Sang, you no longer want me? Lu Yingxi instinctively reached out, wishing to grasp her, yet hesitated just before contact. Recalling her words, his fingers recoiled, and he ultimately refrained from touching her, his voice trembling as he asked, "You don't want me anymore?" Sang stepped back, distancing herself from him, her expression cold. "You are an independent individual. There is no question of wanting or not wanting. Furthermore," she emphasized, "you belong to yourself, not to anyone else." Lu Yingxi stood there, stunned, feeling an icy chill enveloping him, a coldness that seeped from his heart and spread throughout his being, chilling him to the core. In the past, whenever he displayed such a pitiful expression and spoke such tender words, saying he would have comforted him. Yet this time, she did not. Lu Yingxi blinked lightly, his long lashes fluttering, suddenly feeling profoundly wronged. This was not the feigned sense of grievance from before. It was genuine, a sour sensation emerging from his heart. He truly liked her, inexplicably and without reason. Perhaps at first, he had sought refuge in the orphanage merely for a temporary sense of security, especially after suffering grave injuries and losing many memories, needing time to heal. Yet undeniably, the moment he laid eyes on his heart began to race. It was this very flutter that led him to unhesitatingly choose the orphanage as his temporary haven. He later learned that there exists a term in the human world called love at first sight. He thought that he must have experienced this phenomenon with Sang-hee. Hence, at this moment he felt wronged. How could he not feel hurt when the one he cherished wanted him gone? However, Sang-hee had no time to consider his feelings. Her own emotions were far too tumultuous to spare a thought for his distress. After a prolonged stalemate, Sang-hee spoke again, "Go to sleep. We will leave early tomorrow." As her words fell, she turned to walk towards the tent. Behind her, Lu Yingxi bit his lip, afraid to reach out to her. So he hurriedly positioned himself in front of her before she entered the tent. He stood a step away, too timid to approach too closely. His gaze lowered as he cautiously observed her. Sang, I was wrong. I promise to listen to you in the future and will not do anything you dislike. You can scold or hit me. Just don't send me away, please. His voice grew softer, tinged with a hint of sorrow and grievance, repeating, "Please don't abandon me. Don't send me away." Though Sang-hee could not see his face, she could well imagine the depths of his sadness. She sighed, and the last remnants of her anger dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of compassion. Her earlier words had indeed been excessive. She should not have threatened him with the idea of sending him away. The importance of a home to a child without one was evident. No matter how angry she felt, she should not have used that as a weapon against him. Sang-hee calmed herself, looking at the figure before her, and softly said, "ACI, sorry. I was impulsive just now. I should not have lost my temper at you." Seeing her expression soften, Lu Yingxi dared not act haughty, quickly saying, Sang, it was my fault. You don't need to apologize. Whatever I did wrong, you can scold me for it. Just please, don't send me away." His final words unintentionally carried a plea. Sang-hee felt a pang in her heart. He was terrified of being abandoned, yet she continued to prod at his heart. Guilt surged within her like a tidal wave, and she felt utterly ashamed. She truly was not a good person. Sang-hee wished she could slap herself several times, inwardly lamenting her lack of humanity. "ACI, please don't say that. It was my fault earlier. I should not have said those words to you. Rest assured, I will never send you away. As long as I am here, the orphanage will always be your home," she vowed earnestly. Internally distressed, her exterior remained surprisingly calm. She patted the boy's shoulder like a mentor guiding a child. "We both made mistakes today, so let us take a step back. I will pretend you did nothing wrong today, and you can pretend I said nothing. Is that all right?" The final inquiry was softer than her previous words, carrying a coaxing tone. After a long silence without a response from Lu Yingxi, Sang-hee felt anxious, fearing he was quietly hurt. "Promise me, and I will buy you some candy, sweet and delicious candy." After a brief pause, Lu Yingxi finally replied softly, "Okay." From now on, she resolved to avoid touching him as much as possible to prevent any further misunderstandings. In the darkness, she failed to notice that Lu Yingxi had obediently lowered his head the moment she reached out, but after a while, without receiving any affection, he straightened up, disappointment etched on his face. Having failed to find Pei Yu and instead encountering such strange events, Sang-hee temporarily set aside her search for him. At least next time, she would not recklessly bring several children and Lu Yingxi along. After Sang-hee entered the tent, Lu Yingxi turned and stepped into another tent. Chisu had shifted from unconsciousness to deep sleep, the soft sound of snoring filling the quiet tent. Lu Yingxi's expression was grim, and the oppressive atmosphere around him was palpable. Once inside the tent, he did not sleep. Instead, he sat with his head bowed, lost in thought. Today, he had been careless, feeling that the atmosphere was too pleasant, which led him to act a bit too freely, angering Sang Sang. Although her anger did not last long, her attitude indicated that if he wished to approach her or engage in any intimate actions in the future, such opportunities would be exceedingly slim. What should he do to lower her guard against him again? Lu Yingxi rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Just then, Chisu's snoring grew louder, rhythmic in its rise and fall, making it impossible to ignore and utterly intolerable. Lu Yingxi closed his eyes, unable to endure it any longer, and kicked him to the other side of the tent. However, the tent was small, and no matter how far he moved, Chisu's snores remained clearly audible. How could Lu Yingxi possibly sleep? If this torment continued, would he really have to get up in the middle of the night and silence Chisu? Luyngc, feeling uncertain, leaned over and gently tapped Sage S's face. With each tap, the crisp sound harmonized with his snoring, creating an amusing juxtaposition. Wake up! Luyngc's tone was less than pleasant, his delicate brows furrowing, his once pristine and clear Lilizu eyes now shadowed with a hint of gloom. After several attempts, CHS's face was flushed from the incessant tapping, yet he remained in slumber, merely smacking his lips and scratching his face before rolling over to resume his deep sleep, producing even louder snores. Luyngc, unable to endure any longer, delivered a swift strike at the junction of CHS's neck and shoulder. In an instant, the snoring ceased, leaving only the sound of shallow, steady breaths. Luyngc's brows relaxed, his pent-up frustration dissipating significantly. He unzipped the tent and, gripping CHS's collar, effortlessly flung him outside before zipping the tent back up in one fluid motion. The entire sequence was executed with such grace that Luyngc calmly dusted off his hands and lay down to sleep. When CHS awoke early, still dazed, he sensed something was amiss. His body ached terribly, particularly around his neck, which hurt more than a stiff neck. He propped himself up, his hands meeting a hard, prickly surface that felt nothing like the soft bedding of the tent. Struggling to open his eyes, he was jolted awake upon seeing his surroundings. Who did this? His thunderous exclamation resonated through the air, shaking the morning dew from the grass. With fury etched on his face, he turned to glare at his tent, the force of his movement exacerbating the pain in his neck, contorting his expression in agony until the discomfort finally subsided. It had to be Luyngc. That insufferable brat had always looked down on him. Seething with anger, he approached the tent and, as he unzipped the flap, was met with a pair of cold, drowsy phoenix eyes. The chill emanating from those eyes was palpable, almost tangible. The morning air was already cool, yet the temperature inside the tent felt even colder. CHS's fiery rage was tempered somewhat by the icy atmosphere, his imposing demeanor faltering. Was it you? He demanded, though his peculiar stance rendered him quite comical. Luyngc raised a hand to shield his eyes, emitting a low, nonchalant "mm." There was no hesitation, no attempt to conceal his arrogance. CHS was infuriated. The flicker of fear he'd felt moments ago vanished. He was about to leap in anger, but the pain throughout his body caused him to freeze in place, maintaining his fierce expression. You little brat, sleeping soundly while tossing me out. Just wait until I deal with you. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, intending to dive back into the tent. Luyngc slowly sat up, one leg bent, a hand resting on his knee. His demeanor frosty as he fixed his gaze on CHS, subtle red veins flickering in his Lilizu eyes. CHS thought he must be imagining things and was about to take a closer look when a calm, low voice interrupted. CHS, what are you making such a fuss about this early? It was S.Ng.H's voice. Luyngc paused, his expression softening like snow melting under the sun, and he adjusted his posture, sitting obediently in place, his gaze drifting past CHS to the outside world. CHS was left dumbfounded. He had never witnessed such a rapid transformation in expression. What a dramatic performer. No wonder he could never outwit that insufferable brat. Gritting his teeth, CHS turned to complain. S.Ng.H. Do you know what he did to me? S.Ng.H. looked perplexed. Glancing between the obedient Luyngc and the furious CHS, finally settling her gaze on Luyngc. What did he do? You're not bullying C, are you? CHS's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of indignation. He is the one bullying me. S.H. regarded him skeptically. Are you sure you're not mistaken? CHS was nearly spitting blood from his frustration, lamenting, S.H. You've completely lost your sense of judgment. Are we still good friends? Do you not have even a shred of trust in me? We grew up together. After venting his grievances, CHS delivered a final blow. S.H. If you don't back me up today, we can't be friends anymore. C has always been well-behaved and clingy. How could he possibly bully anyone? S.H. remained unconvinced. However, CHS's furious demeanor did not appear feigned. S.H. understood his character. Though he had a short temper, he was responsible and rarely lied to her. Chapter 91. All faults are mine. S.H. was somewhat uncertain about the situation and was about to ask CHS how C had wronged him when a calm, low voice preempted her. S.H. It's my fault. Both S.H. and CHS were taken aback by this admission. CHS was the first to recover, snorting derisively, arms crossed, casting a condescending look at Luyngc. He was eager to see how this brat would apologize. After the initial shock, S.H. also regained her composure, squatting down and looking at the young man inside the tent with gentle eyes. See, what happened? Her soft tone was reminiscent of soothing a timid child. CHS pouted, feeling both frustrated and sour. How biased. It was truly unfair. S.H. had never spoken to him in such a tone. If she had shown him even a hint of warmth, he might not have taken so long to express his feelings. Ultimately, she simply did not harbor such sentiments for him. A bittersweet sensation washed over CHS's starry eyes as he helplessly watched S.H. reveal her softer side to Luyngc, and he averted his gaze, feeling utterly dejected. He had been by her side for so many years. Why did she not like him? With that thought, he lost the desire to confront Luyngc. He only wished to hide in a forgotten corner, quietly nursing his wounded heart. However, his myriad of worries was interrupted by Luyngc's voice. S.ing. Last night CHS snored, and I couldn't sleep, so I accidentally kicked him. Luyngc spoke softly, lowering his head in a display of apparent remorse. It's my fault. I should apologize. CHS was astonished. This is your idea of an apology? And what next? His expression soured, feeling more miserable than if he had eaten something vile. What a brilliant apology. He completely glossed over the incident of throwing him out of the tent, merely mentioning the kick as if it were inconsequential, and even turned the tables by claiming CHS's snoring was bothersome. CHS's face flushed with anger, veins throbbing at his temples. Luyngc. Your talent for fabrication is truly impressive. It was always like this, feigning weakness, spinning tales, eliciting S.H's sympathy, and then garnering her support. He had seen many a green tea girl, but never a male one. I didn't make it up. You really did snore? Luyngc replied calmly, fixing his gaze on CHS, emphasizing each word. I did kick you. CHS was taken aback, laughter bubbling forth. He felt as though Luyngc was intentionally provoking him. Wait, what did you just say? You kicked me. His eyes widened in disbelief. Is that why I woke up in pain all over? Did you do this to me? It made sense now. He had woken up feeling achy all over, and it seemed this insufferable brat was the cause. I didn't hit you, Luyngc clarified earnestly. I merely struck you once. It hardly counts as a blow. If I had truly struck you, you wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single move. CHS protested vehemently, his voice rising in a cacophony that made S.H's head spin. Stop, stop, stop. Fortunately, Chi-Su still retained some semblance of rationality. Pausing upon hearing Sang-He's voice, he turned to her, demanding, Sang-He, today you must provide me with an explanation. Luyngc also fixed his intense gaze upon her, seemingly awaiting her response. Sang-He felt as though she was confronted with a monumental dilemma akin to the classic, if I and your mother fell into the water, whom would you save? Under the weight of their scrutiny, she realized that any choice she made would be contentious. After a prolonged silence, she carefully considered her words before finally speaking. I believe neither of you is at fault. The fault lies with me. Luyngc, Chi-Su, I should not have allowed you both to live together. Thus, it is all my fault. By attributing the blame to herself, she managed to offend neither party. How clever she was. saying he silently praised herself. The master of mediation now fully engaged. Neither of you is wrong. I am the sole culprit. If you are still angry, direct your ire at me and do not resent each other. Chi-Su's lips twitched slightly, his expression peculiar, uncertain of how to respond. It seemed that anything he might say would be inappropriate. Observing the earnestness with which Sang he endeavored to mediate between them, a fleeting smile flickered in Lu Yingxi's eyes. Aware that Sang he was incapable of making a choice in this matter, he refrained from presenting her with further dilemmas. Sang he nodded vigorously, her heart brimming with gratitude. Her dear ACI was simply adorable. Look, he was even aiding her in this predicament. Lu Yingxi emerged from the tent to assist, leaving Chi-Su standing alone, bewildered and at a loss. Had he truly been so easily deceived? Chi-Su turned inward, glancing elsewhere, only to be startled by the scenery before him. The landscape seemed off. He distinctly remembered a vast prairie, yet upon awakening, it had transformed into a valley. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he looked again, but the view remained unchanged. Towering mountains surrounded him on three sides, majestic and imposing, accentuating his own insignificance. Sang he was busy taking down the tent with a few children and, without lifting her head, casually remarked, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. We encountered a ghost wall yesterday, so what we saw was merely an illusion." This morning, she had been awakened by Chi-Su's voice and upon stepping out of the tent, immediately sensed something was amiss. After a brief contemplation, she concluded that the previous day's ghost wall incident had led to their shared hallucinations. Chi-Su gasped in shock. "Ghost wall? You're not joking, are you?" "Of course not. You suddenly vanished last night, and then reappeared out of nowhere, nearly giving me a heart attack," Sang he replied, half jokingly and half seriously. In such circumstances, a shock was certainly warranted, though the notion of nearly dying from fright was somewhat exaggerated. Hearing a sharp intake of breath, Sang he looked up to see Chi-Su's face frozen in disbelief, which struck her as amusing, igniting a playful impulse within her. "Really, you just vanished? Right next to me?" Sang He's expression turned grave, causing Chi-Su's heart to race. He swallowed hard and nervously inquired, "And then what?" Chapter 92. Revealing their identities to Sang, his voice grew fervent, and Chi-Su quivered, genuinely frightened. "What happened suddenly?" he asked in a hushed tone, observing Sang He's increasingly bizarre demeanor and suddenly losing interest in the answer. However, before he could stop her, Sang he grinned ominously. "Suddenly you just disappeared." A chill ran down Chi-Su's spine, and he instinctively took a step back, his eyes wide with horror. Just as he was about to inquire how he had been rescued, he caught a glimpse of the sly smile lurking in Sang He's eyes. In that moment, Chi-Su comprehended that he had fallen victim to Sang He's trickery, his face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Sang he continued to tidy up, her laughter unceasing. It was best to convey such matters in jest to Chi-Su. Given his fear of ghosts, after being tricked, he would likely refrain from further inquiries on the subject. Bai Shui, with her small hands rolling up the picnic blanket, listened intently, her grape-like eyes brimming with curiosity. "Sister, does Chi-Su brother fear ghosts?" Lu Yingxi wore a gentle smile, which gradually faded as Sang He's figure vanished from his sight. He longed to be with Sang He, especially in Chi-Su's presence. However, he had recently upset her and felt it inappropriate to impose further requests under the current circumstances. Sang He appreciated his obedient demeanor. Thus he resolved to comply with her wishes. Otherwise, he risked eliciting her disdain. Nonetheless, his outward restraint did not signify a lack of clandestine following. A glimmer flickered in Lu Yingxi's eyes as he departed without uttering a word to the children, disappearing in an instant. The children stood at the entrance of the welfare home, Bai Shui and Xian Li exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of what to do next. When Sang He left, she simply instructed them to rest, yet they had no desire to do so. Typically, Sang He guided their play and tasks. Now, without her as their anchor, they felt lost and confused. Bai Shui turned to his son, asking, "What should we do now?" Xian Li looked expectantly at his son, hoping he would provide direction. After a moment of contemplation, his son posed a counter-question. "Did you have any dreams last night?" The two children nodded, and Bai Shui joined in with a few excited yelps. "How did you know we had dreams, brother?" his son, Bai Shui asked, intrigued. He had made a decision, but found himself wrestling with the implications. This matter carried certain risks, and he was uncertain how Sang he would react upon discovering the truth. Just as he hesitated, both of his hands were grasped by Shui and Xianli on either side, their soft little hands holding his, gazing at him with concern. "Brother He-sun, what's wrong?" Bai Shui inquired. As if a decision had been made, He-sun took a deep breath and finally declared, "I think we should tell Sang He our true identities." The moment his words left his lips, the children were left astounded, staring blankly at He-sun, momentarily speechless. If anyone at the welfare home wished to conceal their identity as a supernatural being, it was undoubtedly He-sun. From the very first day Sang He arrived at the welfare home, he had consistently warned them to keep their true natures hidden, ensuring Sang He would discover no hints of their secrets. Yet now, they heard him express the intention to reveal the truth. The children's faces reflected astonishment. Bai Shui's bright eyes scrutinizing He-sun, her rosy lips parting and closing as if she wished to speak but hesitated. He-sun noticed her uncertainty and preemptively asked, "Bai Shui, do you have any thoughts on this?" Bai Shui's strikingly bright eyes flickered momentarily, and in a soft voice, she replied, "Brother He-sun, did you hit your head last night? Otherwise, how could you say something like this?" He-sun's expression momentarily faltered as he glanced at Xianli, who was nodding in agreement, equally bewildered. As for Xiao Bai, he was already howling, clearly concerned about whether He-sun's head was all right. After a brief silence, He-sun patiently reiterated, "I am serious. We have been concealing our identities for too long. How long can we keep this up? What will we do when we are inevitably discovered? Rather than waiting passively to be uncovered, it is better to tell Sang He ourselves. This way, we can alleviate some of our worries." Bai Shui keenly identified a crucial point. "Brother He-sun, you won't chase sister away, will you?" He-sun pursed his lips, his expression slightly awkward. "I see that you all like her very much." "Oh," Bai Shui exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened, elongating her tone with a knowing look. "Brother He-sun must also like sister. Don't say such nonsense." "I don't like her at all," He-sun retorted sharply, abruptly turning his head away to conceal his emotions. Despite his vehement denial, the tips of his ears subtly betrayed him, turning a shade of crimson under the scrutiny of Bai Shui and the others. Bai Shui chuckled quietly, eager to say something, but was met with a piercing gaze from He-sun, who seemed to sense her intentions. His expression conveyed a mixture of annoyance and embarrassment, prompting Bai Shui to immediately cover her mouth, gazing longingly at He-sun, silenced by his warning. "First and foremost, we must make Sang He aware of the existence of monsters in this world." Several children nodded in agreement, understanding that revealing their identities to Sang He could not be rushed. It required a careful, gradual approach. They awaited He-sun to continue, only to see him pause, glancing down at Xiao Bai, shifting the conversation by stating that this detail could be overlooked as she was already aware. Bai Shui and Xianli were momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, directing their gaze toward Xiao Bai. He-sun had previously informed them that his sister had discovered Xiao Bai's true identity. Xiao Bai shrank back slightly, letting out a timid whimper, feeling somewhat guilty. It was not his intention for Sang He to uncover his identity. Who could have anticipated Sang He's keen perception? The sister had recognized Xiao Bai's identity, yet she had not harmed them. Bai Shui suddenly perked up, her enthusiasm rekindled, suggesting that this implied Sang He did not actually harbor an aversion to monsters. When He-sun had mentioned that Xiao Bai's identity was discovered, their initial reaction had been fear, failing to consider this positive aspect. Now, upon revisiting the situation, they realized that despite Sang He knowing Xiao Bai's identity, she continued to treat him just as before, without any noticeable change. He-sun recalled that after Sang He discovered Xiao Bai's identity, she had assured him that she would never harm them. However, at that time, he had only felt wariness and rejection, failing to take her words to heart. "How wonderful!" Bai Shui exclaimed. "If sister will not harm us, we can simply tell her." Xianli and Xiao Bai nodded in agreement, finding this plan feasible. But He-sun was not so optimistic. "No," he firmly rejected. The children looked at him in confusion, questioning why not. "One thing is that a single monster is manageable, but we are all monsters. Do you think she can accept that all at once?" After some reflection, the children agreed. If Sang He learned she had entered a den of monsters, her reaction could be unpredictable. Bai Shui furrowed her brow, troubled by the predicament. He-sun contemplated for a moment, deciding to take a step-by-step approach. "Bai Shui, when you interact with Sang He, subtly reveal some of your differences without leaving traces, allowing her to gradually adapt. This way, even if your identities are exposed later, it one T startled her. Bai Shui nodded, but a large question mark formed in her mind. What did it mean to reveal her differences without leaving traces? Biting her finger, she was engulfed in worry, observing as He Sun continued to advise Xianli. She chose not to interrupt, preferring to ponder it in silence. Revealing her differences must mean slowly disclosing her identity as a monster, right? Bai Shui blinked, believing it to be the case. However, how could she go about doing that? As Sang He stepped into the courtyard, she was suddenly collided with by a small, plump creature. Startled, she took a step back and looked down into a pair of round, glistening eyes. What's wrong? Sang He asked, smiling as she gently ruffled Bai Shui's head. Sister, Bai Shui called softly, her once pale little face now rounder and healthier, radiating a cute charm. Sang He felt her heart soften, her smile growing warmer. She wished to embrace Sang He like the other children at the orphanage, but she felt restrained. Sang was unwilling. The thought dampened Lu Yingxi's spirits, making him sit gloomily on a stone bench, propping his chin on his hand, gazing longingly. Meanwhile, Sang He was busy caressing Bai Shui's face, inquiring about her well-being. Bai Shui tugged at Sang He's clothing, hesitating before asking, Sister, if I were a little rabbit, would you still like me? This hypothetical inquiry might count as revealing her differences without leaving traces, she thought. In the room, He Sun, observing Bai Shui's progress from the window, nearly stumbled as he lost his footing. Supporting himself on the windowsill, he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had not expected Bai Shui to reveal her identity in such a direct manner, without any concealment or subtlety, simply asking outright. It was rather abrupt. Had Sang He been more perceptive, she would likely have harbored suspicions. He Sun held his breath, watching Sang He's reaction, aware of her keen instincts. Would she notice Bai Shui's unusual behavior? He Sun pondered uncertainly. However, in the next moment, he realized he had overthought it. Sang He maintained her usual smile, her demeanor unchanged as she stroked Bai Shui's head. A little rabbit, as cute as you? Of course I would like you. Why would you ask such a thing? Upon hearing this, He Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him, though his anxiety lingered as he watched Bai Shui. Fortunately, this time Bai Shui did not recklessly divulge any information. Instead, she feigned innocence, saying, I dreamed I became a little rabbit, and then you no longer liked me. Bai Shui was not fabricating. She had indeed dreamt of such a scene where her true form was revealed, leading Sang He to reject her, even screaming for her to leave the orphanage. Awakening from that nightmare, Bai Shui had been terrified, frequently worrying that she might inadvertently expose her identity and incur Sang He's disdain. But now, she felt reassured, since Sang He thought little rabbits were adorable, and she identified as a little rabbit. It meant Sang He must be complimenting her cuteness. Sang He liked her. She would not dislike her. Bai Shui beamed, her eyes forming crescent moons, her chubby cheeks deepening with 2 dimples. Sang He tapped her forehead gently, smiling, no matter what you become, I will always like you. I simply adore Bai Shui. Filled with contentment, Bai Shui felt ready to reveal her identity to Sang He. Yet without He Sun's guidance, she dared not act impulsively. Just then, He Sun emerged from the room, his gaze briefly meeting Sang He's before awkwardly averting his eyes. Sang He waved him over. He Sun pouted, displaying reluctance. Yet his body moved obediently in her direction. What is it? He asked in a low voice. Sang He absent-mindedly ruffled his hair, a habitual gesture that she often performed in her illusions to confirm her ability to touch him, while the illusionary He Sun would comply. It was only after the gesture that she realized this was not an illusion. Initially, He Sun felt no sense of discomfort, accustomed to Sang He's touches. He did not initially perceive anything unusual until he noticed her odd expression, prompting him to realize this was not an illusion. The realization struck him that he had allowed her to touch him so comfortably outside of the illusion filled him with a sense of embarrassment. Avoiding her gaze, he looked down, inadvertently catching sight of Sang He's left hand, which sent a jolt through him. He stared at her hand as if it were an extraordinary spectacle, unable to divert his gaze. Would you like to hold hands? She asked softly. He raised his gaze in disbelief, locking eyes with her for the first time. Losing all semblance of composure, instinctively grasping her hand. Stuttering and at a loss for words, he tightened his grip on her hand. Sang He's smile deepened as she squatted down, cheerfully remarking, As you can see, I've removed the mole. He Sun felt as though a lump of clutter had lodged in his throat. Thousands of words swirled within him, yet this obstruction rendered him voiceless. His face flushed crimson as he clung tightly to Sang He's left hand, his dark eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears. Sang He reciprocated by holding his hand, and upon noticing his reddened eyes, she instantly felt a pang of panic. "Hey son, don't cry." Bai Shui, equally flustered, stood nearby, soothing him in a gentle tone. Hey Sun bit his lip, the flesh of his cheeks quivering slightly as he struggled to contain his emotions. However, it proved futile. The warmth of Sang He's palm shattered his restraint, and he succumbed to an uncharacteristic display of wailing. At that moment, he resembled a true child, overwhelmed by grievances, unable to suppress his tears in front of his guardians. Bai Shui stood in stunned silence, gazing at him in disbelief. Sang He wrapped him tightly in her arms, her heart filled with compassion. She gently patted his back, whispering words only they could comprehend. Hey Sun buried his small face into her shoulder, his sobs echoing, as tears soaked through Sang He's clothing. He did not wish to cry, but the pain was unbearable. Day after day of torment, confined within a small, dark room, with no hope for a brighter future. Born in the palace of the Demon King, Hey Sun was a precious little prince of the Demon Clan, raised with utmost pampering. Never had he endured such suffering. Yet, he found himself powerless to escape, praying day and night for his father to find him. But no one came to his rescue. It was only a year later that his grandfather rescued him and brought him to the human realm. That year was excruciating. He was in constant pain, unable to sleep, with no remedy to alleviate his suffering, helplessly watching his wounds become inflamed and infected until they rotted away. While the demon race possessed robust physiques, they were not immortal. Each time he was gravely injured and on the brink of death, a female demon would bring a healer to prolong his life. After healing, a new round of suffering would begin. He cried and shouted, but to no avail. As Hey Sun rested his head on Sang He's shoulder, memories flooded back, bringing tears to his eyes. Vivid images flashed through his mind, settling on Sang He's smiling face, holding a shimmering purple flower. In that moment, the thorns that had entwined his heart shattered completely, and he exhaled deeply, though his sobs made it somewhat labored. Amidst his tears, a fleeting smile emerged, only to dissipate quickly. Sang He's tender voice broke the silence, each word deliberate, yet filled with unwavering conviction. Sang He paused, her eyes curving into a soft smile as she responded with a gentle Following this incident, Hey Sun underwent a profound transformation. He began to smile often, not with boisterous laughter, but with a shy, subtle grin. Sang He then noticed that when he smiled, two small dimples appeared at the corners of his lips. No longer the brooding, silent child he once was, he had finally begun to resemble a normal boy. Watching several children gather and play joyfully by the flower bed, Sang He felt a surge of gratitude. She had, in some measure, fulfilled her grandfather's wishes. Hey Sun had accepted her, and the little ones under her care were flourishing. The future held promise for them all. As for the lingering questions she had about Hey Sun, Sang He chose not to pursue them. Everyone harbors secrets, since he had not chosen to share. It indicated he was not ready to do so. Thus, she felt no need to inquire further. After all, what did it matter who Hey Sun truly was? Sang, I received the package. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her, and Sang He looked up to see Lu Yingzi holding a large cardboard box, her heart leaping with joy. So soon? She had only ordered the items yesterday, yet they had arrived today. Eagerly, she instructed Lu Yingzi to place the box on the ground, unable to contain her excitement as she tore it open. As the box was unwrapped, a flower pot came into view, its dark brown soil trembling with the presence of delicate green shoots, tender leaves clustered together, not yet unfurling, while the deep green stem appeared fragile and ready to break with a mere touch. Sang He gazed at the tiny seedling, her breath slowing involuntarily. This was a ginseng seedling purchased for her experiments. Ever since discovering her ability to accelerate plant growth, she had been conducting various experiments with different flora. Ultimately, she realized that this power had its limitations. She could only utilize it for a maximum of 2 hours, after which her body would experience a profound fatigue. This was a signal from her body to prevent further use of her ability. She remained uncertain whether the duration could be extended over time and had yet to find a method to do so. With the confirmation of her abilities, Sang He conceived a new idea to cultivate medicinal herbs and plants. After all, this power resided within her, so why not create value from it? Moreover, she was currently in search of a flexible job. Cultivating medicinal herbs perfectly satisfied that criterion. Some herbs were costly, yet challenging to grow. If she could use her abilities to hasten their growth and shorten their maturation period, she could sell them to others. Aside from exerting some effort, this seemed to be the easiest and most suitable way for her to earn money. The ginseng seedling before her was her first official experimental subject. He focused intently, directing all her attention to the seedling, gently touching the tender leaves with a fingertip. She controlled the flow of energy from within her body into the seedling. The ginseng leaves quivered slightly, producing soft, rustling sounds, and then began to unfurl at a visible pace. A surge of joy welled within Sang, as her hands continued to work. In the flower pot before her, the ginseng branches and leaves fully blossomed, with several vibrant green leaves surrounding a central flower stalk approximately 10 centimeters long, at the top of which dozens of bright red ginseng seeds were clustered together, swaying gently in the breeze. Lu Yingxi immediately recognized that this ginseng was nearly 20 years old. In other words, Sang had accelerated its growth for 2 hours, equivalent to 2 decades for the ginseng. This ability was unprecedented. Even in the demon realm where he resided, he had never heard of a demon possessing such a talent. Thus, was Sang's identity as simple as the one family had suggested? Lu Yingxi narrowed his eyes, beginning to question the authenticity of that information. Meanwhile, Sang took a moment to catch her breath, cradling the flower pot and fiddling with the leaves. She wondered how large the ginseng had grown beneath the soil. Oh well, I'll try to accelerate its growth again later, she thought. Perhaps 2 rounds will make it grow a bit more. That night, she initiated a second growth acceleration for the ginseng. After completing the process, she took a small brush and meticulously began to clear away the soil. The pot was large, designed for cultivating a money tree, and layer by layer, she brushed the dirt aside, revealing the gnarled, aged ginseng body gradually. After an hour of diligent effort, drenched in sweat, she finally managed to extract it completely from the pot. It was about the size of a candle, plump and not withered, its shape intact, with several long ginseng roots cascading down. The roots were long and sparse. The older the ginseng, the fewer and more delicate the roots became. Judging by its length, this ginseng must indeed be quite aged. He let out a sigh of relief. Although she could not ascertain the exact age of the ginseng, it nonetheless confirmed a significant truth. Her ingenious method of making money was indeed feasible. As for the exact age, she would find out tomorrow during her visit to the herbal shop. With the survival dilemma resolved, a considerable weight lifted from Sanghe's heart. After carefully storing the ginseng, she stepped outside, where a group of children quickly surrounded her. Jijia, come with us. Bai Shui and Xianli excitedly tugged at her arms, pulling her towards the stone table. Sanghe complied, allowing them to lead her while cheerfully inquiring about their newfound amusement. Bai Shui, with a mysterious smile, playfully winked and sweetly announced, "You'll know when you come, Jijia." Arriving at the stone table, the sky had darkened as night approached. The courtyard, initially engulfed in darkness, was brightened by the star-shaped lantern he had purchased earlier to alleviate the children's fear of the dark when they needed to use the restroom. These lanterns adorned the walls of the welfare home and the trunk of the large tree beside the stone table. The twinkling lights dispelled the night's gloom, casting a warm glow that infused the small courtyard with comfort amidst the children's laughter. On the stone table sat a small lamp illuminating 4 clay figurines. 2 were quite recognizable, a rabbit and a pig. The other 2, upon closer inspection, appeared to be dogs, resembling He Xiao Bai, who was indeed a dog. Sanghe regarded Bai Shui and Xian Li's sparkling eyes, feeling somewhat perplexed. "What is this?" she asked, recognizing He Xiao Bai in the smallest clay figure, but uncertain about the others. Bai Shui, nervously leaning over the table, glanced at He Sun and Xian Li. Her voice lowered as she explained that these were gifts for Jijia, representing them. Realization dawned upon Sanghe as she examined the clay figures closely, her face breaking into a smile. "I really like them, but why make them into little animals?" Bai Shui bit her lip, her voice softening as she replied, "Because this is us. He Sun Gij said we should give you our true forms in advance, so when we reveal ourselves, you won't be frightened." After much contemplation, she devised the idea of crafting these clay representations to present to Jijia. Bai Shui naturally believed that Jie would appreciate the clay figures and, in turn, would also embrace their true forms. Observing Sang He's expression, Bai Shui felt reassured when she saw her delight. Pointing to the rabbit, she beamed, Jie. This one is Bai Shui. Sang He bent down, playfully tapping the clay rabbit's head. Its round, large eyes momentarily resembled Bai Shui's own. She dismissed her thoughts, assuming the children simply wanted to represent themselves through these small animals, recalling that she too had played similar games in her youth. Bai Shui is very pretty, Sang He praised, her gaze shifting to the clay pig beside her. This little pig lay on its stomach, with half-moon ears lazily drooping to the sides of its head. Its wide eyes appeared adorably naive. This must be Xianli, right? Sang He inquired. Xianli shyly nodded, murmuring, "Yes, it's Xianli." "So cute," Sang He exclaimed, causing Xianli to blush further, staring down at his toes, his hands nervously intertwining. Having identified 3 of the 4 figures, only one remained. This last clay figure bore a striking resemblance to He Xiaobai, though it was larger in size. Compared to the others, it was more intricately crafted, showcasing the creator's superior skills. Sang He scrutinized this final clay figure for 5 seconds, her brow furrowed in contemplation, yet she uttered not a word. Isun watched this unfold, his heart quickening and breath momentarily halting. "Is there a problem?" he inquired, his former reticence replaced by a newfound openness. Unlike before, he no longer kept his thoughts bottled up. Upon hearing his question, Sang He simply shook her head, saying, "Nothing much." She merely found the clay figure's likeness familiar. Not because it resembled Xiaobai, but for another reason entirely, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Sang He remarked, "Hisun is quite impressive." The small clay dog appeared more dignified than the playful clay figure of Xiaobai, standing tall with its legs straight, exuding an aura of strength and reliability. Hisun blushed at the compliment, turning his head away, clearly feeling a secret delight swelling within him. Under the stone table, the small yet proud He Xiaobai, feeling overlooked, began to whine and playfully nip at Sang He's pant leg, expressing his discontent. This was his creation, after all, painstakingly crafted after transforming into human form. Although Sang He could not understand his playful language, she endeavored to interpret his actions. "Do you want a compliment too?" she asked, picking up He Xiaobai and raising him to her eye level, meeting his dark, gleaming eyes with a laugh. "You are both adorable and handsome. The cutest little creature in the world. How about that? Are you satisfied now?" He Xiaobai wagged his tail, proudly lifting his chin and emitting a satisfied grunt, signifying his approval. Backlit by the lanterns, his bright dark eyes shimmered with an unusual green light. As Sang He gazed at him, a sudden realization struck her. Little Bai's brother, she thought, recalling the small black dog that had visited her in the middle of the night, possessing the same glowing green eyes and resembling Little Bai. The similarities between the clay figure of Hisun and the little black dog were uncanny. The realization that the clay figure was indeed crafted by Hisun, who evidently possessed exceptional skill, further solidified her suspicions. The clay figures, Hisun, the little black dog, and their strikingly similar eyes began to intertwine in her mind, forming a coherent thread of connection. The more she pondered, the more astonished she became. Fortunately, her mental fortitude remained intact, preventing her from losing composure in this bewildering situation. Her suspicions appeared to be correct. Hisun was indeed a supernatural being. The little black dog that visited her that night was him. And this clay figure mirrored his essence. He was He Xiaobai's brother, and together, they were 2 mystical creatures residing in the welfare home. Did Grandpa know? Did Bai Shui and Xianli? Sang He was filled with questions, intuitively sensing that Bai Shui and Xianli must be aware of this, having grown up together and shared their lives closely. Children often adapt to new concepts far more readily than adults, their minds still unburdened by excessive knowledge. Thus they would find no oddity in the existence of supernatural beings. But what of Grandpa? Was he aware? Where had he gone, and why had he left? Felt a sense of unease, as if the enigma before her had grown even more perplexing. Ever since she took over the welfare institution, an array of bizarre occurrences had unfolded, leaving her uncertain whether this was a stroke of good fortune or misfortune. "Sister, what are you thinking? Will you come play with us?" Bai Shui inquired, grasping her hand. With a forced smile, set aside her doubts and began to engage with them. Zhonan Pharmacy, the nearest traditional Chinese medicine shop to the welfare institution, greeted her as she entered with a plastic bag. The interior appeared desolate, and she could not spot anyone. "Is anyone here?" she called out, surveying the modest establishment. The pharmacy, approximately 20 square meters in size, was surrounded by wooden medicine cabinets on 3 sides. The dark brown cabinets cast shadows, dimming the already insufficient light. The floor was unkempt, with visible dust particles floating in the air, and a pungent herbal aroma permeated the atmosphere, slightly overwhelming. It was narrow and cramped, and there was no sign of either customers or pharmacists. Realizing that this pharmacy likely did not accept herbs, decided to seek another place. Just as she reached the door, a slow voice called out from behind her, "Wait." Turning around, she spotted a head emerging from behind a counter over a meter high, directly facing the entrance. It belonged to a youth who appeared to be in his teens, with delicate and well-defined features, clad in a light, ancient-style blue robe. His slender frame seemed fragile, and his movements were somewhat sluggish, taking several moments to turn and finally meet her gaze. Studied him for several seconds, her desire to leave intensifying. The pharmacy was not only small, but the attendant seemed equally so, giving off an unreliable impression. As she pondered whether to stay or go, the youth's eyes brightened as though he had spotted a savior. "Are you here to buy something?" he asked, speaking slowly, each word carefully articulated, which inevitably made her anxious. After a brief hesitation, raised her plastic bag, stating, "I am here for appraisal and to sell some items." The sparkle in the youth's eyes dimmed, disappointment evident. "But I don't have money to buy anything," he replied slowly. Wondered if she had misheard. This young boy was claiming he had no money? While the pharmacy was small, surely it could not be in such dire financial straits. "That's all right. I can find another place," she reassured him. "Wait," the youth called out again, sighing. "Since no one else is here, what do you want to praise? I can help you for free." Felt a pang of regret for entering the shop. She turned to leave, but upon meeting the youth's clear gaze, she felt a bit embarrassed and silently approached with her plastic bag, thinking that the appraisal would not take much time. The youth began to open the plastic bag, his slow movements causing to feel increasingly impatient. "Is he a reincarnated tortoise?" she thought, suppressing her frustration. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to leave. The youth remained focused, oblivious to her departure as he meticulously opened the plastic bag. Upon her return, the bag had been opened, revealing its contents. "Wild ginseng," she exclaimed, sensing a hint of disdain in the youth's tone. Was he displeased with the quality of the ginseng? Furrowing her brow, she was about to inquire further when she noticed a sudden change in the youth's expression, his actions hastening considerably. Chapter 97. A deal at 50,000. After waiting in silence for a while, finally asked, "What is wrong? Is there an issue?" The youth lifted his gaze, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face as he spoke with newfound urgency. "Where did this come from?" Before she could respond, another individual entered, the tall, strikingly handsome Luo Yingzi. The youth's attention was drawn to him, sensing something peculiar about his aura. Just then, Luo Yingzi glanced over, their eyes meeting, causing the youth to feel a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he shied away from the gaze, sensing danger emanating from Luo Yingzi. Only when the latter's attention shifted did the youth breathe a sigh of relief, forcing himself to concentrate on. "From the nearby mountains," replied. The youth pursed his lips, internally deeming her a liar. This ginseng was clearly not something from the human realm, although it appeared to be a wild herb. It possessed a spiritual essence unique to demonic plants. Having dealt with herbs daily, he recognized that this particular ginseng had only recently been unearthed, implying it had been extracted from the realm of demons not long ago. Could there be a connection between humans and the demonic realm? Curiosity bubbled within him, though his expression remained unchanged as he coolly remarked, "This seems artificially cultivated. It shouldn't be from the mountains, right?" When confirmed his assumption, his surprise grew. He had merely been testing her, never expecting her to admit it, though he couldn't discern whether it was cultivated or not. He knew for certain that this ginseng was not of the human world, artificially cultivated and recently unearthed, still brimming with spiritual energy. This youth had stumbled upon a peer in the field. "I will take this wild ginseng, but may I make a request?" Hesitated, perplexed by the youth's sudden change of heart. He had initially seemed disdainful. Why was he now willing to accept it? "How much will you offer? What is your request?" she inquired, seeking clarity before proceeding. The youth traced the ginseng's roots, feeling the power within, estimating its worth. The entity that had nurtured this ginseng was undoubtedly not an ordinary spirit herb master, although he himself was a rare genius among spirit herbists. This cultivator seemed to possess far superior abilities. His excitement surged, and he spoke faster. I can offer 50,000. Can I meet the person who cultivated it? In his view, the ginseng, rich in spiritual energy, was worth far more than 50,000. Unfortunately, his finances were tight, and he could only offer that amount. 50,000? Gasped, her almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment. This ginseng is worth 50,000? Are you jesting? She had seen other ginsengs in the pharmacy, beautifully packaged and of similar size. Yet none had fetched such a high price. Examining the youth more closely, she suddenly recalled something she had overlooked. Young man, are you not yet of age? Implying that this shop was not his to run. Where are your parents? Are you speaking recklessly? The youth instantly grasped her insinuation, his expression darkening. I am over 108 years old. While I may not be considered an adult among the tortoise clan, I am certainly of age in the human world. He insisted, merely acknowledged his statement, deciding not to probe further. Her goal for the day was simply to sell the herbs. Anything beyond that was irrelevant as long as he could provide the funds. I will sell it, but as for your request, I'm afraid I cannot comply. That person prefers to avoid contact with strangers, which is why they entrusted me with selling this ginseng. She merely wished to engage in a transaction of goods and currency, desiring to avoid excessive disputes, which she found tedious. The young boy, clearly persistent, extended a finger and proposed, if I add another 10,000, may I have a glimpse? Saying he could not help but observe him more closely. At such a tender age, he operated a medicinal shop and was willing to part with such a generous sum. Was he perhaps a young master experiencing life outside his usual comforts? His insistence piqued Sang's curiosity. What do you wish to see her for? The boy rubbed his hands together, smiling as he confessed, I too cultivate medicinal herbs, and this wild ginseng is of exceptional quality. I wish to seek her guidance. His words were, of course, a fabrication. He merely desired to witness the prowess of a more skilled herbalist. Yet, should the opportunity arise, he genuinely wished to learn from her. Upon hearing this, he swiftly declined a second time, apologizing, my techniques are proprietary and not for dissemination. It was no jest. Should this young boy catch a glimpse of her mutated abilities, who could predict the extent of his shock? Moreover, how could she possibly share her techniques without leading him to undergo a similar transformation? The boy's expression fell, and he dejectedly replied, all right then, I shall only offer you 50,000. Agreed, he nodded, finding no objection, for 50,000 was indeed beyond her expectations. The transaction ensued. To her surprise, the small apothecary enforced strict protocols for the exchange of herbs, necessitating forms to be filled out and photographs to be taken. By the time everything was completed, half an hour had passed, and the boy finally transferred the money to her bank account, concluding the deal. As he prepared to leave with Luing Tsi, the boy called out to her once more. He bent forward, rummaging through the counter, and shortly after, presented a fist before her. Upon opening it, she discovered a handful of small, dark seeds. These are seeds. Please help me deliver them to her. They are unique to the demon realm, and once the creature sees them, it will surely recognize the identity of the one who purchased her wild ginseng. I hope she will take the initiative to seek me out. He glanced at them, unable to identify the plant, yet she accepted them with a nod. Acknowledging his request, in Chapter 98, An Addiction to Dissection, she smiled slightly. Of course, if you have more herbs next time, consider me first. This transaction had been quite pleasant. The boy was generous, and his offer was commendable. Thus she was indeed open to future dealings. After he departed, the young boy began to examine the wild ginseng with great seriousness. He fetched a basin of clean water and meticulously washed the dirt from the surface of the ginseng. Unable to contain his eagerness, he plucked a root and tasted it. His intention was to use the wild ginseng for himself, as he had recently hit a plateau in his training and desperately needed external assistance to break through. The spiritual energy contained within the wild ginseng was precisely what he required. As he consumed the entirety of the wild ginseng, he slumped onto a chair, squinting his eyes in satisfaction while gently caressing his stomach. A warm sensation enveloped him, the spiritual energy coursing through his limbs and bones, shattering the barriers that hindered his cultivation. In that moment of fragmentation, his demonic power surged forth, a soft white light enveloping him. but a faint cracking sound resonated at that instant. The boy's expression shifted abruptly as he glanced at his wrist, where a slender white thread was tied. Originally, it bore a transparent bead, but now it had crumbled into powder, cascading down. This transparent bead, known as a hidden bead, was distributed by the Demon Management Bureau, capable of concealing a demon's aura and preventing accidental exposure of their true form. The overwhelming power from the wild ginseng had surged too fiercely, breaking through the barrier and shattering the bead. Having been reduced to dust, it was evidently rendered unusable, necessitating a trip to the bureau for a replacement. The boy brushed off the remnants of the powder from his hand, not overly concerned. After all, concealing one's aura was a simple task for a demon. The hidden bead merely served as an extra layer of security, preventing their true forms from being revealed. A leak of energy was inconsequential, as humans were oblivious to a demon's presence. Moreover, he had only exposed his aura for a fleeting moment, so it was unlikely to cause any trouble. Not long after exiting the apothecary, saying he encountered an individual who did not bring her joy. The person's expression was devoid of warmth, even when they smiled. It appeared strange and awkward, as if their face was ill-suited for any emotion beyond neutrality. Saying he cast a glance his way, her countenance darkening as she grasped Lu Yingxi's arm and turned to leave. Saying he, "Do you not greet a friend upon sight?" The cool, detached voice echoed behind them, followed by footsteps that approached swiftly, and a figure suddenly appeared before them. This individual was tightly wrapped, clad in long garments even on a scorching day, and donned an outer coat, seemingly impervious to the heat, with their neck hidden beneath layers of fabric. Saying he frowned in annoyance. "Xie Qiyun, are you unwell?" The person before her was indeed Xie Qiyun, whom she had encountered previously at Pei Yu's residence. Saying he had no desire to engage with this eccentric individual. Yet fate seemed to conspire against her, as he always approached, disregarding her displeasure, initiating conversation with shamelessness. In response to her comment, a typical person would likely react with indignation, but he merely smiled and nodded, appearing genuinely curious as he inquired, "How did you know I was unwell?" Saying his lips twitched in disbelief. "It's written on your face." To her surprise, Xie Qiyun raised a hand to touch his own face, a contemplative expression crossing his features, as if he were genuinely pondering whether those words were inscribed upon his visage. Losing patience, saying he tugged on Lu Yingxi and changed direction. As they passed, Lu Yingxi cast a fleeting glance at Xie Qiyun, and for a brief moment, the flames of his iridescent eyes flickered. The boy, who had initially intended to pursue and continue the exchange, suddenly felt his demeanor dull, as if a needle had pierced his mind, causing sharp pangs of pain. Xie Qiyun clutched his head in distress, and only when saying he had distanced herself did the agony begin to fade. Breathing heavily, his dark, cold eyes fixated on saying he and Lu Yingxi's retreating figures. Monitoring saying he was an assignment given by Pei Yu, and having not visited the laboratory recently, he found himself with idle time. Moreover, he held a keen interest in saying he's physical structure, which further compelled him to comply. Unfortunately, it seemed that this body he valued was quite averse to him. As he watched intently, a smirk crept across Xie Qiyun's face. "You do not wish to befriend me? Ah, my rebellious spirit awakens. If she does not want me, then I shall pursue her all the more." As for the man beside her, Xie Qiyun narrowed his eyes, recalling the grudge he bore from having his knuckles crushed. He would one day carve pieces from him and preserve them as a specimen. Once saying he vanished into the crowd, Xie Qiyun lingered for a moment, his dark eyes deepening in hue. It had been many days since he had wielded a scalpel for dissection, and his hands had grown restless. Saying he had spoken the truth, he indeed harbored a compulsion, an addiction to vivisection, and now the urge had arisen. "No, I must indulge this craving today." At that moment, a delicate, excited voice resonated from nearby. "Thank you, kind stranger. You shall surely find good fortune." Xie Qiyun's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she turned her gaze, discovering a ragged little beggar. The child's bright eyes sparkled with life. Although he was at the bottom of society, his expression was far from dull or numbed. Instead, he was full of spirit, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head towards those who tossed coins into his bowl. Xie Qiyun watched him for a while before suddenly breaking into a smile and approaching the little beggar. Along the way, everything was being carried by Lu Yingxi, who had been exceptionally obedient and compliant lately. Whatever saying he said, he would agree to without a hint of protest or dissatisfaction. saying he believed this behavior stemmed from a previous threat to send him away, making him feel insecure and thus more inclined to comply to avoid being expelled from the orphanage. Although the boy's conduct was generally commendable, saying he found herself somewhat unsettled by his excessive compliance. In the past, he had been obedient, yet still retained his own personality. He would playfully seek her affection and express his desires directly. Now, however, he seemed like a puppet, devoid of his own spirit, solely focused on pleasing her. This was never her intention. Ironically, the more obedient he became, the more uncomfortable she felt. It seemed that Lu Yingxi noticed her gaze, slightly turning his head to offer her a soft smile. Saying he felt a wave of frustration, her expression darkening. "Stop smiling," she said. Lu Yingxi paused in surprise, clearly unaccustomed to such a response. He was carrying a considerable load and did not seem fatigued, saying he attempted to take some of the burden from him. But he deftly evaded her reach, objecting, "I'll carry it. The rope will hurt your hands." Irritated, saying he quickened her pace, leaving behind a hasty remark. "Then carry it yourself." Lu Yingxi, confused, followed her, pondering what he had done to upset her, wondering if it was because he had not been obedient enough. Throughout their journey, saying he refrained from speaking to him. Lu Yingxi, unable to reach a conclusion, feared he might unintentionally provoke her anger again, and thus chose to remain silent. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that saying he seemed even more upset. This uncertainty lingered until the early hours of the morning, when Lu Yingxi, troubled and unable to sleep, decided to take a stroll. The courtyard was bathed in a soft, white glow, emanating a gentle warmth even in the stillness of the night. He settled beside a stone table, his light brown glass-like eyes gazing into the distance. Though his focus remained unfocused, the risk of falling into despair loomed over him as he contemplated a second rebirth after a failed transformation. If he were to fail again, it would not merely result in memory loss or damage to his meridians. He would perish entirely, vanishing from existence. Yet at this moment, his primary concern was that saying he was angry with him. He had inadvertently vexed her, and this time he was unaware of the cause. Previously, when she was upset, he had been obedient and performed well, which had eased her anger. He now pondered how to appease her again. Lu Yingxi gently rubbed the red string around his wrist, the hollow gold sphere encasing a small green bead, its essence quietly seeping into his body, mending his damaged meridians. It was indeed a precious item. He contemplated that he could gift this to Sanghe. The Phoenix Yuan Dan, the most treasured possession of the Phoenix clan, was not something every Phoenix could possess. Exceptional demonic power, unparalleled talent, and fortuitous circumstances were all essential prerequisites. The Phoenix Yuan Dan contained the purest power within a Phoenix, serving as a converter. The chaotic external spiritual energy could become a burden if not properly filtered, necessitating that demonic beings eliminate the unwanted portions before absorption to convert them into demonic power. Despite their caution, it was inevitable that some impurities would be absorbed, accumulating within and slowing their cultivation. In some cases, it could lead to chaos in their training, resulting in catastrophic consequences. However, a Phoenix bearing the Phoenix Yuan Dan would face no such troubles. It would automatically filter out the chaotic elements, extracting only what was needed, thus preventing the absorption of excess impurities. For others, the Phoenix Yuan Dan not only acted as a filter, but also offered a second chance at life. As long as the holder's spirit endured, no matter how severely the body was harmed, the Phoenix Yuan Dan could restore them to their original state. This effect was singular. Once the holder was brought back to life, the Phoenix Yuan Dan would vanish from within them. The first Phoenix to cultivate this item had warned the clan to never reveal its existence to other demonic beings, lest they invite calamity. However, as centuries passed, rumors of the Phoenix Yuan Dan began to circulate in the demon realm, leading to the massacre of countless phoenixes in the quest for the coveted item. The Phoenix Yuan Dan was undoubtedly a treasure that could drive many demons to madness. Moreover, if the Phoenix Yuan Dan were willingly gifted, it would grant the recipient a portion of the owner's abilities, allowing them some measure of self-protection, even if they were otherwise defenseless. This was the primary reason Lu Yingxi wished to bestow the Phoenix Yuan Dan upon Sanghe. Given her unique status, she often found herself interacting with the demon clan, making her susceptible to danger. He could not guarantee he would always be by her side, so it was vital for her to possess some means of self-defense to ensure his peace of mind. Lu Yingxi placed his palm over his heart, Feeling the presence of the phoenix, Yuan Dan, slowly detaching it. The process would be somewhat painful, but in light of the joy it would bring saying he in terms of protection, the discomfort was trivial. Before long, a fiery red glass bead floated above his palm, its vibrant hue casting a flame-like glow across the courtyard. Lu Yingzi clenched his fist, containing all the radiance within. Suddenly, he heard some noises nearby. Startled, he hid his hand behind his back and glanced towards Sang He's room. After a moment of rustling, the door opened, revealing Sang He clad in cotton shorts and a tank top. The snug black fabric accentuated her graceful figure, her slender waist delicate yet curvaceous in all the right places. The shorts hugged her thighs just above the knee, and her long, straight legs appeared luminous under the gentle light. Rubbing her eyes, she approached him, still drowsy. Her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, embodying a relaxed and enchanting presence in the dim light of night. Lu Yingzi felt his breath quicken, his throat dry and itchy, a wave of impulse surging through him, igniting his entire being. Sang He, oblivious to his turmoil, walked closer, her voice carrying a slight nasal tone. "I, why aren't you asleep yet? Did you see a flash of red light just now?" "No, really? Did I imagine it?" Sang He mused, standing about a meter away from him. "Why are you still awake? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Yingzi gazed at her, his throat involuntarily tightening, and he softly replied, Indeed, he was feeling unwell, his body tight with heat. Moved closer, slightly bending down, her beautiful eyes gazed into his, filled with concern as she inquired about his discomfort. Their breaths intertwined closely. When Luyngc met her gaze, his face instantly flushed crimson, a powerful wave of dizziness crashing into his mind. He lowered his eyes, inadvertently brushing against her soft lips, which seemed to beckon him to taste. The dim lighting created an ambiguous atmosphere, and as Luyngc's eyes glazed over, he instinctively tilted his chin, about to reach those tender petals, when a cool hand suddenly pressed against his forehead. "AC, you seem a bit warm. Do you have fever?" Luyngc's expression tightened, a look of relief washing over him. That was close. He almost made a grave mistake. If he had kissed at that moment, she would have undoubtedly expelled him from the welfare home without a second thought. Not hearing his response, grew anxious, disregarding social niceties as she cupped his face. Feeling his temperature. "Do you feel dizzy?" she asked earnestly. Luyngc, in a haze, thought to himself, not just dizzy. He truly wished to drown in this ocean called. Seeing him remain silent only heightened her urgency. She took his hand and led him inside. The medicine cabinet she had prepared was in her room, so she brought Luyngc there, instructing him to lie on her bed while she rummaged for the supplies. Luyngc obediently reclined, his gaze fixed ahead yet unfocused, enveloped by the scent that belonged solely to. He felt a heat that was difficult to quell, and his mind was clouded. Returned with a thermometer, placing it under his arm and gently wiping his face with a damp cloth. Luyngc turned his eyes to her face, parting his lips to speak, his voice slightly hoarse as he murmured, "I can't sleep." Paused, softly asking, "What's wrong? Is there something troubling you?" "Because he's angry." Luyngc's expression turned bewildered, his voice low and filled with despair. "If I made you angry, would you kick me out and never speak to me again?" S. heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy object, a pang of guilt overwhelming her. She had been so preoccupied with her anger that she completely overlooked Luyngc's feelings. He was already sensitive, fearing she might expel him from the welfare home, and she had treated him like this. Overcome with remorse, gently patted the boy's head, as one might comfort a child, and softly reassured him. "I won't ever kick you out, no matter what you do. That day was my fault. I shouldn't have said such things. Just pretend I never said them, all right?" Whether she would truly expel him, he was uncertain, but he knew that if he kissed her, their relationship would plummet to an icy abyss. That was something he wished to avoid. Thus, Luyngc slowly nodded, replying, "All right." "Such a good boy," smiled as she ruffled his face, instructing him to remove the thermometer. Upon glancing at it, she exclaimed in surprise, "You don't have a fever?" Luyngc feigned innocence, responding, "I don't know, I just feel really warm." Furrowed her brows in thought. Could it be the weather is too hot? Luyngc remained silent, contemplating that the temperature was quite bearable, certainly not hot. The phoenix was inherently close to fire. To him, this warmth was rather refreshing. Seeing him unresponsive, concluded her assumption. I'll go look for air conditioners tomorrow. Each of your rooms needs one. Had never feared the heat since childhood. She simply wore less during summer, and the temperature in the welfare home seemed lower than in other places, thus she had not considered it. All right, since you don't have a fever, go to sleep. Realizing it was getting late, yawned and urged him to sleep. Luyngc sluggishly rose, one fist clenched. He looked at and suddenly beckoned. Come here a bit. What? She asked, leaning towards him. Luyngc raised a hand, holding the Phoenix Yuan Dan, placing it above her head as he gently stroked, transferring the essence into her body. Although the Phoenix Yuan Dan appeared tangible, it was intangible. When it entered the recipient's body, they would feel no difference. Once the Phoenix Yuan Dan fully integrated into, Luyngc smiled. An invisible connection tethered them together, as his essence now resided within her. This sensation was exquisite. Felt the warmth of his large hand on her head, her face instantly flushing. His touch was gentle, tenderly caressing her crown as if he were fondling a cherished toy. Shifted slightly, her expression becoming awkward. What are you doing? Luyngc smiled, his tone soft and melodious. You're so good. The lilt in his voice was sweet and lingering, creating an ambiguous tension, as heart raced, ensnared by an unseen hook, and it began to beat rapidly with anxiety. She wished to escape that hook, but found herself overwhelmed, her body heating up, feeling parched. What are you doing? She stammered, her gaze darting around, avoiding looking directly at him. Luyngc observed her flustered state, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips, knowing when to pull back and refraining from any excessive actions. Although his heart still raced uncontrollably, it was a marked improvement from the earlier days. Gazing at the boy's innocent expression, his clear, pure eyes fixated on her, felt a wave of embarrassment and irritation wash over her. Why do you keep? Before she could finish her inquiry, Luyngc preemptively explained, because often ruffles my hair, saying I'm good, was rendered speechless, hesitating before quietly saying, I praise you for being good because you truly are. Upon uttering those words, she felt a sense of wrongness. It seemed a bit too intimate, even though it was her genuine sentiment. As she sought to amend her statement, she heard the young man softly say, I praise for being good because she truly is. The flush that had just receded from his face surged back, a wave of nervous awkwardness enveloping her as she stood up, towering over Luyngc. This position allowed her to see him more clearly. The boy's fair and handsome face appeared exceptionally gentle under the light, his brows and eyes soft, seemingly filled only with her presence. S. heart raced. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on her exposed skin, and the world around her fell silent, enabling her to hear the voice of her heart clearly. Whether it was hormones or something else, she felt an overwhelming impulse to pounce on him, to pin him down, assuming a dominant posture. Witnessing his dazed expression as his pure visage flushed with desire, she yearned to pull this innocent boy into an ocean of passion. Taking a deep breath, she cursed herself for being perverted and suppressed those stimulating thoughts. After all, this was the boy she had raised as her brother. How could she harbor such thoughts toward him? Sighed in confusion, vaguely aware of the reason, yet reluctant to acknowledge it. Whether it was lust or love that had developed over time was now unclear. She only knew she had begun to harbor feelings she had never felt for any other male. AC, you should go now. If it leaves soon, she would lose control. Turned away, refusing to look at him, silently reciting the mantra that form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Yet, the boy seemed to be deliberately opposing her, suddenly leaning in, grasping her hand, his fingertip brushing against her palm. His voice low and alluring as it drifted to her ear. But I'm not sleepy. Closed her eyes, her mind reeling from the impact. After a moment of dizziness, she heard her voice, almost serene. Not wanting to sleep? Is that so? Very well, then let no one sleep. In the next instant, S.H. leaned in, cradling his face in her hands. As if venting her emotions, she bit his lip. The youth let out a muffled grunt from the pain, but she softened her touch, slowly exploring. Lacking any skill in this realm, she could only fumble and experiment little by little. She leaned down, forcing Luyngc to tilt his head back, and they maintained this position for an indeterminate amount of time before S.H. slowly released him. Their foreheads touching, breaths mingling heavily. Neither spoke, for there was nothing to say. Their heartbeats thundered, distinctly audible. Singh's thumb gently traced Luyngg's lips, imbued with a hint of allure. His lips were a vivid red, glistening with moisture, and his expression mirrored her thoughts, becoming increasingly bewildered. "Do you wish to sleep?" she asked softly. Luyngg's mind was blank, unable to grasp her meaning. Did she mean for him to sleep alone, or Singh fell silent, kissing the contours of his cheek with a casual rhythm, each kiss landing in different places? She seemed to be pondering something, her movements somewhat distracted. Unable to contain himself, Luyngs grasped her waist, pulling her closer. No there. You just as he was about to say something, Singh suddenly pressed her index finger against his lips, shushing him. Then she placed both hands on his shoulders, pushing him back. Luyngs felt weak all over, lacking strength. He involuntarily leaned back with her force, lying on Singh's bed, the warm yellow light above him momentarily blinding. He instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. Yet at that moment he felt a weight added to his waist, his hands being held by another pair of soft hands, fingers interlocked, pressed against either side of his head. A shadow fell over him as Singh's voice drew near. "See, I want to take responsibility, but I can support you for a lifetime." Luyngs turned his head, feeling the warmth against his neck. Singh truly lacked any finesse, yet she still left him wanting more. As for her words, Luyngs paid them no mind. Responsibility was not hers to dictate at this juncture. Having come this far, he would have to pursue her for a definitive commitment. Singh leaned over, her fingers lingering, igniting sparks, but at the critical moment, she halted, propping herself up to gaze at the youth beneath her, a hint of regret in her eyes. He looked bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend why she had stopped. His half-closed eyes shimmered with a watery glow, the tips slightly flushed, imbued with a captivating springtime charm. Both his hands were pinned by her, rendered immobile. He could only turn his head slightly, murmuring, Singh. He intended for her to continue, yet as he uttered her name, Singh suddenly jolted awake, hastily scrambling off him, standing at the edge of the bed, her expression rife with frustration. Luyngs blinked, regaining his ability to move. Yet he felt somewhat disoriented, lying on the bed for several seconds before gradually regaining his composure, realizing that what he anticipated would likely not come to pass. Indeed, the next moment, Singh regarded him silently for a few seconds before feigning calmness, apologizing. "I'm sorry, see." Singh's mind momentarily short-circuited, unsure of what to say. Should she admit that her desires had overwhelmed her, or confess that she had long been tempted by him? Either way, it would render her quite abnormal. Thus, she resorted to her old script. "See, let us just forget about what happened today, shall we?" She smiled at him sweetly, her voice soft, as if soothing a child, leaving Luyngs feeling irked yet unable to unleash his frustration upon her. Ultimately, he could only express his confusion, stating, Singh, I feel so uncomfortable." She bore no other responsibilities, yet in this situation, she ought to take some accountability, right? Upon hearing this, Singh chuckled awkwardly, controlling her gaze to avoid wandering. "It'll be fine soon. Just hold on a little longer. Can this be endured?" Luyngs' eyes drooped slightly, pitifully calling out to her once more, Singh. In Chapter 102, Singh. Singh rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat vexed, yet she recognized that this predicament had indeed been of her own making. She couldn't simply ignore it. Glancing at Luyngs' current state, Singh quickly averted her gaze. He looked far too tempting in that moment, and she feared losing control, perhaps continuing her advances. See, after a prolonged pause, she suddenly squatted beside the bed, earnestly saying, "I'll stay with you. Just endure a bit longer." Luyngs bit his lip, his eyes glistening, his exquisite face adorned with a blush of springtime radiance. He glared at Singh in a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet given the circumstances, he appeared quite pitiable, evoking a sense of sympathy. Singh swallowed hard, feeling for the first time how indulgent she was. Yet now, in this situation, what could she do to alleviate his discomfort? While she pondered, Luyngs suddenly softened his voice, saying, Singh, I want a hug." The youth on the bed extended his arms, his wet, alluring eyes gazing at her. Singh, unable to resist, felt her heart melt, kicked off her slippers, climbed onto the bed, and encircled his waist. her hands soothingly patting his back. Seems to be good. It won't be uncomfortable for long. Her head rested in the crook of his arm, her breath brushing against his neck. Luyngc swallowed hard, closing his eyes, thinking that somehow it seemed even more unbearable now. He held her tightly, their bodies nearly melding together, yet after several minutes, the discomfort only intensified. Luyngc let out a muffled groan, only to hear the steady rhythm of her breathing. H had fallen asleep. This realization sparked both anger and amusement within him. Luyngc caressed her face, giving it a gentle squeeze, reluctant to apply too much pressure. Ultimately, he could only helplessly nibble on the girlish lip. The sleeping girl, displeased by the disturbance, swatted at him angrily, landing a hit on Luyngc's face. He took her hand, holding it in his own, feeling the softness within his grasp, reluctant to let go. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, lowering to the girl whose half-turned face rested against his chest. She slept deeply, her complexion serene, showing no signs of waking. Her lips a luscious red, appearing delectable. Luyngc tightened his grip around her, contemplating for a while before making a decision. He gently touched her neck, ensuring she wouldn't awaken, then leaned down to kiss her lips, placing her hand on his own body. Awakening once more beside Luyngc on the same bed. H felt considerably calmer. She pushed the youth who was tightly holding her away, sitting up and feeling the ache in her right arm, as if it had been crushed by a boulder all night. H grimaced, shaking out her arm with a hint of complaint, poking the youth's cheek. Your sleeping position is far from proper. Indeed, H believed the soreness in her arm was merely due to being pressed by the youth throughout the night. She never considered it could be for any other reason. She got off the bed, picked up her clothes from the floor, dressed, and then exited the room. In the courtyard, sunlight had already spilled down, and along the garden wall, vibrant sunflowers swayed gently in the breeze, radiating vitality. Several children had long since awoken and were now obediently eating breakfast in the yard. Upon seeing her emerge, Isu immediately jumped down from a stone bench, ran into the kitchen, and brought out a bowl to present to H. Sister, this is breakfast made by Hixn. You must try it. H glanced at it. It was a simple bowl of white porridge, still steaming. Su Ino also ran over, holding a plate laden with several soft, round steamed buns. The baozi is exquisitely crafted, with the swirls in the center perfectly aligned and of similar size, exuding a unique aroma. Saying he is somewhat astonished. It is evident that this baozi was not made by her. She had chopped the meat filling and prepared the dough yesterday, intending to make baozi for the children this morning, but she did not anticipate waking up late today. This was also made by Gij Hae-sun. Sister, do try it. Xianli holds the plate with both hands, her bright black eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazes at her. Saying he is taken aback and cannot help but glance at Hae-sun, who is sitting upright on the stone bench, holding by Xiao and feeding him baozi, his expression notably serious and proper. However, the fleeting glances he casts reveal his true feelings. Saying he chuckles softly and gently instructs. Sister should wash her hands first before eating. Yet Xianli is unable to contain her eagerness, pinching a small baozi and raising her hand. Sister, I have washed my hands. Let me feed you. Saying he obligingly bends down, allowing the baozi to enter her mouth. It is soft, fragrant, and not greasy, lingering with a delightful aftertaste. Delicious. Hae-sun's culinary skills are remarkable. Saying he beams sincerely in her praise. Hae-sun's ears flush with a hint of embarrassment. Yet he is satisfied and turns his attention back to feeding Xiaobai. Halfway through the meal, Hae-sun suddenly inquires, "Where's Brother Ingci?" Saying he pauses momentarily, maintaining her composure as she replies, "He is still asleep. Let us not disturb him." Hae-sun appears slightly puzzled, not quite understanding why Sang he, who had evidently just come from her own room, would know that Luyngci was still asleep. After breakfast, Saying he retrieves the seeds given to her by the young lad from the pharmacy. Uncertain of their type, she has scoured the internet for images of various seeds, but has not encountered anything resembling them. There are many seeds, and she does not use them all at once, only taking a small portion to hold in her hand, subsequently channeling her energy into them. After several experiments, she has become adept at utilizing this ability, skillfully controlling the amount of energy she transmits while also being able to detect the precise needs of the plants for nourishment. She has previously experimented with germinating seeds. Compared to seedlings, seeds are indeed more fragile and have stricter requirements regarding the amount of energy they receive. An excessive amount may lead to their demise, akin to overfertilization that causes burning. Conversely, too little energy would prevent the seeds from sprouting. As saying he explores the energy requirements of these seeds. She is quite taken aback. Their demands are astonishingly high, at least 3 times that of ordinary seeds. Pondering the dark, pebble-like seeds in her palm, she contemplates their nature and why the young lad from the pharmacy would give them to her. An hour passes, and tender green shoots finally break through the seed coats, slowly emerging. Saying he feels a surge of joy and, facing the delicate sprouts, feels less restrained in her ability to channel energy freely. Another hour goes by, and the shoots grow to 3 centimeters in height. Saying he finds it somewhat laborious, halting her actions and planting the small sprouts into the soil. Chapter 103. The principle of reciprocity. The fragile young seedlings stand trembling in the wind, vibrant green and full of vitality. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern a distinct blue line running through the main vein of the seedlings, resembling liquid coursing through their insides. Saying he squints, poking one of the seedlings with her index finger, contemplating whether to uproot one to examine its internal structure. After a moment of thought, she decides against it, reasoning that at such a small size, little could be discerned. It would be better to wait until they grow larger. Based on the characteristics of these seedlings, saying he searches online, but still finds no relevant information. It seems she must wait for them to mature and take on a recognizable form to discern the type of plant they are. Liu Xi's slumber extends unusually long. Even at lunchtime, he remains asleep. Saying he, slightly worried, approaches his room to awaken him. Upon entering, she is greeted by a sight of bare flesh. Her expression stiffens as she gazes in shock. The young man is shirtless, revealing a strong and well-defined abdomen, which saying he had felt firsthand the previous night. Fully aware of how remarkable his physique is, he gathers clothes from the floor and, upon hearing her entrance, lifts his gaze to meet hers. Liu Xi's phoenix eyes brighten with delight as he affectionately calls out, Sang Sang. He nods, quickly putting on his shirt and rushing over to take her hand. Sang He's almond-shaped eyes widen in surprise as she swiftly raises her hand to evade him, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Did I not say this was not allowed?" Liu Xi pouts, feigning grievance, and protests, Sang Sang hugged and kissed me yesterday. Yet today you refuse to hold my hand. That is unfair. Coughing, saying he is momentarily taken aback by his words. Noticing the curious gazes of the children in the yard directed towards them, she hurriedly closes the door, pressing Liu Xi against it and covering his mouth with her hand. Do not speak nonsense, she admonishes fiercely. Liu Xi struggles briefly, his eyes drooping slightly, appearing even more pitiful. I'm not speaking nonsense. Sang Sang did hug and kiss me. Saying he feels a flush of embarrassment and releases her grip, soothing him gently. Ci, that is not what I meant. I intended for this to be our little secret, all right? Let's keep it between us. Liu Xi blinks innocently, responding obediently. Then can I kiss and hug you? Without hesitation, saying he firmly negates that is not allowed. Then why can Sang Sang kiss and hug me? Liu Xi immediately counters, saying he realizes there is no escaping this matter, blaming herself for her reckless actions the previous night. As Liu Xi persists in questioning her, she feels overwhelmed and decides to be straightforward. How about this? You do it to me once, and then we can consider this matter settled, and you must not bring it up again, all right? Liu Xi looks momentarily stunned, not expecting that his relentless pursuit would yield such favorable terms. Hurry up, saying he urges, closing her eyes. 3 seconds, and this matter will be over. Before she finishes speaking, she feels warmth on her lips. The young man's touch is gentle yet firm, pulling her into his embrace. Time seems to stretch indefinitely as, saying he loses herself in the moment, her mind swirling in a haze. She vaguely senses that perhaps too much time has elapsed, and she struggles slightly from their closeness, breath unsteady as she manages to utter, 3 seconds have passed. This matter is over. Saying he feels utterly weak, her hands limply clinging to the young man's neck, her mind consumed with a singular thought. Indeed, men are inherently adept at such matters. This principle holds true universally. As she exits the room, she realizes that half an hour has passed. saying he feels somewhat unsteady, being supported by Lu Yingci as they step outside. Several children are seated around the stone table, remaining still, their large curious eyes darting between Sang He and Lu Yingci. Sang He feigns calmness, calling the children to eat, yet they remain unmoving. She swallows hard, trying to alleviate the dryness in her throat, believing her appearance should show no signs of anything amiss. However, the children's scrutinizing gazes are undeniably telling. Feeling uncertain, she maintains her composure, asking, "What is the matter?" "Time to eat." Bai Shui, seated beside her, blinks her large eyes, and upon glancing at Sang He's neck, exclaims, "Sister, do you have a pimple on your neck? It looks so red." Sang He is taken aback, instinctively covering her neck as she explains, "It's just a mosquito bite. I have many mosquitoes in my room." Having said that, she quickly shifts the topic. "What about you? Have any of you been bitten by mosquitoes?" Bai Shui's attention was indeed diverted, and she shook her head, claiming otherwise. Even the mosquitoes were frightened of them, daring not to approach. They were the ones catching the mosquitoes, not the other way around. Sang He nodded, urging them to eat quickly before the food grew cold. Bai Shui, Xin Li, and Xiao Bai then began to eat their meals obediently. Only He Sun cast a significant glance at Sang He, pondering that his master seemed to be on the verge of becoming a brother-in-law. No, rather, it was his sister who was to become a masteress wife. Well, that didn't quite fit either. Regardless, it was all the same. In essence, the sister and master had become partners. That afternoon, Sang He ventured to the shopping mall to look for fans. The reason for not opting for an air conditioner was that when she previously asked the children if they felt hot while sleeping at night, they replied that they were not. Upon realizing her intention, they had dissuaded her. After some negotiation, both sides compromised, replacing the air conditioner with a fan. The chosen location was still the nearest shopping mall to the Welfare Institute. Sang He had recently recognized the significance of a vehicle and thus purchased an inexpensive 5-seater car, just enough for their travels. On this outing, she also brought along several children to enjoy the breeze. Upon arriving at the mall, they happened to pass by a Zhongnan pharmacy, and Sang He instinctively turned her head for a glance. The pharmacy's entrance was securely shut, with a rolling shutter obscuring the view inside. Surely, they must be open by now? A fleeting thought crossed Sang He's mind. Yet it did not garner much of her attention. After selecting fans that delighted the children, Sang He took them to the largest amusement park in Yuncheng. It was the weekend, and the park was teeming with people. Sang He peered in at the entrance and immediately felt a pang of regret. She lowered her head, preparing to suggest to the children that they come another day, only to find their faces alight with excitement. The throngs of people did not deter them in the slightest. Clearly, they were very interested in what lay within. If she were to say they wouldn't be going in now, they would likely be quite disappointed. Taking a deep breath, Sang He instructed Lu Yingci to keep an eye on the children, and resigned herself to waiting in line to purchase tickets. After a wait of over 20 minutes, they finally stepped into the amusement park. Sang He scanned the surroundings and spotted the carousel, which she deemed relatively safe for the children. The other attractions seemed rather exhilarating, but this one appeared to be a suitable choice for young ones. She pointed to the carousel and asked the children if they would like to play on that. It swayed gently, looking rather lackluster. "Sister, I don't want to play on that," Xianli chimed in, nodding in agreement, evidently lacking interest in the slow-moving carousel. He Sun, however, remained silent, showing little enthusiasm for any of the rides, but compared to the others, this carousel indeed appeared rather dull. Xiao Bai had no say in the matter, as he could only coo. Sang He did not press them, instead asking, "What would you like to play?" Bai Shui extended her pinky finger, pointing in a certain direction, her round eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "That one! I want to play on that." Sang He smiled broadly, following her gaze, only to be met with the sight of a towering structure over 100 meters high. The free fall ride. This was the highest attraction in the amusement park, offering the thrill of a vertical drop. Just then, the ride plummeted, and the screams of the riders pierced through the cacophony around them, distinctly reaching Sang He's ears. "Are you really set on playing this?" Sang He confirmed once more with them. Both Xian Li and Bai Shui nodded enthusiastically. Bai Shui remarked how happy the riders looked. Xian Li added, "I want to experience their joy too." Sang He cast a silent glance toward the free fall ride, where the apparatus had descended to its lowest point. The riders disembarked slowly, some still exhilarated while others appeared utterly miserable, with a few even retching upon landing. From her observation, It seemed that those who were pale and nauseous were in the majority. So, this was the joy they wished to experience? Sang found it hard to agree and even more difficult to partake. How about this? You go ahead and queue, and I will buy you ice cream and wait for you below. She proposed to the children. Bai Shui was about to ask why her sister wasn't joining them. But before she could voice her question, Hei Sun pulled her back. She looked at him in confusion, but he offered no explanation, merely affirming Sang He's suggestion. Bai Shui, perceptive, chose not to press further. Sang He turned to the boy beside her, who had yet to utter a word since their arrival. His lips pressed tightly together, and his expression not quite right. At that moment, her concern overshadowed any embarrassment, and she prodded the boy's arm nervously, asking, "See, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Luing Ci shook his head, quietly murmuring, "It's too noisy." His acute sense of hearing was manageable under normal circumstances, but the current environment was quite overwhelming. "It is rather loud." Saying, he mumbled, "They should have headphones for sale here." As her gaze wandered, she soon spotted a nearby stall offering a variety of uniquely shaped headphones. Given the amusement park setting, the designs were rather exaggerated and whimsical. Sang led the children to the stall and asked the CI, "Which one do you like?" The vendor greeted them warmly, eloquently pitching their products. Luing CI glanced over, showing little interest in making a choice, prompting Sang he to select for him. After surveying the options, her eyes landed on a bright yellow Pikachu-shaped headset. Adorable and eye-catching, it would surely look delightful atop Lu Yingxi's head. "I'll take this one," she said, reaching for the headset, when another pale, unhealthy hand also reached for it. Their hands grasped the headset simultaneously. Sangi paused, raising her head to see the face of the person who had interrupted her. The joy she had felt moments ago vanished instantly. Xie Qiyun, once again. All her good spirits were shattered, as if this man were haunting her, tracking her movements. He seemed to appear every time she ventured out. Wishing to avoid any further interaction, Sang He decisively pulled the children away. "Let us go buy from somewhere else." Xie Qiyun's expression, which had been indifferent, now brimmed with impatience as he prepared to see who dared to snatch something from him when he suddenly heard Sang He's voice. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. After all, this time, he had truly followed her. His expertise lay in dissection, closely followed by computer skills. He had indeed attempted to infiltrate Sang He's phone, as it was far simpler than breaching the surveillance system. However, for reasons unknown, it seems Sang He's phone was equipped with some peculiar software. Any slight attempt to breach it would trigger an alert, sending a virus back to his computer, effectively ruining it. The only recourse he had was to erase any traces of his intrusion. After several computer failures, Xie Qiyun finally abandoned that notion and opted for a more troublesome approach. Yet, today's encounter was indeed unexpected. "Fate," Sang he remarked. Sang He snorted coldly, thinking that this so-called fate was worth less than rubbish. A smile slowly crept across Xie Qiyun's lips, more genuine than the previous forced grin. He playfully tugged at the headset, his gaze flickering as he suddenly said, "You like this? Then I'll let you have it." Sang He had barely taken 2 steps away when she coldly retorted, "Get lost." Sang He found him insufferable.